The moment I stepped through that broken side door, I knew we'd made a mistake. But Maggie was already inside, like some eager ghost hunter, camera flash illuminating the forgotten corners of what was once just another fast food joint.
Leo, you've got to see this.
She called back.
There's actual satanic shit scrolled everywhere.
I followed reluctantly. My boots crunched over broken ceiling tiles. The abandoned Wendy's looked like it had been frozen in time, then slowly picked apart by decay. Overhead, fluorescent lights flickered without rhythm, which was strange since the place was supposed to be without power. This place is such a letdown, I said, trying to mask my unease with sarcasm. We drove 2 hours for this? But Maggie was in her element, documenting every pentagram and occult symbol spray-painted across the walls for her 100K or so TikTok followers. Suddenly, Maggie disappeared into what must have been the kitchen area, and I hurried after her.
Check out this freezer.
She pointed to a massive walk-in with a rusted handle.
Bet this is where they did their rituals.
Yeah, right next to the expired chicken nuggets. I snorted, but my heart wasn't in the joke. Maggie yanked on the freezer door, which groaned in protest, and a blast of impossibly cold air hit us.
That's weird. The place has been abandoned forever.
Maggie whispered, her breath suddenly visible.
How's it still working?
She stepped inside, camera raised. I reluctantly followed, the hair on my arms standing on end from both the cold and something else I couldn't name.
There's nothing here,
Maggie said, disappointed as she swept her flashlight across the empty metal shelves. Just then, a faint sound emanated from somewhere in the freezer, a rhythmic tapping like knuckles against glass. Maggie moved deeper into the freezer, camera flash strobing the darkness.
Hello? Is someone...
Someone's messing with us, I said, my voice embarrassingly tight. And then the freezer door slammed shut behind us with a sickening thud. We rushed to the door, but it wouldn't budge. The handle was ice cold, burning my palm.
Use your crowbar,
Maggie urged, gesturing to my backpack. I'd brought it for protection, not to break out of a goddamn freezer. I was working the crowbar into the door seam when we heard it, the knocking. Faster now, more urgent. Somebody else was with us. I turned, crowbar raised defensively. Maggie threw the flashlight. What we saw made our blood turn cold. Walls covered in deep gouges, like someone had taken a knife and carved jagged lines everywhere. Hundreds of tally marks scratched into the metal. Someone was counting days, I whispered. Maggie's flash went off again, illuminating what wasn't there before. A dark figure standing in the corner. He was wearing a blood-stained Wendy's cap, its face half melted as though from freezer burn. In its hand gleamed what looked like a meat cleaver. I shoved Maggie behind me and swung the crowbar wildly. Get the hell away! In the next flash, the figure was gone.
What was that?
Maggie cried. I don't know, but we need to get out. I jammed the crowbar into the seam and pulled with every ounce of strength I had. With a sudden groan, the door gave way on its own, swinging open as if it had never been stuck at all. We tumbled out into the kitchen, gasping in the comparatively warm air. Then my eyes darted to the walls around us. New scratches covered them, deep, violent gouges that hadn't been there minutes ago. Run! We sprinted through the restaurant, knocking over chairs, slipping on debris. Something was behind us. I could hear its footsteps, wet and deliberate. He's toying with us, I panted as we groped our way through what seemed like an endless maze of corridors and storage rooms. How could a Wendy's be this big? Nothing made sense anymore. Eventually, we stumbled into what must have been a break room. The walls were covered in melted candles and strange symbols drawn in something dark and flaking. In the center stood a table with old photographs spread across it. My hands trembled as I picked one up. These are employees. Look at the dates. The photos showed smiling staff members from various eras, the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. But in every photo, standing in the back row was the same figure, a man with a faint smile, his face unscarred. Maggie's finger tapped one image.
It's him! The butcher! From before!
The candles suddenly lit themselves, their flames casting monstrous shadows on the walls. From the darkness came a hoarse, broken voice that sounded like it hadn't been used in years. No one leaves the freezer alive. Our screams could have awoken the entire America. We ran blindly, no longer caring which direction led out. Behind us, the footsteps grew faster, the scraping more frenzied. We found ourselves at a boarded-up window. Without hesitation, I smashed it with the crowbar, helping Maggie climb through first. The jagged glass tore at our skin, but the pain barely registered through the adrenaline. We sprinted into the woods behind the restaurant, branches whipping our faces. I could feel blood trickling down my arm from where the glass had cut me, but I didn't slow down. When we finally reached the road, headlights appeared like a miracle. I stepped into their path, waving frantically. The car screeched to a halt. A middle-aged man rolled down his window, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong? You kids look like you've seen a ghost." Maggie, gasping for air, clutched his door.
There's someone in there! He's killing people!
The man's expression shifted from concern to unease. "That Wendy's been shut down since the employee accident in 2000. The blood in my veins turned to ice. Slowly, Maggie and I turned back toward the woods. There, at the tree line, stood the butcher, his cleaver dripping red onto the forest floor. His cap was pulled low, but I could see his smile, that terrible, patient smile. As the driver followed our gaze, the butcher stepped back into the shadows, vanishing between one blink and the next. Maggie's hand found mine, her fingers ice cold and slick with blood. We both knew what we'd seen, and we both knew, somehow, that he'd find us again. The rain was pouring outside, hammering against the Starbucks windows like it was trying to shatter everything. The emergency lights were on, casting this creepy dim glow that made the cafe look like something out of a horror movie. I was so close to being done with my shift, exhausted, just wiping down the counters and counting the till. But then a guy showed up. He said his name was Eric. He banged on the glass door like his life depended on it, his face pale and desperate. "Please, I left my wallet inside!" he yelled, his voice muffled through the glass. I hesitated. Something about the way his eyes darted around made my skin crawl, but I couldn't just leave him out there in the storm. Big mistake. The second I unlocked the door, I knew I'd messed up. He brushed past me, his wet coat dripping all over the floor, and immediately started glancing at the security cameras. My gut was screaming at me to run, but I tried to play it cool.
Where did you last see it?
I asked, my voice shaky. "Over there," he said, pointing toward the seating area, but his eyes weren't on the tables, they were on the exits. He was blocking the front door, and when I tried to slip out the back, I found it chained from the outside. My heart dropped into my stomach. "Looking for this?" Eric held up my phone, a sick smirk spreading across his face. He tossed it onto the counter, and it skidded out of reach. "We're gonna play a little game, Lily. Hide and seek. You get 30 seconds. I didn't wait for him to finish. I bolted, my sneakers squeaking against the tiles as I dove behind the counter. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. "Ready or not, here I come!" Eric's voice echoed through the empty cafe. His boots scraped against the floor, slow and deliberate. The sound of his switchblade dragging along the counter made my teeth clench. Screech. I flinched, biting down on my lip to keep from screaming. Then, silence. I peeked through a gap between the boxes. The cafe was empty. Where was he? I had to move. I crept toward the restroom, my legs shaking with every step. There was a landline under the sink. If I could just get to it, I could call for help. My fingers brushed the door handle, and I froze. In the mirror, I saw him. Eric was right behind me, his reflection grinning like a predator. "Boo," he whispered. I screamed, swinging the metal tray I'd grabbed from the counter. It smashed into his arm with a sickening thud, and the switchblade clattered to the floor. I didn't wait to see if he'd recover. I sprinted toward the back storage area, my lungs burning. The walk-in freezer was my only hope. I yanked the door open and slipped inside, crouching behind a stack of milk crates. The cold bit into my skin, but I barely felt it. My breath fogged the air, and I held it, trying to stay silent. The sound of footsteps sent shivers down my body. Eric's voice cut through the silence, calm and cruel. "You think you're clever, huh? Shivering in there like a little mouse?" The door handle rattled violently, and I flinched. My eyes darted to the door, and that's when I saw it. Bloody fingerprints. My blood, from when I'd hit him. "Found you," he whispered. The door flew open, and I bolted, swinging the tray like a shield. Eric lunged at me, his blade slicing through my arm. The pain was sharp and hot, but I used it to fuel my escape, slamming the tray into his face as I ran. I stumbled into the customer area, blood dripping from my arm. My eyes landed on the coffee pot left on the table, still hot. Eric charged at me, and I hurled the scalding liquid into his face. He screamed, clawing at his skin, and I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a broken chair leg and slammed it into his knee. He crumpled to the floor with a howl. The front door. I had to get to the front door. I bashed the emergency exit panel with the chair leg, and the glass shattered. The alarm blared, deafening in the silence. Eric scrambled after me, his face twisted in rage, but I was already through the door, screaming for help into the rainy night. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me was Eric's silhouette, limping back into the shadows of the cafe. I woke up in the hospital, my arm bandaged and my mind racing. The police said they found the cafe empty, with no sign of Eric, but I know he's out there, and I know he's not done playing. So, if you're ever working a late shift and someone bangs on the door, begging to be let in, don't. Just don't, because you might not be as lucky as I was. I was munching fries sitting in the school cafeteria when Zeke and Milo joined me. "Did you hear about the weeping woman?" Zeke asked. I took a big bite of my chocolate cookie and scoffed. "Shut up, Zeke. We all know tomorrow's 1st April, so whatever prank you and Milo are trying to pull, it won't work." Zeke got defensive, saying his neighbor's son saw this middle-aged, anemic woman in the abandoned tunnel near the broken railroad. When he saw her, he just ran for his life. He said the woman had no eyelids or lips. I still refused to believe him because I was certain this was some stupid prank, but Zeke kept mocking me, saying I was not brave enough to go there and blah, blah, blah. Fast forward, we were on our way home after school when Zeke again started talking about this scary woman. Our argument went on, and suddenly Zeke declared whoever would go to that tunnel right now and record a video will get a free bucket of KFC chicken nuggets tomorrow. I thought Milo would say yes right away because the only thing that motivated him was food. But to my surprise, he was hesitating. At that moment, I knew these two were in this together. They just want me to go out there and get spooked, so they tell everyone how easily I fell for their trap for April Fool. So I accepted the challenge. I told them to go home. Meanwhile, I started walking towards the woods. My plan was simple. Go to the tunnel, record myself roaming around for 10 to 15 minutes, and then return home. As I walked, I kept looking back to make sure if Zeke or Milo weren't following me. FYI, they weren't. The railroad used to be a way of transportation for coal miners before World War. I'd been there a few times with my dad to collect rare plants for our garden. That place has become a low-maintenance sanctuary, honestly. When I reached the spot, the sun had already gone down. The huge abandoned tunnel lay in front of me. I turned the flashlight on my phone to see in the dark. The tunnel is not very long, probably 30 feet, so the end of it was clearly visible. I began recording myself. Trees and ivy branches had curved the tunnel into a greenhouse. I could see bats hanging from above. Drops of rainwater were falling from the roof. A damp smell of rotten leaves and dead rats surrounded the air inside. I walked around a bit and took some selfies. 10 minutes passed by and there was no woman with missing eyelids. I sent a voice text to Zeke, saying he better be ready to buy me those nuggets. I was all set to return home when I heard something moving in the corner. I assumed it was a rat, but as I got closer, I found a headless bat. It was having his final shudders of death. A small pool of blood was beneath it. Gruesome, huh? I immediately jumped, hearing the gravel-like voice from behind. There was a homeless man in his late 40s, his face contorted into a grin while he repeated himself. Pretty gruesome, huh? I was a little shaken by his sudden appearance, but still maintained a poker face. Didn't you hear you come? Just like that bat? No, and also didn't hear the predator when it came for it. I faked a nervous chuckle. You're funny. He stopped smiling, then waddled close to the headless bat and stomped on it. Better to put it out of its misery, he muttered, closing his eyes. Ghost of a woman or not, but I was a second away from wetting my pants. I've often seen those scary stories where people start to run after facing a possible psycho or serial killer, and in 99% of those cases, they get chased. I was so scared that I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to make it alive if I ran, so I put on a courageous face and said, Well, it's getting late. Mom will be worried. I turned around, keeping my body language as casual as possible, and started to walk. Did I try to look back to see if he was following me? I didn't have to, because a few seconds later the homeless guy was walking right next to me. So, what were you doing here anyway? Just exploring. What is there to explore here? I kept walking, so did he. The tunnel now was feeling never-ending to me. Nothing, just a casual stroll, I muttered. My throat was so dry in fear that it got difficult for me to speak clearly. He was following my pace, kind of too close to me that our shoulders almost touched. I calculated every move because somehow I felt the only way out was to be normal about this whole scenario. Sweat dripped from my forehead, yet I was terrified to wipe it. The man chuckled, saying, You sweat a lot, or are you just scared? I glanced at him, still didn't stop. I stop, I die, I thought. I replied, keeping my cool as much as possible. No, it's just hot in here. We were almost at the other end of the tunnel. I could see the reflecting glim of the distant streetlight. My hopes were getting high. I could make out alive. Just then, when we were about to step out of the tunnel, the man blocked my way. My heart stopped. Our eyes locked. I was in tears, but he didn't blink, not once. Then, he leaned closer, brought his mouth next to my ear and whispered, Don't end up like that bat, kiddo. I'll see you around. He then passed on something squishy into my hand, and I couldn't even refuse. I just grasped whatever the hell he gave me like his puppet and ran. I stopped once I reached home. I broke down on the porch, panting and gasping for air. My hand was still closed, holding something wet and squishy in it. I slowly opened it and let out a blood-curdling scream. It was the severed head of the bat. My haven was the rooftop pool. At the end of a long day of school and constant deadlines, nothing was more wonderful than a late-night swim under the stars. The water was refreshing, the city lights sparkled in the distance, and for once, I had the pool to myself, or so I believed. I wet my toes in the water, basking in the silence. The lights on the pool gave a gentle, soothing glow, and the distant hum of the city below seemed a million miles away. I plunged in, the water closing over me like a second skin. For a few minutes, I swam laps. The beat of my strokes was drowning out the tension of the day. That was when I heard it, a faint splash. I stopped mid-stroke, treading water as I scanned my surroundings. The pool deck was empty, with the chairs neatly stacked and the umbrellas closed. I told myself it was probably just my imagination. I shook it off and kept swimming. But then I saw them. Wet footprints were leading away from the pool. My stomach dropped. I was supposed to be alone up here. I had made sure of it. I climbed out of the water, wrapping myself tightly in a towel, and scanned the dimly lit deck. There was nothing. There was no one. That was when I noticed that my phone was gone. I spun around with my heart pounding hard in my chest. My breathing quickened as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Then I saw him, a man standing near the pool's mechanical room, half hidden in the shadows. He was standing there, watching me.
Hey!
I shouted, with my voice shaking.
What the hell are you doing? Creep?
He did not say a word. Instead, he walked slowly to the other end of the pool and dove in, disappearing beneath the surface. I did not wait to see if he would come back up. I grabbed my stuff and bolted for the exit gate, with my bare feet slapping against the wet tiles. When I reached the gate, I grabbed the handle and yanked it hard. It was locked. I froze, with panic flooding my chest. I was certain I had left it open. Before I could process what was happening, something yanked my towel from behind, sending me sprawling forward into the water. I hit the surface hard, with a rush of cold water filling my nose. I kicked frantically, trying to reach the surface, but hands grabbed my ankles, pulling me down. I thrashed wildly with my heart pounding in my ears. My lungs burned as I fought to break free. The figure clamped a hand over my mouth, holding me underwater. I elbowed them as hard as I could, and their grip loosened just enough for me to break the surface. I scrambled onto the pool deck, gasping for air. I coughed violently, with water pouring from my mouth, but I could not stop. The figure was already out of the water, stalking toward me. The chase was a blur. I slipped and slid across the wet tiles, barely avoiding his lunges. My mind raced as I searched for a weapon, anything I could use. I grabbed a pool pole and swung it with all my strength, clipping his shoulder. He stumbled, but he recovered quickly, smashing through a glass divider in an attempt to cut me off. I sprinted across the perimeter of the pool, my breath ragged, my heart pounding. The wet tiles made every step treacherous. I slipped again, crashing hard against a row of deck chairs. Pain shot through my knee, but I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline pushing me forward. He was relentless. I could hear his footsteps slapping against the wet ground, getting closer with every second. I hurled a chair in his path, buying myself a few seconds as he stumbled over it. My vision blurred from the panic and the tears welling in my eyes, but I kept moving. The service door was my only way out. I limped toward it, my heart pounding in my chest, and managed to yank it open. I did not look back and just ran. The cops came, of course. They scanned the pool area with flashlights, searching every corner, but they found nothing. All they found was a pair of rubber gloves and a roll of duct tape submerged underwater. Whoever this guy was, he had planned this. He had been waiting for me. I sat on the edge of the ambulance, shivering under a blanket as an EMT checked my arm. My hands were still shaking. I tried to answer the officer's questions, but my mind kept drifting back to his face, or the lack of it. His features had been obscured by the shadows, but those eyes were something I would never forget. I'm glad I made it out alive. I know how lucky I am. But every time I close my eyes, I see his shadowy figure stalking toward me. I see the way he moved with calm precision like he had done this before. I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for another chance. I don't go to the rooftop pool anymore. I can barely walk past the building without feeling a knot of fear in my chest. I keep my doors locked and double-check my windows every night. But even with all of that, I can't shake the feeling that he's watching me. Somewhere out there, he's waiting. The streets were empty, carrying the quiet that made you feel like you were the last person on Earth. I was walking home from the library, my backpack heavy with textbooks, when I heard it, the faint, tinny sound of an ice cream truck jingle. It was late, way too late for ice cream, but the sound was weirdly comforting. I followed the music because my curiosity got the better of me. The truck was parked near the edge of the neighborhood, with its colorful lights flickering in the dark. The jingle played on repeat, which made it cheerful and eerie at the same time.
Hello?
I called out as I stepped closer. The truck looked empty, but the lights were on and the music was blaring. I figured maybe the driver was inside, so I knocked on the window. That was when he appeared. A man in a mask, one of those creepy, featureless ones, popped up from the back of the truck. Before I could scream, he grabbed me with a grip like iron. I kicked and thrashed as hard as I could, but he was too strong. He dragged me inside and slammed the door shut behind us. Everything went black. I woke up shivering, with my teeth clattering so hard I thought they might crack. The air was freezing, and I realized I was in the truck's freezer compartment. My hands were tied with a rough rope, and my breath came out in white puffs. The truck was moving, with the jingle still playing. I could hear the driver whistling along, his voice muffled but cheerful. "Hope you like Rocky Road," he said through a small vent. "You're in for a rough ride." My heart raced as I struggled against the ropes. That's when I saw it, a jagged edge on a metal tray just within reach. I grabbed it and started sawing at the rope, with my fingers numb from the cold. The truck came to a stop, and I froze. I could hear the driver moving around outside. This was my chance to escape. I slipped out of the freezer, hiding among the tubs of melting ice cream. The truck was a mess, with tools and junk scattered everywhere. I held my breath as I listened for any signs of him. The door creaked open, and I bolted. I burst out of the truck with the cold night air hitting me like a slap. Behind me, the masked man roared in rage, clutching his hand where I had stabbed him with the jagged tray. The truck's headlights lit up the forest, casting long, eerie shadows between the trees. The jingle played on, with its cheerful tune now twisted into something horrifying. I sprinted into the woods, my lungs burning. Twigs snapped under my feet, and my thin clothes clung to my damp skin. I could hear him behind me, with his flashlight seeping through the trees. "Come on, sweetheart," he called, with his voice taunting. "You're making this harder on yourself." I ducked behind a fallen log, pressing a hand over my mouth to silence my panicked breaths. The light passed inches above my head, illuminating the mist swirling around me. I spotted a dirt road up ahead. If I could reach it, maybe I could flag down a car. I made a run for it, weaving through the trees with my heart pounding. My foot caught on something with a big thump, and I crashed to the ground. It was a tripwire. He had set up a trap. I groaned in pain, scrambling backward as he emerged from the shadows, with his hulking form silhouetted by the flashlight. "That wasn't very nice, stabbing me like that," he muttered, shaking his injured hand. He reached into his apron and pulled out a rusty ice cream scoop, sharpened into a jagged blade. "It's time for your special treat." My eyes darted around desperately, and then I saw it. It was a rusty tire iron, half buried in the dirt a few feet away. I lunged for it, just as he grabbed my ankle, yanking me back. I twisted onto my back and kicked, sending a spray of dirt into his face. I grabbed the tire iron and swung wildly, connecting with his knee. He howled in pain, collapsing onto all fours, and I didn't stop. I raised the tire iron again and brought it down on his shoulders, his back, and his head. Over and over again. The masked man lay still, with the mud beneath him darkening with blood. I staggered to my feet, panting and trembling. I stumbled onto the road, barely able to stay upright. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance. A car. It felt like salvation. I waved frantically, with tears in my eyes. The car slowed down, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The car door opened, and a woman with warm brown eyes helped me into the vehicle. My whole body was shaking, my clothes mostly ripped and wet. She asked me if I was okay. I replied,
I'm good. Just take me home.
And got in, my grip tightening around the seatbelt. When I got to my house, I stumbled out of the car and banged on the door as hard as I could. My parents' face turned white when they saw me, covered with blood, shivering, and barely able to keep my balance. My mom wrapped me in her arms, weeping out loud, and my dad called 911. The police arrived in a minute. I told them everything: the ice cream truck, the freezer, the woods. The police searched the area but found nothing. No truck, no man. Now, every single time I hear an ice cream jingle, my stomach knots. The police couldn't find him, but I know he's still out there, watching, waiting for when he could play again. I know I shouldn't have done it, but come on. I was craving some nachos and a Dr. Pepper, and the gas station was barely a mile away. My dad's lecture about not driving alone at night? Yeah. It's dangerous, Kayla. You're 17, not invincible. Blah, blah, blah. I grabbed my keys and snuck out, the thrill of rebellion buzzing through me as I backed out of the driveway. The road was quiet, swallowed in darkness, except for my headlights carving a path through the trees. The gas station was a 5-minute trip, tops. I'd be back before he even rolled over in his bed. Or so I thought. The snack run went fine. No creepy cashier, no weirdos lurking in the aisles, just me, my junk food, and the hum of fluorescent lights. But the moment I turned onto the road home, something felt off. The night was too still, the kind of silence that wasn't really silence, more like something holding its breath. Then, bang! My car jerked sideways, tires screeching. My hands clawed the wheel as I fought to steady it, heart hammering in my chest. I coasted to the shoulder and threw it in park, panting. A flat tire? Seriously? Now? I grabbed my phone, but, of course, no signal. The woods loomed on either side of the road, thick and endless. I could turn back to the gas station, but that meant walking alone in the dark. Or I could sit here, waiting for some serial killer to knock on my window. Screw that. I pocketed my phone and stepped out, the night air thick against my skin. The crunch of gravel under my sneakers sounded way too loud. I told myself I'd be fine. It was just a mile or so. I'd jog if I had to. The road stretched out before me, swallowed by shadows. Each step felt heavier, like the darkness was pressing down on me. The only sound was my own breathing and the occasional rustle from the trees, possibly just a raccoon or a deer. Then I heard it. Footsteps. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I stopped. So did they. A chill crawled up my spine. I swallowed hard and picked up my pace. The footsteps matched mine. Quicker now. Closer. I spun around. Nothing. Just the empty road and the whispering trees. My heart pounded so loud I could feel it in my skull. Nope. I fumbled for my phone, flipping on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, shaking in my trembling hand. And that's when I saw it. Half hidden in the trees, barely visible, sat a rusty old truck. The driver's side door hung open, swaying slightly, like someone had just stepped out. My stomach turned into knots. Then, near my car, I saw them. A pair of boots. Someone was crouching behind my car, just watching me. Every instinct screamed, run. I took off, feet slamming against the pavement, lungs burning. The footsteps behind me exploded into a full sprint. They weren't just following me, they were chasing me. I didn't dare look back. The sound of their steps was getting closer, too close. I could hear heavy, uneven breathing, the unmistakable sound of someone trying to catch up. My heart jackhammered. The gas station flickered into view, neon lights buzzing like a beacon. Almost there. My legs screamed, my breath ragged, but I pushed harder, reaching. Something grazed my jacket, a hand. My scream tore through the night as I wrenched myself forward, adrenaline drowning out the fire in my muscles. I slammed through the door, gasping for air. The cashier, a tired-looking guy in his 40s, glanced up, startled. "You okay?" I spun around, chest heaving. The parking lot was empty. No footsteps, no shadowy figure. Just the quiet hum of the night pressing in against the glass. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped my phone. I fumbled to call my dad. This time, I had signal. When the police arrived, they didn't find anyone. But when they checked the woods near my car, they found the truck. Inside, a rope, duct tape, and a hunting knife. The police left, and I finally felt safe enough to crawl into bed, my body still trembling from the night's horrors. But just as I was about to drift off, my phone buzzed. I grabbed it, expecting a text from my dad checking in. Instead, my screen lit up with a single message from an unknown number. "You run fast, but next time, I'll be faster. I never drive alone at night again." I had never believed in fate, but when I met Orion, it seemed the universe had put us together. She wasn't like any other girl I had been with. She was quiet, sweet, and shy around other guys. The way she tucked a strand of her blonde hair behind her ear when she was blushing, my heart literally thumped in my chest like some jackhammer. I thought she was the one. I proposed and she said yes right away. No second guesses, no questions asked. Within a week, she was living with me. I didn't even have to ask her. It felt like a dream. Until it wasn't. The first time I heard her in the guest room, I thought she was sick. There were voices, muffled, like arguing, more like she was fighting with herself. Then came the screaming. 1 week later, it was overt, angry sometimes and desperate other times. The morning after, I asked her about it, as she had just come out and looked very tired.
I have sleepwalking issues. Sometimes I put on a movie or something to calm down.
She muttered.
Don't worry about it.
I wanted to trust her, but more and more things were getting out of hand. She treated her laptop as if it were a treasure chest. One morning, while we were having breakfast, I reached for the laptop to check my emails.
Don't!
She screamed, lunging across the table. Before I could react, the salad fork buried itself into the back of my hand. I yelped, blood trickling between my fingers.
Oh, God. God. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Orion sobbed, cradling my injured hand. She cried for hours that day. I forgave her. I shouldn't have. I found her secret that night. Orion was asleep beside me, as usual, but I was gnawed by curiosity. I slipped out of bed and went into the guest room. The laptop was on a guest that's in incognito mode. The tab read, Sizzlin' Susie. I clicked. The screen filled with images and videos of her, though she looked nothing like Orion I was in love with. A blonde wig, heavy makeup, skin I had never seen her expose, twisted in ways I didn't recognize. She moved differently, more confident, more sensual. She was a stranger. I almost puked. I felt betrayed. The woman I loved had been lying to me, exposing herself online for strangers, for perverts. I went back to bed, but even in the morning, my anger boiled over. We need to talk, I said as soon as she woke up. She rubbed her eyes.
What is it?
I know about your OnlyFans account. Her face went pale.
What are you talking about?
Don't lie to me! I saw your laptop last night. Sizzlin' Susie? It's you! Don't even try to deny it!
Finn, that's not me. I swear.
I'm not an idiot! My voice cracked with rage.
Fine! I'm done! I don't want to be with you anymore.
Her words struck me with a force I did not expect. She was leaving me? No way. Not when I had done everything for her. Grabbing the salad fork from the table, I plunged it into her neck. Again and again. Her voice became gurgled gasps that faded into silence. Blood spurted out all over the floor as her body stiffened and then started twitching. I stared at the body for quite a while. The weight of what I did bore on my unsteady chest. I took her under the arms, wrapped her in a black plastic bag, and in panic, moved her toward the door, unsure where to dump the corpse. I had almost turned the knob when the doorbell rang. My heart stopped. I wiped my face with my sleeve, swallowed hard, and cracked the door open. A woman stood outside. The woman from the OnlyFans page.
Hey, you must be Finn. I'm Susie.
I couldn't breathe.
I know this is awkward,
She said, glancing down at her hands.
but I had to come. Orion and I, well, we don't talk much. She's ashamed of me. I get it. But I started OnlyFans to make ends meet. And when she found out, she begged me to quit. Said she finally found someone special and didn't want you to misunderstand.
How did you find me? My voice cracked.
Orion finally reached out a few weeks ago. Told me about you. I figured I'd meet you before someone else spilled the truth.
My vision blurred. Orion had been telling the truth. The screams? She must have been begging Susie to stop, fighting to protect what we had. But none of that mattered now. "Come in," I said, forcing a smile. "Orion's been dying to see you." Susie's face lit up.
Oh, such a relief. I knew she couldn't stay mad at me.
Susie stepped inside. I followed her in, closing the door slowly behind me. The click of the lock seemed deafening. As the door shut, I glanced over my shoulder. Susie was looking around the living room, unaware of the dark red pool seeping from the plastic bag in the corner. I stared at her back, and something hot burned behind my eyes. Tears rolled down my face as I clenched my fists. I had no choice now, no way out. Susie turned around, stared at my face for a few seconds, then asked in a confused voice,
Are you okay?
I forced a smile. "Yeah, will be." I reached for the salad fork still sitting on the table. I smiled, my face wet with tears, but a voice whispered in my head, "Get it together, Finn. After all, you have 2 bodies to dump tonight." Around 2 a.m., I got up to lock the Starbucks I had worked in for the last 6 months. Switching off all the lights, I grabbed my bag from the counter to leave when I saw a man. A tall, lanky man wearing a cap stood right inside the restaurant with me. I was shocked because I didn't even hear him walk in. I couldn't see his face, only his dark silhouette. For a second, I almost got a heart attack, but my instinct hit me, and I quickly switched on the light above the counter again.
We're closed, sir.
The man scratched his rough, unshaven beard and smiled. With a voice mixed with annoyance, anger, and a little fear, I repeated again.
Sir, we're closed for the day. You need to leave.
"I'm Miles. Mr. Newman reported about the coffee machine." I remembered. Our manager Newman told me the second coffee machine is giving trouble and someone will be coming to check it. But then it also hit me that often in horror stories, serial killers come in disguises as maintenance staff. So I dialed Newman.
Hi, it's Tiffany. I just wanted to confirm, did you ask Myuu to check on the coffee machine? Oh, okay. Thanks.
I exhaled, feeling my tired shoulders giving up. Newman did send this guy. Who knows how long he'll take now? With an irritated face, I showed him the coffee machine behind the counter. He smiled back and took out a screwdriver and a cable cutter. Something in his smile irked me a bit. Even after confirming with the manager about him, I still couldn't help but feel unsafe around him. Maybe it's just an inherent trauma response to being a woman, I thought. He began working on the machine and I slouched back on a chair, cursing Newman in my head. I started watching videos again, but every 3 seconds I could notice Miles glancing back at me. At one point, I asked him,
Do you need something?
"Nope, all good." He then said something funny and I chuckled. I thought in my head that Miles was not that bad. I was probably watching too many of these scary stories. But a few minutes later when I asked him,
How long will it take?
he stopped what he was doing and slowly turned towards me. The counter light was just above his head. I could see his face a little too clearly now. He looked, well, not happy. His left eye twitched weirdly and he asked, "Why? I thought you were enjoying my company." The way he said it, the amount of conviction in his tone spooked me. It was as if he couldn't believe I wanted to leave. To manage the situation, I chuckled casually again.
No, I'm just really tired.
He got back to what he was doing while muttering, "Women shouldn't work so late at night. It's not safe, you know?" The unsafe feeling rushed back again. I took a snap of Miles without him noticing and sent it to Mr. Newman. I texted,
Can you please call him and tell him to come tomorrow so I can go home? It's really late.
A few minutes later, Mr. Newman texted back. As soon as the notification popped up, I clicked on it. Cold sweat appeared on my forehead once I saw his reply. Mr. Newman had texted, That's not Miles! Miles is my niece, Tiffany! I could feel my frozen body weighing heavy on that chair. I wanted to run for the door, but I knew he would reach me first before I reached the exit. I can't call 911 because that would directly challenge whoever this man is, and I don't want to do that. With trembling hands, I texted Newman back.
Call 911.
I saw him go offline right away and knew he was on it. Now I have to wait here patiently till the cops arrive. I just hope when they do arrive, they find me alive. Is that boyfriend? The fake Miles asked me with his back to me, pretending to fix the coffee machine. I let out a nervous smile, saying,
My fiancé. He's just worried why I'm not home yet.
Pretty caring. Good for you. I smiled even though I was dying inside. The best way to keep him engaged is to entertain his small talk. So I asked a question that was already eating my mind.
So... How long do you know Mr. Newman?
Oh, I don't. I know his niece. We dated for a while.
I see. It's good you two are still friends after breakup.
He suddenly looked back at me. His eyes were glowing now. Holding the cable cutter, he moved his hands through the wires, face still turning towards me. Then, suddenly, I heard the cable cutter falling on the floor. He made a small whimper and lifted his hand to the light. The tip of his index finger was gone, chopped off clean. Blood was dripping from the wound, yet he wasn't even flinching. He smiled casually, put his finger inside his mouth, and started sucking the blood. His eye wasn't even blinking, like he had no realization of pain. I got up shaking.
You need to go to a hospital. Let me call for help.
Taking out the finger from his mouth, he smiled again. His teeth and lips were all stained with blood. I think you already did that. My heart jumped into my throat. He picked up the cable cutter from the floor. I stepped back in horror, thinking he would lunge at me at any moment. But he slowly went for the exit, opened the door, and looked at me one last time. Tell Newman I'll always love Miley. Oh, and he should get a new coffee machine. And then he left, just like that. When Mr. Newman came with the cops, I was unable to speak for quite some time. They found a severed top of an index finger near the broken coffee machine. My fiancé came to pick me up. We went to the station, and there I said all that happened. Mr. Newman disclosed that he helped his niece getting a restraining order against her crazy ex-boyfriend last week. He stalked her for days even after they broke up. It isn't hard to guess that Miley, aka Miles' ex, is still stalking her secretly. I'm just glad he's not my ex. As the vehicle skidded into the Wendy's parking lot, heavy rain was coming down in sheets, slanting sideways. Dude, I'm starving. I need a Baconator, or I'm gonna die. Fig slurred from their seat, his breath stinking of tequila. I told Fig to seat behind me because my passenger side window doesn't open, and I feared the drunk moron might vomit on me. You're not gonna die, you're just drunk and being dramatic. In actuality, we had just left a house party. The drive-thru held the same emptiness as the interior of the restaurant, without cars or voices, just a fixed humming from the intercom system. I came to stop in front of the speaker and waited. 5 seconds later, a voice came through. Wendy's, may I take your order? The voice was cartoonish, high-pitched, sing-song, almost mocking a little girl. Before I could respond, the drive-thru window slid open. There was a middle-aged man in a red wig, his hair pulled messily into two pigtails that were greasy and ratty. The blue and white striped dress made from poor quality fabric clung to his sweaty body. His sagging chest was stuffed with bundles that looked like plastic bags. The white apron he was wearing had something on it that wasn't ketchup, and he smiled at us. Welcome to Wendy's. What do you want, fellas? He chirped. I instantly felt sick to my stomach. What the hell? Fig burst into laughter. Holy shit! It's Wendy herself! Hey, where are your freckles, lady? The man's smile never wavered. He leaned on the windowsill, resting his chin in both palms, batting his lashes. Oh, you are a naughty boy. His voice was syrupy and purring with a lisp. You keep talking like that and you'll make this girl blush. Fig continued to howl in laughter. Oh God, bro! What the hell is this? I shifted uncomfortably, gripping the steering wheel even tighter. Could you just order your food? I said, trying my best to ignore him. But Fig, bloody drunk Fig, leaned out the window slightly, slurring insults between giggles. Hold on. You ever kiss your dad dressed like that? Bet he loved it, huh? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. The smile didn't falter, but something shifted behind his gaze. The man's left eye twitched, like it was the calm before the storm. You think you're funny, don't you? You bad boy. I tried to be the rational one and screamed out orders sitting inside the car. The man let out a sinister smirk and then disappeared into the kitchen. His pigtails jauntily bounced when he turned. Dude, I can't breathe. That guy is insane. I was quiet, his look still fixated out the window. Something was off. The man had taken too well. 15 minutes later, he was back. The man leaned halfway out with our food. He had a little tremble in his arms, but his eyes were locked on Fig. Come on, naughty boy, he sang softly. Come get your treats. Still laughing, Fig and his still-warmed torso half popped out the window to grab the bag. That was when the man grabbed him. It happened unbelievably fast, and I didn't see it coming. One bony hand firmly clamped around Fig's outstretched wrist, the other thrust into his hair, pulling hard. Fig yelped, "What the hell? Hey!" But the man was strong, too strong. Fig's legs whipped and kicked. His sneakers had little traction on the leather seats. His arms pinwheeled helplessly. How about some kisses from this naughty girl? The man shrieked as he made a violent pucker with his lips. Fig screamed. The man's stinking breath rolled over him, a fetid cocktail of cigarettes, grease, and rotting teeth. The first kiss landed sloppily on Fig's cheek, the other on his forehead. Then he licked Fig's nose, leaving a trail of slime. You taste so sweet! His voice was babyish and breathy, sending chills down my spine. Oh, no! Fig thrashed violently, his face contorted with terror. I grabbed Fig's legs and started pulling him with all my strength, but the man's grip was inhuman. Fig's legs slipped farther out, his torso bent over the window frame. Let go of him, you freak! I roared, clawing at Fig's belt to keep him from being dragged out. But the man kept giggling, peppering Fig with wet, smacking kisses. Blood vessels popped in Fig's face from screaming. I let go, not of Fig, but of my fear. Fig, just hold on for a second, please! I threw open the car door and stumbled out into the rain. I could hear Fig screaming. Hurry up, he's gonna pull me in! His sneakers slipping on the slick pavement. His eyes darted around wildly. A traffic cone sitting at the edge of the driveway. Without thinking, I grabbed it. The plastic was slick and heavy, filled with sand at the base. I sprinted back to the car and swung. The first blow landed across the man's face, sending the man's wig flying. The second cracked against his jaw, making teeth clatter onto the ground, but he didn't let go. Fig was still hanging halfway out of the window, kicking and screaming. I screamed like an animal, swinging over and over. The foam cone struck the man's face. His cheeks split and the flesh peeled back. Blood sprayed out across the pavement, and at last, the man released Fig. He fell back into the car and scrambled frantically into the back seat. Go, go, go! He screamed, blood splattered across his face. I didn't look back. I threw the car in reverse and peeled out of the drive-thru. As we got away, Fig cried. He was shaking like a leaf. I hung onto the steering wheel like it was the only thing keeping me alive with white knuckles. Neither of us said anything. But just as we were getting clear of the parking lot, Fig glanced at the rearview mirror. The man stood at the window. Blood ran down his face, his dress, and his apron. His left eye was swollen shut, but he was smiling and waved. I was washing last night's dirty dishes and watching Reggie finish his bowl of cereal with his eyes fixated on his phone. Not once he looked back at me. It's been 4 years since Reggie and I tied the knot, and I could see the spark extinguishing already. What happened to us? What happened to my dear husband who couldn't stay a second without touching me? I know he's not having an affair because that's not Reggie. We had been high school sweethearts. Even my sister Camilla praises our bond occasionally. I often smiled in pride because I believed it too. Reggie is not a bad guy. He still cares for me a lot. On the days I get sick, he specially asks his secretary Jack to send me flowers and medicines. It just bothers me that earlier Reggie used to do all of that by himself.
How about you come home early tonight? I can fix us dinner. And maybe something more?
He laughed. It wasn't a romantic laugh, but rather a laugh that hinted I was being silly. You know, I can't, Diana. I have 3 meetings back to back. Let's do this some other time, okay? I watched him get up, grab his bag, and leave, giving me a goodbye smile. I exhaled and leaned back, thinking that I shouldn't have left my job to be a full-time wife. At least it would have kept me busy. Just then, my phone rang. It was my sister, Camilla.
Hello? Hello? Reggie just asked me out for dinner. What? April Fool's, Diana. Got you. Seriously, Camilla? Grow up. Come on, it's April 1st. Anyway, I'm going out on a date. Have fun. Ciao.
Camilla hung up and I succumbed to my daily old routine. At around 5 p.m., I was in the bathroom taking a hot shower when an idea came to my mind. Maybe I should do something to shake Reggie up a bit, something that'll make him just enough freaked out to show that he still loves me and worries for me. Right, I'm gonna leave him. Not literally, but I'm gonna fake it that I'm leaving him and I want a divorce. So I wrote a letter filled with lies about how unhappy I was and I'm leaving for a week to stay with my grandma. He will get the divorce papers soon. I packed my suitcase and hid it in the attic to make it more believable, and then I waited for Reggie to come back. The plan was simple. As soon as I hear our car pulling into the driveway, I'll run and hide in the bedroom closet. From there, I'll enjoy watching a tormented Reggie reading my letter, and when it feels I've punished him enough, I'll jump out screaming, "April Fools!" And then he might yell at me for pulling such a stupid prank, but we'll end up by making wild love. I ate takeouts for lunch and smartly threw away the packaging in the neighbor's trash can so Reggie believes I left in the morning only. At around 11 p.m., I heard a car horn. I hushed to myself.
Get ready, Diana. Time for action.
Reggie got in, locked the door, and called out for me. I could hear him yelling, "Diana? Why is the house in darkness?" I somehow controlled my laughter sitting in the closet. Reggie walked into our bedroom, his eyes searching for me. "Diana? Where are you?" He looked around for a bit. Then, just when I thought he might come and check the closet, he noticed the letter on the bed. Thank God. Otherwise, my entire plan would have flopped. He picked it up, gave it a read, and I watched the color drain from his face. "Sorry, Reg, but this is what you get for taking a wife like me for granted." I silently chuckled. Reggie sat down on the bed. He did look worried, though. At this point, I started feeling a little bad for him, but the fun had just begun, I thought. A few minutes later, he called someone up. "Hi, it's me. Diana left me. Yeah, we need to talk." Sitting inside the closet, I couldn't help but wonder why on earth did he call someone else instead of calling me? Who is this mystery caller? 15 minutes later, I heard another car pull into our driveway. Reggie rushed to the door and a muffled female voice came from our living room. Suddenly, Camilla walked into our bedroom, wrapping Reggie in his arms like a parasite. They were kissing like teenagers and fell over our bed, the bed which used to be only mine and Reggie's. The next couple of hours went like a nightmare. I watched them beaming with lust and heard them discussing how relieved they both were since I moved out of their way without any trouble. I was too stunned to move. My mind burnt in anger. My heart wept in betrayal. I knew I had to get my revenge. None of them deserved to be forgiven. So around 3 a.m. in the morning, when Camilla got up to pee, I secretly crawled out from the closet. She was washing her hands. I slowly got in and started choking her with one of Reggie's ties. I made sure to keep the tap running so her gagging screams could die down. It took some time, but it gave me a hell lot of relief. Can you believe this? This witch just mocked me in the morning, saying she was having an affair with my husband, and she actually was. How evil people can be. I left her lifeless body in the bathtub and got my suitcase from the attic. I'm on a bus to my grandma's house. She has dementia, so it'll be easy to build up my alibi. But I can't stop laughing, thinking how will Reggie react once he enters the bathroom. I wish I could be there to see it, only to scream from behind.
April Fools!
I should have taken the long way home. I knew that the moment I stepped onto that empty street, my breath fogging in the cold night air. The last bus was long gone, and my shift at the bar had stretched later than usual. It wasn't the first time I walked home alone, but tonight felt off. The air was thick with something I couldn't name, something watching. I shook off the paranoia and tugged my jacket closer. It was just the exhaustion talking. The street was quiet, only the hum of a distant car engine breaking the silence. But then, footsteps. Not mine, someone else's. I stopped, so did they. My stomach clenched. I swallowed hard and picked up the pace. The footsteps matched mine, step for step. I turned my head just slightly, heart hammering. No one was there, but I felt them. I knew I wasn't alone. Fumbling, I yanked out my phone and video called Emma. The ringing stretched unbearably long. Finally, she answered, voice thick with sleep.
Sophie? It's late. What's wrong? I think someone's following me.
I whispered. Emma was fully awake now.
Where are you?
I glanced around, searching for a street sign. My stomach dropped. The sign was gone. Panic slithered up my spine. I'd walked this route 100 times, but suddenly, nothing looked familiar. The houses loomed taller, their windows dark and hollow. The street stretched longer than it should. My chest tightened.
Sophie?
Emma's voice wavered. Then, her eyes widened.
Sophie?
She whispered, her voice shaking.
Who's behind you?
My blood ran ice cold. My breath turned shallow. I turned and saw him. A man stood in the middle of the street, perfectly still, too still. A hood covered his face, but something about the way his head was tilted, just a little too far, made bile rise in my throat. He wasn't just watching, he was studying me. Then, he moved. He ran, straight at me. I screamed and bolted. My legs burned, but I didn't stop, didn't think, just ran. I cut down an alley, heart hammering so hard it hurt. A dead end. No, 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 no. I whirled around. Silence. He was gone. Panting, I backed against a house, clutching my phone and shaking hands. No signal, no escape. A sound, a soft rustling, not in front of me, above. My breath seized. Slowly, I looked up. He was on the roof, staring down at me, motionless, soundless, just standing there. Terror gripped me. Every nerve in my body screamed to move, but I was frozen in place. His hood shifted slightly, as if he were tilting his head further, analyzing my fear. My breath hitched. Then, he lunged. I barely dodged. My feet stumbled over the pavement as I bolted for the main road. My heart pounded so violently I thought it might burst. My vision blurred with panic, but I couldn't stop. I turned a corner, wrong turn, another alley, another dead end. A low, distorted breath like static on a radio drifted behind me. I spun, my back pressed to the brick wall. The man was there, closer. The dim glow of a streetlight cast his silhouette, unnaturally tall, head still angled unnervingly far to the side. My fingers fumbled, dialing 911. No service. Why was there no service? A single step forward from him, then another. I gripped my phone like a lifeline, hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. My legs were bricks. I couldn't run again. He was too close, a voice, deep, distorted, a whisper that slithered into my ears. You shouldn't have taken the shortcut. My heart nearly stopped. My stomach twisted violently. He spoke. A car, headlights cut through the darkness. I turned my head, my voice catching in my throat. Without hesitation, I threw myself into the road, waving frantically. Brakes screeched. The car skidded to a halt. The driver's door flung open. Sophie? What the hell are you doing? Mr. Dawson, my neighbor. I didn't answer. I yanked open the door and dove inside.
Drive! Just drive!
I screamed. Mr. Dawson hesitated only a second before slamming his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, tires screeching against the pavement. I curled into the seat, trying to steady my breathing. My skin was cold, clammy. My heartbeat still pounded like a war drum in my ears. Mr. Dawson glanced at me. What the hell happened? I couldn't answer. My throat felt raw, my mind still spinning. My fingers gripped the fabric of my jeans like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. But then, as we passed under a street lamp, my stomach dropped. A shadow, standing at the edge of the woods, still watching. And then, he smiled. I squeezed my eyes shut. I never walked alone at night, ever again. As I grew increasingly anxious, curling my hair, my eyes darted to the clock. Cassie, my roomie, lay sprawled on the bed as she scrolled through the reels.
Okay, how well do you know him?
She asked with a frown. I rolled my eyes, assuming she's just jealous. The Uber was downstairs waiting for me. It took me 20 minutes to reach the date location, a cozy cafe next to the highway. Once I stepped in, I saw Ryan in his black attire at the only empty table amidst a sea of couples in the cafe. I smiled, admiring his punctuality, a real rarity these days.
Did I keep you waiting?
I asked, but now I felt seated. No, just 30 days, 20 hours, and 5 minutes. We laughed out loud together, and right then and there, I knew I was going to have fun with this date. Conversation flowed easily. We laughed, flirted, and fed each other bites from our dishes. I was certain that if he invited me over to his place after dinner, I'd probably say yes. At around 9:30, Ryan excused himself to the bathroom. As he walked away, his handkerchief fell from his pocket. I bent to pick it up to return it, but somehow it didn't feel right. It felt heavier than I expected. Curiosity gnawed at me, and I unfolded it. My breath hitched in my throat. There was a shiny, sharp scalpel wrapped in it. Dried blood was still stuck to the blade. My body went right into the shutdown mode. Suddenly, Cassie's worries echoed in my mind. I must get out of here soon. Before Ryan could come back, I forced my face into a neutral expression. I slipped the handkerchief into my purse and steadied my hands. Ryan returned with a smile on his handsome face that didn't feel handsome anymore. All okay? He asked, scanning me. I nodded, forcing a smile.
Yeah, just checking my phone.
I pretended to eat, desperate not to raise suspicion. How about we go to my place for a couple of drinks? He suggested.
Oh, actually, my roommate just called. She's sick. I'm sorry, but we have to call it a night.
Ryan's expression shifted. His eyes darkened. Slowly, he picked up the fork from my plate. I noticed how he gripped it like a knife. Then, out of nowhere, he flattened his free hand against the table and began playing five-finger fillet. He was stabbing the fork between his fingers at an alarming speed. With every stab, his face turned scarier, nostrils flaring. The cafe's noise blurred into the background as I honed in on his rapid, erratic movements. The sound of metal against wood matched the racing rhythm of my heart.
Ryan?
My voice was barely above a whisper.
What are you doing?
He didn't answer. The fork struck faster. Stop, stop, stop.
Ryan, stop it! It's not funny!
His breathing grew heavier. Then, suddenly, his bloodshot eyes locked onto mine. A muscle in his face twitched. His pupils were dilated, wild. Still maintaining eye contact, he continued stabbing with inhuman precision. The tension coiled inside me, suffocating. I couldn't watch it anymore. It felt like any point he will stab his hand, resulting into a bloody mess.
If you don't stop, I'm going to scream!
I warned. He froze. A bead of blood pooled at the tip of his index finger. Yet, he didn't even flinch. His lips curled into a chilling smirk. I thought we'd get to spend more time tonight, he murmured. I swallowed hard.
Well, we'll have to do that some other time.
Ryan glanced around, realizing people at a nearby table were watching. He slipped the fork back onto the plate and sucked the blood from his finger. Then he gestured for the check. I wanted to offer to pay my half, but I couldn't bring myself to speak to him. 5 minutes later, we stepped outside. I muttered a quick goodbye and turned to leave, but before I could take a step, Ryan grabbed my wrist and yanked me toward him. Any other time, it would have been a scene from a romantic movie, but now it sent shiver through my veins. I thought you liked me, Laura, he said in an eerily soft voice.
Of course I do.
I forced out, trying my best not to challenge him to go more psycho. His grip tightened, my pulse hammered.
How about I call you tomorrow, huh?
He didn't reply, just stood there, breathing heavily, his eyes wild and unblinking. His grasp was unrelenting, as if he was debating something in his head. Then, without warning, he shoved me. He pushed me so hard that I lost control. I stumbled, barely catching myself before crashing onto the pavement. My knees scraped against the concrete. Searing pain shot through my legs. Blood seeped through my torn jeans. And then, he spat on me. Yes, he spat on me like I was some ugly sewage rat he's no longer interested in trapping. In a low, venomous whisper, he said something I'll never forget. When they find you, if they find you, you'll be unrecognizable. Best of luck, Laura. He turned around and went away. I saw him walking away, still frozen in place, my body trembling with my heart pounding so hard it hurt. One of the cafe workers who was taking out the trash saw me hunched up on the pavement and hurried over to me. He made a call to 911. The police drove me home, and I told them every little detail I could remember about Ryan, only to find out his Tinder account had been deleted. No one was able to track him down. Cassie and I went into a new apartment. I carry a taser and a can of mace for just in case. It's been a month to this first date, but I still get anxious around strangers. My trust issues are sky high, and I feel like locking myself in a room and never come out. My feet were killing me. 6 hours into my late-night shift at Wendy's, I swear I could feel each bone grinding against the next. Nobody was around, except the usual handful of night owls. So I kicked off my sneakers under the counter. Sweet relief. That's when he walked in. Stringy hair that looked like it hadn't seen shampoo in weeks. His skin was so pale that it was almost translucent under the fluorescent lights. But it wasn't until I asked for his order that I realized he was a weirdo. His eyes never met mine. Instead, they were fixed somewhere below the counter. When I shifted my weight, his gaze followed the movement of my feet.
Sir, can I take your order?
I called out loudly. He blinked slowly, like someone waking from a trance. I need more time. My skin crawled as I walked away. Everything about him made my stomach knot up. Still, I busied myself wiping down the already clean coffee station, stealing glances at him. That's when I caught it, the slight movement of his arm, his phone angled under the counter. He was taking pictures of my feet. I quickly tucked them out of sight, heart hammering against my ribs. Should I confront him? Or maybe call my manager? I'd dealt with creeps before, but then he ordered, and I told myself it'd be over soon. As I set down his tray, he accidentally dropped his keys and brushed my ankle with cold, clammy fingers. "I like your shoes," he said, eyes still fixed on my feet. "The way they hug your arches, perfect fit." I yanked my foot away.
Thanks.
I muttered, wanting to be anywhere else. Throughout his meal, I felt his gaze on me. When I dropped a fork, he practically dove to retrieve it, his fingertips deliberately grazing the top of my foot. I couldn't suppress the shudder that ran through me. When he finally left, he handed me a 20 for a $5 meal. "Keep it all," he whispered, leaning in close enough that I could smell the sourness on his breath. I thought it was over, but it wasn't until I was counting my tips that I found his note tucked between the bills. "Can't stop thinking about your perfect feet. I'll be seeing them soon." The whole drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror. Nothing. Maybe I was overreacting. By the time I stepped into my apartment, exhaustion had replaced fear. I took a long shower before sinking onto my couch. That's when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Do they hurt? Let me rub them for you." My blood turned to ice. I dropped the phone and frantically checked my windows. They were all locked. I pulled down all the blinds and tried to calm my racing heart. Just some creep who had somehow gotten my number. I blocked him, and nothing happened for the next hour. Just as I was falling asleep, I heard it. A soft, scratching noise under my bed. My throat closed up. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, straining to hear. Nothing. Complete silence. Slowly, I leaned over, phone clutched in my hand like a weapon, and peeked under the bed. Empty. I let out a shaky breath, just my imagination. But when I turned back toward the window, my heart stopped. There he was, standing outside, barefoot on my second-floor balcony. He pressed his face against the glass, eyes wide and unblinking. In his hands were my sneakers, the ones I'd been wearing at work, the ones I'd left under the counter. His tongue dragged slowly across the sole, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. I screamed, stumbling backward and knocking over my bedside lamp. By the time my eyes adjusted to the darkness, he had vanished. Then I heard it, the gentle creak of my back door opening. "You shouldn't have worn them tonight." His voice drifted from the hallway, soft and trembling with excitement. "You're gonna give them to me, Moira, and I'll take the feet too." I grabbed the ceramic vase from my nightstand and hurled it into the darkness. The satisfying crack of it connecting with flesh gave me just enough time to bolt for the front door, but he was faster than he looked. His hand closed around my ankle, yanking me to the floor. My chin cracked against the hardwood. "So beautiful," he moaned, his fingers trailing up my calf. "I've been watching them all night." I kicked wildly, my heel connecting with his face. The crunch of cartilage was sickening but satisfying. He howled, clutching his nose as blood poured between his fingers. I scrambled out the window, my bare feet slipping on the fire escape. Pain shot through my heel as something sharp sliced through it, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I could hear him behind me, breathing hard, his footsteps unnervingly quiet, like he was floating rather than running. The alley behind my apartment was a dead end. Trapped, I spun around to face him, blood dripping between my toes. "You're mine now," he whispered, lunging at me. My fingers closed around a broken bottle on the ground. As he grabbed my ankle, I plunged the jagged glass into his cheek. He screamed. I drove it deeper, twisting until he finally let go. I staggered back, watching him writhe on the ground, clutching his face. His eyes never left my feet. Then, Headlights flooded the alley. It was my neighbor, Officer Reed's cruiser. "Moira, are you hurt?" I couldn't speak, could barely breathe. I just pointed at the man on the ground, who was still staring at my bloody feet with a look of sick adoration. Later, after they'd taken him away, after they'd searched his apartment and found all those shoes, all those toe tags, souvenirs he'd called them, I sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. "You're safe now," Officer Reed said gently. But I couldn't stop staring at my feet, couldn't stop the trembling. The cameras they'd found at Wendy's showed he'd been watching me for weeks, recording every shift, every movement. I ain't wearing open-toed shoes ever again. The air was thick with the scent of freshly cut grass and rain-soaked pavement as I walked home from my basketball practice. Sweat clung to the back of my neck and my legs ached from sprint drills. My hoodie was damp, sticking to my back. I was tired, but the shortcut through Willow Park would get me home faster. As I cut through the narrow path, I heard it, the familiar jingle, faint but recognizable, an ice cream truck. The melody floated through the humid evening air, but something was off. The music sounded sluggish, distorted, almost broken. I wiped the sweat from my brow and glanced toward the road. The pale blue truck rolled into view, its headlights cutting through the dusk. The once cheerful jingle dragged unnaturally, warping into an eerie off-key tune. I slowed my pace. "Weird," I mumbled, glancing at the empty park. No one was around, just me and the truck. It pulled over, and the driver leaned out of the window. He was thin, with unkempt hair and sunken eyes. His face was gaunt, and his smile too wide, too toothy. "You look like you could use a cold one, bud," he said, his voice gravelly and cracked. I stopped. There was something off about his smile. It looked as if it was stretching and shrinking. I felt nauseous. No thanks," I said, while fighting off a smile. But then I turned to begin walking away, my heart beginning to beat faster and faster. "Come on, kid, it's on the house. I disagree." I gulped. I stole a glance back over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there, staring at me and not blinking. I started walking faster. Just then, the truck stepped it up again, and I heard the tires screech on the asphalt. I turned around again, and sure enough, the truck was creeping towards me. Nope. I began jogging, my feet clapping against the pavement and my breathing getting heavier. The jingle played again, slower this time, a complacent, provoking jingle. I turned on Maplewood Street, a shortcut to my house, but before I reached the intersections, the truck was already parked there, conveniently blocking me from escaping. I froze. The driver leaned halfway out of the window, his face drenched in shadows, eyes glinting in the dim light. "I said, it's on the house." His voice was lower now, guttural and threatening. My throat tightened. I turned and ran like hell. My legs burned as I sprinted, but I didn't dare slow down. I cut through the park again, hopping over a bench and pushing through overgrown bushes. The truck barreled onto the sidewalk, tires screaming, nearly clipping me. I stumbled onto Willow Lane, a deserted residential block. The street was eerily empty. No cars, no porch lights, no people. My chest heaved as I pounded on the nearest door, fists slamming against the wood. "Help me, please!" Nothing. I ran to the next house. No answer. I turned around and the ice cream truck crept closer, headlights illuminating the entire street. The driver stepped out. His boots splashed into a shallow puddle and he stared at me with that same toothy grin, too wide, too forced. "Nobody's home, huh?" he cooed, tilting his head. "That's perfect." I stumbled backward, my hands trembling, but the man advanced slowly, like he was enjoying it. My back hit a chain-link fence at the end of the street. I glanced left and right. No way out. My heart pounded in my ears. The man whistled sharply, making me flinch. "You sure can run, kid, but you can't run forever." He grinned broadly, his lips stretching back in a nasty way. It was then that I saw them, his teeth, decayed, broken, black at the gums. I gagged, and then he grasped his jaw and ripped out a tooth. Pop! Blood poured from his gums and dribbled down his chin. I stood frozen, paralyzed, watching as he ripped out another, and then another. He threw the jagged, rotten teeth on the road as if they were candy. Pop, pop, pop. His fingers slicked with blood, and he smiled even wider, revealing gaping, bloody holes. He reached out, his bloodied hand, and wiggled one of the teeth between his fingers.
You like sweets, huh? Want one of mine?
I was backing up, my stomach churning like I would throw up, but he was quick, instantly taking steps to close the distance, running his sticky, blood-slick fingers on my hair.
Such pretty hair. Soft.
I snapped. I swatted his hand away, gasping in disgust. I ran down the street, sprinting as quick as my legs could move. My lungs burned, and I did not stop. The man didn't walk after me. No, he jumped in his truck. The engine roared and the tires squealed while bright headlights illuminated the alley as I made my way through a narrow opening into the next yard. My shadow was stretched as long as my movement was across a crude, unfinished brick wall. The truck tires squealed as it sped after me. I ran and dove quickly through a closed chain-link fence into a dirt-covered yard. The jagged metal sliced my arm, and I felt warm blood soaking my sleeve while I suppressed a scream. I hit the ground hard in a dusty, overgrown, unruly backyard. The weeds brushed against my trembling legs while I crouched as low as I could to conceal my body. Bleeding arm clutched tightly against my side, trying to muffle shaky breaths. The ice cream truck skidded to a stop, a breath behind me, and the warped skeleton jingle echoed through the empty blocks, rhythmic in its broken, offbeat, out-of-tune formation, a dying music box. I squeezed my eyes shut and felt my fingers string against the raw, flesh separation of flesh underneath in the palm of my arm. The headlights remained on, washing the narrow alley and wall, illuminating my faint shadow against the rusted dumpster. For a moment, I swore I saw the driver's silhouette, unmoving, watching me through the blinding light. But then, the truck slowly backed away. Its tires crunched over loose gravel, the jingle distorting further, fading into the distance. I exhaled sharply, my limbs trembling, unsure whether I had truly escaped or if he was just simply toying with me. But then, I got sure that he's gone, and I'm not sure if it's forever. Hi, I'm Ed. My best friend Nate invited us to his 16th birthday party. The party was happening at his dad's luxurious farmhouse. Being the richest kid in school, Nate was the star of high school. Even though he had everything, he lacked one thing for sure. It was manners. He never hesitated for a second before insulting someone. The next day at the party, I was enjoying free booze and snacks when Nate came up to me. We were joking around when a short, thin-built waiter came to us with mocktails. We both grabbed one each. I watched him taking just one sip, and then he smashed the glass on the floor. Everyone stopped and turned their heads at us. The waiter was shocked and nervous. "Is that not to your liking, sir?" Nate spat on him, yelling, "You call this a drink? I said to add chia seeds and mint! Bloody moron can't even do a job well!" The drinks were fine, to be honest, but it's Nate. Creating a scene is his hobby. The waiter cleaned the floor and left to get Nate's drink. Half an hour later, he came back with exactly what Nate asked for. Nate again took a sip of it, and this time he splashed it on the poor waiter. He even laughed at this cruel amusement. Everyone else laughed with him too. I stood on the side, feeling really bad for the guy. The waiter wiped his face and asked, "Why did you do that?" Nate grabbed him by the collar and muttered, "Because my daddy paid for your uniform. Now get lost!" The waiter stood there for a minute, staring at Nate with bloodshot eyes. I could tell something snapped in him, but he didn't give any reaction. Left quietly like the first time. Nate went back to partying. We had cake and everyone started to leave one by one. I was thinking to go home as well because I was pissed off at him too. I decided I'll avoid him from now on because having money doesn't give you the right to treat people like crap. Seeing me get up to leave, Nate said, "Oh, come now, you have to stay here tonight. Gina and Priya's staying back too." He smirked as he knew I had a crush on Priya. I saw Priya coming out of the changing room in her pink swimsuit, and I thought, well, I did decide to ignore Nate from tomorrow. It was around midnight, and just the four of us were hanging in the pool. I was enjoying myself when my eyes caught something behind a bush. That same waiter was crouched down behind a bush and watching us. He watched us for a minute straight, then vanished into the darkness. I was thinking of telling Nate about this, but by the time Nate and Gina had started to play the holding breath underwater game. Gina stayed for a few seconds, then came out, gasping. Priya laughed and cheered. I refused to play because all I could think about was, where did that waiter go? I watched Nate counting to 5 and then diving underwater. 5 seconds went by. 10 seconds went by. 30 seconds went by, but Nate still didn't come up. Now, when a minute went by and Nate still didn't show, we all got very worried. Suddenly, the water in the pool started to move, like it was put into draining mode. I watched Gina dipping into the pool and then resurfacing with a blood-curdling scream.
Oh God! He's stuck! He's drowning!
I dived in and saw a horrible sight. Nate was pinned to the drain by its powerful suction. He was screaming, but only air bubbles came out of his mouth. His hands were desperately searching for something to hold, but he could barely move his upper body. Seeing me, his eyes widened more in hope. I came up screaming, "Everyone get out of this pool! Call the security!" and went back in to save Nate. I grabbed his hand and started to pull. But the force of the suction was relentless. Nate's eyes were wide with terror, pleading with me. His fingers clawed at mine, slipping slightly with every desperate tug. The water around us churned violently, creating a current that made it nearly impossible to stay steady. I kicked my legs with all my strength, trying to create momentum, but it was like fighting against a steel grip. I surfaced briefly, gasping for air. Gina was sobbing hysterically, and Priya was frantically shouting for help. 2 men in security uniforms came running toward the pool, one of them already pulling out a rescue hook. Without wasting another second, I dived back down. Nate's movements were getting weaker. His eyes, once wide with panic, were now starting to flutter. His face was turning pale, his lips tinged with blue. I hooked my arms under his and pushed against the pool floor with all my strength. Just as my lungs screamed for air, the security guard yanked Nate's legs with the hook, and with one final heave, we freed him from the drain's grip. We burst to the surface, both of us coughing and gasping. Nate clung to me weakly, his chest heaving, but he made it out alive. We were carried out of the pool by the security. Nate was rushed to the hospital for breathing troubles. I too spent the night at the hospital with him. When Nate's father asked the security about the draining process starting up on its own, no one could come up with a possible explanation. But I knew it was the waiter, yet I stayed quiet about it. After that incident, Nate became one of my best friends. He helped me get into an Ivy League college, and his father paid for my fees. They told my parents that I saved Nate, so it's very little what they're doing for me. The waiter still works at Nate's father's estate. No one seemed to have a clue about what he did. I was enjoying the free booze standing near the bar counter. This was the 3rd office party in the last 6 months. These are the only days I don't regret working for my boss. All my co-workers were grooving at the dance floor. The party was in full swing when I spotted this woman standing alone in the corner. She was gorgeous, tall, elegant, maybe a little older than me. Yet something was off. People kept their distance from her. When she approached a group, they'd stiffen, make excuses, and scatter away. It wasn't normal. It wasn't right. I watched her exhale with a sad face, then going to the rooftop balcony. I felt bad for her, so I grabbed 2 drinks and went to her. "You don't seem like the party type." She turned, a slow smile spreading across her lips.
Neither do you.
We hit it off right away. She was charming and funny, but there was something about her glare that made me think she could see inside of me. About an hour later, I asked if she would like to come over for a drink. Her eyes lit up.
I would love to.
My apartment was small but cozy. Julia made herself at home in no time. She kicked off her heels and threw herself onto my couch, as if she'd lived here for years. I poured the wine and we sat next to her.
So, is this our first date?
She asked, smirking over the rim of her glass. I laughed, feeling a little shy. Would it be wrong if it was? She leaned in.
Not at all.
It was perfect, until my phone rang. It was my sister. I answered casually. Hey. Yeah, just with a friend. Nothing serious. The moment I hung up, the air changed. Julia wasn't smiling anymore. She was staring at me, her wine glass clutched tightly in her fingers.
Who was that?
My sister. I frowned. She checks up on me a lot. Her voice was eerily calm.
So I'm just a friend, huh?
I chuckled nervously. I mean, we just met. Her grip on the glass tightened.
But you just said it's our first date. Why did you lie then?
What? Her breathing turned erratic.
You men are all the same. You use words like friend to keep us at a distance. Like I don't matter, like I'm disposable.
I stood up, suddenly uneasy. Julia, what are you talking about? Her eyes darkened.
My ex said the same thing. Before I burned his lying mouth shut.
I stared at her. Excuse me? She giggled. High, sharp, wrong.
You know, I was in a mental institution for a whole year after that incident. They let me out last month, said I was stable now. But I know a liar when I see one, Boris.
My stomach turned to ice. I moved toward the door. I think you should leave. Julia tilted her head, her smile too wide, too forced.
Why?
I swallowed hard, because this is getting weird. Her eyes gleamed.
You're scared of me, aren't you?
I didn't answer. She stood, slowly grinning.
You should be.
I got up because a red alarm had already started to go off in my mind. I rushed to the door. Suddenly, Julia lunged, shoving me back with unnatural strength. I slammed against the wall, hitting my head. Ugh! Yet I crawled quickly to the kitchen to get a knife. She laughed like a maniac while following behind. Her voice growled as she asked, flaunting her wide, creepy eyes.
Why are you making this difficult for us?
I was panting and shivering. Clutching the knife, I turned back to her. Stay back, Julia, or I'll use this! She smiled.
That's funny. He tried that too.
She jumped at clawing her hands like an apex predator. Her nails were sharp like razor blades. I swung the knife at her, but she was faster. She grabbed my wrist, dug her nails so deep into my skin that blood dripped onto my kitchen floor. My grip loosened, and I dropped the knife, screaming in pain. She pinned me against the counter, her breath hot against my face.
You don't want me anymore, do you?
Her teeth gritted as she spoke, her eyes burning with hatred. I pushed her away with all my strength. She stumbled back but didn't stop. She grabbed the fallen knife and charged. I barely caught her wrist in time. My muscles burned as I pulled all my strength in stopping her from stabbing me in the eye. I could see the tip of the knife shining inches away from my eyeball. She was breathing and growling, trying her best to make me blind forever. I was resisting hard. Are you out of your mind? She still kept pushing. I could feel my body giving up to her madness. I was losing. How do I get out of this? I'm no karate kid. When the tip of the knife was just a second away from slashing my eyeball like cake, I slammed my forehead into her face. A crunching noise followed by her shrill scream took place. I broke her nose. I didn't wait. I grabbed the closest thing, the wine bottle on the kitchen countertop, and smashed it against her temple. She crumpled to the floor, motionless. My heart pounded. I grabbed my keys, bolted out of the apartment, and ran. Hours later, I came back with the cops. I even called a few of co-workers because by then I guessed why everyone was avoiding her at the party. They all spoke in my behalf. My apartment was searched, but Julia was gone. The cops called, investigated on her, and found the address of the mental institution. They told how she was the most violent patient under their care, but last few months she changed drastically, which is why they thought she has recovered. I'm stunned how good she was in faking normalcy. I've shifted somewhere else. The cops are still looking for her. I just pray they catch her before she ends up at my doorstep again. On a Tuesday evening, I was standing in my manager's office adhering to his insults for 15 minutes straight. My head was down, trying my best not to cry while he kept on screaming at me in front of all the other employees. Look, Gina, I have a company to run here, and being a secretary demands a lot.
But sir, my mom has cancer and I'm her only child. I promise from next week.
Save your sob story for someone else, cause there will be no next week. You're fired! I was putting my things in a box while wiping my tears when Lydia tapped my shoulder softly. Turning back, I could see empathy on her face. She wiped my tears and said in a low voice,
Ignore Mr. Turner. I'm also quitting next week.
My eyebrows frowned at hearing this. Lydia was doing good, so I couldn't think of a single reason why she would want to leave this job.
I know you're confused, but I found a better source of income. Like what?
Lydia grabbed her bag and I grabbed my box. We both stepped inside the elevator. I was watching Lydia while she watched the floor numbers change. When we stepped out at the parking lot in the basement, she walked me to my old car and said,
I've started an OnlyFans. It pays better, I can choose my hours, and also I don't have to get up every day to leave for work.
My eyes widened because a girl like Lydia doing OnlyFans was something very unexpected for me.
But what about your dignity? Aren't you disgusted by the creeps out there?
I gasped.
Oh, come on, Gina. Even Mr. Turner had touched me inappropriately several times. At least on OnlyFans, the creeps will only get to see me.
Lydia winked and walked away. The clanging sound of her Louis Vuitton heels reverberated in the empty parking lot. The entire drive home, all I could think about was how I pay for Mom's meds and hospital visits next month. Should I consider what Lydia said? The next 2 nights, I could barely sleep. I laid down on the couch for hours, thinking how ends would meet. If I take a new job, my issues will remain the same. It'll be difficult to do an on-site job while taking care of my mom at home. Remote workers are hard to find, and landing a suitable job might take months. Damn, looks like I'm actually going to do it. By the end of the week, I've created an account on OnlyFans. I've also taken advice from Lydia on how to prep my room like a dorm of forbidden pleasure to attract more followers. Pink neon lights, wind chimes, and some explicit posters made the room more appealing to the perverts out there. Every night after dinner, I would dress up in attractive clothes, putting on a lot of makeup and a pink wig. Lydia said it's important to transform your real look to mask your true identity, so I looked as different as possible every time. Things got easy after a point. I was stunned by how insane amount of money these people were ready to pay just for a couple of pictures of my feet. 3 months went like a dream. Money was rolling, and I was finally able to put my mom in a care home where her treatments were done by the best team of doctors. I even renovated our old house and bought designer clothes and a handbag. So far, so good, right? Then came the stormy Friday night from last week. I had just earned $200 after sending pictures of my face with my tongue out when I got a new follower by the name of Matthew_the_mamas_boy. I accepted his request like everyone else. He began showering me with praises on how beautiful I am, blah blah blah, and then he asked me the same old question. Can you do something for me? I replied,
Sure, but it won't be for free.
He texted back, saying, I'll pay $500. I smiled and agreed. He asked me to record a video of him singing the common lullaby, You're My Sunshine. Trust me, I've seen weirder dudes than him, so I did it. $500 got credited to me right after I sent the video. I was happy, and I guess he was too. 5 minutes later, he asked,
Can you pose like a mother feeding her newborn baby? You can use a doll for the baby.
My face contorted in disgust. God, how creepy can this guy be? But again, he promised to pay $800 this time, and I need the money. I grabbed a doll from my childhood toys and did what he asked. 2 minutes later, $800 got credited. I stretched my hands, feeling the neck pain, and thought I should call it a day. It was 2 a.m. already. I posted goodnight to my followers and was about to log off when Matthew, the mama's boy, texted again.
I want you to make out with the doll while talking my name, but don't just say Matthew. Say, "Oh, my son Matthew."
And that was the end of it. I was so grossed out by his demands that I didn't care if I was rude or lost a loaded follower. I refused to entertain his sick fantasies and logged off without waiting for his reply. I had bad dreams that night and woke up early the next morning. At around 5 a.m., I was cooking breakfast in the kitchen when my doorbell rang. I opened the door and found a small box on my porch. I scanned my neighborhood, which was still empty with the beaming lights of the rising sun, and saw no one close by. As I opened the box, I jumped 2 steps back, dropping it on the ground. Inside, that box lay a new doll smeared in thick red liquid, which I would like to believe is animal blood. It's been 3 days. I'm staying at the care home with my mom. I'm too afraid to go back to my house. I can't report this to the cops because then people will know I do OnlyFans for money. I still don't get how Matthew found me, and why he's so obsessed with his mother. What should I do now? The pool is quiet under the pale moonlight as the water ripples softly with the night breeze moving through the empty chairs. I check the clock on the wall and see that it's 10:45 p.m. Another shift has ended. I grab my backpack, sling it over my shoulder, and flick off the lights. The water turns dark and still. I lock the front gate and start heading home, with the crunch of gravel under my sneakers being the only sound. Halfway down the road, my chest tightens when I realize, damn it, I left my phone behind. I spin around and jog back, with my breath hanging in the cold night air. By the time I reach the gate, my pulse has slowed, but something feels off. The place feels heavier, as if I'm not supposed to be here. I unlock the gate and step inside. The overhead lights buzz softly as I flick them back on. The pool shimmers under the lights, but something about it feels wrong. As I head toward the lifeguard station, I hear something coming from the locker rooms. It sounds like a muffled and distant thud. I freeze for a moment, my heart pounding. I slowly move toward the sound. Another noise follows, something heavy being dragged. My stomach drops. I ease the women's locker room door open. I see her. Jess is lying face down on the wet tile, completely still. I feel like I can't breathe. My body wants to run, but my feet stay planted. I glance toward the back of the locker room, where the storage room door is slightly open. My heart drops when I see him step out, dragging a large bag behind him. I panic and duck into an open locker, trying not to breathe too loudly. My hands are shaking so badly that I can barely keep them over my mouth. Through the slats, I see him wearing dark clothes with his sleeves rolled up. He's calm as he ties Jess's body with a thick rope, moving as if he had done this before. My chest is burning, but I do not dare make a sound. He struggles to get her into the sack while I watch, frozen. My phone suddenly rings, loud and piercing. I fumble for it, my heart slamming in my chest. I manage to shut it off, but it's too late. His head snaps toward the row of lockers. He grabs a long, thin blade from his belt. My blood runs cold as he starts walking.
I know you're in here,
he says in a low voice. My heart is pounding so loudly that I swear he can hear it. I bite down on my knuckle, trying not to breathe. The blade taps against the first locker, then the next. Each metallic clang feels like it is pounding in my chest. He keeps getting closer, moving methodically from one locker to the next. When he taps the locker right next to mine, my muscles are so tight they hurt. His shadow shifts as the metal door in front of me starts to move. I shove the door with everything I have, slamming it into his face with a sickening crack. He stumbles back, clutching his nose with blood dripping down his arm. I bolt immediately, hearing his footsteps pounding against the tile behind me. I burst into the hallway with my sneakers squealing on the wet floor. The pool deck stretches out ahead of me, wide open with no cover. My lungs are on fire, but I can hear him getting closer. I grab a metal pool skimmer off the wall and turn just as he reaches me. I swing as hard as I can, and the pole connects with his ribs. He grunts and falls to one knee. I do not wait. I sprint for the exit, my heart pounding so loudly that it fills my head. I almost make it, but his hand catches the back of my shirt. I crash to the ground, pain shooting through my side. I roll over just in time to see the blade glinting in the light. Desperate, I kick out, hitting him in the knee. He stumbles, giving me just enough time to scramble to my feet and run toward the storage area. I duck into the shadows, chest heaving and mind racing. He's coming, slow and steady.
You're not getting out of here,
he says.
You saw too much.
I spot a fire extinguisher on the wall. My hands are shaking as I grab it. As soon as he comes around the corner, I squeeze the lever. Foam blasts into his face. He howls, stumbling back and clawing at his eyes. Without thinking, I swing the extinguisher as hard as I can. It cracks against his head, and he drops to the floor. I back away, gasping for air. My phone is in my hands before I even realize it. I dial 911 with my fingers shaking so badly that I almost drop it. The cops show up in minutes. They cuff him while he's still bleeding, but he just stares at me with cold and empty eyes. They wheel Jess out in a body bag. I sit on the curb with my head in my hands, trying not to throw up. The next morning, the news is everywhere. Ex-boyfriend arrested for brutal pool murder. The anchor keeps talking. Police report the suspect, identified as Kyle Madsen, had a restraining order filed by the victim last month. Surveillance footage shows him hiding in the locker room and calling the victim repeatedly to lure her inside before attacking. I close my eyes. I can still hear the locker door slamming, the footsteps chasing me, and my breath, ragged and desperate. I know I will never forget it.
As an entrepreneur, my days were often chaotic and nonstop. By the time I locked up my laptop each evening, my brain felt like it had run a marathon. The one thing I valued more than anything was my quiet nights at home. My place in Phoenix wasn't extravagant, but it was mine. A 2-story house in a suburban neighborhood that felt secure and predictable. Until that October night, I had no reason to question that. It was a Thursday, the kind of evening where you sink into the couch, finally letting the silence wash over you. I'd finished a long day filled with client meetings and emails, and I was looking forward to nothing more than binge-watching my favorite show with a glass of wine. The house was quiet, the kind of stillness you only appreciate when you're truly alone. I didn't realize how fragile that peace was. At around midnight, just as I was considering heading upstairs to bed, my phone buzzed. It wasn't a call or text, but a notification from my home security app. Backdoor alarm triggered. My first thought was that it had to be a false alarm. These systems were notoriously finicky, and it wasn't the first time it had gone off for no apparent reason. I opened the app, saw the alert, and without much thought, deactivated the alarm. Probably a bird or something, I muttered, convincing myself it was nothing. I climbed into bed, the sound of the air conditioner lulling me into a light doze. But then I heard a muffled thud. My eyes snapped open. At first, I thought it might have been the wind knocking something over outside. Phoenix wasn't known for wild storms, but gusts weren't uncommon this time of year. Holding my breath, I focused hard to listen beyond the sound of the AC. Then came another sound. This one wasn't vague or easy to dismiss. It was like the scrape of something heavy being dragged across the wooden floor downstairs. My chest tightened as a dozen rational explanations ran through my head, each one less convincing than the last. I slid out of bed and quietly locked the door to my bedroom. My mind raced through what to do next. I'd taken precautions. Every door and window had sensors. My phone was connected to the security system, and I even kept a firearm in the bedside drawer. But none of that felt particularly comforting now. The idea of someone being in the house felt like a violation I wasn't prepared for. Another noise, this time sharper, like a chair being knocked over. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I whispered my address to the dispatcher and explained what I'd heard. They assured me officers were on their way. I added, "Please tell them not to use lights or sirens. If someone's inside, they'll hear it." The dispatcher's calm tone was both reassuring and surreal. She stayed on the line as I retrieved the gun from the drawer and positioned myself in the furthest corner of the room, the phone balanced on my knee. Every second felt like an hour. The creaks and groans of the house had taken on a sinister edge, as if the walls themselves were conspiring against me. I heard faint footsteps on the stairs. My grip on the gun tightened as adrenaline surged through my veins. Whoever it was wasn't rushing, they were taking their time. I could barely breathe as I listened, my mind conjuring images of who could be on the other side of the door. Was it one person? More? Suddenly the footsteps stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that's louder than any noise. Then a quiet knock on the bedroom door. Not forceful, just a soft knock. My hand trembled as I aimed the gun at the door, willing myself not to panic. The dispatcher's voice was still in my ear, steady and grounding. "Officers are almost there," she said. A minute later, I heard movement outside. The sound of car doors opening and closing, followed by muffled voices. The police were here. Relief flooded me. There was a commotion downstairs. Shouts, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor, and then silence again. Finally, a voice called out, "Phoenix PD, it's safe to come out." I opened the door cautiously, gun still in hand, and stepped into the hallway. An officer met me at the top of the stairs, his expression serious but calm. "We've got them," he said. "2 men. They were downstairs when we came in." My knees nearly buckled as I followed him to the living room. 2 men sat handcuffed on the floor, their faces grim. One of the officers explained that they'd entered through the back door, which they'd managed to unlock somehow. They said they thought no one was home because there wasn't a car in the driveway, the officer added. Then it hit me. I'd lent my car to my brother earlier that week while his was in the shop. To these men, an empty driveway meant an empty house. The police searched the house and found a crowbar and zip ties in the men's bag. One officer pulled me aside and said, "You did everything right, locking yourself in the room, calling us. That probably saved you tonight."
First of all, let me say this is not an indictment of OnlyFans. If someone wants to profit from sharing pictures of themselves or their body, that's totally their right, and I respect that. I'm not casting judgments on anyone who chooses to do so. But let me be clear. OnlyFans just about ruined my life, and I've never even set up a profile. It all kicked off not long after I broke up with a guy I'd been dating for about 3 to 4 months. As a single mom, it's way harder to get dates than I'd like it to be, but at the same time, I totally understand why someone wouldn't want to raise a child that isn't theirs. I mean, I wish more guys would be open to it. It's not like I'd never have a kid with them too, but it's just a sad fact that it puts guys off when you've got a child from a prior relationship. So you can imagine how excited I was when I met Richard. It's not his real name, but I'd rather not attract his attention, thank you very much. Having a 6-year-old son didn't seem to bother him in the least bit, and he even asked a lot of questions about him. I found the whole thing so refreshing and mature that by the time Richard asked me out, I just about bit his arm off accepting the invite. But then the first red flag appeared when he started making comments about my son, calling him Daddy. That wasn't the red flag in and of itself, it was more his reactions when I told him, no, my son has a dad and I don't want him confused as he grows up. Richard didn't seem to respect that position whatsoever and actually said some quite personal things regarding my tastes in men, as well as the integrity of my son's father. It's a complicated situation, I'll concede that, but Richard's take on the whole thing was frankly disgusting and misogynistic. But given that it was a very unusual setup, I didn't want to give up on him so quickly, not since guys like him seem to be so hard to come by. But then, after 2 months of clashing, not often, I should add, I had to face the music and accept that if there was a guy out there for me, it certainly wasn't him. I've dated guys for 18 months who took the breakup better than Richard. They're always rough, but I think if I actually told you what Richard did, you'd think that I was making this all up. Needless to say, his reaction totally justified my decisions to end things. End things, and that's exactly how I phrased it too. But that breakup was far from the end of my ordeal with Richard. And you know what? It's kind of my fault too. In fact, it's mostly my fault, because if I hadn't been so trusting, I wouldn't even be writing this right now. The one big mistake I made was trusting Richard to keep private certain pictures I'd sent him. I think I trusted him because, well, he sent me pictures of him too. I think that's why there's a lot less nude leaks than there are nudes. It's like Americans and the Russians in the 80s, mutually assured destruction. You release mine, well, I'll release yours. But after we broke up, I deleted all of his intimate pictures, and I was foolish enough to think that he'd also done the same. Because the next thing I know, I got a message from a friend of mine saying something like, "Oh, you have an OnlyFans. You go, girl." I had to ask her what OnlyFans was. I literally had no idea at the time. She replies like, "You're joking, right? Was this supposed to be a secret?" Immediately, I start Googling OnlyFans, and as you can imagine, I'm pretty shocked at what I see. The whole website is basically homemade lewd images, and for those that aren't familiar, and from what I could gather, the girls in question make quite a lot of money too. I mean, I wouldn't say no to an extra $2,000 a month, but I hadn't set up a profile, had I? I asked my friend to send me anything she's found with my name on it, then what do you know? There's a freaking OnlyFans profile set up in my name, and the whole preview picture in the banner was a raunchy picture that I'd sent to Richard. The profile said like, free to subscribe, so I made a dummy user account to sign up, only to discover that Richard must have uploaded about 10 different pictures I'd sent to him, all with these disgusting captions that I'd rather not repeat here. I was angry, so angry. But I didn't get scared until I saw that he'd put up my home address. My actual home address, apartment number, postcode, everything. It kicked in how much danger I was in, and I just burst into tears thinking that my own selfish actions had exposed my only son to danger. I know it was all Richard, and I know if he was just normal, then yeah, it wouldn't have happened. But I'm a mother. I should know better. I'm not some attention-seeking teenager anymore. I just wanted to feel wanted, though. Surely people can understand that. In the end, I managed to get the profile taken down, and I think OnlyFans and other sites like that now make you verify your identity so stuff like that can't happen again. But what if you manage to get a hold of a girl's ID or something? The system they have doesn't completely eliminate the chance of fake profiles being set up. Like I said at the start, I don't mean to judge anyone who wants to do that kind of thing. I just hope they have their safety and security in mind because, as I think we all know, there are some serious psychos out there.
Hi, I'm Shelley, and I used to be into married men. Well, I was until last month. That's when everything changed. Logan and I met on Tinder. After a few days of flirtatious texts, he asked me out on a date. I agreed. He seemed fun, and to be honest, I liked the thrill of it. That night, I wore my new red dress, the kind that shows just enough to tease, but not enough to give everything away. For safety, I put on a blonde wig, just in case. When I arrived at the restaurant, it was around 8:30 p.m. Logan was already outside, waiting for me. He was okay, I guess. Slightly balding at the top, but he was dressed in an expensive suit and had a Rolex on his wrist. He definitely looked like he had money to spend. The moment he saw me, he smirked like a dog who just found a steak. "Damn, you're hot." I flipped my hair and smirked back.
I know.
We took a table in the corner, and from the second we sat down, Logan's eyes were all over me. What a perv. I twirled a strand of my wig between my fingers and teased.
So, does your wife know you're here?
He chuckled nervously. Pray to God she doesn't, otherwise she'll kill me. I laughed.
That's scary, huh?
He nodded, still smiling. You would know if you ever met her. The night went on, expensive dishes, glass after glass of champagne, and endless compliments, though 90% of them were about my body. I let him look, let him admire. That's how this works. Toying with these guys, letting them spend their money on me. That was my thing. About 40 minutes passed and we were finishing up. The restaurant was almost empty, just a few other people scattered at their tables. Logan pulled out his wallet to pay the bill. I was sipping my last bit of champagne when a blood-curdling scream shattered the air.
Logan! You dog! I knew you weren't in some damn office meeting.
The restaurant went dead silent. Logan's face drained of color. If fear had a face, he was wearing it. No, listen, I can explain.
I don't need your damn explanation.
Before I could even react, she yanked the tablecloth, sending everything, plates, glasses, silverware, crashing to the floor. I shot up from my chair.
What the hell is wrong with you?
That's when she turned to me. Her piercing green eyes locked onto mine, and I swear, for a second, I forgot how to breathe. She clenched her jaw so tight, bubbles of spit gathered at the corners of her mouth. Then she sneered.
So this is the little witch you're wasting your money on?
Logan barely got the words out. Gilda, please, let's just go home. But Gilda wasn't listening. She bent down, picked up a dinner plate, one of the few that hadn't broken, and smashed it straight over Logan's head. Blood instantly spurted from his forehead. I understood why Logan was so scared of her. People screamed. A couple of them ran for the exit. Someone was yelling at the manager to call 911. I started backing away, but before I could turn, Gilda grabbed my wrist. Her grip was ironclad.
You think it's funny breaking up someone's home? Let me go!
I yelled, trying to rip my arm away. Then, BAM! Her fist landed on my face so hard my head spun. A sharp pain exploded through my eyes as I hit the floor. She punched me. She actually punched me. Tears streamed down my eyes. I gasped, trying to claw backward, but she was already on me. She grabbed my leg and dragged me across the restaurant floor. I screamed.
Somebody help! She's going to kill me!
The manager was on the phone with the cops already, but Gilda didn't care. She pulled me into the kitchen. The staff had already fled. It was just us now. She locked the door. I knew then I was screwed. I scrambled backward, my back hitting the cold metal counter. My hands shook.
Gilda, please! I'm sorry, okay? I'll never see another married man again, I swear!
Her lips curled into a slow, sinister smile. Then she glanced at the deep fryer. My stomach dropped. Before I could react, she lunged. Her hands wrapped around my neck, shoving me toward the fryer. I screamed. I fought like hell. My hands found the countertop, pushing back with every drop of strength I had in my body. But she was so strong. The bubbling oil popped and hissed inches from my face. Steam curled up, turning my skin red. I felt it, the heat, the burn. My sister's warnings rang in my head. God, she was right.
Gilda, please! I don't want to die!
I cried my lungs out, but Gilda laughed. She laughed at my misery.
Twig bitches like you think they can get any man they want. Well, guess what? It's time for a new phase, beautiful.
She kept pushing me, and my face daunted closer to the boiling oil. Hot smoke left blisters on my face. I knew soon I'll meet a horrifying, painful end. If this still managed to survive, I'll have a life of a trauma and disfigurement. My hands started to give in. My wig hung barely.
Gilda, please! No!
I was tired and knew any time I'll be submerged in this boiling lava. I imagined how it'll be when my eyebrows, lips, nose all end up like fried chicken wings. Gilda's laughter and grunting noises slowly started to fade away. Only the burning smoke from the fryer devoured me bit by bit. My vision began to blur. My nose almost touched the boiling oil. Sprinkle of it burnt the tip of my nose. I screamed and screamed till I couldn't anymore. It was time to accept my fate. Just when I thought I'm done, I heard the kitchen door break down, followed by a gunshot. I fainted on the floor. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. The cops rescued me by shooting Gilda on the leg. She was taken into custody and later sentenced to prison for the charges of attempted murder. I'm living with my sister now, trying my best to put everything behind. I don't go on dates anymore. I can't stand fried food or any kind of oil on my body. I'm traumatized for life. The rain poured down in sheets, drumming against my windshield as if it had a grudge against my vehicle. My eyelids weighed a ton, and I realized I couldn't continue driving in this state. Then I spotted it, a Starbucks sign shimmering like a lighthouse on the highway. I drove into the parking lot, thankful for the opportunity to stop and get a coffee and shake off the fatigue. The cafe was otherwise deserted except for the barista working behind the counter. She was a little plump, with her hair pulled back in a sloppy bun and her face aglow like a Christmas tree when she spotted me enter.
Welcome to Starbucks.
She trilled, her tone far too chipper for that late time of night. I asked for a cafe Americano and chatted a little while she was making it. She said her name was Rachel, and I made a few jokes to kill the time. Honestly, I was trying to be friendly, maybe even a little flirty, because she looked like she needed to pick me up. Big mistake. I sat by the window sipping my coffee and watching the rain. Rachel brought me a chocolate chip cookie, saying it was on her. Thanks, I said, smiling. But then she started asking questions, personal ones, like what kind of qualities I'd want in a girlfriend. I laughed it off at first, but it didn't take long to realize she was hitting on me. I felt bad, like maybe I'd given her the wrong idea, so I casually mentioned my girlfriend and how I was planning to propose to her this weekend. That's when everything went sideways. Rachel's face twisted like I'd slapped her.
How could you do this to me?
She hissed. I was stunned. Do what? I was just being nice.
You made me feel like you liked me.
She shouted, her voice shaking.
It was love at first sight.
I stood up, my patience wearing thin. Look, even if I was single, I wouldn't date you. I was just being polite. Her eyes narrowed, and before I could react, she swung a coffee cup at my head. Everything went black. I woke up with a pounding headache, my wrists tied together with rough twine. The room was dark, lit only by a single candle flickering on the floor. The smell of coffee beans and damp cardboard filled the air. Rachel was sitting across from me on an upside-down milk crate. Her makeup was smudged, bright red lipstick bleeding into the corners of her mouth. She smiled sweetly like we were on a date.
You left me no choice, babe.
She said, leaning in close.
You were going to leave me. Now, we have all night.
My heart raced as I scanned the room for anything I could use to escape. That's when I saw it, a shard of broken glass from a shattered syrup bottle on the floor behind her. Rachel started rambling about our future together, stroking my hair like we were some kind of couple. I gritted my teeth, inching my hands toward the glass shard. The twine cut into my skin, but I didn't care. I had to get out of here.
Hey, are you even listening to me?
She snapped, her voice sharp. I didn't think, I just acted. I lunged forward, headbutting her as hard as I could. She stumbled back, knocking over the candle. Flames erupted from a pile of napkins, and I used the distraction to grab the glass shard and slice through the twine. I bolted out of the storage room, my vision blurry. The cafe was dimly lit, the neon Starbucks sign casting an eerie glow over the counter.
Daniel, come back to me! You can't leave me!
Rachel's voice echoed behind me, no longer sweet, but guttural and feral. I sprinted, knocking over tables and chairs to slow her down. She was right behind me, wielding a coffee stirrer knife she'd sharpened into a shiv.
We're meant to be together!
She screamed, lunging at me. The blade slashed my forearm and I cried out in pain. I raced to the restroom, slamming the door shut, locking it behind me. Rachel pounded on the door, shrieking.
You can't hide from me! I'll find you!
I splashed cold water on my face, trying to stay alert. Blood from my arm mixed with the water, staining the sink red. That's when I saw the small window, my only way out. The banging stopped and there was complete silence. I pressed my ear against the door, holding my breath.
Surprise!
Her voice came from behind me. I spun around to see Rachel's face in the mirror. She'd crawled through the air vent. I barely dodged as she swung the shiv at my throat. Grabbing the soap dispenser, I slammed it into her face. She stumbled back, blood dripping from her mouth, but she laughed, a manic, unhinged sound. I jumped onto the counter and smashed through the window. Broken glass sliced my leg, but I kept going, limping to the parking lot. Rachel burst through the cafe door, a jagged sharp of glass in her hand. Her face was smeared with blood and smudged makeup, making her look like something out of a nightmare. Rachel leaped onto the hood, stabbing at the windshield. I floored the gas, sending her tumbling onto the pavement. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Rachel was slowly sitting up, her grin wide, staring at me. My chest heaved as I drove into the night, rain pounding against the car. She was alive, and I knew she'd come for me again. What really made me fall in love with April Fool's Day was the thrill that came with pranking people and the rush of pulling off the perfect fooling. And honestly, once you get into that, you can't get away from it. But last year, I went too far. It was all innocent enough, though. My target was Palmer, the new neighbor across the hall. He hardly spoke to anyone, always kept his blinds down, and had this weird paranoid vibe to him. Naturally, I thought him the perfect victim. I spent 2 days planning it, and the fake bloody footprints were my best idea yet. All I did was dip an old shoe into red paint and carefully stamp it from Palmer's door to mine. For small kicks, I left creepy notes under his door. I see you, and you're next. Really made sure to get under his skin. The night before April Fool's, I stood by my peephole, giggling softly as I watched Palmer step out and find the first note. He stared at it for a long time, then glanced around the dimly lit hallway, almost as if he thought someone was watching him. He looked rattled. Perfect. By the time I planted the final note the next afternoon, I was absolutely buzzing with excitement. My phone was set to record his reaction. I imagined him terrified and panicked and shrieking, maybe. Instead, when the knock came, I opened the door to find Palmer trembling and biting his nails. His face was covered in sweat, eyes wide. He clenched one of my fake notes like it was a death threat. "Help! Help me!" he stammered. "I don't feel safe in my apartment." For a second, I nearly laughed. The prank had worked better than I planned, but the sheer panic in his eyes gave me pause. His face was drained of color, and his chest moved up and down like he was having difficulty breathing. He wasn't acting. "Fine," I said, still half convinced this was part of the joke. "I'll check. Let's go." I followed him across the hall. The moment I stepped inside, something felt off. The air was cold and damp. As I twisted the doorknob, Palmer's messy apartment unfolded in front of my eyes. There was a reeking odor all over the place. "God, Palmer, do you ever clean here?" I gasped. We stepped into the living room where everything was out of their place. Drawers were flung open and papers scattered across the floor. "No, it wasn't like this before," Palmer whispered. "Whoever broke in did all this." My eyes drifted to the floor. The bloody footprints I had created were there, but they weren't quite right. The shoe prints I made had neat, clean edges. These prints were smeared, streaked in panicked, chaotic patterns, like someone had been dragged. I didn't make these. I muttered under my breath. What do you mean? Palmer asked. I was about to speak when I heard it, a faint creak from the bedroom door. Did you hear that? Palmer whispered. His face was frozen in dread. I swallowed hard. Yeah. We crept toward the bedroom with my heart hammering in my chest. The door was ajar, swinging slightly as if someone had just passed through it. I tapped it with my fingers. Hello? I called out, barely louder than a whisper. No answer. I reached out and pushed the door open. The room was dark, except for a sliver of moonlight leaking through the blinds. I strained my eyes, scanning the room. The bed was unmade, and the clothes were scattered on the floor. Then I saw him. A man crouched in the corner, his body twisted like a broken puppet. His clothes were filthy, his face smeared with grime. He clutched something in his hand, a knife. He didn't move. He just looked at me, wide-eyed and grinning. Run! I screamed, grabbing Palmer by the arm. We bolted down the hallway as fast as we could. Behind us, I heard a thud, the sound of footsteps pounding against the floor. He was following us. We made it to my apartment, and I slammed the door shut just in time. The lock clicked. For a few agonizing seconds, we stood frozen, listening to the sound of heavy breathing just outside the door. Do you think he's still there? Palmer gasped. Maybe not. I spoke nervously, but I didn't believe it. My stomach was in knots. I had to dial 911. By the time officers arrived, they had swept the building from top to bottom. No one's here, one cop said. But we found this near the bedroom window. He held up one of my fake bloody notes, the same one I'd left earlier that day, only this one had been altered. Below my scribbled, "You're next," were new words scrawled in shaky handwriting.
I liked your little game. Let's play again next year.
I didn't do this, I swear. I fumbled. They never caught the man. The cops all believed he was a squatter who lived in the building unnoticed. But in my gut, I knew better. My prank had brought him to me. My fake threats had invited a real one. I just stopped pulling pranks after that. But this year, on April Fool's, I wake up to find a note slipped under my door. Nothing was written, only a red handprint smeared across the paper. Now, every year, I will wonder if this'll be the year he decides to finish what he started. I never thought my life would come to this, driving a beat-up ice cream truck through the outskirts of town, trying to make ends meet. But here I was, Roger, a guy in his late 30s with more bills than dreams, handing out cones to sick kids at a care home. The sun was setting as I pulled up to the worn-out building, with its paint peeling and windows fogged. The kids rushed out, their faces lighting up despite their illnesses. Caregivers followed, smiling as I handed out ice creams. It felt good, like maybe I was doing something meaningful for once. But then I heard it. 3 caregivers frantically calling out a name. Daisy?
Daisy!
Daisy, where are you? One of them turned to me, breathless.
You need to leave, now. Daisy's escaped, and we need to lock the gates.
I didn't ask questions. I just got into my truck and drove off, with that kid's laughter fading behind me. The highway was quiet, carrying the kind of silence that makes you feel like you are the only person left in the world. The radio crackled softly, playing some old song I didn't recognize. I was lost in thought, wondering if I will ever catch a break, when I felt it. A cold, sharp blade pressed against my throat.
Drive, or I will slit your throat.
A voice hissed. I froze, with my eyes darting to the rearview mirror. There she was, Daisy. Her wild eyes stared back at me, filled with fury and madness. Her hair was tangled, and her face was pale and streaked with dirt. She wore a torn care home gown stained with dried blood. I swallowed hard, with my hands trembling on the wheel. Okay, just don't hurt me. She did not say another word. She just kept the ice pick pressed to my throat as I drove.
Stop here.
She ordered. pointing to a deserted stretch of road near an abandoned cemetery. I pulled over and she leapt out of the truck, sprinting into the foggy graveyard. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and called the caregivers. "She's at the old cemetery," I said, with my voice shaking. "I'm gonna go after her."
No, do not! It is too dangerous.
One of them shouted, but I could not just let her go. If she made it back to the road, someone else could get hurt. I grabbed a tire iron from the truck and followed her into the cemetery. The place was a nightmare, with overgrown weeds, cracked gravestones, and a heavy mist that made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. My boots crunched over the dead leaves, and my breath came in shallow gasps. In the distance, I saw her, Daisy's pale figure weaving between the gravestones. "You're making it worse for yourself, Daisy!" I called out, hoping to reason with her. Her eerie giggle echoed back.
I'm not the one you should be scared of.
Suddenly, a gravestone toppled behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The faint crunch of footsteps made me whirl again. I gripped the tire iron tighter, with my knuckles white. Out of nowhere, Daisy lunged at me from behind a gravestone, slashing my forearm with the ice pick. I stumbled, clutching my bleeding arm while she sprinted deeper into the cemetery, disappearing behind a crypt. I followed her footsteps in the damp grass, with my heart pounding. The mist thickened, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. Every shadow seemed to move, and every sound made me jump. I spotted her near an old mausoleum, with her small figure trembling. Thinking she was too weak to run, I approached cautiously, but she vanished. Before I could react, Daisy burst from the shadows, tackling me to the ground. We struggled violently, tumbling against broken headstones. She scratched and clawed at my face, screaming incoherently. I caught her wrist just as she plunged the ice pick toward my throat. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance. The caregivers and authorities were coming. Using my last ounce of strength, I slammed Daisy's hand into a sharp fragment of a broken gravestone, disarming her. She wailed like a wounded animal, thrashing against me, but I pinned her down until the caregivers arrived. They injected her with a sedative and she went limp. Panting and covered in blood and dirt, I collapsed beside a gravestone. Daisy, heavily drugged, locked eyes with me as they strapped her into a stretcher. Her lips curled into a sinister smile. I limped back to my truck, exhausted. That was when I saw it. An ID badge on the passenger seat. It was a care home badge with Daisy's picture, but the name read Carly Rivers. My stomach dropped. One of the caregivers noticed the badge and turned pale.
That is not Daisy.
She whispered.
Daisy's still missing.
I stared at the cemetery, with realization dawning. I had just spent the last hour chasing the wrong girl. From the darkness, Daisy's faint giggle echoed, unseen and still on the loose. I have always enjoyed Father's Day. It was the one day of the year where I could escape from the world with Dad, and we could just be. This year, Dad chose a camping site near the lake so we could go fishing. At 15, I complained, but I was pumped to go. When we got to the campsite, it was magnificent. Tall pine trees, a glassy lake, and that refreshing smell of nature. But we weren't alone. Close to our campsite was a set of two men who had set up camp. They didn't seem like the normal camping type. Grimy, loud, and were constantly looking in our direction. I saw Dad's jaw get tighter and tighter every time they would laugh too loud, or even if they overstayed their gaze and looked for a little too long. After a certain time, Dad got up and said, "Let's go find a better spot." I could feel the concern in his voice, so I didn't argue. We packed up and moved to a different spot. It was closer to the highway, so we could still hear the echoes of truck horns coming from a distance. I kind of hated the spot, as I wanted to go to a more secluded one. But now, when I think about that day, I realize Dad had good reasons to choose it. After the sun dipped below the giant trees, Dad and I roasted marshmallows while laughing at his terrible ghost stories. We were enjoying the moment as Dad went on to tell childhood memories of me. I was laughing a lot when suddenly my dad raised his hand and gestured me to stop. His eyes looked all alert, His smile disappeared in seconds. He whispered to me, "Naomi, I want you to hide under the car." I was stunned to hear such a bizarre request. I looked at him, confused, and asked.
What? Why would I?
My dad cut me off, saying, "No arguments, just do as I say." I got up and started walking to our car. It was parked under this big tree in darkness. I slid under the car and began hearing footsteps coming closer. A few minutes later, I saw 2 pairs of boots walking closer to my dad. I had no doubts it was those 2 freaks from earlier. I stayed quiet and watched. One of them waved to my dad and said, "Having fun?" My dad nodded with a casual smirk and asked, "You guys need something?" The other guy responded with a creepy chuckle. "No, just came to chill with you guys. Where's your daughter?" I could see both of their eyes scanning our campsite like hawks. My dad sat down near the fire, maintaining a very calm demeanor. Nudging the hot, burning coals into the fire with a campfire poker, my dad responded, "She went out for a fishing. It'll be great if you guys leave." The 2 guys exchanged a weird look. Then one of them started walking towards our car. My heart hammered in my chest as I noticed a pair of boots coming towards me. My dad got up, still holding the poker in one hand, and yelled, "Didn't I tell you to leave?" The other guy, who was closer to him, responded, "He's just gonna take a pee. Don't worry, unless you have something valuable in your car." Saying this, he cracked an annoying laugh. The other guy stopped a few inches away from our car and aimed at a bush. I could hear him humming while he released himself. Deep down, I understood why Dad wanted me to hide under the car and not inside. The guy's probably checking the car right now, trying to figure out if I'm in it. I stayed calm, kept my breathing normal. Once done, he went back to my dad. Both of the jerks wished him good night and started walking away. I was smart enough to know that it'd be best to wait, then go back to my dad, because those freaks might keep an eye on us from far away. In the next 5 minutes, I watched my dad work in winks. He got all of our things except the tent. He didn't care for the tent. Loaded everything in our car, and as soon as he unlocked the car door, I hopped into the passenger seat. Dad made a call to the nearest police station and told them about 2 guys following us. We didn't go home from the campsite. We went straight to the police station. My dad was right. Those 2 jerks did follow us, only they didn't know my dad is way smarter than them. The moment their car came close to the police station, a cop car blocked their way. They were taken into custody for following us and stalking a minor. My dad didn't even flinch when the cops asked him if they were the guys from the campsite. He looked them in the eyes and said, "You're lucky I brought you to the cops instead of leaving your lifeless bodies buried in those woods." I try to be as fearless as my dad. And to all the campers and wilderness lover out there, always follow your instincts in the wild.
Come on, the after parties are even more fun.
When Hazel begged me to go with her, I couldn't say no. It's college, after all. The seniors poured shots like water. Some cute boys even flirted with me. The after party continued till 2 a.m. in the morning. Hazel wanted me to stay back, but I slept better in my own bed. Also, my dorm was just 2 blocks away. The weather was a little cold, and a thin layer of fog covered the streets in fragments. I was stumbling a little for obvious reasons, but not totally out. I knew I'd have to walk back, so I didn't go overboard with the booze. A big owl hooted from a nearby tree, letting me know that I'm not the only one in these empty streets. I told myself the night wasn't creepy, just quiet. That was until I rounded the block. Under the yellow glow of a flickering streetlight, I saw a woman. She was crouched low to the ground, her hands pressed on the concrete like she was mimicking a dog. At first glance, I thought she was just some homeless person scavenging for scraps, but her sudden, jerky movements felt like a calm before the storm. As I got closer, I slowed down. Something was off. A reeking odor was floating in the air. I rubbed my eyes to see it more clearly, and I did. A mangled lump of fur and flesh was lying in front of her, which seemed like roadkill. Probably a raccoon or a cat. Hard to tell, really. She wasn't picking up trash. She was eating it. Tearing chunks of meat with her bony fingers and then shoving them into her mouth like she hadn't eaten for days. The wet slurping sounds hit me before the sight fully registered. Strings of meat hung from her lips as she chewed, lips glistening with blood. Her fingers dug into the carcass like claws. She was so busy with her feast that she didn't even see me. Now, I wasn't drunk anymore. All my blurry vision, stumbling body movement disappeared in a second. The best thing I can do right now is change sides and quietly walk as far as possible from this woman. So, I slowly cross the road, my eyes fixed on her. In case she sees me and chases me, I'll start running. But luckily, she didn't. I took off my heels so I could walk as silently as possible. My eyes are still on her, my heart hammered in my chest. I'd never felt so scared before. It was like straight out of a horror movie. I was praying to God that she wouldn't notice me, but suddenly, an owl flew over my head from a nearby tree and I ended up screaming in shock. My blood froze, realizing what a grave mistake I just made. I slowly looked at the streetlight where I saw her, and now she was looking at me, a chunk of flesh still hanging from her mouth as she shot her death stare. I started backing away without turning my eyes from her. She watched for a few seconds that felt like eternity, then slowly stood up. Her claw-like hands were dripping with blood. Her stringy hair made her appear even more scary. She tilted her head to her left and then screamed. She screamed just like me, as if it were a taunt. I started running after that. My breathing got heavier, and the booze in my stomach was trying hard to stay in. I was panting and gasping for air, but I knew I couldn't stop. Not now. Not until I reached my dorm. I looked back and saw the woman had crossed the road already and was now sprinting at me. She was cackling like a coyote with her hands stretched at me. I didn't know why she was running like that, but I felt she wanted to eat my flesh as well. I ran and ran until I couldn't anymore. I fell on the ground, but again got up. I have never felt fear up so close. My body was on the verge of collapsing. I stumbled one last time on the ground and immediately turned back to see her inches away from me. I stopped and screamed.
What do you want?
She stopped as well. She looked me up and down, then laughed. Her laughter was darker than the darkest night. Using her sharp nails, she picked something from her stained, bloody teeth and flicked it at me. I collapsed on the sidewalk. She clapped at me like my misery was amusing to her. She then turned back and, hopping like a 9-year-old girl, disappeared into the night. I woke up with a high fever in my dorm. The memories of picking myself up from that sidewalk and walking back to my dorm will always be a blur to me. I'm just happy that I'm alive. I don't go out alone after dark till today. If I go to a party, I stay back if it gets too late. I would never want to meet that woman, ever again. As a night owl, I prefer working out late. The workout and slow hiss of machines, low thumps of people softly running on mats helps me clear my head. It's my kind of peace. So naturally, I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary when I walked into my gym at 9 p.m. that Friday. I started with weights, worked through my normal circuit, and then returned to the heavy bag in the back corner. That's when I noticed him. Lanky, pale, somewhere in his mid-30s. I had seen him around, mostly standing too close, perched on machines he never used. An observer. He slipped in quietly and made a beeline for the calf raise machine, which also happened to face the heavy bag. I watched him rearrange the seat and balance his phone between his legs, camera pointing directly at me. I stopped mid-round, sweat trickling down my back. I pulled off one glove and walked over.
Hey, are you recording me?
He didn't respond. He tapped the screen of his phone, shoved the device into his pocket, and sprinted across the gym. I watched him running away upstairs. What should I do? Go to the front desk? What do I have? My skin was still crawling from his stare when I left my session. After 1 hour, I walked outside into sharp, still air. I thought I was done with him. Wrong. There he was, standing at the curb, looking like he was waiting for a cab and waiting for me. I didn't look at him. I just kept walking. But after a few blocks, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around, and he was still there. I quickened my pace. He picked up his pace. I cut across 2 blocks and ducked into a flower shop, the only store still open. I put my head down behind a row of peonies and wrapped roses and tried to slow my breathing. He walked inside. He paused at the door, checking the place out. He took a couple of steps toward the counter like he was thinking about just browsing. I slipped out quickly, heart racing. It didn't stop until I got back to my apartment. I was sitting on the couch in sweaty clothes, catching my breath. I should have called somebody. The police? The gym? But what would I say? Then I realized I have left my wallet in the locker. My ID's in it. I knew I had to go back to get it. I took some pepper spray this time for just in case. The gym was almost empty. I scanned the gym again. I didn't see him. I let out a deep breath and headed towards the lockers. A breath of relief washed over me once I found my wallet just where I kept it. I was glad he didn't try to steal it, because identity theft could have created more troubles for me, and people like him are capable of all the awful things. I trudged back through the weight room. You never know. And that's when I saw him again, this time reflected in the mirror right behind me. He smiled. "Hey," he said again. "You work out a lot." I didn't say anything. I just kept my angry face on. It was Christian, the guy I hated from last week, and he couldn't tell I was annoyed. "You're intense. I like that." Getting scared will give him power, so I kept my voice loud and clear.
Why are you following me?
His smile was stuck on his face.
I'm not. We just keep ending up in the same place. Isn't that magical?
My heart was pounding.
No, nothing about stalking is magical.
He tilted his head.
Pretty girls like you live for this kind of attention, right?
I was shocked to hear how delusional this guy was. I clenched my keys between my fingers like claws.
Back off.
He stared for a moment with blank eyes.
Okay, but I'll see you around, Maple.
And he turned and walked out like it was just another night. I felt frozen. How did he know my name? That was it. I marched to the front desk, canceled my membership, and walked out without looking back. By midnight, I had signed up at a different gym across town, only during the day. Crowded, well-lit, safe. Some people would say,
Speak up. Report him. Don't be a victim.
but those people are not walking home alone at night. Those people have not been followed, watched, or filmed. So yes, I did what I had to do. I survived. And if you're reading this, be careful. Watch your back, because creeps do not always hide. Sometimes they smile. I personally felt weird about clowns, but dressing up a Ronald McDonald's paid me well. Handling fake smiles and balloons all day to the kids, I barely got time to sit or even go to the washroom that night. So, when it was just 10 minutes before closing, and the restaurant had emptied, I quickly rushed to release myself. Once I came back, the cashier told me a woman was looking for me. I thought it would be just another parent waiting to pose their kid with a hideous-looking clown. I asked the cashier where the woman they pointing at the exit. A frail, middle-aged woman was standing outside the McDonald's. She was looking at the sky with a smile on her face. I walked up to her and asked, ma'am, you were looking for me? She slowly looked down, and we made eye contact. In that very moment, a rush of discomfort flowed down my spine. I don't know why, but the woman's stare gave me the creeps. She blinked twice, then said,
My son, he wanted a photo with you. He just loves Ronald.
I looked around awkwardly, smiling. So where is he? She thought for a second, then asked,
Who?
Your son, ma'am. A pale sadness dawned at her.
He's sick. Can you come with me? He's waiting for you.
I felt bad for judging her too quick. Poor woman must have left the sick kid at home, promising a picture with me. Seeing me quiet, she spoke again.
I'll pay you if you see my son and click a photo with him.
Any other time I would have done this for free, but at that moment I too needed the money bad, so I happily agreed. I went back into the McDonald's, got my money from the manager, and started following the woman to her house. On the way, I thought she would explain what's going on with her son, but surprisingly, the entire time, she didn't even mention the kid once. She just kept walking ahead of me, quietly. I guess she was already worried about her life, so I didn't bother with any more questions either. As we walked, houses passed us. Streets that led to those houses went away, but we didn't stop. I wanted to ask her where we were going, but again, I hesitated. After walking for 15 minutes straight, we left the suburbs and got onto a narrow, dusty road. I was getting really confused, so finally I asked her, "How far is your house?" She stopped suddenly, turned back, and looked at me like I had said something stupid.
Why would I take it to my house?
She said with confusion on her face. "To see your kid? You said your son—" She didn't let me finish.
Oh no, my son is not at home. He is waiting for us at the cemetery.
The nonchalant tone of her voice sent a shiver down my spine. What the hell is going on? Where is she taking me? I asked her why her son is at the cemetery, but she didn't reply anymore, just kept walking. A hint of shady business alerted my mind, but then I thought, I'm 6 foot tall, weighing 170 pounds. On the other hand, this woman is thin as a twig. What harm could she do me? Also, she said she's going to pay, so let's see what she's up to. We did stop outside a cemetery. Pushing the rusty, creaking gate, she took me to a child's grave. That's when the truth hit me. Her son is already dead. Pointing at an epitaph that read, "Our beloved Michael sleeps here in peace."
Go ahead. Tell him a joke. He will laugh.
Her wide, with doll-like eyes fixed on me, was waiting for me to follow her instructions. No matter how creepy it was, I could fathom the underlying grief in her stare. I played along, not for the money, rather to provide some comfort to this mother grieving for her lost child. I told a lame joke, and for a second, the silence of the graveyard prevailed. And then I heard a chuckle of a child. It's right to say I was on the verge of having a heart attack when I heard the chuckle again. But then realized it was her. Eyeing at the grave, the woman was laughing like a kid. This continued for probably a few seconds, but it felt like eternity. Standing in a graveyard with a deranged woman in front of her child's grave, there I was. Creepy-ass Ronald McDonald felt less scary at that moment. I couldn't play along anymore. I turned around and started walking. I didn't run, because if that woman chased me, I definitely would have had a heart attack. I walked faster and faster. She screamed from behind.
Wait! Michael wants a picture with you! Wait!
I could see her following me, but she was physically weak, hence couldn't match my pace. She kept pleading with me to come back, but I didn't. That was the last time I took the gig to dress as Ronald. I feared the woman would come again the next day, asking me to go back to the grave of her dead son because every kid wanted to click picture with Ronald McDonald's. I've been teaching yoga for more than 10 years, which is long enough to see the different types of students. The mindful regulars, the fitness fanatics, the spiritual seekers, and even the ones who don't come for yoga at all. This happened last week in one of my morning sessions. I welcomed my new group of students while leading them to their mats. But when I looked around the room, I paused for a second. One of my regulars was back, and it worried me. He was a man in his late 40s, and he always sat in the front row. He had thick eyebrows, grayish hair, and eyes that never blinked. For the past few weeks, he had been coming to my classes. He had never missed a single one of them. He avoided interacting with anyone. He just unrolled his mat, sat down in the front row, and stared at me the whole time. He focused not on the poses or his breathing, but on me. At first, I used to tell myself I was being too paranoid. He might have just been one of those people who really care about yoga, but slowly, I realized that that wasn't the case. I started the session, and I could feel his gaze moving over me like a spotlight. From doing the downward dog to the warrior poses, his eyes never left me even for a second. I was feeling awful and disgusted by his behavior, but still made it through the session. I didn't want to make a scene or go overboard, but after the class was over and everyone was leaving, I went straight to the studio manager. I pointed at him without him noticing and said,
Do you see that guy walking out? The one in the gray shirt. He has been acting strangely for the past few days. His constant watching during my sessions makes me feel very uncomfortable.
The manager's smile went away. He carefully noticed the man and said, We'll talk to him next time, I promise. I nodded in relief and thanked him. The sun was already starting to set when I left the studio. I had parked my car next to the fence on the side lot. I was halfway there, getting my keys out of my bag, when I heard someone behind me. I turned around, and my stomach dropped. It was that creepy yoga student again. Hi, Ava, he said, his voice too soft, yet full of menace. You always look so calm when you teach. I didn't say anything. I went to the driver's side, but he stepped in front of me and blocked the door. He leaned in and said, I think we have a connection. Every time I see you, I feel close to you. When you talk in class, it feels like you're only talking to me. The way he spoke with a grin and twitching eyes hinted he's a complete psycho. I still kept my calm and said strictly,
I have no interest in you, so move away, right now.
His smile contorted into hate.
You don't mean that. You have always been looking at me.
I was stunned to hear his level of delusion.
No, I haven't. Step back.
He didn't. Instead, he moved closer to me. His clothes smelled like sour sweat. I gripped my keys harder. He reached out, as if he were going to touch my shoulder, and that's when I saw headlights across the parking lot. A different car was coming in. Taking this opportunity of not being alone anymore in the parking lot with this creep, I started yelling. Not a polite little scream. A scream that came from deep inside me and sounded like a survival instinct. The man's eyes got bigger. He slowly stepped back, saying, Stop screaming! You're gonna make me look like a bad guy! But I didn't stop. He sprinted as soon as the person in the other car parked and ran over to me. Are you alright? I shook my head and nodded.
Call the police.
The police got there after the man had left, but the studio had records. It was easy for them to find him. He was kicked out right away. I even filed a restraining order because I don't believe in second chances. I still teach. I still help people with breathwork, balance, and finding inner peace. However, I now always lock the doors of my car. I park close to the entrance. Before every class, I look at the front row, and sometimes I jump when I feel someone's eyes on me for too long. People think you're safe when you're a yoga teacher. You're in a peaceful place and everything is calm. But the truth is, predators don't always hang out in dark alleys. Sometimes they're sitting cross-legged in the front row with their hands in prayer, watching and waiting. Father's Day always hits hard for me. Social media is crowded with perfect family pictures and people honoring the memories I'm jealous of and can't relate to. For me, it's always been just Dad and me, and it still is. He's 65 now and lives in Pinewood Care Home, with dementia pulling at the edges of his mind. Some days, he remembers me. Other days, he's just a polite stranger in a suit. On Father's Day, I drove to the care home to pick him up. The care home staff were helping Dad to get in the car when Nurse Ira came to me.
Clara, you should know your father's daily routines have altered since he got diagnosed with dementia. Often at night he wakes up and,
I frowned and asked,
And?
as if she covered some hidden truth. Nurse Ira replied,
I would suggest you take one of our helpers with you. It's a free service, and handling a patient alone.
I didn't let her finish.
The patient is my dad, and no thanks. I can take care of him for the next 48 hours. After all, how hard can it be?
Saying this, I got into the car with my dad, buckled up right beside me. I looked at Nurse Ira one last time, and she smiled awkwardly. The drive home was calm. Dad was staring at the streets with his curious eyes. After a long time, he had stepped outside the care home. When we reached my apartment, I took him to the guest room, which I decorated with a flower vase and fresh linens on the bed just for him. He sat down on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and then said, "Clara, I'm hungry." Tears of joy rolled down my cheek. It's been a while since my dad called me by my name. I rushed to the kitchen and made sandwiches for both of us. The next few hours went like a dream. We both ate together, laughed, and recalled some distant memories from my childhood. It was great to see Dad being Dad. After dinner, I asked him if he would like to watch a movie, and he agreed. We both lay down on the couch in the living room and began watching The Lion King. Well, I was watching Dad, how his face changed in excitement seeing the movie. I guess I was quite tired, hence I don't remember falling asleep. I woke up with a weird silence. The movie has ended. The screen has paused in the credits. I looked beside me, and my dad wasn't there. My heart skipped a beat. I called out.
Dad? Dad?
My apartment was in complete silence. I got up from the couch to look for him. Next to the living room, there's a dimly lit corridor. My bedroom is at the end of it. I stood in front of the corridor. My back was facing the other end of it. I called out again.
Dad? Where are you?
Just then, I felt someone run behind me, chuckling. Turning back, I saw no one. I switched on the corridor light and found my bedroom door half ajar. I tiptoed to the bedroom, trying not to spook Dad if he's inside. But as I stepped in, I was left dumbfounded and horrified at the same time. My dad has opened the big window of my room. Half of his body was already out as he leaned down, looking at the streets. My voice shook as I called out to him this time.
Dad, you need to step back.
He slowly rotated his head to look my way. His face was different. He didn't look like my dad at all. A scary smile was spread across his face, and his eyes were bloodshot.
You should jump!
He said in a chilling voice. Terror numbed my veins.
What? What are you saying, Dad?
Tears welled up in my eyes. He then backed up and started walking towards me. He was walking slowly, like a baby trying to learn how to walk.
You should jump. I can push you.
He chuckled. I don't know why I was stepping back, because it was my dad having the worst episode, but I was horrified to witness it. I understood why Nurse Ira warned me in the morning. My phone was thankfully in my pocket. I took it out and dialed the care home. Once I informed them to come to my address, my dad stopped. His face changed from smiling to hatred.
You want to send me back to that cage?
He screamed, and then started bashing his head on the wall. I watched in horror as he screamed and continued this madness. My body froze in trauma. I couldn't move until the blood rushed in. That's when it hit me. My dad's not well. He'll never be. I sprinted at him and grabbed by the shoulders. Thankfully, I was stronger than him. I pulled him away, and he fainted. When the caregivers took him into the ambulance, I was crying like a 9-year-old standing on the sidewalk. Nurse Ira hugged me, and I cried even more. The worst feeling in the world is to see your loved ones on the decline. I don't think I'll ever feel excited about Father's Day again. I arrived at elevation on a crisp morning, the air thin and cool at the top of the mountain. The retreat was serene, eerily so. nestled far away from the world, as if it were built to be isolated, far from prying eyes. A perfect escape, I thought, when the trolling on my body-positive posts had gotten unbearable. I was Margot, the influencer who preached self-love. Yet here I was, standing at the gates of a place promising to change my life. A week of transformation, they said. It sounded too good to be true, but I had to try. It was remote, sterile, like a luxury asylum. The staff, all in white uniforms, greeted me with bland smiles, and I was assigned a number, no name. That felt wrong, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was what I had been looking for. On my first day, I met the others, a group of plus-sized influencers, all struggling with the same thing: image, weight, public expectations. There was Kira, a sweet and anxious woman who couldn't seem to relax, and then there was Tanya, who kept a forced smile on her face as if she were afraid of being outed. We were all here for the same thing, an intense program of fasting, mindfulness, and metabolic conditioning. The food was tasteless protein bars, and the water was metallic, leaving a strange aftertaste. The worst part? We were under surveillance at all times, for our safety, they said. I shrugged off the unease. This was what I had come for, right? I posted my selfies to maintain the same inspiring image for my fans. I wrote under photo, Day 3 at elevation, detoxing like crazy, #transformation journey. But it wasn't long before I started noticing the cracks, the strange behavior of the staff, the cold, clinical atmosphere. Kira pulled me aside one night after dinner, her eyes wide with fear.
People have been disappearing. Did you notice?
She whispered. I laughed it off, saying,
They're sent home early, the ones who can't hit their weight loss milestones.
The next morning, I saw a woman crying during a weigh-in, her face twisted in despair. The following day, her room was scrubbed clean, as if she had never been there. The unease grew in my chest. The nights became worse. Every morning, I woke up groggy, dizzy, as if I hadn't slept at all. One day, I found a needle mark on my arm, hidden beneath the sleeve of my pajamas. I asked the staff, but they brushed it off as a routine hydration support. Something wasn't right, and my instincts screamed at me to leave, but I didn't know how. One night, during curfew, I hid in a cleaning closet, desperate for answers. I watched 2 staff members unload boxes labeled Protein Supply, Human Flavor. The logo matched the retreat's private brand of protein bars. I felt my stomach twist, the realization hitting me like a wave. Are they feeding us protein bars made of human meat? The next night, I broke into a locked storage room with Kira. What we found chilled me to my core. Sealed packages of protein bars, each labeled with a batch code and a photo ID attached. One of the photos was of the woman who had cried during the weigh-in. She was gone, processed into a bar. Kira screamed, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the photos. We were being used. The ones who failed weren't really sent home. They were killed, rendered, processed into the very bars we were eating. Before we could escape, we were caught. Dr. Rains, the founder of Elevation, emerged from the shadows. He was gaunt, his body a stark contrast to the morbidly obese man he once was. His eyes gleamed with something twisted and sinister. Fat is the disease, he said, his voice cold and calm. You influencers spread it, but now you nourish change. He didn't need to say more. I knew what was coming next. I woke up to the sound of humming machines, my body heavy and unresponsive. Kira lay unconscious beside me. I realized we were drugged, but maybe I was too fat to go down with one dose. My mind started racing. I took a quick scan of the room and realized it's set up like a surgery cabin. All the medical instruments were lying on the table right beside the bed. As one of the handlers walked past, I grabbed a scalpel from and hurriedly stabbed him in the neck. Blood sprayed all over my face and body, but I didn't have time to think. I dragged Kira with me through the dark halls, the sounds of alarms blaring in the distance. We made it to the exit somehow, barefoot, terrified but free. I didn't stop running until I reached the road. A week later, I was back online, hailed as a survivor. I couldn't talk about what had happened, not without risking my life, but the NDAs and mental trauma excuse worked perfectly. My follower count skyrocketed, and Elevation's protein bars flew off the shelves, selling out nationwide. But something was off, or maybe I'm just overthinking. Looking back, I shouldn't have said yes to that after party. It was just another Friday night, many people crammed into Jamie's garage with loud music, cheap booze, and dumb games. We were riding that post-high school senior year feeling where every night felt legendary. Then, somewhere between bad beer and worse choices, Jamie said, "Dude, let's keep this going. Your parents are gone, right?" And before I knew it, my house was officially After Party 2.0. It wasn't a big deal. My parents were out for the weekend, and the only other person in the house was my baby sister, Ruthie. She was 7. I figured she was asleep by now. Everyone promised they'd stay in the basement and lie low. What could go wrong? By 11, half of the senior class was in my basement. Music was down low, drinks were flowing, and some sounded like they were even laughing. Somewhere in there was Fred. Now, Fred wasn't what you would call a regular at parties. He was kind of a loner, always a little quiet and always straggling along the edge of conversations like he was just grateful to be invited. I didn't even remember inviting him, but there he was. Pale, greasy-haired Fred, clutching a solo cup like it was saving his life. No one cared when he suddenly said, "I gotta go. Something came up." No one thought much of it, but once he left, Jamie asked, "Who invited Fred?" Everyone exchanged looks. "That guy's such a creep," Mark added, shivering dramatically. "He probably just followed the crowd here." We laughed it off. The music got turned back on, and in no time, Fred was a distant memory. At least, that's what I thought. About half an hour later, I headed up the stairs to get some more beers from the kitchen when I saw Ruthie standing on the stairs, her little fists white-knuckled on the railing, and her eyes were big with fear. "Ruth, why are you up? It's late."
There's a monster in my closet.
She whispered. I chuckled. "A monster, huh? You know those aren't real, right?" But she didn't laugh. She looked like she was going to cry. Okay, I sighed. "Let's go check it out. Brave Knight Kenneth is going to slay the closet monster." She held my hand all the way back to her room. The hallway felt weirdly cold. Must have been my imagination. When we got to her door, she froze.
In there.
She said, pointing to the closet. I rolled my eyes, attempting to keep things light. "All right, here we go. No such..." I opened the closet door. Ruthie screamed, and my blood turned to ice. Crouched amidst Ruthie's stuffed animals, clutching an underwear in his sweaty fist, Fred was sitting there. His eyes were wide, feral, like a cornered rat. "What the hell, Fred?" Footsteps hammered up the stairs. My friends poured down the hallway, breathless. Then they saw him. Jamie's face turned to disgust. Mark looked like he was about to puke. Fred didn't move. We pulled him out of the closet with Ruthie crying behind me. My hands were trembling with rage. I wanted to punch him. I wanted to take his face and put it in the mud until I took his sick little smirk away. But I didn't. We called the cops. I think Fred never even left the party. He just snuck upstairs to Ruthie's room. God knows what would have happened if she hadn't woken up. The cops cuffed him in my living room. They gave me the whole speech about being good for calling us, but I wasn't listening to them. I couldn't stop looking at Ruthie, holding Mom's old teddy bear, her eyes swollen from crying. Later on, one of the officers pulled me aside and told me that I was lucky to let anybody into our house. I called Mom and Dad and told them all about it. It didn't matter what they said to me because internally I was screaming at myself for not catching this sooner, for not getting Fred kicked out earlier, for even allowing that to happen to my little sister Ruthie. I should have hit him. I should have done something. That night changed everything. Ruthie did not sleep in her bedroom for weeks. But the worst part? Sometimes, even now, I can see Ruthie staring at her closet before bed. as if she's still waiting for the monster to come back. I've never thrown another house party again since that night, and if some creepy loner ever tries to invite himself again, he won't even make it to my front door. I'd been working in shipping for quite some time. Driving through dark, sketchy roads and stopping in the middle of nowhere to check tires had become my usual. On one side of the highway, I often witnessed the Canadian Rockies, standing like towering giants. I'd driven this stretch 100 times before, but that night seemed weird. It felt too quiet, like the road ahead held a bad omen. I passed a small town whose name I had forgotten, with my caffeine-dead mind and bladder full. I had missed the last rest stop altogether, oblivious that I was not using the last mile marker, and I couldn't wait another 30 miles, so I pulled over. Opening the door, I stepped out and took a long stretch. My back was killing me. I walked to the tree line to release myself. The black silhouettes of pine trees were moving in the cool wind. They were so dense that pitch black rested in the backdrop. Once done, I reached into my pocket and grabbed a cigarette. I lit it and took a couple of slow drags to calm down. As I stood there, my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness surrounding me. I saw a sudden shift in movement behind the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer. The way it sprinted through the trees felt odd. I'd never seen a deer move like that before. Another figure slowly started to emerge from the darkness. A man, seemingly in his 30s, maybe older. He was tall, dressed in jeans and a hooded jacket, but it was hard to tell. The darkness was playing tricks on my eyes, making his movements strange and jerky. My gut twisted. There wasn't another soul on this highway. No parked cars and no cabins nearby. Just me, my medium-duty truck, and now him. I kept it casual, crushed my cigarette under my boot, and calmly walked back to the truck. I got in and locked the doors. I put it in drive, foot hovering over the gas, but for some reason, I didn't peel out. I just watched him. He continued walking, one step at a time. He never increased his pace or slowed down. His hood obscured his face, yet his eyes remained fixated on me. His gaze could pierce your soul. He reached the passenger window and stopped. Lifting his bony hand, he knocked on the glass. My body jerked involuntarily. He brought his pale, skinny face closer to the window. I noticed his hollow cheeks and sleepless eyes. His lips were badly cracked, like he hadn't had a drink in days. I didn't want to, but I rolled down the window an inch. "What's up, man?" I asked in a firm voice, gripping the wheel. He let out a deep, raspy breath and replied, "I need you to call the cops." I took a good look at him, trying to find possible signs of an injury to determine if he needed help or not. I couldn't see a single scratch on him. Confusedly, I asked, "Is everything all right?" He lifted his hand and started scratching his head with a knife. His eyeballs moved randomly, like he didn't know what to do with the weapon. The sharp blade of the knife glinted in the moonlight. I came out here to kill myself," he said in a low, shaking voice. "Walked from town, but when I was about to do it, I saw their faces. My daughters. I couldn't go through with it." For a long second, neither of us spoke. The only sound was the faint clicking of my hazard lights. I called the cops and made sure to stay in my car, watching him constantly until they arrived. He didn't move. He just stood there, quietly crying. Tears streamed down that dead-eyed face as if they didn't even belong to him. I told him gently to leave the knife on the ground before the cops arrived. He stared at me like he didn't understand, then slowly crouched and placed the blade on the gravel. When the red and blue lights of the cop cars finally flashed in my rearview mirror, I felt relieved. They cuffed him, patted him down, and asked me a few questions. Before they drove off with the man, I walked to his door to have a few last words with him. I wasn't scared anymore. "Hey," I said, meeting his eyes one last time. "It's not over. You hear me? You walked out of those woods alive. Don't waste that. live for your girls." He didn't say anything. He just gave a slight, barely noticeable nod. Then they took him away. It's been years since that night, but sometimes when I'm driving these empty roads, I see him again, standing by the tree line, watching, waiting. And I wonder, did he make it? Or is part of him still out there, lost in the dark? Either way, I don't stop to piss on the side of the road anymore. I still don't want to talk about what happened at Camp Echo Pines. My parents say I made it up. The counselor claimed that it was merely a trick of the shadows, but I know what I saw. I was excited when my parents dropped me off at the summer camp. Kids were running everywhere. I was excited to make new friends. Our camp counselor assigned us to cabins. The girls' cabin was on the left side of the campsite, and the boys' on the right. I shared a room with 3 other children, and we enjoyed having fun throughout the day. After dinner, we went back to our cabins, as we had an early morning hike the next day. Even if I was tired, sleep didn't come easy because of the new surroundings. The bunk beds creaked every time I moved, and the cabin smelled like old wood and bug spray. But I slowly drifted off. It was probably past midnight when I woke up with the urge to pee. I regretted drinking too much lemonade. The outhouse wasn't that far, but the thought of going out into the dark by myself spooked me. I didn't want to wake anyone else up because they were all snoring. I took my flashlight, unzipped my sleeping bag, and stepped out of the cabin door. The trees were moving slowly with the gentle breeze. The sound of crickets and hooting owls made the atmosphere more eerie. I walked over the gravel path holding the flashlight. Its beams bounced in front of me. I was halfway to the outhouse when I heard a rustle in the woods. It sounded like someone stepping on dry leaves. I stopped and looked around, but no one was there. I quickly reached the outhouse, wanting to get done ASAP. Just before entering, I pointed my flashlight at the deep woods behind it, and I saw something. There was a person standing between the trees looking at me. He had no clothes, only his underwear. His skin was pale, and his face was full of veins. He wasn't moving, just stood there. His eyes were wide and focused on me, while his arms hung at his sides. I gulped in fear, because he wasn't standing very far, and the fence between us was severely damaged. "Hello?" I yelled in a shaken voice. He blinked, but didn't say anything. The blank expression on his face made him look like a patient straight out of a mental institution. I called out again. Do you need help?" He still didn't answer, but this time, he smiled. My body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like cement, and my hands shook so much that I almost dropped the flashlight. Then, all of a sudden, he took a step. I jumped. Dry leaves crunched under his bare foot as he started coming towards me. He wasn't running, just weirdly walking in my direction. He was so thin that I could see his ribs through his skin. It looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks. He kept coming at me, and I just stood there, completely drowned in trauma and shock. When he was only inches away, I heard my counselor's voice echoing from the campsite. "Who's there?" His loud call brought me to reality. I turned around and ran down the gravel path, my flashlight making strange shadows on the trees around me. I was wheezing and crying, and my eyes started to hurt. I fell once and cut my hand on the gravel, but I got back up. I just wanted to get to the cabin, close the door, and never come out. My counselor saw me running like a lost kid. He stopped and asked why I was so late. I told him about the man in the woods. He immediately woke up the other camp volunteers, and they all searched the campground for possible intrusion. When they saw the broken fence, they became worried because it allowed not only people, but also wild animals to enter the campground. The team took me to the office for first aid. The search went on for almost an hour, but no sketchy dude in underwear was found in the area. The next morning, the maintenance guys were called, and they repaired the fence. The counselor also informed the local cops just for safety purposes. We continued camping a week more, but I didn't go out of the cabin after dark. I deliberately drank less water so I wouldn't have to go pee. Slowly, everyone said I just hallucinated because no one else saw him apart from me. Do you also think it was my imagination? It was a boring Saturday night and my parents went to visit my grandma. I was randomly scrolling through Netflix when Susie invited me to grab a bite at McDonald's with her little brother. I called my mom and told her about this sudden plan. Even though she said yes, I could spot the worry in her voice for going out after dark. But I was 16, and at that age, we hardly listened to our parents. I thought she was worrying for nothing because the restaurant was just 2 blocks away, and I always carried Mace in my bag. Putting some music in my ears, I peacefully walked to the restaurant. It was only 7 p.m., so the place was flooding with customers. Susie waved at me from a table in the corner, and I smiled at her. We laughed, we joked, and we gossiped with every bite of our burgers. I ate a little too much fries, which didn't leave space for the entire Big Mac to fit in. Just when I was thinking of wrapping it up and take home for a midnight snack, a filthy-looking homeless guy approached our table.
If you're not gonna eat it, can I have it?
His voice sounded broken, like he had a years-old cough stuck in his larynx. He took out a dirty, muddy hand from his pocket and stretched it in my direction, hoping I would hand him my food.
Sorry, but I'm gonna eat it later.
His face turned sad as he said those lines. His eyes sunk deep with pleading, but I stuck to my decision. Susie suggested to buy him some food, but I stopped her.
Why don't you get a job so you can buy food for yourself?
I said this out loud to catch the attention of the security. I also exaggerated a lie when they asked us if he was bothering us. In the next 2 minutes, he was thrown out of the store. They pushed him so hard that he fell on the pavement and broke his tooth. I was happy that he's gone, but Susie told me I was too harsh on him. We chilled out there for an hour more, and then got up to go home. Susie asked me to wait so her dad could drop me home, but my mom had called me thrice already. I said I'll walk home. Saying our goodbyes, I started heading home. Putting my earbuds back on, I started on the empty streets. Headlights of passing cars accompanied me through the night, when suddenly, someone threw a rock at me. It hit my head so hard that I felt I would faint. I grabbed a tree on the sidewalk and touched the back of my head, felt a swollen bump. I groaned in pain and looked around to see who threw it. Turning around, I saw a familiar face. It was the homeless guy from MacD. He was hunched on the sidewalk just a few inches away. A mix of anger and hatred illuminated his face under the neon streetlights. Before the sense of fight or flight could kick in, he sprinted towards me, grabbed me by the shoulders, and started shaking me violently.
Help! Help!
I screamed. My face was covered in my tears and sweat, but there was hardly anyone to hear my cry. I felt I was gonna vomit when he stopped. Still grabbing my shoulders, he brought his face closer and screamed at me, opening his mouth. His bad breath mixed with his spit spray-printed my face. Blood was oozing from his broken tooth.
I'm sorry! Let me go! Please!
He then pushed me on the sidewalk, making me lose my balance and fall on my back. I forgot about the Mac. I forgot I could fight. Like a tiny bug trying its best to set free from a spider web, I almost crawled back on my hands. The guy just stood there, watching me go through all the emotions before I got up and started running. I could hear his laughter echoing in the night. When I reached home, I called my mom and broke down like a little girl. My parents drove back home ASAP, but until they arrived, I just sat in the living room corner, crying and fearing the guy might show up at my house too. I constantly kept checking out the window to see if he was standing on the streets. Luckily, he wasn't. I didn't sleep well for at least a month after that incident. I didn't go out after dark for a year. Now, when I look back to the situation and think about it, I realize I did wrong the poor guy. All he asked for was food, and I denied him quite rudely. I'm 30 years old now. Until today, whenever I come across a homeless person, I offer them some money as my repentance for treating that man like he didn't matter. The worst she can do is say no, right? These were my exact thoughts when I decided to ask Betty out again. We had a nasty breakup. Well, it was worse for her than me. For days, she kept texting and calling me, screaming and crying. It was hard for her to digest that we were no longer together. I went to New York for a work project and eventually forgot about her. But a few months back, we crossed paths again. I was standing outside a coffee shop when I heard a familiar voice, and she was standing on the sidewalk, talking on her phone. She looked different, a little too happy maybe. Seeing her smile like that, I realized I could have ended it better. So one Friday night, I mustered up the courage and asked Betty out. She agreed right away, and we met for our first post-breakup date at a nightclub. The bar was swinging with men and women. We drank and laughed and danced. It all felt nice. As I sat down beside her, I couldn't help but apologize again. Listen, Bet, I'm sorry about our breakup. I should have treated you right. She flipped her hair to her back and said,
Yeah, you should have. But it's all right. I hold no grudge.
I leaned in to kiss her, but she stopped me.
How about we take this forward at my place? Kind of our private after party.
I was a little drunk and I wanted to get some, so I agreed, quite immediately. Betty took me to her luxurious 4 BHK apartment. Whoa, this place is fire. You stay alone here?
Mostly. Sometimes I bring my dates here.
She poured me a glass of champagne, and once I finished it, pointed at her bedroom, saying,
Let's not keep you waiting for long.
I followed her like a puppy, but as soon as I stepped in the bedroom, she pushed me in and locked the door from the outside. I balanced myself, avoiding a fall. I turned back to the door and knocked on it, laughing. Come on, Bet. Still punishing me for last time? I said I'm sorry. My, what a sweet candy you are. Suddenly, my stomach dropped. A man's voice forced me to turn around and take a quick look at the room. There was indeed a man. He was wearing gym shorts. The way he sat on the bed felt like he was waiting for me. Brushing his long, bony fingers on his hairy chest, he spoke again. It's time for a raise, Betty. You're the handsomest one she's brought in. What? Who are you? I'm SJ. Betty works for me, officially as well as unofficially. He laughed, then headed for the cupboard. I started punching on the door. Betty, open the door! Let me out!
Sorry, I only listen to my boss, not you.
Her amused voice rang from the other side of the door. Tears rolled down my cheek. Anger, hatred, and fear all rushed through my veins at once. Did she lure me into a trap? The man has gotten up from the bed now. Suddenly, my head started to spin. My entire body went numb, and I couldn't keep standing anymore. What's happening? I remember the glass of champagne Betty gave me right after entering her apartment. I tried my best to speak, but even my voice gave up on me. And then I passed out. I woke up to the smell of rotten mush and sticky ground. My head was heavy like a rock. When my blurry vision stabilized, I found myself lying in a heap of garbage in a very shady alley. Flies were sitting on my skin. My clothes were ruined. There was a big stain on my pants that seemed like blood and something more. I wanted to cry, but my tears were dried up. Shame, guilt, and pain all dawned on me. I can't recollect how I reached home. I took many showers to wash off the filth and the memories, but I still feel the reeking smell from the garbage pit circling me. I haven't told anyone anything about that awful night. I haven't gotten any text or call from Betty since. I wish I had the courage to go to the cops, but speaking about that night spirals my trauma even more. Maybe someday I can finally speak up and get justice for myself. Sometimes I laugh at myself looking at the mirror. What a naive guy I was, that I thought the worst she could do was say no. I work as a maintenance guy in my local gym. My job includes cleaning after the closing hours, setting the equipment for the next day, and loading the lost and found to maintain the integrity of the gym. Customers often forget their towel, bandana, even wallets in a hurry to rush back home. I get paid well and I'm never influenced by greed, so even if someone leaves something expensive, I notify the gym instructor so people get their things back. Maybe that's why the owner trusts me, and I've been here for quite some time. I know this place like my own house. It's a 2-story building with the office and reception on the ground floor, and the entire gym with the washrooms area on the first. Once you made it up the stairs, you meet with a long hallway, and the end of the hallway is the big glass door entry of the gym. One afternoon, my boss called me to his office. He told me they're going to undergo a renovation, so for the next week, the gym will be closed. He told me to do one last cleaning next Friday before the renovation begins. I happily agreed, as it will be a week off for me too. After the closing hours, I entered the gym as usual. That day it rained heavily. The entire floor was covered with muddy footprints, and the smell of damp walls mixed with sweat. Without much ado, I got to work. I was mopping the floor, humming the new Dua Lipa song I heard when a bolt of lightning struck close by. An ear-numbing crack made the glass window shudder. I was almost done cleaning the ground floor when the lights went out. The weather was getting worse, but I had to do my job. So I turned on the flashlight, grabbed the cleaning supplies, and headed for the gym area. Now, as soon as I stepped into the hallway, a weird feeling hit me. I suddenly felt like I wasn't the only one in this place. Flashes of lightning were reflecting from the windows inside the gym area, illuminating the hallway too because of the glass door. And in between those flashes, I noticed a long stretch of muddy footprints starting from the stairs, leading to the glass door. Those were footprints of someone walking in, but not going out. A rush of cold sweat ran down my spine. I thought of calling out, but then decided to keep quiet if there's an intruder. Just when I had started to walk closer to the gym entrance, the lightning flashed again, and this time I saw a head peeking at me from behind the glass door. I froze, heart pounding in my chest, flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. The head that had peeked through the glass door hadn't just popped in for a second. It was there, a pale, skinny face behind stringy, soaked hair, watching me. His eyes were wide and glassy, unmoving, like he was trying to decide whether to lunge or vanish. For a long second, neither of us moved. And then, slowly, he stepped from behind the door. He didn't open it. He just stood behind the glass, faintly lit by the next flash of lightning. He was filthy and soaked through, an oversized army jacket, torn at the sleeves and boots caked in mud. His arms hung lopsidedly at his sides, one twitching a little. Right then, the lights came back. He looked up, then tilted his head to the side, scratching his arms with his dirty fingernails. His mouth was partially open, and I could see scars all over his face. The hollows around the eyes hinted that he hadn't eaten in days. It wasn't just his appearance, it was the way he looked at me. No fear, no guilt, just staring. I took a step back and raised my voice, trying to sound tougher than I felt. "Hey, the cops are gonna be here any minute. You better leave while you can." At first, he was frozen still. Then, something shifted. His eyes twitched, and in a heartbeat, he turned, pushed the glass door open with a creak, and started sprinting towards me. I stumbled backward, holding my mop handle tightly in case I had to swing it, but he didn't stop. He ran past me, smelling like trash can and unwashed clothes. Just as he passed, our eyes locked. There was something broken in that look. Not just frightening, but mad. Not casual madness. It was the kind of madness that sits with someone until they're too far to be caught by the world anymore. He never said a word. He hurried down the stairs and disappeared into the storm. I stood there alone, shaken, mop still in hand, the hallway ringing with the fading sound of boots and thunder. After 5 minutes, when I'd calmed down, I called the owner and told him everything. He did come with 2 cops who searched the entire gym. Looks like the receptionist forgot to lock the back door before leaving, and the guy came in from there. I worked there for 2 more years and never saw that guy again, but those 2 years, I went to work with a can of mace and a small knife in my pocket for just in case. I didn't expect much from my new school. Brightfield Academy was a place for the best and brightest, but it felt more like a prison where the inmates were polished with privilege, all perfect smiles and sharp edges. I wasn't like them. I wasn't thin, and I wasn't popular. I was Tessa, introverted, intelligent, and curvy. That last part made me a target. From day one, it was the same. Whispers, stares, and cruel notes left in my locker. Ever heard of portion control? Whale sighting in the gym. It was like the walls themselves were breathing judgment, and the girls, they were like a pack of wolves circling the weak, with me at the center. I tried to ignore it, but the isolation was suffocating. I spent my days dodging their mocking glances, trying to avoid the sting of their wounds, but the worst was always gym class. That day, after yet another round of taunting, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I found myself running to the nurse's office, tears threatening to fall. The office was dim, the air thick with the scent of herbs and something strangely soothing. Nurse Marrow was there, as always, soft-spoken and gentle. She never asked too many questions, never seemed to care about the details. She just knew how to make things feel quiet. I told her I couldn't take it anymore. She listened, nodding, her eyes soft with sympathy.
You need something to help.
She said in her calm voice.
These pills.
She reached into a drawer and handed me a small velvet pouch.
They're from the old country. They'll help with the weight. Give them a try.
I hesitated. Something in her eyes made me question it, but I was desperate. The pills tasted chalky, dry as if they were made from ash, but within hours, I felt different. My appetite vanished. The constant hunger that gnawed at me was replaced with a surge of energy. I felt light, almost euphoric. By the next day, the change was undeniable. The scale showed I'd lost 5 pounds. My classmates started noticing.
You look good.
They said, half mocking, half curious. It wasn't much, but it was something. I clutched the velvet pouch tightly in my hands, taking a pill every morning and every night. I told myself I would stop, but somehow I couldn't. It didn't take long for things to go wrong. My reflection became distorted. My face thinned unnaturally, my cheeks hollowing out as though something inside me was eating me alive. I tried to stop taking the pills, but every time I reached for the drawer where I kept them, the pouch was there, always refilled. One night, I looked in the mirror, and it wasn't me staring back. I was fading. My body felt wrong. Bruises appeared without reason, my skin sloughing off in flakes like sunburn. I couldn't stop it. I didn't know how to stop it. The worst part? I couldn't even scream. When I opened my mouth, my voice cracked like a broken cassette tape. That's when I ran to Nurse Marrow.
I can't stop. Please help me.
I cried, my hands shaking. She looked at me with the same soft smile, but this time something darker lurked in her eyes.
You wanted to be seen, Tessa.
She said, her voice low, almost a whisper.
But you didn't want to be seen like that. I can show you how to disappear. I can make them never laugh at you again.
Marrow pulled out an old photograph. A girl, overweight, surrounded by classmates who mocked her. The caption read, Marrow, class of 79. It was her. She had been like me, and then she had disappeared.
They laughed at me too once. Until I learned how to fade away. This school teaches you how to erase what they hate. I give you the tools.
Suddenly, everything clicked. I wasn't the first. She'd done this before. The pills weren't just for weight loss. They were part of something far more sinister. Nurse Marrow had been doling out pills to students for years. Some disappeared emotionally, others disappeared entirely. I wanted to run, but my body was failing. I couldn't feel heat or cold anymore. I couldn't eat without vomiting. I was fading away, my body becoming a ghost, a shell. I stumbled back to the nurse's office, desperate to destroy the pouch, to stop it. But Marrow was there. She caught me, stronger than I expected. She pinned me down.
You wanted to be seen, but not like you were. This is better.
She whispered, her face contorted with something close to hunger.
This is beautiful.
With all the strength I had left, I headbutted her. I reached for the burner stove and tossed the velvet pouch into the flames. It hissed, the smoke dark and thick, swirling around us. Marrow's face contorted.
My masterpiece.
I don't know what happened after that. My world went black. When I woke up, I was in the hospital bed with my parents. They told me the cops arrested Nurse Marrow for giving me substances that messed with my physical and mental state. When I fainted in the office, she thought I died and was dragging me to the back. That's when our school janitor saw me and stopped Marrow. She ran away, leaving me unconscious, and the cops were called. Till today, I wonder where is she now? What is she doing? I just hope no other innocent life falls into her trap. I signed up for yoga because I needed something to help me get back to my normal life. My mind was a hub of anger and regret after the toxic separation with my ex-husband, so I thought a little soul healing would do me good. I enrolled in a local yoga studio, nestled between a vegan cafe and a nail salon. The very first day I entered through the doors, a calming smell of sandalwood and lavender hinted that I'd come to the right place. Our yoga teacher, Mira, told me there's going to be a special Kundalini meditation workshop and I should attend it. She said,
It's perfect for grounding and waking up your inner self.
with a comforting smile that most yoga teachers seem to have. I didn't refuse because it sounded promising. I wanted peace so I could feel alive again. Apart from me, there were about 10 women joining the class. Mira arranged our mats in a circle, placing a flickering candle in front of each one. Mira turned off the room lights and told us to take positions on our mats. We sat cross-legged in the warm light of the candles. The session began with a spiritual Om chant playing in the speakers, and Mira's soothing voice guiding us into breathwork. She asked us to keep our eyes closed.
Breathe in through your nose. Hold. Breathe out through your mouth.
My breath was shaky at the start, as if my restless body was pulling up a protest. But in the next 15 minutes, I started to feel like I was floating. The air changed, and I was perfectly at peace. So far, everything was going all right. But then, I began hearing a weird sound. At first, it was just a rhythmic wheezing, but then it escalated like someone was having difficulty breathing. I opened one eye just to get a look around. One of the students, a girl sitting right across from me, breathed harder than the rest of us. I thought she was trying too hard and going too far, but suddenly, she started to rock back and forth like a metronome. I saw Mira get up and walk to her quietly. She held her hand and tried to calm her down.
It's okay. Let it flow. It'll be all right.
She kept telling the girl, but the girl's rapid breathing increased. She was breathing so heavily now that all of us opened our eyes and had to look at her. Her chest rose and fell as if someone were simultaneously inflating and then deflating it. Her eyes were wide open, with her veins popping out of her forehead. Her eyeballs constantly moved, like a trapped mouse finding its way in a maze. Mira tried to grab her by the shoulder, telling her to calm down, but she didn't bother. Instead, she started laughing. Her laughter sounded as if 2 or 3 voices were layered on top of each other. Soon, the entire class became terrified as they observed the girl's changing demeanor. I started panicking when her rocking stopped. She looked right at me. And then, she said something in a language that I never heard. No one in the room seemed to understand what was happening to her. Mira stepped back with her face turning pale. She quickly switched on the lights, and the girl's body suddenly became stiff. Her jaws stretched into this giant hollow, and her eyes rolled back. She collapsed on her yoga mat without saying another word. We were all horrified by what just happened. Mira went close to her, and after about 10 seconds, she opened her eyes.
Did I fall asleep?
She asked, rubbing her eyes like a kid waking up from a nap. She couldn't remember anything. Mira told her about her shocking episode, and she walked away immediately. I never saw her again. I cornered Mira after the session.
What the hell happened to her?
Mira let out a sigh and closed her eyes.
Sometimes these karmic meditations can take us to another world. She might have gone somewhere she wasn't supposed to. Something might have come back with her. You mean she got possessed?
Mira nodded slowly, her face still pale with the fear. Any other time I would have laughed it off, but I did see the girl and her scary reactions. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing the girl's laughter in my head, and the strange voices that were overlapping with hers. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see her face, how her pupils were swallowed by darkness. I told Mira the next day that I wouldn't take any more meditation classes. She didn't fight back.
Take care of your energy, Sophia.
She said. Since then, I'd gone to other yoga studios, but I don't do Kundalini. I would rather not sit in the dark with a circle of candles. I don't even close my eyes when I do breath work. Maybe Mira was wrong. Maybe it was just a psychotic break or an epileptic episode. But what if it wasn't? What if the girl really did bring something back? And what if they're still looking for someone else to ride? This happened last week. I was driving down the empty highway for almost 4 hours. I needed to deliver some machine parts for a construction company in Utah. It rained for the first few miles, which compelled me to drive slowly. Upon reaching the dusty road, I was exhausted. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and I decided it would be best to stop for the night and begin after sunrise. I parked the truck under a tree and finished the cold turkey sandwich made by my wife. It tasted like her hugs. I rolled down the window to take a good look at my surroundings. It wasn't raining, but a cold, gushing wind was howling into the darkness of the night. Closing the window curtains, I reclined the seat and used my jacket like a blanket to fall asleep. After about an hour, I heard the door handle jiggle. It came from the driver's side. It sounded like metal against metal. The sound was subtle and almost polite, like whoever was out there was checking to see if maybe they could just let themselves in. I sat straight up. You know that feeling when you're deeply asleep but you hear an unfamiliar sound and you immediately open your eyes, trying to figure out whether what you heard is real or not? That one. So far, no cars passed by. There had not even been the crunch of tires. I took my time to pop back up. I tiptoed to the edge of the curtain and peeked out from the corner, but I saw nothing outside. All I saw were empty roads and trees. Suddenly, I heard a click on the passenger door handle. I crouched down, popping my face up to the top of the curtain once again, but there was no one. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I pressed the starter. The engine roared to life, and the lights illuminated the way. Spotlights, floodlights, everything worked. The high beams showed the long, stretched road ahead, and it was empty. No person was hiding next to my door, and no car was behind me. I told myself it was the wind. Hell, it must have been gusty. Maybe the friction had caused some tumbleweed to bounce against my truck. That's what I told myself. I rolled over to return to sleep, but sleep wasn't coming easily now. My ears sharpened. I could hear every creak of my truck frame, every rustling of the wind outside, as my mind twisted them into footsteps. Suddenly, the vents started rattling. You know those little panel vents next to the sleeper berth? The ones that no one pays any mind to? Well, it sounded like fingers were prying at the other side. Someone was scraping on them, slowly. The door handles rattled once more, but this time with great intensity. I was starting to get scared now because this wasn't just the work of one person. It has to be a group of them. Once the rattling stopped, someone started punching on the metal body of the truck. It felt as though a weight was pressing down in an unexpected place. Someone or something was crawling onto my truck from the back because I couldn't see anyone on the windshield. I hit the panic button back in the sleeper. The truck alarm started going off. The alarm was loud enough to rouse the dead. I thought for sure that'd send them scurrying, but it didn't. The noises continued, tapping, scraping. The alarm synchronized with the clicking of the handles. The air suspension hissed as if the truck sighed under a heavy load. The glass of the windshield cracked from the corner because something was paddling footfalls across the roof. I didn't dare to come out. I was terrified for my life. I don't exactly remember how long this chaos sustained, but it stopped all of a sudden. The alarm blared for a few more seconds, and everything went silent. It felt as though the world had regained its clarity. For a few long minutes, the only thing I could hear was my own ragged breathing and racing heartbeat. A few minutes later, headlights sliced into the road. Another truck drove past me, and I felt alive again. I remained awake throughout the night, tightly gripping a tire iron as if my survival relied on it. As soon as the sunlight hit the trees, I jumped out of the truck, still clutching the tire iron. I looked for footprints and tire tracks, and to my shock, there were dragging bloodstains all over the truck. It appeared as though hordes of hungry zombies had scavenged across the truck, their wounds exposed. And on every window, driver's side, passenger side, even way up on the sleeper's little portholes, were tiny handprints, like a toddler's. It seemed as if someone had licked their palms multiple times and pressed them against the glass. There weren't any tracks leading to or from the truck. Only the tiny, sticky handprints clung to the glass, and the truck's body was covered in bloodstains. I had to clean the truck before driving off because if a cop car spotted me, they would have charged me with murder. I still don't know what happened and who did all that to my truck that night. I'm just glad to make it out alive. I still remember how thrilled I was to spend the summer at Uncle Ben's farm. Uncle Ben's farm was a place filled with endless fields, a lake resembling glass, and my older cousin Jack, whose wild ideas transformed even the most mundane chores into thrilling adventures. The tent was the best thing he bought that summer. One morning, Jack said, "Let's camp by the lake. We can fish and cook 'em over a fire. It'll be fun to sleep outside tonight." At the age of 11, I enthusiastically accepted. Of course I said yes. We spent the entire day fishing, submerging our toes in the water, and laughed without any worries. Jack successfully caught 3 perches. I got 1 and a strange-looking boot. Our dads helped us put up the tent and build a fire. Jack and I carefully cooked the fish until it was crispy and a little burnt, just the way Jack liked it. When the sun went down behind the trees, the lake turned golden, and the shadows in the backyard got longer and thinner. I was taking in the beautiful view of the lake when I felt a strange tingle on the back of my neck. My eyes scanned through the woods around, and for a moment, I thought someone was watching us, though I saw no one. I didn't say anything to Jack because I knew he wouldn't believe me. Instead, he'll make fun of me for being a baby. But I kept looking at the trees behind the house until it got dark. The sound of the forest is one of a kind. A group of coyotes started howling in the woods. Their howls echoed all over the lake, making the night more mysterious. After dinner, we crawled into the tent, zipped it up, and listened to their howls. It took Jack just a few minutes to fall asleep. I lay there, looking at the nylon ceiling, my stomach still buzzing with worry. After 15 minutes, when I just started to doze off, I heard a noise. The fire outside was still going on, casting a dying glow on the tent. The howls of the coyotes were now replaced with the sound of chirping crickets. The woods felt too silent all of a sudden. I shook off the feeling of dread, thinking it was some wild animal, when I noticed someone standing just outside the tent. With the moonlight shining off the lake, mixed with the soft, warm light from the fire, I could clearly see a man's shadow. I thought it was Dad at first. He might have come to see how we were doing. But whoever it was didn't say a single word, just stood there in complete silence. He was of average height with broad shoulders. My heart raced in my chest. I could hardly breathe. Then, very slowly, the figure crouched down. It bent its knees in strange ways, as if it didn't want to wake us up. Then, it pushed its face against the tent's mesh window. I stopped moving. It wasn't my father. I couldn't see the whole face, but what I could see made my stomach turn. The eyes were too wide and glowed in the dark, like a hungry wolf watching its prey. I could feel my palms getting sweaty and my throat dry. I wanted to yell, wanted to get Jack up, but I had a feeling that I shouldn't let this man know I can see him too. Who knows? If I make a noise, things might get worse. So I did the only thing I could do. I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. Inside, I was praying that this man leave without any trouble. I don't know how long I lay like that. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. I just kept my eyes closed and listened to my heartbeat like a drum in my chest. And then suddenly, I heard footsteps fading away. I was awake all night. I didn't open my eyes until the first light of dawn came into the tent. Jack was still snoring next to me, not knowing what just happened. When we finally got up and unzipped the flap, the grass outside was wet with dew and had footprints on it. The footprints were big and bare, and they circled the tent. I told Jack what I did last night, and he screamed for my uncle. When Uncle and Dad came, I told them about the guy. They looked in the backyard, along the tree line, and even by the lake. No one in the house had gone out during the night, and there were no signs that anyone else was close by. There were no tracks or shoes left behind, just prints. My dad said it was probably a bear. Uncle Ben said it might have been a drifter, but I still remember those eyes and the shadowy face pressed against the mesh window. Whoever or whatever was outside our tent that night didn't come searching for help. It definitely had some bad intentions. I'm a personal yoga trainer who gives one-on-one sessions, and my classes don't come cheap. I don't teach just as a hobby or simple workout. Most of my clients are either business professionals with stiff backs or elderly socialites who use green juice and downward dog exercises to rejuvenate their youthful energy. Awkward is nothing new to me because I'm more than used to strange. But what happened last year is the main reason why I'm afraid to take new clients. I was by a middle-aged man who recently went through some accident leading to a severe back injury. He said I was referred to him by a former client, and I believed him without digging deeper into his claims. He called himself Mr. Bellamy and offered me 3 times what I usually charge for in-home sessions. Even though I was making good money with my regular clients, who says no to more money, right? I thought I could deal with him, even if something awkward happened, because the money would help me get a bigger apartment at the end of the month. I reached his house, hoping to see a lot of grandeur. The house was big and fancy from the outside, but on the inside it looked like a model home, modern and glassy. There were only white walls, straight lines, and almost no furniture. I felt an unease that moment I stepped in, but I thought it was just rich people being minimalistic. I made some small talk with Mr. Bellamy and put my mat in the living room. He sat on the couch and watched me, with his hands folded neatly in his lap.
My doctors don't want me to move around much yet, so I would just watch and learn today.
I paused for a second, but then he reminded me that he was going to pay exactly what he promised. So I decided to just get on with the session. Once I began the poses, I noticed a smirk on his face, which got wider with each passing second. The way he watched me sitting in silence, without blinking, made my skin crawl. During some poses, he would ask me to repeat it, saying he needs to memorize my posture well, which only added to my discomfort. Still, I continued while keeping my discomfort hidden behind a tight-lipped smile. 20 minutes into the session during the sun salutation, I moved to the cobra pose when I noticed a small black camera lens blinking red in the top corner of the room. It was aimed only at me. I froze for a second. A bile churned inside of me, and the empty house and the sketchy man all made sense all of a sudden. This pervert was recording me. I got up, doing my best to conceal my anger, as I was uncertain about what this man was capable of.
Mr. Bellamy,
I said, trying to keep my voice steady.
I think we're done for today. I have taught you enough to remember until next session.
He didn't answer right away, just slowly tilted his head. Do a few freestyle poses for me before you go, he insisted in a sick voice.
No, I'm done.
I'll pay twice as much,
I don't care.
I said as I rolled up my mate and almost sprinted out of the house. When I got to the driveway, my hands were shaking. I blocked his number and deleted the email thread as soon as I got home. I tried to forget about it all. But the next morning, I got an email from an unknown sender. There was no subject, just a link in it. I should have deleted it, but I couldn't help but look. It opened up to a blog about yoga fetishes, a lot of zoomed-in stills from my session, with each pose recorded and stored. I called the cops and the cyber cell right away. I gave them everything, the pictures, the house address, his name, and the email. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my apartment window made my heart race. The police called the next day. The officer said, "Yeah, no one lives at that address." The house has been empty for months. The owner moved to another state last year. It is now for sale. "Ma'am," he said slowly, "we don't know who you met." It's unclear how they gained entry. However, there have been several lock changes in the past few weeks. We're looking into it. I was lucky, but luck isn't enough anymore. Now, I look into every client. I bring a friend with me to the first session, and I will never, ever ignore my instincts again. I've always been bold, confident, unapologetic, an influencer who built my platform on being a proud, plus-sized woman in a world that wanted to silence me. But even I couldn't escape the trolls. They came for my body, my looks, my every post, and for a while, it felt like nothing I did could silence their hate. But then, the email came, and suddenly, it seemed like maybe everything I'd worked for was about to pay off. It was from Divine, a high-end fashion label known for its inclusive campaigns. They were launching a new line called Real Body, and they wanted me to be a part of it. Their message promised an exclusive retreat, a photo shoot unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I had to take it. This was it, my big break. I could already hear the voices in my head telling me how great it would be, how the retreat would give me a chance to prove everyone wrong. I wasn't prepared for what came next. I arrived at the mansion, a sprawling desert estate far from anyone and everyone. I was greeted with champagne, a warm smile, and a sleek, minimalist room that felt sterile, almost too perfect. The only thing that felt off was the contract I had to sign upon arrival. It forbade any outside contact during the retreat. They said it was for creative integrity. The first day was a whirlwind of fittings, glam, and photo shoots. Everyone was obsessed with making us look perfect. But something nagged at me. There were no mirrors, no reflective surfaces. The food was tiny portions of tasteless meals, barely enough to fill a stomach. When I asked about it, a staff member smiled and said, "We want to see your true hunger to show on film." I thought it was just part of the brand's vision for the shoot, so I let it go. But by day 3, I started feeling uneasy. The glamour faded quickly. The staff began to grow distant, colder. The atmosphere shifted. Something about it felt wrong, like we weren't the models here. We were the subjects of something darker. The stylists started to become abusive, yelling at us, pushing us harder. Every moment was more intense than the last, and they took our phones for creative focus, they said. But that wasn't all. During one of the shoots, I saw Lena, one of the other influencers, completely break down. She cried on set, unable to keep it together anymore. I watched in horror as she was led away by the staff, her face blotchy and red, her spirit clearly shattered. The next morning, Lena was gone. They said she had left the retreat early, but when I found bloodstains on her bed, I couldn't pretend it was just a coincidence. I tried to ignore the rising panic, but my suspicions grew stronger each day. During a forced empowerment walk through the desert, I noticed hidden cameras tucked into rocks, peeking out from the brush, following our every step. Something was off. That night, when everyone was asleep, I snuck into the editing room, hoping to find some answers. What I found wasn't what I expected, even in my worst nightmare. On one of the laptops, a live chat window was open, and there I was, on the screen, half naked, crying in a fitting room. I wasn't alone. The other women, too, were being humiliated in real time. Our vulnerabilities laid bare for an anonymous audience. The site was called True Form, a platform where viewers could pay to trigger humiliating commands, insults, food restrictions, and stress tests. It wasn't just a modeling shoot. It was an endurance game, a sick, twisted form of entertainment. That's when I realized the horrifying truth. We weren't here to be celebrated. We were here to be broken. And Lena hadn't left. She had collapsed during a shoot, a casualty of their twisted game, and they'd whisked her away like she was nothing more than an expendable object. I knew I was trapped, but I wasn't going to play their game. The final night arrived and everything was set up for the big reveal, the moment they thought I'd crack. But instead of submitting, I turned the tables. I found my way into the control room and stole a live mic. I began streaming everything, every hidden camera, every vile moment, every piece of evidence. I broadcasted it to the world, hoping someone, anyone, would see it and help. I begged for the viewers to leak the truth, but the staff wasn't having it. They stormed the room and a struggle broke out. I fought back, grabbing a bottle of acid from a station they used to distress clothes and threw it into one of their faces. It wasn't enough to stop them, and they kept coming. I bolted to the control room, locked myself in, and grabbed a forgotten backup phone hidden in my boot. I started streaming everything, every file, every feed, Instagram Live. I exposed them all, the twisted fetishists who'd paid to watch us suffer, the handlers who tortured us, the sick game they'd played at our expense. A massive chaos erupted. The sirens started in the distance. My hands were shaking as I held the door, praying for the police to arrive before they could get through. On the live feed, I could see the other girls, terrified, some bloodied, some screaming, huddled in rooms behind two-way mirrors. And then, the stream cut off. A week later, the news broke. Underground fashion ring busted for torture exploitation. I was hailed as a hero, but the truth? The trauma? It was deeper than anyone knew. The police had arrived in time, but the damage had already been done. I sat in a hospital bed, bruised and exhausted, surrounded by reporters, cameras flashing. I smiled, knowing I'd won, at least on the surface. But when I looked in the mirror for the first time since escaping, the reflection wasn't what I expected. I was thinner, pale. The weight of what had happened had drained me in ways I couldn't explain. I picked up my lipstick and applied it slowly, staring at the woman in the mirror.
You're not content. You're fire.
I whispered to her. Last week, my sister went on a business trip, leaving my nephew at my place. My nephew loves me because I have always been the fun uncle for him. There was no strict bedtime or constant banning of fast foods at my place. We had a fun week, and on our last day together, we decided to go to McDonald's for burgers. When we reached the first thing that caught my mind was how busy the restaurant was. I placed the order and picked up the food. Just then, my nephew pointed to a seat where a middle-aged man was also sitting. I didn't think much, and we sat down. There was a long-cut mark on his right cheek that appeared pretty fresh.
Happy Meal, huh? Let's see what toys you got.
Ricky looked at me with timid eyes, and I nodded at him. He showed his minion toys to the man. The man took a keen interest in the toys, which gave me weird vibes. The man kept talking about how he loves McDonald's toys because each one is unique. Then went on saying the previous toys used to be more exciting, but it was a shame they got banned. Now that interested Ricky, and he started talking to the man as well. It was all a casual convo, so I didn't see any harm in it. But now, when I look back, I realize what a grave mistake it was.
Why did they ban the toys?
Well, some people thought they were wrong.
Wrong? Why?
I expected the man to discuss any hazardous factor about the old McDonald's toys. Still, instead, he put his hand into his pocket. I watched him struggling to take out something from his pocket, which obviously had been stuck. Ricky got impatient and asked,
What? What is it?
The man smiled, ear to ear, still struggling to get whatever it was in his pocket. I was curious too at this point. Then, I heard a crushing sound of a paper bag. The man took out this paper bag, which had something inside. He placed the bag on the table and pulled out this bizarre McDonald's toy, shaped like a jellyfish. Its droopy tentacles, human-like face, and oddly fixed grin violated the lines between kids' meal fun and explicit intent. Its translucent dome head only added to the alien horror, making it weirdly memorable and slightly disturbing.
Isn't it amazing? Look how big it is. Touch it. Touch it to feel its hard surface.
Now here I had to put a stop. The implication of the toy and the man's sarcastically chosen words made me understand his evil intention. This guy is sick. My face turned red in embarrassment, and in a low but strict voice I said, "Excuse me, I don't think you should talk to my kid like that." His eyes, which were fixated on Ricky for the last few minutes, shifted to me.
Kids love toys. I'm just telling him to touch it once. What's wrong with that?
He doesn't need to touch anything that you have been in contact with. Now, you better leave this place or I'm gonna make you.
Really?
He leaned slightly closer to my face and said,
What are you gonna do? Ban me from McDonald's?
I was on the verge to beat the crap out of him, but he got up and left.
That guy gave me the creeps, Uncle Ted.
Me too. Let's go home. We'll eat in the car. I was fuming with rage. On our way to the exit, I informed the McDonald's employee about the guy, but she brushed it off, saying creeps are all over the world. We got in the car and were about to drive away, when suddenly, a big hand stomped on my window. It was him, again. Ricky screamed in terror. Without opening the window, I cussed him and told him I'll go to the cops right now, but none of my words created any worry on his face. Instead, he took out the jellyfish toy and gave it a big lick from bottom to top. I wanted to get down and slap him as hard as I could, but Ricky was already crying, so I had to drive home. The poor kid barely slept that night. The next morning, when I dropped him off at the airport, he was constantly looking around with fear in his eyes. I knew what he was thinking, but I didn't bring up the man again. Once he got home safely to my sister, I called her and told her everything. I even reported the guy to the cops, but since he didn't do anything physically harmful to us, the cops said they couldn't arrest him. I really hope that pervert trips and falls into a manhole, because people like him are nothing but filth to society. This happened when I was 8 years old. One sunny afternoon, my mom asked me if I would like to accompany her to Walmart for some cleaning supplies. I told her I needed a new set of colors for the Father's Day card, and she happily agreed. When we entered Walmart, I was stunned. It was such a big place that I squeezed my mom's hand too tightly. Mom gave me a gentle pat on my back and said,
Let's get new colors.
Mom always made me feel good in tense situations. I guess mothers are born with superpowers. My mom is still my superhero, and you'll soon find out why. We began exploring the place, going through aisle after aisle, and seeing all kinds of things in the world available in one place. Coming from a small town, I was flabbergasted. As we were walking around, I noticed a woman following us. No matter which way we went, we would always end up near her. Or maybe it's the other way around. My mom didn't notice her, because every time she turned back, the woman hid behind the aisles. I thought of telling my mom this, but eventually forgot. When we reached near the stationery section and I was about to go through all the color sets, my mom told me to wait here as she was going to the washroom quickly. I was a good kid, so I did what my mom said. As I waited, my eyes kept searching for the woman. A few minutes went by and I was wondering why Mom's taking so much time when a touch of cold hands brushed off my shoulder. Turning back, I saw the same woman standing behind me with a big smile and wide, bright eyes.
Are you waiting for your mother?
She asked in a calm voice. I nodded my head. She caressed my cheek and said,
I'm a friend of your mother. Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to her.
I looked around once again, then asked,
I'm buying crayons and Mom told me to wait here until she comes back.
She crouched down to my face and said in a weird voice,
What are you gonna do with crayons?
I replied cheerfully,
I'm gonna make my dad a Father's Day card.
You love your dad a lot, huh?
Her eyes twitched as she spoke. I nodded my head again, thinking, what a stupid question. She then suddenly grabbed my hand and started walking.
I'm going to see your dad anyway. How about we go see him together?
She increased her pace. I constantly looked back. Something didn't feel right about her. I asked in a confounded voice,
But what about my mom?
The woman turned her head back slowly. An ear-to-ear grin spread across her face, and she whispered,
I'll be your new mom. A better mom. Trust me.
She started walking again. Her grip was so tight that it hurt my wrist. I felt like something very bad was going to happen if I went along with this woman. Just when we were close to the exit, I heard a familiar voice screaming my name.
Andy, stop! Don't go with her!
Everyone in Walmart looked behind me. So did I. What I saw still stays vibrantly in my memory. My mom was coming towards me, holding her bleeding head. She could barely keep her feet steady. Her shirt was drenched in blood, and I could see her crying. I realized this woman is trying to take me away from my mom, so I screamed too.
Mom! Let me go! Let me go!
All the other people around us understood that this strange woman was trying to lure a kid in her trap. The woman got scared and ran away. Walmart security called 911 and we were taken to the nearest hospital. My dad and uncle were informed too. When Walmart security showed the footage of the woman taking me away to my dad, I saw him turn pale. He immediately reported the cops, saying this woman is an ex-coworker from his previous job who was obsessed with him and stalked him. She was the reason why my dad left his job and changed address, but looks like she had followed us here too. My mom later told the cops that she went to the washroom where the woman attacked my mom and slammed her head on the wall, leaving her unconscious. My mom somehow managed to get up, fearing for my safety. The cops tracked down the woman eventually. Her name was Laylee, and she was put behind bars for aggravated assault, abduction, and stalking charges. My dad even got a restraining order against her, but this time we didn't have to change address. To this day, when I recall the memory of Laylee abducting me, I recall how brave my mom was to come for my rescue. My mom will always be my superhero. This gym has been my go-to for almost 2 years now, and it's always been a nice and quiet way to start my day. I usually go in early, at around 6:30 a.m. and get my workout in before work, and I generally prefer to leave and not have talked to anyone. Well, that's how I like it. But last week I felt strange as soon as I walked through the doors. It wasn't anything overt. The lights were on, music soft, the same few regulars spread out on the gym floor. But as I walked towards the free weights, I noticed a guy was standing near the stretching area, just watching. He was not stretching, not warming up, just standing there. He saw me and gave me this huge, exaggerated wave back like he knew me. I gave a quick and confused nod back at him and looked away. Maybe he thinks I'm somebody else. I popped in my headphones, started my set, and tried to forget about it. But he wouldn't give up. He was everywhere. When I changed equipment, I went to the treadmill, and he was next to me. But there were 5 other empty treadmills. He waved again. I avoided his wave and kept my eyes on the screen. He started jogging, but he spent more time looking sideways at me than actually working out. I only did half of my cardio workout and decided to go to the squat rack. He followed me there, of course. At one point, I bent down to pick up a plate, and when I came back up, he was there, close, too close, and smiling.
You got good posture!
He said loudly so I could hear through my headphones. I didn't say anything. I just walked away. Then I went to do some seated rows and I was trying to keep my back to him. That's when I saw him standing behind me in the reflecting mirror, just watching me again, waving. This time, blatantly waving, like he wanted me to be uncomfortable. Something then happened that makes my skin crawl to this day. I went into the women's locker room, just for a minute, to fill up my water bottle at the sink. No one is in there, or so I thought. When I turned around, Carl was standing in the doorway, half in shadow behind the lockers. He wasn't allowed in there. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He had an evil expression on his face, as if waiting for me to turn and notice him. My heart probably stopped. I froze, gripping my bottle so hard my knuckles went white. I don't know how long we stood there. He didn't say anything, didn't move, same creepy smile and bulging eyes. I said,
What the hell?
And stepped back, squeezing by Carl and through the door. He followed me, only a couple of steps behind, and casual, like nothing was going down at all. That was when I walked straight to the front desk. I don't know what he was after. I don't want to know. I'd had enough. I grabbed my towel and bag and approached Jamie, one of the staff members. Being a woman, she could immediately spot the trauma on my face.
Everything okay?
She asked.
There's a guy following me around the gym.
I said, my voice low but firm.
Gray hoodie, black joggers, tall. He's been hovering around me since I walked in. It's creeping me out.
Jamie's expression tightened.
Wait, is that Carl?
I blinked.
I don't know his name.
She glanced over my shoulder and gave a subtle nod to someone behind the counter.
That's Carl. He's been warned before. He's not even supposed to be here during this time slot.
Security came a minute later, pushing through the small crowd that was needed to take the guy outside. I took a step back and watched, heart pounding, as they walked towards him. He didn't even resist, looked dumb and confused, like he didn't just comprehend what was going on after all the fuss or what the problem was. Then, on the way out, he turned around and locked eyes with me. He smiled again, a slow, sinister smile, not friendly, not contrite, just wrong. I walked out without finishing my workout. I spent the rest of the day thinking about that smile, that slow wave, how he showed up from all the opposite directions like a willing participant in a pre-rehearsed show. It all happened in 1 hour. 1 hour was enough. I got to know later from Jamie that it wasn't Carl's first time getting in trouble with harassing women. The cops found out he was already facing some minor charges for intrusion and stalking a teenager. Since then, I haven't seen him. But now, every time I walk into work, I scan my surroundings before I ever check in. I keep my keys close, and I never, ever remove both headphones. I've been driving on Mississippi roads longer than I'm willing to admit. Flat farmland, 2-lane highways that seem to stretch on forever. The quiet and emptiness gradually become familiar to you. But that night, somewhere in between Clarksdale and Greenwood, I fully understood that not all spaces are lonely. I was driving for 14 hours straight. Repeated doses of caffeine and smoking were keeping me awake. The weather had turned ugly fast. There were high wind advisories, tornado watches, and unexpected storms in the Delta. I had called my wife before leaving Clarksdale and told her to expect another call as soon as I was out of the danger zone. but 30 miles out, a hailstorm took over. The hailstorm began with small pebbles, which gradually grew in size and bounced off the hood and windshield with a sharp metallic crack. Any Mississippi boy knows summer begins with hail. I slowed down. I eased off onto the gravel shoulder. There were no cars in my wake or in front of me. It was just me and my pickup, with nothing but black farmland in every direction. I cut the engine but left the lights on. I rolled down the passenger window and retrieved my flashlight. I threw it out into the fields, and as far as my eyes went, all I could see was rippling corn and distant flashes of lightning. I leaned over to check the driver's side when I saw this man. He was standing right there, pressing his face against the glass. His eyes were so still that it felt like I was staring into two vacant pits. He observed me for a brief moment before beaming a broad smile. The wilderness of his smile exposed his crooked yellow teeth. I screamed, "What the hell do you want?" He said something, but I couldn't hear it due to the closed window and hailstorm outside. He kept watching me with no fear of the storm or lightning. Suddenly, a big piece of hail hit him. Blood sprinkled on my glass as a deep wound appeared on his forehead, yet he still didn't move. That's when I realized this person is not normal. Something's very wrong with him. I started the engine, gripping the steering wheel. I blinked, and he vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. He vanished into the darkness, leaving no sound or shadow behind. I didn't stay to find out where he went. The truck roared back to life, and as I skidded onto the highway, the tires threw gravel. The hail still drummed on, but I didn't care. I drove fast. I didn't look left, right, or in my mirrors. I just looked at the road. I focused on the road that was in front of me. By the time I reached the first gas station, the storm had already passed. I parked with my hand still shaking. My wife would be waiting for my phone call, so I called her back. I assured her that I was safe and maintained my composure. I didn't mention the man. I didn't mention the smile, but my mind would not let me forget. You see, our trucks have cameras. Our trucks are constantly recording from the front, rear, and interior of the cabin. I popped the SD card right there and slid it into my tablet. I had to know if that face was real or just my imagination. I watched the recording. I recorded every second from the time I left the road until I departed, but there was no sign of the man. There was only the road in the rain. The camera never saw him. I told myself it was stress. The combination of 14-hour shifts, unfavorable weather conditions, and my own delusions were to blame. The Delta can do that to you at night. The vast expanse of open space was so dimly lit that it felt like drowning. Maybe it was all in my head, until I wiped the fog off the side of that window. I found something, and it was faint, but I did spot it. It was a smear, a wide, greasy arc right where the grin had been. Since then, I haven't driven the Delta roads at night. If you've driven those long, empty stretches before, you know the feeling. It feels as though a presence is observing you from the edge of the cornfields amidst the storm. It seemed as though it was waiting for you to slow down, roll down your window, and take a closer look. I don't know what I saw out there, but I'll never forget those teeth. Hi, I am Tristan, and last month I attended a summer camp. I never thought ghost stories were real, at least not before Camp Nightshade Grove. It was supposed to be just another summer with crafts, canoeing, campfires, and maybe a silly crush or two. But on the third day, I heard people talking about the Ash Cabin. One morning, while we were making clay crafts, one of the older girls pointed at the woods and said,
There's an old cabin back there. In the 1950s, a fire hazard trapped a counselor inside the cabin. They say he screamed for help, but no one could get to him in time. They never found the body. Some nights, Campers say they see a man walking through the woods, smelling like ashes. My brother said, if you hear crackling outside your tent, don't ever come out, because he's still looking for someone to take his place. Someone who'll burn like he did.
She laughed like it was all a joke. However, her tone suggested that she had a more profound understanding of the situation. I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I told my best friends, Lucy and Brian, at lunch about visiting that cabin. Lucy said with a smile,
Let's do it!
We had to hike for 15 minutes in the trees behind the archery range to find it. Ash Cabin stood isolated, in disrepair and weathered by the sun. The roof was sagging, the windows were gone, and the door creaked when we walked in. Everything looked deserted, but the smell was the strangest thing. It smelled like someone had burned there yesterday, with charred wood and old smoke hanging in the air, sharp and heavy. We didn't stay for long. Brian said he thought someone was watching us. I acted like I wasn't scared, but I couldn't help but look at the shadows, waiting for something, someone, to come out until we reached the campsite. I thought that would be the end of it. But that night, something unimaginable happened. It was around 1 a.m. in the morning when I opened my eyes, smelling a lot of burnt wood. For a second, I thought our cabin was on fire. I sat up in bed, coughed, and looked around the room. The lights were out, everyone else was asleep, and there was no sign of fire, just the smell choking the air around, getting thicker each second. I got out of bed and walked over to the window to see if something outside was on fire. That's when I saw him. He was only a few inches away from the glass, a tall man, or what once was a man. Half of his face was slick and pink like wax, and the other half was blackened and crumbling. Smoke came out of his head like his hair was still burning, but the worst part was his bulging eyes, which seemed desperate to fall out of their sockets as they watched me with anger. Hatred came off of him like heat. I fell back from the window, screaming at the top of my lungs. All my friends woke up thinking I had a nightmare, but they found me crouched on the floor with my face staring at the window in horror. By the time everyone saw the window, the man had vanished. The smell of smoke lingered, which was enough to keep me awake the entire night. The next morning, I told Lucy and Brian about what I had seen, and I expected them to either laugh or roll their eyes, but they didn't. They just stopped talking.
I thought I smelled something too,
Lucy said in a low voice. We told the nurse at the camp everything. She said it was just first week jitters, or maybe a bad dream, but I wasn't making it up. The face, the smoke, the rage, it was all imprinted in my memory forever. I begged my mom and dad to come get me. They thought I was overreacting, but they came 2 days later and took me home. I haven't been back to Camp Nightshade Grove since, nor do I ever want to. I looked it up online a few months ago. There indeed was a fire, for real. The year was 1953. David Cray is the counselor. During a storm, a lantern fell on him while he was helping to build the cabins. The fire spread quickly. They found him too late, trapped inside what would later be called Ash Cabin. No one ever put it back together. They just let it go to waste. But they should have taken it down. Certain things don't remain concealed, and some spirits would rather not be at peace. They want to get back at you. Last year, on the 4th of July, my girlfriend Cassie and I went camping to get away from all the fireworks and drunk people for a change. We discovered a peaceful, secluded area deep in the woods, close to a lake. There was no cell service, no other campers, just the two of us, a tent, and nature. As the sun started to set, a cool breeze made the temperature drop immediately. We cuddled by the crackling fire and watched the fireworks going off in the sky. We made s'mores, ate roast chicken, and fell asleep in each other's arms. Around 1:30 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of singing. Yes, someone was singing in the woods. At first, It was soft and airy, like it was coming through the trees. I thought I might be dreaming, but Cassie sat up and stared at me with big eyes.
Do you hear that?
She asked in a low voice. As the voice grew louder, I realized it was a woman singing "God Bless America" in a slow, off-key voice, sounding like she was drunk and delusional.
Why is she singing like that?
Cassie whispered. I don't know. Let me check. Cassie grabbed my hand and spoke in a shaken voice.
No, wait. What if she's some crazy freak with a knife?
I could see fear in her deep blue eyes. She is not an easy scare, but the singing did sound creepy. I waited for a few more seconds and then decided to check it out myself. I opened the tent and came out. The fire had extinguished, but the moon was shining brightly enough to see things around the campground. My eyes scanned the tall trees, and suddenly I spotted a figure. It was indeed a woman. She was dancing slowly in a clearing about 30 feet away. She was as thin as a skeleton and had no shoes. She was dressed in a torn-up American flag that was dirty and stained. The flag clung to her bony frame like a dress. Her messy gray hair had seen better days.
God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Once I noticed her bare feet, my heart stopped. Her feet were bleeding like she had walked on needles. But the worst thing was her face. She was happy. A wide, frozen smile spread across her face that didn't change, even when she sang. But then, Cassie had come out too. She took my arm and said,
What the hell is wrong with her?
Before I could respond, the woman looked at us and laughed in a breathy, broken way. We ran back to the tent and zipped ourselves in, thinking that would help. She didn't follow us all the way back, and after waiting for an hour, when we didn't hear her anymore, we thought she was probably some junkie wandering aimlessly into the night. We eventually dozed off, hoping that that was the end of it, but within half an hour, I woke up hearing Cassie scream. Then I heard running footsteps fading away.
She was watching us! She even took our picture!
I wanted to go out and investigate, but Cassie didn't let me this time. When the sunlight hit the tent, we came out. The first thing we saw was that our things were all over the place. Someone had rifled through our cooler, tossed clothes everywhere, and moved the camp chairs. But the fire pit, that's where things went wrong. In the cold ashes was something partially burned. I picked it up. It was a photograph. A Polaroid photo of me sleeping in the tent, from the exact angle where Cassie saw the woman. On the back, written in this thick red smear that looked far too much like blood, were the words,
Be mine this 4th.
We packed up and left without saying a word. We drove straight home and didn't stop until we were back in the city. I attempted to report it, but the ranger informed me that no one else had registered near that area throughout the weekend. There were no reports of missing persons or strange encounters. I don't know what we saw. A squatter? A psycho? A ghost? But Cassie and I are scared to go camping alone. Places that are secluded bring back my memory of that woman's face. All the hikers and adventure enthusiasts out there, be careful this 4th of July. I still freeze when I hear someone talking about Jurassic Park. I've loved the movie since I was a child. I collect posters, figures, and even toys from cereal box bootlegs. Last summer, on a collector's forum, a man put up a prototype set from the original 1993 merchandising line for sale. He stated it originated from his late uncle, who worked on the film's props. I sent him a message saying I would like to buy it. He replied he only accepts local pickup, so I'll have to drive to his place to get it. I got his address and found out he lives on the outskirts. When I reached his house, a weird discomfort ignited in my mind. The house was particularly covered in trees and set back from the main road, as if the forest was attempting to reclaim it. He opened the door before I could knock, as if he had been watching me from within. "Hey, you must be Kyle!" I nodded, smiling. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, wearing heavy glasses that made his eyes appear unnaturally big. He was wearing a Jurassic Park worker shirt. "The toy set's downstairs. I got a control panel replica, sound reels, and original props. You'll adore it." I paused for a bit. His tone sounded a little too mechanical, like he had rehearsed what he was going to say. But I shrugged it off, thinking he's just a nerd. I followed him down a narrow wooden staircase leading to the basement. The basement door had a yellow and black warning stripe. Above that, the franchise's iconic font says, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." As I set foot inside his basement, I was flabbergasted. It was the whole set. In the corner, a life-size raptor head sprang out from faux jungle foliage. There were muddy tire marks on the ground, indicating that someone had driven a Jeep. Red emergency lights flickered, similar to the scene at the visitor center. Even the iconic music was playing from hidden speakers. It was wild. There were photographs all over the walls, photos of people smiling while posing next to the props. Dude, this is wild!
I know, right? Who wouldn't want to spend hours here?
Saying this, he turned to me with a big smile. He kept staring without blinking, and that's when I felt my chest tighten a bit. "Where's the toy set?" He took me to the rear of the basement, where he had built an exact duplicate of the movie's computer lab. It looked straight out of the movie. There were screens set up with CCTV capturing various angles of his property. One of the monitors had a live feed of myself. I realized he had been monitoring me since I arrived. That's why he opened the door before I could even knock. He pressed a switch and said, "You know, I tried my best to have a Jurassic Park of my own." I heard something large brush against the artificial trees behind me. As I turned, I saw a raptor animatronic slowly emerging from the foliage, its eyes gleaming in the dark. It screeched so loud that my ears went numb. I rushed to the door and found it locked. When I turned to shout, the man stood behind me. His face looked ominous. "Kyle, you're now a member of the park. Each of the guests contribute to the story." I rushed back into the main area to find a way out amidst the disturbing raptor noises and false vines. However, the surroundings were changing now. A fog machine started up. Loud thunderclaps rang out from speakers. The entire space seemed to come to life as the floor panels moved slightly beneath my feet. The lights suddenly went out, leaving me in complete darkness. It felt like I was having difficulty breathing in this madness. Suddenly, I noticed a red emergency light flashing above a cage. I ran towards it, thinking of nothing but survival. But there was a life-sized replica of a baby triceratops within. Not just that, there were torn pieces of human clothing with stains of blood on them. They also piled sneakers, glasses, and watches in the corner. It was clear people had been kept inside this cage. A daunting realization made my skin crawl as I thought about the wall of photos. So this guy lures Jurassic Park fans to his house and then tortures them for his own sick fun? Oh my god, what did I get myself into? Now I was panicking. The only sounds and visuals I could make out were thunder, raptor howls, and the man's laughter echoing in the basement. All I could think of was the control panel. I ran back in its direction. I started turning as many switches as I could. Lights flickered and monitors turned on. Then suddenly, I heard a metal lock click and the basement door opening just a crack.
Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to touch it!
I saw the man coming out from the dark, trying to stop me, but I pushed him with all my strength and sprinted to the door. I ran up the stairs without looking back. I could hear heavy footsteps and screams behind me. Once I got out and hopped into my car, the man was already on the porch. I sped out thinking he would chase me. I drove so recklessly that I hit his mailbox. He watched me going through all the emotions at once, but didn't do anything to stop me. I made an anonymous report to the cops about this man, but no leads have surfaced on the matter. I think the cops thought someone was drunk dialing them. Who would believe that a man has built his own personal Jurassic Park at home, where he traps victims to keep with his animatronic dinosaurs? Last month, I took a long break and went on vacation. I'm a sporty guy who loves adventure, especially scuba diving. I booked a trip to a quiet island that seemed like the perfect way to start over. I hadn't had a real vacation in years. There was only me, the waves, and silence. The clouds were low and heavy on the morning of the dive, but the weather report said they would clear up by noon. I wasn't too worried, as it wasn't my first time. When I told the man at the dive shop I was going alone, he raised an eyebrow, but I didn't care. I thought I knew what I was up to. The currents had gotten stronger by the time I got 15 meters down. The water, which had been clear blue, was now cloudy. I hovered for a moment, trying to figure out where I was, but the pressure changed, and the waves above pulled harder than usual. My stomach turned, and I realized I needed to get out of the water. The world underwent a transformation as I broke through the ocean's surface. The sky above me was covered in thick, boiling clouds, and the wind was howling already. The raindrops hit my face like needles. I had no idea that the storm would come so quickly. I was experienced enough to know that the boat that was supposed to pick me up had already left and gone back to the marina. Taking a quick look around, I figured out I wasn't far from shore, but the beach I had come up on was a quiet stretch I didn't know. As I swam to shore, the waves hit me. I crawled up onto the wet beach, sand grinding between my teeth. I was standing in a circle, soaking wet. There were no humans in that area, just the jungles and jagged cliffs, and at some distance, a cave. The palm trees and wind-blown shadows half covered the cave, hidden behind a bend in the cliffs. A lightning cracked behind me, numbing my ears, and I ran to the cave. It was cool and dry inside. The storm's noise faded into a low growl as I ran my hand through my wet hair. I just stood at the entry point, catching my breath and thanking God for this unexpected shelter. The storm grew louder, and I probably spent half an hour just watching the high tides. The water in my dive suit was cold and stuck to my skin. It was getting very boring to wait like that. Hence, I got curious. I turned on the light on my helmet and set out to explore the cave. The cave extended further than I had anticipated, and the walls were covered in moss and weeds. There were strange patterns on the stone. I couldn't tell if they were carvings or just natural phenomena. As I went deeper, the silence became strange. There weren't even sounds of water dripping or birds chirping. The only sound I could hear was my breathing. It seemed like no one had been here in a long time. I was casually looking around when I saw a man sitting on a large rock. My flashlight illuminated him well enough to get a good look from the distance. There was a slight tilt to his head, suggesting that he was either sleeping or meditating. Thinking I'd found some company, I yelled, "Hey!" No answer. I got closer. Are you okay? I could see his body move. He lifted his head. And in that moment, I felt weird. His face was not right. His lips were cracked and blackened, and his skin was pale. His wide eyes were tired and sunken, yet he smiled at me. He raised his arm and gave a lazy, casual wave before collapsing onto the stone floor. I stopped. There was something very, very wrong. But what if he's sick? What if he needs help? I took a few steps forward. Dude, are you hurt? When I got close enough to touch him, his body jerked up like a puppet. He looked at me and started coughing. I can't even explain how horrific it was to watch him like that. He wasn't just coughing air. He was coughing blood. His chest heaved with wheezing coughs, sending more blood flying across the stone floor. This continued for 5 to 10 seconds. Then he stopped and began laughing like a maniac. I stumbled back in fear. There was blood all over his face. His teeth were red. He kept laughing, as if something inside him had broken and made him happy at the same time. That was the last straw for me. I sprinted at full speed, leaving the guy behind me. I turned around one last time, and he was waving at me, sitting on the ground like nothing happened. As I emerged from the cave, the storm struck me with the force of a wall. The rain was pouring down, and the lightning was crashing. But I didn't care. The outside felt safer than the cave in that moment. I ran all the way to the resort, shaking and wet. Since then, I haven't gone scuba diving alone. This happened to me about 6 months ago during a week off from work. I'd been stuck at home all day due to heavy rain and a thunderstorm. It was one of those days when the sky wouldn't stop crying, and when it finally did, it was past afternoon. I hadn't eaten much and started craving something salty. Specifically, I wanted a can of Pringles and maybe a pack of smokes. I live alone, and that too in a quiet neighborhood, so I decided to simply drive to the closest gas station, about 5 minutes away, and quickly grab what I needed. The gas station was almost empty. The streets were deserted, and the street lights were flickering from the rain. As I pulled into the parking lot, I saw a man slumped over one of the garbage cans close to the building's side. I first assumed he was simply searching for recyclables, but then I noticed he was eating out of the trash can. He looked filthy. His hair was matted down to his face, and torn layers of drenched clothes were sticking to his skin. He didn't seem drunk or high, just off. His movements were strange, sometimes too calm and other times too predatory. He noticed me as I walked past him, but didn't say anything. I walked in, grabbed my can of Pringles and a pack of smokes. It probably took a minute to pay. The cashier didn't acknowledge me. He just fixed his gaze on his phone screen. Once I was done, I came out holding the Pringles in one hand and the smokes in the other. The homeless guy stood exactly where I last saw him.
Hey, you got any money?
He asked. Although he spoke in a low voice, I felt uneasy about the forced politeness in his tone. I said, "Sorry, I got nothing," and hurried around him. I got in my car and turned on the engine. I was about to drive away when a loud thud appeared on the hood. The crazy man jumped on my car. He began yelling and pounding his fists on the windshield and screamed something I couldn't understand. Hoping he would get off, I honked the horn. But he casually rolled off and stood in front of my car as though he was planning to create some sort of act. I looked back at the cashier inside the store, hoping for some help, but he had headphones on and was facing his back at me. Suddenly, the homeless guy did something that I didn't see coming. He fell backward and began laughing hysterically. His coarse, high-pitched laughter echoed into the night. I was so angry and disgusted by his theatrics that something in me just snapped. I don't know what came over me. Perhaps it was a surge of panic, guilt, or sheer anger that compelled me to accelerate. There was a sickening crunch followed by a scream. I didn't stop to check on him. I just drove straight home, trembling the whole time. I couldn't believe what I had done. I kept telling myself he'd just gotten a little bruised. Maybe I didn't hit him as hard as it felt. Still, I knew deep down I had screwed up. I struggled to fall asleep that night. The storm had resumed, louder than it had before. I woke up at 2 a.m. to find the house whistling with wind. I became worried that I might have left the living room window open. I got down and the window was open. I reached to close it and found wet, bloody footprints from the window leading to my kitchen. An unknown fear crawled under my skin. Slowly, I turned and followed the prints. On the top of the kitchen counter, I saw that same homeless man. His skull was cracked and tilted in one direction. His face had the sickest smile, with one eye appearing to be pushed somewhat forward. From his scalp, blood spilled onto the floor. He cast a silent glance at me, and everything went dark. I woke up on the floor the next morning. I jumped to check the bloody footprints, but to my shock, there wasn't a single spot of blood in my house. There was no sign anyone had come in. I convinced myself it was a nightmare. Maybe the stress had gotten to me, or my mind had tried to cope with what I'd done to the guy. 3 days later, I was having coffee when the local news played in the background. Less than 2 miles from the gas station, cops have found a man's body near a ditch off the highway. The victim had a massive skull fracture and had apparently tried to walk with the injury before collapsing and dying. They said he was likely hit by a vehicle. There were no witnesses, and the security cameras at the nearest gas station had been out for weeks due to water damage. They showed a blurred-out photo of the victim, and even with the censorship, I recognized the filthy jacket, the patchy beard, and the wild eyes. It was him. No one had come knocking on my door. There were no cops, no questions. But I never went back to that gas station again, and I never left my windows open during a storm. Sometimes, during thunderstorms, I think I hear something in the kitchen. Not footsteps exactly, but a soft, wet, dragging sound. I was working as a seasonal park ranger in a national forest in Washington state last fall. It's the type of location where your radio crackles more than it speaks, and fog thickens between the trees. It was just another usual afternoon. I was the only person assigned to Firewatch Tower 9, a distant observation post situated atop a ridge and utilized only during seasons with a high danger of wildfires. Things had calmed down, and the weather had cooled by late October. I mostly just patrolled a few hiking paths and recorded any wildlife observations. After long walks, I was taking a short break sitting inside the tower when I heard a furious knock on the door. I looked at my watch and saw it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I opened the door and saw a sweat-soaked woman with a panic-stricken face. She told me she was hiking down the trails and saw something that made her fear for her life. When I asked her what she saw, her hands started trembling. In a shaking voice, she replied,
There's a woman along Ridge Trail. She's screaming, but not yelling.
"What? What do you mean?"
Her mouth, it's wide open in a scream, but she's silent. I don't know. Please come with me.
I thought she might have spooked herself while venturing in the woods alone, which is why her traumatized mind wasn't making sense. It was going to get dark soon, so I grabbed my flashlight and started following the hiker into the woods. On our way, I asked her if she got hurt. She responded no. I was a little relieved that there was no medical emergency at the moment, because paramedics would take time to reach here for help. We walked for about 10 minutes until we reached a clearing. She pointed to a tree and said,
There. This is where I saw her.
But there was no one around. The soil in this area was pretty soft, so I started checking for footprints. I scanned the area with my flashlight, checked the tree line, and called out a few times, but there was no sign of any person around. I looked back at the hiker and asked, "Are you sure? Maybe you saw a shadow or an old tree. It happens sometimes when you roam alone in the woods." She started crying.
I swear to God, I saw her. She was just standing right here.
I told her I believe she saw something, maybe even someone, but there was nothing here now. I encouraged her to take the trail back down and head home. Best not to dwell on it. These woods play tricks. She didn't say much else, just walked away. I watched her walk back as she talked to herself. She was trying to convince herself that maybe it was something else, but deep down she sounded terrified. I was glancing back down the trail every few seconds until the fog swallowed her. Woman or no woman, as a park ranger, it's my duty to inspect suspicious activities in these woods. So I decided to patrol the area once before heading back to the tower. I wanted to double check what the hiker said, Sometimes deranged criminals also hide in these forests, so maybe, just maybe, the hiker actually saw someone. I was walking down the same trail, flashing my light at every shrub and bush. The first few minutes all felt normal, but then suddenly I started getting an uncanny feeling, like someone was moving just behind me. I heard a crunch of dry leaves to my right and spun around right away, but saw no one. I could sense someone following me, but every time I turned back, it was just me in that trail. Once or twice, I caught what looked like a figure slipping between the trees, but it was always gone before my flashlight could land on it. By the time the sun dipped behind the trees, my nerves were frayed. The forest had gone too quiet. No wind, no bugs, just the sound of my boots and that spine-chilling feeling. I picked up my pace and headed back toward the tower. When I reached the clearing, I felt instant relief. Tower 9 stood ahead, the only silhouette above the trees. I climbed the hill quickly, eager to get inside, but as I got closer, I stumbled and stopped. A woman was sitting under the stairs. Her tangled hair was hanging over her face. Her clothes were torn in places. Her skinny arms wrapped around her knees, and she was rocking back and forth, breathing loudly. It was so loud that it almost sounded like she was growling. "Ma'am, are you okay?" She didn't answer, didn't even look up, just kept rocking. I stepped closer, aiming my flashlight at her. "Ma'am, is everything—" She slowly lifted her head. Her mouth was open, not just a little, but rather too wide. Her jaw was locked in a scream, but no sound was coming from her. Her body trembled with each breath like she was trying to scream but had forgotten how. She stayed like that for a few seconds. Then her body jerked. She stood up like a puppet, controlled by something invisible. She tilted her head to the side, mouth still open wide, and locked eyes with me. Her eyes didn't look human. They looked copied. It was as if someone had drawn eyes onto skin. She watched me for a minute straight, then scrambled backward on all fours like a spider and disappeared behind the tree. I just stood there in the cold, sweating like a pig. All I could hear was the owl hooting and my nervous breathing. Later that night, I locked every latch and window in that tower. I even called the base station, but the line crackled and died before I could finish explaining. They thought I'd imagined it, but I know what I saw. And now, I keep hearing knocks on the tower door every night around 3 a.m. And when I look out, there's never anyone there. Just the trees and the fog. This happened to me 2 years ago during a school trip to a rural farm for Harvest Festival. I was in 9th grade at the time. My teacher went to this big farm outside of town, the kind that turns into a corn maze and pumpkin patch in October. It was supposed to be a fun day out, just apple cider, hay rides, and carnival games. But it ended up being one of the scariest experiences of my life. We got there at around 10 in the morning. The place was huge. Barns, open fields, scarecrows everywhere. They even had a petting zoo. The weather was windy, and the sky looked overcast, but no one thought much of it. About halfway through the trip, while we were walking near the corn maze, a strong gust of wind blew my hat off. I took off after it without thinking. I made a dumb move. My hat rolled past some hay bales and around one of the older barns. By the time I caught it, I was at the back end of the farm. The area looked abandoned. The ground was muddy and uneven, and there was this old weathered shed tucked behind the barn. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I was all set to return when I heard something from inside. At first, it sounded like rustling footsteps, suggesting that someone was inside. Then, a soft voice spoke to me.
Hey, can you help me? I've got a broken leg. I need a hand.
I stopped. It was definitely a woman's voice, quiet, almost pleading. I looked around. No one was nearby. My group was completely out of sight. An old chain lock closed the door, but it remained unlatched as I stepped up to it. I hesitated, then pushed it open just a little. The shed was dim inside, lit only by the cracks of sunlight coming through the warped wood ceiling. There was hay scattered on the ground, and in the middle of it sat a woman. Her back was hunched, and she buried her face into her palms. I got concerned, thinking she's really hurt. "Are you okay? I can go get someone." But she shook her head, still keeping her face covered.
No, please. Just help me. Come closer.
Something about her voice felt wrong, like she was trying to sound weak. I thought for a second, and then told her, "I better get help. I'll call my teacher." That's when she slowly started to raise her head. I'll never forget what I saw. Her skin. It was covered in oozing yellowish boils. Some were already ruptured, leaking a mix of pus and blood down her neck and arms. Her eyes were wide and bloodshot. She was smiling at me. Corners of her lips had dried blood. I stumbled backward, shivering in horror. She extended her hand in an attempt to reach me, but I was unwilling to remain there for even a moment longer. I turned around to run, but before I could get out of the door, she lunged forward and grabbed my wrist. She was incredibly fast and strong in an instant. Her fingers were ice cold, and her nails were long, cracked, and filthy. She dug them deeper into my skin. I felt a sharp pain as blood started to run down my arm. "Leave me! Let me go!" And the whole time she laughed, not just a little, a full-blown hysterical laugh that echoed in the shed like something from a nightmare. I kept screaming, and she continued laughing like it was amusement to her. Then, just as suddenly, she let go, still laughing. I ran as fast as I could toward the main part of the farm. I didn't care who saw me. I found my teacher, pale and out of breath, and told him what happened. He didn't really believe me at first, but when he saw my arm filled with scratches and blood, he asked me to take him to that woman. When we got to the shed, the door was wide open, but the woman was gone. The only thing inside was that same pile of hay, and in the corner was a stack of children's clothes, small jackets, and a tiny pair of shoes, like something a little kid would have worn to a pumpkin patch. The teacher called the farm staff, but they brushed it off, saying no one should have been in that part of the property and that maybe I had imagined it. But the bruises and cuts on my arm said otherwise. The investigation revealed nothing about that woman or the children's clothing. When I got home, my parents were freaked out. They took me straight to urgent care. The doctor cleaned the wounds and gave me a tetanus shot, plus a bunch of vaccinations in case it was something worse. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I still have faint scars on my arm where her nails dug in, and every October, when the air gets cold and the wind picks up, I can still hear that voice in my head.
Can you help me?
I've never gone back to that farm, and I never will. This happened while I was in 7th grade. I've never told anyone the whole story before, because back then, no one believed me, and I doubt anyone ever will. Our science teacher arranged a school trip for us. It was a nature preserve about an hour from our school. It was one of those places with trails for hiking, old ranger cabins, and signs that told you about the animals that lived there. I expected it to be a relaxing day with friends. We stopped for lunch in a clearing around noon. I remember sitting on a log and laughing with a few friends when I dropped my water bottle. It rolled down a little hill and into the bushes, where it was lost. I thought I'd just run down, get it, and come back in a minute because the teacher was busy trying to keep the group together. I snuck away when no one was looking. While looking for it, I went a little too far down the slope. It was softer and mossier on the ground, and the trees were close together. I saw my bottle on the ground next to a fallen log. I picked it up. As I turned around to go back, I saw a man crouched on the ground picking mushrooms. He was wearing an old flannel shirt, paired with dirty cargo pants. He had this worn-out backpack hung on his shoulder. I thought he was just another person out for a walk. I thought he didn't even notice me because his eyes were so fixated on the colorful mushrooms. But then he asked,
"Are you looking for something?"
I stopped. His voice wasn't really threatening, it was just odd. I held up my bottle, saying,
Not anymore. Found it.
That's when he turned to me. I swear, his smile wasn't right. It didn't even get to his eyes.
"Does anyone know you're here?"
His words drained the color from my face.
What?
I said. He got up and moved toward me.
"Girls like you often stray from their paths in these woods."
I nervously chuckled.
Okay. That's a little creepy.
But he didn't laugh. He looked at me up and down, then pointed further back into the woods.
"Do you want to see something old?"
I shook my head and moved back.
No thanks.
He smiled bigger this time.
"Back there's a tree struck by lightning 7 times. If you press your ear against the bark, some say it bleeds."
At that point, all my instincts told me to leave. I turned around and started walking quickly back to the clearing with my heart racing. And just in time, I heard someone say my name. Mikey, one of the other students, was calling out for me. He must have seen that I was gone. I turned around and the man was back to picking up the mushrooms. It was as if he never saw me. My hands were sweaty and I was terrified from the inside. What kind of a lunatic talks like this to a teenage girl? Was he deliberately trying to scare the crap out of me? He was successful in his attempt. When I reached the top and could see my class, I looked back one last time. But this time I didn't see him. He was gone. A moment later, Mikey came crashing through the brush, out of breath, and asked if I was okay. I told him everything, and he suggested I should tell our teacher about this man. I took my teacher to the same spot where I met the man, but when we got there, we couldn't see any footprints. No man, no mushrooms. There were only quiet trees and moss, accompanied by a heavy, eerie silence that left my skin crawling. My teacher thought it was just a camper or a weird person playing a prank. She told me to stay close to the group from now on. I started looking things up when I got home that night. I typed "Missing Girls, California Nature Reserve" into the search bar, and I found some pretty chilling info. 3 girls my age have died over the years. The last one happened in the late 2000s. Everyone went missing in or near the preserve. One of them, Lucy Garrison, looked so much like me that it scared me. She had brown eyes and a yellow backpack, just like me. She disappeared without a trace. I never went back to Pine Hollow after that. I still dream about it sometimes, though. I see the man in the woods. I hear him speak again.
"Want to see something from the past?"
And in the dream, I go after him. Because in the dream, no one calls out my name. This happened to me a couple of winters ago when I was stuck at home with a broken leg. I'd slipped down the stairs at work in late November and ended up in a full leg cast for 8 weeks. Living alone in a small house on the edge of town, I didn't have much to do. So, naturally, I binged a lot of TV. It was early December, sometime after midnight, and I was a few episodes into this new true crime series. The kind that has that creepy ambient music and slow zooms into crime scene photos. I remember the event clearly, because the episode was about a stalker who had been sneaking into women's homes at night. Great choice, right? I paused the show when I noticed it was snowing outside. The season's first snowfall made me smile like a child, despite the fact that I was in pain and confined inside. I picked up my crutch and limped toward the window. The large glass pane in my living room faced the street. I could see the snow gently covering the road and the tops of mailboxes. Everything looked serene and empty. It felt like I was the only one awake at that hour, witnessing the world change. Streetlights gave that snow a warm orange glow, and for a few seconds, I just watched the flakes dance. As I enjoyed the moment, my eyes suddenly noticed the streetlight on the pavement. A man was standing just outside my fence. His slouching body hung forward a little, and his long face fixated on my house. It didn't feel like a casual watch, but rather an intense stare that had hidden intentions. He stood a mere 10 feet away from the street lamp, allowing me to clearly see his face. He had neither a scarf nor a hat on. How could someone stand in the cold without any warm clothes on? From that very moment on, everything about that man started to feel odd to me. He didn't blink, despite the snowflakes covering his hair, eyebrows, and even his eyelashes. He didn't even try to wipe them off. It was as if he was beyond all human sensation, more like a robot in human disguise. He was just staring right at my house. He was staring directly at me. My stomach dropped. I didn't want to assume the worst at first. Maybe he was a neighbor. Maybe he was drunk. But the longer I looked, the more I realized he was too still. He was neither swaying nor shifting his weight. He seemed to be frozen in place. All of a sudden, he waved at me. With my heart racing, I limped back to the house, immediately locked the front door, and then double-checked to make sure the back door was secure. All windows locked. I shut the drapes to that front window and sat back on the couch, crutch leaning next to me. I muted the TV and just listened. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. There was not a single sound. There were no approaching footsteps, no alarming knocks on my door, just silence. I kept telling myself,
Don't look. Don't peek. He's probably gone.
However, my curiosity overcame me. I carefully approached the window again, opened the curtain just an inch, and looked out. He was right there, right outside the window. He had his terrifying face pressed against the glass. The heat from within is now melting the snow from his cheeks. His eyes glowed in the moonlight. A giant grin spread across his face. I could see his yellow stained teeth gazing at me like he'd been waiting for me to look. Our eyes locked, and I swear my blood froze. I stumbled backwards and almost dropped my crutch as I screamed. I quickly reached my phone and dialed 911. I could barely speak because my voice was shaking so much. The dispatcher tried to calm me down and asked me to report exactly what's happening. It took me a few nervous seconds to gather my courage and report the incident.
There's a man outside my house. He was watching me through the window.
The dispatcher stayed on the line while I locked myself in the bathroom. The only weapons I had were a toothbrush and a ceramic soap dish. When the cops arrived about 10 minutes later, I didn't come out until I heard their voices calling out my name. They did a full sweep of the yard, but the man had vanished, leaving nothing but a trail of footprints in the snow. There were numerous footprints, as if he had scavenged the area around my house in search of a single entry point. The footprints, all originating from the street, led directly to my front window. The cops said it looked like he'd been walking in circles around the house at some point. I filed a report, of course, but they had no leads. There was no security cam footage, and there were no witnesses. Just a set of prints in the snow, and the memory of that man's face burned into my brain. For weeks after that, I slept with the lights on and a hammer under my pillow. The scariest thing? I still don't know how long he was watching me before I noticed, or if, maybe, it wasn't his first time. This happened last month, right before the weekend. I live alone and am quite used to doing things on my own. I don't usually go shopping at dusk, especially alone, but I'd gotten off work late and Costco was on my way home. I figured it'd just be quick, grab what I needed and head out before it got dark. I wasn't even thinking about being careful. That's what makes this worse. By the time I pushed my cart out into the parking lot, the gloomy sunset had taken over the sky, and shadows stretched long between the parked cars. My cart was full, so I was more focused on not leaving anything behind. I quickly reached my car, opened the trunk, and started filling it with shopping bags. Once it gets dark, it'll be difficult to see, because I had parked further from the streetlights. I was on my own when I heard breathing behind me.
Hey, excuse me. Do you have jumper cables?
Turning back, I met a man. He was standing just a few feet away. He was probably in his 40s. At least, that's how he looked. His greasy, dark hair, stained shirt, and sunken eyes told me he might be bad news. Something about him immediately set off alarm bells. Although he didn't appear overtly dangerous, the way he stood too close and smiled made me uneasy. I wanted to tell him to back off, as he was totally clueless about personal space, but I forced a polite smile.
No, sorry, I don't.
I turned back to my car, hoping that he would get the hint, but I heard him take a step closer.
Are you sure? You look like the kind of person who keeps things organized. Can you check your car, please?
I stood petrified. My eyes immediately scanned the Costco parking lot, which had only cars and no people, and it was getting dark now. I could smell the stale odor of sweat from the guy's shirt. Without turning back, I replied coldly,
Sorry, can't help you.
still wishing he'll go away. But instead, he brought his face way closer to my head, and he sniffed my hair like a dog. I felt his warm, foul breath on me. The horrible realization that a random guy was standing right behind me, sniffing my hair, doesn't occur every day. I turned around, no longer trying to hide my disgust.
What the hell are you doing?
He gave this sleazy grin, as if this is how he wanted me to react.
Didn't want to pry, but you get your shampoo here at Costco? Smells amazing.
I was stunned to see his audacity. Seeing him so close, I forgot to speak. But he was completely shameless because he kept going with his little too personal questions, like what other things I get from Costco, how often I visit this place, etc., etc. I didn't answer any, but then he asked me something that sent a chill down my spine.
Do they sell underwear? How about you show me the ones you're wearing right now? My wife's about your size. I want to get something similar.
My hands went numb. I genuinely thought I was about to be assaulted right there in the parking lot. I closed the trunk tightly, got inside my car, and locked it. I just wanted to get out so bad that I didn't even buckle my seatbelt. The man watched me for a few seconds, and then got into a Honda with a dark blue hue parked right behind me. Once I got onto the road, his car was following me. Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead as I watched him driving past other cars to catch up to me. Every turn I made and every lane I changed, he trailed behind me. I dodged cars and sometimes even sped just to lose him, but he was one bloody leech, too desperate to let go. For the next half hour, I drove in loops across side streets instead of straight home, since I didn't want him to know my address. However, he clung to my side, never straying too close or too far. I was shaking and almost broke down crying when I thought of the adjacent police station. I ignored red lights and grounded it toward the main road. I watched his car slow down behind me as soon as I entered the precinct parking lot. Then he turned the other way, like he's got a sudden emergency. I staggered into the lobby and blurted everything to the front desk officer. They took my statement, helped me cool off, and watched Costco parking lot security footage. 2 days later, they contacted me once more. As it happens, the man had just come out of jail. He registered as a sex offender, carrying several charges related to stalking and harassment. He had no business being anywhere close to that area. They said I was lucky. I do not consider myself lucky. I still check behind me as I leave work. Even now, occasionally I smell his breath while I sleep, and I haven't visited that Costco since. To all the women out there, if you're ever alone and someone approaches you too closely, trust your instincts. Hi, I'm 14-year-old Jamie from Jacksonville, Florida, and last year, on the 4th of July, something happened that changed my sleep cycle forever. I haven't told anyone the whole story, except for my cousin Josh, who didn't really believe me. Our town organized this big, fun carnival on the local fairgrounds. Getting annoyed by stupid kids running and people talking loudly, I snuck out behind the fairgrounds to smoke. I only smoked cheap, crumpled cigarettes that I stole from my uncle's stash. My mom didn't know I smoke sometimes, hence I had to be discreet. The sound of the rides and the country music blasting from the speakers got quieter the closer I got to the dumpsters at the edge of the field. There were a few lights that flickered and a chain-link fence that kept the fairgrounds and the woods apart. I took a big drag that calmed my nerves. Everything felt all right until I noticed a man crouched down next to the trash cans with a red, white, and blue bandana tied around his head. His face was rough and lined, and he had long, shiny scars that looked like burns going down the side of his cheek. He lit a small firecracker between two fingers and giggled to himself. I thought it would pop and make him jump, but it didn't. He just held it there and watched it burn and sizzle. After that, he lit another one, and one more. Every time, he just let it fizzle in his hand like it didn't hurt at all. Suddenly, he turned his head at me, as if he had just noticed I was there. He smiled and asked,
"Do you like fireworks?"
I gulped in nervousness as our eyes met. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't move. The way he crouched and didn't blink made my skin crawl. He didn't care for my answer and went on saying,
"I love the way they scream,"
and then started to laugh loudly. Sick amusement blasted from his eyes as if he were laughing at a private joke. I stepped back, thinking I could just say I was lost and run toward the crowd. But then, the man took something out of his coat that looked like a Roman candle and lit it with the end of a sparkler. He threw it right at me before I could do anything. The thing blew up in the air, and sparks flew right at my head. He stood up, clapping in ultimate joy, like my fear was fuel to his menace.
"Let me put one in your mouth,"
he yelled and ran after me. I started running too. I didn't think I've ever run this fast before. I could hear the fizzing and popping of bottle rockets going off in his pockets and the whoosh of sparklers behind me.
"Hear that bang?"
I swear he was laughing the whole time. It was a high, broken laugh that didn't sound like a person. I was able to get back to the main carnival area and dove behind the corn dog stand. He was gone when I turned around, just like that. I didn't say anything to the police. What was I supposed to say? A crazy person was throwing fireworks at me? The next morning, everyone in town was talking about Madison. She was 14 years old and went to my school. There was a picture of her on every post. She wore braces and tied her blonde hair into a ponytail. She went missing from the carnival that night. 2 days later, the cops found her body in a ditch off Mill Road. The official report didn't say much, but people talked. My cousin told me that his dad, who works for the fire department, saw what happened. Someone had put firecrackers in her mouth and lit them. Madison's lips were burned, and her face was blackened, as if someone had tried to make her scream one last time. Hearing this, the man's creepy words echoed in my ears. I love how they scream. I still hear that sentence in my head from time to time. Since then, I haven't been able to go to the fairgrounds, and I haven't smoked another cigarette either. The investigation turned out to be a cold case because the man was never caught. But a week ago, I was walking home from school and saw something in the storm drain next to the playground. One side was burned black, and it still smelled like sulfur. It was a bandana in red, white, and blue. I didn't touch it. I looked at it for a few seconds and then ran all the way home. So yes, you can believe me or not, but if you smell sulfur or hear the fizz pop sound late at night on the 4th of July, don't stay outside. And if a guy asks you if you like fireworks, run. I still find it terrifying to enter Costco or any other large retailer due to an incident that occurred when I was 7 years old. I often forget the reason we went there initially, as that one horrifying encounter overshadowed nearly all my childhood memories. Maybe Mom needed to get milk or paper towels and Dad was at work, so I just tagged along. It was an ordinary weekday afternoon. We didn't have many big stores where we lived, so entering Costco was like taking part in an adventure for me. It was enormous, packed with every single thing that existed. Innumerable aisles, brilliant lights, high shelves, cool air, and free samples made my eyes glitter in awe. I was clutching Mom's hand because she kept saying I could get lost in here. When we walked, I bounced in place and kept asking whether we could visit the toys or books once she's finished.
2 seconds, baby. I just need to get some new soup flavors for dinner.
She replied. We stopped by the instant food aisle, and Mom got busy checking it. She let go of my hand to reach across the aisle to grab the soup packets. That was the moment I spotted a man. He slowly walked up to me with this not-so-genuine smile. Though it was summer, he wore a windbreaker and had a ragged beard. He bent slightly down and leaned in toward me.
Hey, buddy. Want to check out the toys with me?
Now, I was just 7, but my mom did teach me about stranger danger, so I glanced at my mom, who was a few inches behind me. The man kept his voice so low that I bet no one heard him other than me. I nodded my head in no, and then called out for my mom. Seeing me do that, he left quickly. I didn't tell Mom about him because she grabbed my hand again to move to another section. For the next 20 minutes, we explored Costco. Mom got all she needed and even bought me a toy, so our expedition was highly successful. She was heading for the checkout when I told her that I had to use the washroom, which was at the right. She nodded in agreement and pointed me in the direction of the washroom, reminding me not to talk to anyone and that she would be waiting right here. I headed toward the restrooms from the rear of the store, turned right, and was just about to enter when someone grabbed me from the back. I turned around to see it was the same man, and now I'm alone in this corridor with him. He reached out and firmly grabbed my wrist. His other hand swept over my mouth before I could yell. His fingers smelled like sweat and trash. I started crying, but my muffled screams died down in my throat. I recall his face up close. His eyes were wide and swirled side to side, though he kept murmuring something like,
Stay quiet, it's okay.
It wasn't okay at all. I then took the only action that came to mind. I bit his palm as hard as I could. My teeth dug deeper on that meaty side of his hand. He yelled and removed his hand from my mouth for a second. That's all I needed. Gathering all my breath, I yelled for Mom. Mom! Although I'm not sure whether she could hear me from that distance, the scream was loud enough to draw the attention of 2 Costco employees who were arranging shelves nearby. The man pushed me to the ground and then sprinted away without waiting another second. Lying on the ground, I kept crying for my mom until the employees came and picked me up. One stayed with me while the other called security. Shaking and crying, I tried to explain what had happened. My mother arrived a minute later. That was the first time I saw my mom crying in public. She hugged me to her chest and continued crying for God knows how long. The Costco security looked through the CCTV footage and did find the guy walking in and leaving as well. He wandered around without making any purchases. For more than an hour, he lurked at the children's books and toy section suspiciously, even looked at the cameras occasionally, like he despised being recorded. They called the cops, but he was never caught. Currently, I'm in my 30s, and every time I go to a bathroom stall alone, while just walking down those empty corridors, I get a flashback of my memory from that day. I never look away from my niece whenever we go shopping. To consider what might have happened if I had followed him that day still scares me to sleep. It happened in the summer of 2004 when I was 12. My best friend Leo and I were spending a weekend at my grandparents' property in rural Nebraska. My parents used to drop me out there every summer, but this was the first time they let me bring Leo. We recorded our own version of Jurassic Park using my dad's old camcorder, as we were both major fans of the movie. We rushed across cornfields on Saturday, acting as though raptors were after us. Leo had a toy flare that he would wave around while feigning to divert a T-Rex, and I wore a cowboy hat like Dr. Grant. It was dumb fun, and we laughed the whole time. There was no smartphones back then, only antiquated VHS tapes and imaginations. In the early afternoon, we strolled past the ancient red barn and reached the property's back boundary, which was farther from the house. We noticed the fence at that point. It was a tall wire fence that ran the length of the field, with signs reading "electric fence" spaced every few feet. To most kids, that would be the end of the story. However, we were only 12. We didn't care. We simply took action. That scene from Jurassic Park came to mind right away. The child climbs the electric fence and is blasted off of it when the power comes back on. I pulled Leo's arm and told him, "Dude, the electric fence scene must be performed here. It appears exactly like the film." Leo, on the other hand, looked doubtful about that idea. "Is it truly electric? What if it turns on?" "It's not," I said out loud. "Look, Grandpa doesn't even keep the cows back here in the summer, and there's no noise of them buzzing. It's probably not working. Anyway, you only need to climb for a second, like in the movie. I'll act like I turn it on and count down. Everything will be recorded. It is going to be wonderful." He paused, but I could tell he didn't want to look scared. We were already recording everything on the camera. He looked at me with a nervous smile, took a deep breath, and walked up to the fence. "Ready?" I asked. Leo gripped the wires and nodded. He started the climb. 3, 2, 1, power's back on! Pointing my finger at him like I was flipping a switch, I yelled. That was the time it happened. There was a terrible snap, like the crack of a whip. Leo screamed. He jerked very hard. He held on to the wires so tight that his palms turned white. He kicked his legs once, and then twice. After that, he stopped moving. I was totally unaware that the fence was on timer. The camera fell from my hand. My heart was beating so fast, I couldn't hear anything else. I ran toward him while screaming his name. He was still hanging on the wires, with his head tilted back and his eyes wide open but not blinking. I didn't know what to do. At first, it hurt my hand when I touched the fence while trying to pull him down. It was turned on, full. We were too far from the house, so no one heard my cry for help. When I realized no one's gonna come, I took off running. I can't recall how I made it to the house. I only recall screaming until my throat dried up and my legs burned. My grandfather ran out to see my face when I arrived at the house. I was unable to even speak. All I did was point. Where I left Leo, they found him. Minutes later, the fence was turned off, but it was too late. He had left. An ambulance arrived after the sheriff. They grabbed the camcorder's tape. It had all been captured on tape. The ascent, the countdown, the electrocution moment. I didn't see it. I had no desire to. It was determined that the death was an accident. It wasn't my fault, everyone said. I was only a child. However, I was aware that I was to blame. I persuaded him to do it. It was safe, I said. I didn't talk to anyone for weeks following the funeral. I didn't eat much. I stayed up late most nights just to stare at the ceiling and hear his scream over and over in my head. When I closed my eyes sometimes, I could see his legs moving and his scared face. I longed to return. I regret not climbing it with him. The questions, the investigation, or the funeral weren't the most difficult aspects. The most haunting memory for me is recalling the expression on Leo's face just before he scaled the fence. That forced smile, as if he wanted to withdraw but didn't want to disappoint me. More than anything, that look haunts me. I still dream about that fence 20 years later, still floating in the air. Leo is jerking and then stopped moving. I see him in my dreams asking, "Are you sure it's off?" Guilt never goes away. For a while, it simply hides. That tape is still in my parents' attic somewhere. It is no longer discussed. However, I am aware of its existence. I am also aware of what's on it. Since that day, I haven't handled a camcorder. In addition, it has been years since I last saw Jurassic Park. I am unable to. It reminds me too much. The fence, the music, and the dinosaurs all transport me back to that one moment I wish I could take back. I get startled when I pass a metal gate or come across a warning sign. Leo was my best friend, and I killed him. It was meant to be another weekend in the summer, just another stupid reenactment of a movie, but it ended in the worst memory of my life. Back then, I was working the night shift at a Circle K, located on the outskirts of town, when this incident took place. The majority of the nights were quiet, with only a few truckers, late-night snackers, or the odd suspicious customer, and I was the only worker there. But that night was different. It was around 1:15 a.m. I remember the time because I had just refilled the coffee station and was about to heat a frozen burrito in the back. Outside, the fog had gotten thick, so thick you couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the parking lot. The only road in or out was barely visible through the haze, and we were surrounded by woods. I was halfway through a soda when I saw a man coming out of the fog. He was walking slowly. He didn't even have a flashlight. He came from the side of the store where there was nothing but trees. He wore a thin jacket that didn't seem nearly warm enough for the cold, wet air. What unsettled me the most was his face. He had a wide, unnatural smile that never went away. He appeared to be in his mid-40s and had a slight baldness on the top of his head. Under the fluorescent lights, his pale skin looked gray, almost like a corpse. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped inside. A rush of damp, cold air flew in as the automatic door slid open. He remained silent for a few seconds, oddly scanning the store. I greeted him as I usually do. "Hey there, let me know if you need anything." He totally ignored me without saying a single word and began walking through the aisles, never picking anything up. But he kept stopping at the security mirrors, those convex mirrors we have in the corners of the ceiling. He would stand underneath one and just stare into it. Initially, I suspected that he might be under the influence of drugs or experiencing a mental health issue. I've seen plenty of customers like that over the years. Searching the store for quite some time, he finally made his way up to the counter. I kept a close eye on him just in case. Without a word, he took out a crumpled dollar bill and slammed it against the counter. He pointed to a stick of gum from the little box we keep by the register and said, "I'll take one of these." I tried to be normal as I rang it up. He simply stood there and watched me. Then, all of a sudden, he took a hard bite out of his own lower lip. The squishy sound made my skin crawl. Blood began to trickle down his chin, yet he continued to smile. His smile widened the more he bled. Using his bloodied fingers, he took the stick of gum, opened it, put it in his mouth, and chewed it softly. His eyes rolled up in a sick pleasure as he continued chewing. Seeing me look at him with shock and disgust, he spoke for the first time as if he hadn't spoken in days. "I like my flavor of gum better," and started laughing. Without saying another word, he turned around and left. I saw him disappear into the fog. That seemed to be the end of it. I was mistaken. 15 minutes or so later, the guy was back, and now he was standing outside the window, staring right at me. His smile remained unwavering. The expression on his face remained unchanged. He didn't knock. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching me. This went on for almost 20 minutes. I didn't want to go outside, obviously. I kept trying to focus on anything else. My phone, the camera monitors, counting cash, but my eyes constantly drifted back to the window. He was still watching. He didn't blink. He just smiled. Finally, I picked up the store phone and held it up so he could see. "I'm calling the cops," I mouthed. He tilted his head slightly, then spat the bloody gum on the glass. The gum stuck to it with saliva and blood dripping down the glass. He winked at me like he had just cracked the funniest joke, then walked back into the fog. Although we are technically not supposed to, I left right away. I didn't give a damn. Next morning, when the manager showed up, I told her everything. She just nodded and said she'd report it, but didn't seem too concerned. I quit the night shift the same day and requested to move to daytime hours. A week later, another clerk from a nearby station said he saw the same guy, same smile, same bloody mouth, walking along the shoulder of the highway, chewing gum and laughing to himself. The authorities still didn't report him to the cops because the man hadn't done any physical harm to anyone. I still work at Circle K, but I'll never work the night shift again, not after encountering that man. There's something deeply wrong with a guy who doesn't feel the cold, who walks barefoot through fog, who enjoys tasting his own blood and laughs like it's all a joke. Some people are just wrong, and I hope I never see him again. I was in my junior year of high school back then. Our school organized a field trip to the state botanical gardens. It was supposed to be a chill day accompanied by fresh air and a break from boring lectures. I'm into photography, so I brought my camera to take some pictures for my portfolio. Our class split into small groups, with the teachers and chaperones reminding us to stay within certain areas. I was walking a little ahead of everyone, stopping now and then to take photographs of different plants and fountains. After about 30 minutes, I found this secluded path lined with these hanging wisteria vines, the kind of spot that looks like it belongs in a dream. I was adjusting my lens, crouched to get a better angle, when I heard a man's voice behind me. "Nice camera," he said. I turned around, and there was this guy standing a few feet away. He was in his mid-30s, maybe older, dressed in a ball cap, gray hoodie, and black trousers. He had a pretty average-looking face. A camera bag slung across his chest made me think he too was interested in photography.
Thanks.
I replied with a casual smirk. "You a photography student?" I nodded.
Yeah, kind of.
He smiled. "You got a sharp eye." I thanked him again and turned back to what I was doing, hoping that was the end of it. But then I heard the click of a camera. I thought he might be taking pictures of the vines too, but then 3 to 4 random sounds of clicks occurred. I was facing my back at him, and something didn't feel right, so I spun around. He was pointing his camera right at me, and he was taking my pictures. He didn't even pretend to hide it. I froze for a second, then protested.
Please don't take pictures of me.
He didn't stop or apologize. He didn't even look bothered that I was seeing him capturing me against my will. I yelled at him this time.
I told you not to take my pictures!
He just smiled like this was very normal to him. Then he walked off, just turned and wandered down the path like nothing happened. I was shocked and terrified by his careless demeanor. What does he think of himself? But I didn't want to create any scene, so I ignored it. I figured he was just another weird creep. I took a few more pictures of that same spot and then caught up with my group, but the entire time, the fact that this man had my photos kept bothering me. I continued telling myself it was probably harmless, so I didn't tell anyone, yet. About an hour later, we were near the Butterfly Conservatory when I saw him again. He was standing near a bench across the courtyard, only this time he wasn't looking at me. He was pointing his camera at Gina, another girl in our class. Gina didn't notice, but I did. He was taking pictures of her from behind a group of bushes, like he had thought no one could see him. It finally hit me. He wasn't here to take photographs of plants or fountains. He's here to capture the young girls like a predator. I couldn't keep it in anymore. I went straight to the teacher and pointed at the man. Our teacher immediately called security and told them about this man. I watched him getting dragged out by the security. He was yelling and trying to explain how it wasn't his fault. I was stunned by his audacity in trying to prove himself innocent after committing such a disgusting act. We were all told to stay together, but he never turned up again. Some people thought it was no big deal. Others were clearly shaken, especially Jenna when she found out. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. That night, I was lying in bed, still a little on edge, and decided to scroll through Reddit. I follow a lot of photography threads, so I typed in a few search terms just for fun. Botanical garden, flower, photography, stuff like that. I wish I hadn't. One thread caught my attention. It was on a weird subreddit I'd never seen before, full of low-res, creepy-looking photos of random girls. It was titled, "She Smiled at Me." I clicked on it. The first photo was blurry, taken from behind some bushes. It was a shot of me, crouched under the wisteria vines, camera in hand. The caption said, "She talked to me. I think she liked me." There were others, too, including one with Jenna earlier that day. I don't know how he posted them so fast. I reported the thread and sent screenshots to my teacher, The school contacted the authorities, but since there was no real ID, there wasn't much they could do. I didn't go out alone with my camera after that, and I never went back to that garden. I kept checking Reddit for an entire month just to see if there was any update from that creep. However, I was unable to locate any additional images similar to those. The thought of him still secretly taking pictures of girls while lurking in public spaces makes my skin crawl to this day. People say that diving is like flying underwater. The calm, weightlessness feeling is like magic, but no one mentions how quickly peace can turn to fear, or how the ocean can decide you're not coming back. We dropped anchor just off the reef, and the morning sun made the water look like glass. I got off the boat last, following the group. I preferred being alone, even underwater. The reef and the slow pull of the sea were all I could see. I leveled off at 18 meters down. The gauge was fine, the air pressure was good, and my breathing was steady. I floated near a jagged coral reef and watched a lionfish move through the water like a ghost. But suddenly, things changed. The change occurred not around me, but within me. The next breath I took tasted wrong. It was more like sucking on a penny wrapped in cotton candy. The taste is akin to that of metal with a sickening sweetness. I blinked, confused, and looked at my gauge again. I couldn't tell any difference. I tapped the valve on the tank, and it was still safe. Suddenly, I experienced nausea. My chest got tight, and it was difficult to take a full breath. I looked around, but I couldn't find my dive buddy anywhere. My vision began to blur, with the edges getting darker. There was something awfully wrong. I tried to stay calm as I reached for my BCD inflator. I remembered the training lesson about how panicking only uses up oxygen, but it felt like my hands were not mine. They felt heavy and numb. My thoughts were all mixed up, slow and sticky. The sea around me warped, with colors that were too bright and edges that were too sharp. Then, I realized I was passing out. I kicked upward and pulled on my buoyancy control device. My ears screamed in protest as I went up too quickly, but I didn't care. I needed to breathe. I had to get out. The world turned black about 6 meters below the surface. The next thing I knew, someone was yelling my name. The dive boat pulled me over its side while I coughed and threw up seawater. It felt like someone inserted razor blades inside my ears. I couldn't hear anything apart from a low, steady ringing. Later, the dive master told me that I must have passed out and floated the rest of the way up. The crew didn't understand how I managed to avoid drowning. They told me I was lucky, but I didn't feel lucky. I felt like I was being haunted. The doctors said that both eardrums had burst. I would never be able to dive again. It hurt, but not as much as not knowing. There was no unpleasant air for anyone else. There's no problem with the equipment. My tank only has a clean mix of oxygen. Then what went wrong? I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing the lionfish, which looked like it was waiting for something. I kept tasting that metallic sugar and hearing the ocean whisper things I couldn't quite make out. That night, I had the most horrible dream ever. In the dreams, I found myself back at a depth of 18 meters. The reef was dead, and had lost all of its color. Fishes were hanging still, looking at me with bulging eyes. Something was moving in the dark, but it was not a shark. It was worse than that. Something with too many arms and mouths. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me. I turned around to swim away, but met my face staring back at me, floating at a distance. The mouth was open and screaming, but no bubbles came up. Gasping for air, I woke up, my lungs burning, and my sweat soaking the sheets. My night terrors got worse, and I was sure something came up from down with me. Even in the daytime, when the taps were off, I could hear water dripping in my apartment. Weeks later, when I finally learned to cope with the trauma, I went back to the boat for one last look. The captain knew who I was, so he recognized me immediately. He gave me a tight smile that offered some comfort.
You were very close to the edge,
he said.
What do you mean?
He paused for a second.
There are many stories about the coral reef. Many divers reported seeing things and hearing unusual sounds. People say it's the stress. Perhaps it's the nitrogen narcosis. But some others...
He stopped talking.
Others what?
He finally met my gaze.
They say that when you go too deep into the sea, it takes something from you. And occasionally, it gives you something back.
His words sent a chill down my back. I left without saying goodbye. I don't get close to the water anymore, but there are times when I close my eyes and I'm 18 meters down again. I'm tired of reliving that memory deliberately. I really hope that sharing my story will ease my burden and allow me to resume my normal life. Until then, I'm not going close to the ocean, ever again. I'm 16 now, and this happened not too long ago. It was the first time in months I'd had the apartment to myself. My parents had left that evening to go visit my grandma, who wasn't doing well across town. I didn't go because of school the next morning, but honestly, I was excited to be home alone. About 3 hours after they left, my mom called. She told me it had started pouring badly where they were, and the thunderstorm looked like it would last all night. They intended to spend the night at my aunt's house, which is close by, and return early the next day.
Peter, please make sure you lock all the windows and doors before bed, okay?
She said, before hanging up. I said I would. I meant to, but I was in full solo mode by then. I had loud music playing, junk food on the table, and a horror movie queued up. I lit one smoke, crashed on the couch, and just melted into the night. It was raining outside, and the sound was calming. Somewhere around the second act of the movie, I must have dozed off. I woke up hearing knocking sounds. My eyes shot up. I could feel my heart pounding. The knocks were not very loud, but they were enough to make me open my eyes wide. Initially, I suspected that the noise was coming from our neighbor upstairs. He sometimes came down when his Wi-Fi was acting up or to ask about packages, so I ignored it. But then it came again. It was more intense this time. Knock, knock, knock. Something felt off. I paused the movie, stood up, and looked around. That's when I noticed that my front door was wide open. Rain was splashing in from the open hallway window. A gust of wind had blown some junk mail onto the floor. My heart sank. I knew I forgot to lock it. I quickly rushed over and slammed it shut, locking the deadbolt immediately. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was slightly ajar and the wind blew it open. If someone did open it and got in, then I would have heard that person, right? So many thoughts were going on in my mind. Just then, I heard giggling behind me. The laughter was unlike any you might hear from a friend or a sitcom. The laughter was soft and wet, almost childlike. I turned my head around slowly. For a few seconds, I saw nothing but the empty couch and dark floor. Then, a face, a head, a full human body emerged from behind the television cabinet. A human figure was crawling on all fours, and I knew that person well. He was the brother of our upstairs neighbor. I'd seen him maybe 3 times before in my life, always with someone supervising him. Everyone in the building knew about his mental history and unstable condition. He was rarely outside unless his brother had him by the arm. When I fell asleep, he must have gotten in and hid behind the cabinet. I watched in horror, not knowing what to do. The guy was crawling across my floor, with his back arched, knees and palms on the ground, and his head tilted up. He stared directly at me with an unblinking grin, like he was playing a game. I backed up until I hit the door behind me.
What the hell?
I stammered. He kept crawling, coming closer each passing second, and then he lunged. He began to scratch at my face, his laughter piercing my soul. I screamed like I had never screamed before. His laughter grew louder, from raspy to demonic, transforming into a growl. His fingernails scraped down the side of my face and neck. After a lot of struggle, I managed to kick him off. I scrambled to my feet and bolted into the hallway. Right there, in the stairwell, I bumped into his brother, our neighbor. He had fear and panic all over his face. Seeing me panting, he understood what must have happened. He rushed into my apartment and came out grabbing his brother, who was still laughing like a psycho. He kept pulling his brother back while apologizing over and over. The guy was still trying to come at me. I was standing there, blood on my cheek, completely in shock. I think I asked something like, "Why was he in my apartment?" But I don't even remember if I said it out loud. The neighbor was clearly shaken. He said he'd been looking for his brother for the past hour. Somehow the guy must have slipped out during the storm. He found our door unlocked while wandering in the hallway. I didn't press charges. I told my parents not to call the cops when they rushed back. He had no idea what he was doing. The situation was frightening, but it did not involve any evil intentions. However, his brother and their entire family left the building after that. The landlord must have told the family that the brother couldn't stay there. My dad told me their family placed him in a psychiatric facility soon after. Sometimes I wake up having nightmares that my door is open and someone is crawling toward me with a smile. This incident happened when I was 16. I was a junior in high school, and my school was only 15 minutes away from home. It was a pretty normal route. Suburban homes, small front yards, and a few trees lining the sidewalk. Nothing ever really happened in my neighborhood. It was a Friday afternoon. I remember that clearly because I'd stopped by a gas station on the way home to grab a snack. I got a can of sour cream and onion Pringles. I love snacking on my way home. It gave me some peace of mind after a chaotic day at school. The weekend was finally here and I had so many plans. I was thinking about the uninterrupted gaming hours when I noticed a man. He was standing across the street. The man was tall and lanky. He wore this dark jacket with wrinkled trousers. I wouldn't have looked twice if it weren't for the fact that he was staring at me. His eyes were locked in on me. I slowed down, trying not to be obvious, and peeked again. He was now walking, but keeping a steady pace. His eyes never looked away. I tried to act casual. Maybe he just happened to be going the same way. But when I turned left onto my street, he turned too. I felt a cold shiver down my spine. I continued walking, pretending I didn't see him. But his footsteps echoed in my ears. I was halfway to my block when I felt him changing sides. I turned around quickly, trying to look confident, and that's when he stopped. He was right behind me, maybe 10 feet away. His eyes were wide, and his face was expressionless. Then, in the creepiest voice I've ever heard, he asked, "Can I have some?" I blinked, confused. "What?" He pointed to the can of Pringles in my hand. "Can I have some? I've been watching you eat them." I stood clueless, like I'd forgotten to speak. He was neither laughing nor smiling, which hinted this wasn't some silly joke. It was this weird, calm face, like he really meant it. "No, and you're creeping me out, man. You've been following me," I said. He suddenly smiled. I took a few steps back. Something about his smile told me he's about to snap. I turned and booked it. I didn't look back. I ran as fast as I could and only stopped when I got home. I told my dad about the guy. Seeing me panting and coughing, he got all worried. He went outside to check, but the man was nowhere to be found. We both kind of shrugged it off, thinking he was just another homeless weirdo. But that night, something happened that still haunts me in my sleep. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. Something just felt off. My room was in absolute silence, but then I heard a soft crunch. It was faint, but it was coming from a close distance. Another crunch, and then another. I sat up in bed and looked toward my window. I kept it open just a crack for ventilation, and I could sense a shadow on the curtains. I got up slowly and walked over to the window. I slid the curtains to get a good look, and the moment I stared outside, my heart stopped. There's a big old tree next to me, probably 5 feet away, and sitting on one of those thick branches about level with my room was that man. The same man who asked for my Pringles. He was sitting there, legs hanging off the side, holding a can of Pringles. My flavor, sour cream and onion. He was eating them slowly, staring straight at me like he was showing off, and he was smiling this time. I screamed as loud as I've ever screamed in my life. I backed away from the window and yelled for my dad. My dad came running in with a baseball bat. I pointed at the window, nearly hyperventilating. "He's in the tree!" My dad rushed to the window. He saw someone jumping from the tree and heading toward the backyard. He grabbed his shoes, told me to stay in my room, and went outside with the bat. He searched the entire property, front and back, but there was no sign of the guy. There were no footprints or evidence of his presence. It was like he'd vanished. We called the cops afterward, but there wasn't much they could do. They took my statement, checked the yard, and said they'd patrol the area for the next few nights. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I noticed something on the branch where he'd been sitting. My dad went out with a ladder to check. Sitting there, perfectly placed, was an empty Pringles can. To this day, I don't know how he knew where I lived. I don't know how he got up in that tree so quietly, and I don't know what he wanted from me. If it really was just the chips, or something else. And I never ate Pringles for a long time after that. On a rainy Thursday night, I was working my usual shift at Circle K. This place was just off the highway, with an empty road on one side and woods on the other. Most nights around this time, I barely see any customers, just the occasional trucker or someone grabbing a drink on their drive home. I was standing behind the counter, restocking some gum packs, when the front door slammed open. As I turned back, I noticed a girl standing barefoot, completely drenched from head to toe. She had a small cut on her forehead and hair uprooted in places on her head. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old and was panting continuously, as if she were having difficulty breathing.
Hey, you alright?
At first, she didn't respond. She simply stood there, trembling, staring at me. I walked closer and asked again in a softer tone.
Please, help me. I don't want to go back.
Her words sounded like riddles. I gave her a towel and asked,
Go back where? Did someone hurt you?
Just call the cops now.
I called 911. Everything about her gave a strong indication that something awful had happened to her. I kept looking at the girl while I was on the phone with the 911 operator. I don't know why, but her face seemed familiar.
The cops are on their way.
I tried talking to her while we waited. She didn't answer when I asked her name. She finally responded when I asked her how she got into the woods.
It was him. My master. But I'm scared of him now.
I felt sick to my stomach when I heard the word master.
What? Who's master?
Her eyes widened if she weren't fully present when she gazed at me.
He keeps me at the cabin in the woods. Sometimes he feeds me with his mouth. He says, I'm here to serve him.
My heart was racing as I sat there listening. She continued explaining how he punished her when she made a mistake. She said he plucks out her nails as offerings. It's been 2 weeks and I only have one nail left. She lifted her hand and I jumped, seeing the tip of her fingers. That's when it hit me. I'd seen her photo on Facebook on a missing person post. She was the girl who vanished about 2 weeks ago from a town 30 miles away. Just as I was about to ask if her name was what I remembered from the post, a van pulled into the lot. The headlights were off. It rolled up slowly, stopping right in front of the store. Then, the driver honked, just once. The girl's face went pale. Her lips trembled as she whispered,
Master's here.
Without thinking, I bolted to the front and locked the doors. The driver of the van stepped out. He was alarmingly tall and wore this dark raincoat. He had an expressionless face with blue eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. He approached the glass, gazed at the girl, and then looked at me.
Let her out! She's mine! You have no idea what you're doing!
I told him the cops were on the way, but that only made him angrier. He started slamming his fists on the glass. I genuinely believed he was going to break it. The girl sobbed as she curled up in the corner. I tried my best to remain composed as I stood between her and the door. This continued for a minute, and I was sure I'd fight him till the last drop if he got in. Just then, sirens from a cop car echoed from a distance. The man ran back to the van and sped off into the darkness. The cops came in, guns drawn, checking every corner of the store. Once they were sure it was safe, I told them everything. The girl confirmed her story and even pointed out a small symbol she said he made her carve into a tree near where she escaped. The cops radioed it in and said they'd search the area immediately. Within an hour, they had found the makeshift shack deep in the woods, along with evidence confirming she had been kept there. By the next morning, they had arrested the man. He had a long record of disturbing behavior that had somehow flown under the radar for years. The girl's parents came to see me at the store 2 days later. They cried so hard they could barely speak. Her mom hugged me and thanked me over and over. The cops said if she hadn't run into the Circle K, or if I haven't stopped the man, things could have ended very differently. It's been months now, and I still think about that night. I work the day shift now. I can't bring myself to be in that store alone after dark anymore. Not after hearing what that girl had been through, and not after seeing that look in the man's eyes, like he really believed she belonged to him. Some nights, I still see his face in the window, even though I know he's locked up. Some images just don't go away. I've been a park ranger in western Montana for over 8 years. In that time, I've seen my fair share of strange things. Missing hikers showing up miles away with no memory, distant howls that didn't sound like a familiar animal, and shadows that moved just out of sight. But nothing compares to what happened near Devil's Hollow last September. It began with a normal call from the main station. A group of campers packed up and left their site early that morning. Around 2 a.m., one woman said she heard someone say her name. Someone else said she saw a man in the woods yelling and running behind trees, but they never saw his face. Devil's Hollow has always been known for its eeriness. Many locals believe it to be cursed. There are many old stories about ritualistic sacrifices and evil spirits lurking there, but I never really paid attention to them. Most of it sounded like made-up stories told around a campfire to scare tourists. So, when I got to know about the campers, I figured I'd check it out. It took me an hour to reach Devil's Hollow. It's a low-lying stretch of woods surrounded by thick pine. I patrolled it dozens of times and could walk it blindfolded. Things were not the same that day, though. On the right, about 20 feet from the main road, I saw a narrow path I had never seen before. It went off into the trees and was overgrown, but had footprints on the grass. It looked like someone had walked on it that morning. I looked at the map one more time, and there was no trail there. It was strange not having it mentioned on the map. It might have been an old game trail or a path that a hunter had used. I decided to follow it for a bit. Right from the start, it felt off. The air suddenly got colder, heavier. The trees grew denser, like they were closing in, and it was too quiet. Not just normal forest quiet, dead silent. No wind, no birds, just the sound of my boots and breathing. Then I started noticing carvings on the trees, tally marks, groups of 5 scratched into the bark at shoulder height. Some trees had dozens. It looked deliberate, like someone was counting something, and then stopped all of a sudden. About 20 minutes in, I started hearing footsteps. At first, I thought it was just an echo, my own steps bouncing off the trees. But then, I realized it was slightly off, just a beat behind mine. When I stopped, the footsteps stopped too. When I moved, it began following again. I looked back a few times, checking the tree line, but saw nothing. I tried the radio, and only static was heard. I was thinking about heading back when I found this old camper van, half sunken into the earth and covered in moss. It looked like it had been there for years, but there was no reason for it to be out here. It wasn't on any record, and no one can just abandon vehicles in the woods. As I went in, I saw a man curled up on a dirty mattress inside of it. He was sickly and thin. His skin was filled with rashes. I thought he was dead at first, then his eyes popped open and he quickly sat up. He gasped, seeing me.
You found me! You can see me?
I stood dumbfounded. Why wouldn't I see him? He was dressed in a worn-out, torn park ranger outfit. His tag was hard to read. I recognized his name, though. He worked as a guard, someone who wasn't seen or heard from in 6 months. Everyone thought he got lost on a snow patrol. For weeks, search teams looked. They didn't find anything. There were no tracks, gear, or even boot prints. I helped him get down. He was so weak that he could hardly stand. His face showed both fear and happiness at the same time.
I couldn't find the way back. Every time I tried, the forest moved. Trails led nowhere. I thought I was dead.
We started walking back together. He leaned on me the whole way, stumbling. We were heading back when a faint, whispering voice echoed from the trees.
Help me.
We both froze. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Then the voice was heard again.
Please, help me.
I turned, aiming the flashlight into the fog. The man grabbed my arm hard.
Don't answer them. They're not real. It mimics people. It pretends.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but it's in the forest. It watches, and it...
But before he could finish his sentence, his body started shaking violently. He fell to the ground, coughing. Blood poured from his mouth. I backed up, yelling, What's happening to you? Oh my God! His back arched, and then his head twisted around completely, backward. His face was still looking at me. He stood like that for a few seconds, then collapsed on the ground. He wasn't moving anymore. I radioed for help again. This time, the signal cut through. Rescue arrived an hour later. They took his body. He was declared dead on the scene. No visible wounds, no cause of death identified. When I gave his name, the officer looked stunned. I told them about the trail, about the truck. They sent a search team. On return, they said they couldn't find any trail. They chalked it up, saying I found a dying drifter, and my mind filled in the rest. But I know what I saw. I know who that man was. Locals say the forest near Devil's Hollow is cursed. That something in those woods builds false paths, makes voices, pulls people in, and once they realize they're trapped, it won't let them leave. I don't patrol that area anymore. And ever since that night, I keep hearing a voice outside my cabin, just past the tree line. Every few nights, it screams for help, but I never open the door. I'm a seasonal park guard in Utah. It's one of those big, open state parks with sheer cliffs, majestic views, and lots of people taking selfies at the edge of death. Last year in August, we got a chain of reports of hikers going missing in the park. Within 2 months, 3 cases raised suspicion because there had been no storms or reports of wild animal attacks. All of the hikers disappeared like fog into the park. The authorities didn't even find their shoes or equipment, and no bodies were ever discovered despite extensive searches. Inside the visitor center, we had a missing persons board with laminated printouts of names, ages, and their last known locations. Every day, I glanced at that board. I've memorized all of their faces, but had no idea what had happened to them. But something happened last week that left me in shudders. It was just after noon on a warm Tuesday. I was on patrol at the park's most photographed location, the Canyon View Overlook. Imagine expansive cliffside vistas, barriers to prevent foolish people from plunging, and a large number of tourists posing as National Geographic with DSLRs. I was keeping an eye on the visitors when I saw this elderly man. Perhaps he was in his late 50s, dressed in a trekking vest and muddy boots. He had this gray camera bag hung over his shoulder. His well-groomed beard gave him the appearance of a granddad. He was pointing a huge zoom lens at the canyon while standing near the railing. It felt good to see a man of his age still craving nature. I walked up to him just for a casual chat. "You getting any good shots?" He grinned.
I'm trying. The valley shadows are pleasant today, despite the sun being too high.
We spoke for a minute about his favorite trails, photography, and the weather. He has said he is coming to the park for quite some years now. I asked if he lived nearby.
Something like that.
He responded, laughing. From there, the conversation took a dark turn, so dark that it made my stomach churn.
You know, some of the individuals on your missing hikers board look familiar to me.
I blinked. "Oh, is that so?" He gave a nonchalant nod.
Yeah, that June pair, hiking with the blue backpacks, and that lone man in the red flannel. Did he own a drone?
My eyebrows frowned. Those were precise details that only the park authority and the cops knew. There was no way anyone in the public was aware of it. The cops strictly told us not to disclose any of these findings, as it could hamper their investigation. "How do you know all this?" I asked without trying to sound too curious. He grinned once again as he glanced at me. There was something in his pale blue eyes that made my skin crawl. He brought his face closer to mine and just kept staring at me for a few seconds. Then he said,
"You know, there are two kinds of people in the world. One enjoys watching crime on screen, and the other enjoys turning all that gore into reality. I don't think you fall into the latter."
My hands started shivering because I could guess the underlying meaning in his words. "Which one are you?" He put his finger on his lips and shushed very creepily. Then turned his camera bag over his shoulder and walked down the overlooked trail as if he hadn't just admitted to something crazy. I stood there motionless in fear. Is he kidding with me? Or is he the one behind all the missing hiker cases? I couldn't brush it off like just another weird interaction. I hurried back to the visitors center security room. At Canyon View, we just placed a camera, not for surveillance exactly, but to keep an eye on crowds and cliff safety. However, it captured every single visitor throughout the day. I retrieved the timestamp where I was talking to the man while standing close to the edge. But he was smart. He stood the entire time with his back to the camera. Not once did he look back, not even by accident. He seemed to have a perfect awareness of the camera's location and its blind spots. I could be seen nodding, pointing, and chatting in the video, and him, a faceless figure that hardly moved. I went back to the edge, but he was gone. He probably became a part of the crowd now. I documented all I could recall, including his build, voice, equipment, and the precise phrases he spoke. I called the local sheriff and told him everything. Once again, they ran their database trying to find this guy. We looked at the same area's trail cam footage, hoping there would be recording of this man's face, but no success. Two things have kept me awake at night ever since. One, someone who may be responsible for at least 3 disappearances is still visiting the park. And second, he was aware of the location of the camera and understood how to keep his face hidden. I have watched enough documentaries on serial killers to know that many of the serial killers love visiting the places where they killed or buried their victims. I'm 200% confident that this man did something to those hikers. And maybe, just maybe, he has kept their bodies buried around the park. And now that he is old and probably taking a break from murdering innocents, he still wants to cherish those sick memories he lived. That's why he comes back. Also, he is way too confident about his crimes and sarcastically admits to them because he knows no one will find those hikers' bodies except him. To this day, it gives me goosebumps that so many people can actually get away with horrible deeds without ever getting caught. I keep my eyes open now just in case I see him again, but I don't have much hope. I experienced this at the age of 19. It was late at night and I was driving home alone after leaving a party a few towns over. The highway was deserted at nearly 2:30 a.m. I discovered my gas tank was nearly empty after 20 minutes of driving. Fortunately, I noticed a tiny Circle K sign illuminated in the distance. It was the only choice, but it had an old, dilapidated appearance. I parked next to one of the pumps after pulling into the lot. It was empty. I couldn't see anyone inside the store, even though the lights were on. In an attempt to get the attendant to come out and assist, I honked my horn once. Still nothing. I got out to pump the gas myself because I was cold, irritated, and running late at that point. At that moment, I felt goosebumps. A big glass window close to the Circle K's front was badly cracked. Someone appeared to have thrown something heavy, perhaps a rock or even a brick. I stopped and gazed at it. A spiderweb pattern of broken glass covered the pane. I felt uneasy. After hurriedly filling up the tank, I locked my car and went inside to take a look. I have no idea why I did. Maybe I wanted to make sure nobody was hurt inside. The bell above the door jingled as I pushed it open, but there was no one at the counter. I called out a quick,
Hello?
but only silence remained. The shelf in one of the snack aisles near the back was overturned, and bags of candy and chips were all over the place. It looked like a struggle had happened. The place wasn't trashed entirely, but just enough to hint something's not right here. I was about to pull out my phone and call 911 when I heard footsteps. A man walked out from the back storage room, dressed in a Circle K uniform. He looked off. His shirt was wrinkled and half untucked. There were sweat marks on his collar and his name tag was missing. He looked tense, as if he wasn't ready for a customer. He smiled at me in this really forced way and said, "Sorry about that. I had to take care of a mess in the back." I tried to act casual and said,
It's okay. I just needed some gas.
He nodded and went behind the counter. I asked him if everything was all right, and he laughed nervously. Yeah. Some kids tried to break in earlier. They broke the window and made a mess, but I chased them off. My instinct told me he was lying. His eyes kept shifting toward the back room. As I turned to glance at the door from which he had come, I noticed something unusual. There were two legs just barely visible through the small crack in the door. They were lying completely still on the floor. The shoes were pointed upwards. I tried not to react, awkwardly smiling. I informed him that I needed to use the bathroom. He paused for a moment to think, then nodded in response. With trembling hands, I took out my phone and locked the bathroom door after entering. I whispered everything I saw to 911. I told them about the body in the back room, the strange guy, the shelf, and the broken window. The dispatcher informed me that officers were already on their way and advised me to remain locked in the restroom. I spent what seemed like an eternity inside. I heard the man breathing heavily as he passed the door at one point. Perhaps he was aware that I had seen too much. I remained silent and held my breath. 10 minutes or so later, I heard police sirens outside. The front doors exploded open. I heard shouts and footsteps, then a loud crash that resembled a tackle. A few minutes later, a police officer knocked on the bathroom door. I opened it and saw two officers waiting for me. One let me outside, while the other stayed in to secure the scene. It turns out the guy wasn't a Circle K employee. He was a known criminal with a record of break-ins and robberies. According to the officers, he had walked into the store less than 10 minutes before I got there and had gotten into an argument with the real clerk, who was just a 22-year-old guy working the night shift. Things escalated and he stabbed him during the struggle. The cops said if I had come in just a few minutes earlier, I might have walked in while it was happening, or worse, been part of it. They found the clerk's body in the storage room. The guy had tried to hide it, but hadn't gotten the chance before I arrived. He was probably going to clean up the scene and take the cash before disappearing. To this day, I can't stop thinking about how close I came to dying. I still drive that same highway sometimes, but no matter what, I make sure I fill up before I leave, and I never stop at that Circle K again. I was 19 years old when I encountered fear and helplessness at the same moment. After receiving acceptance to a college, I was desperate to find a place that wouldn't deplete all of my student loan funds. I found a post for a shared house only 10 minutes from campus, after looking through dubious listings and expensive dorm rooms. The advertisement was short and straight to the point. Roommate wanted. Rent is reasonable. Separate, quiet, and clean room available. If interested, contact Ryan. His phone number was also mentioned there, so I texted him right away. I received a message back within an hour. Ryan Miller was living in this apartment and needed a roommate to split the rent. That afternoon, he offered to show me around and told me the room had been looking for its master for quite a while. It sounded a little odd, but then I thought maybe I was just nervous about living with someone I didn't know. But I had no other option, and the place set well enough with my requirements. Ryan was like every normal guy when I first met him. He was quiet, soft-spoken, and maybe a little awkward around women. He told me he was in his mid-20s, worked from home, and loved Jurassic Park a lot. A few pictures in the hallway caught my eye, and his room, well, it looked like a small museum. There were movie souvenirs, model skeletons, and dinosaur figurines on every shelf. He said he's a student of film studies and working on his own independent project. I moved in right away. Everything went well. Ryan spent most of his time in his room. In the kitchen, we had a quick conversation. He inquired as to what I was studying and whether I enjoyed movies before launching into a lengthy discussion about how Jurassic Park was a vision rather than merely a movie. I nodded, courteously, and had dinner in the living room. I fell asleep fast that night because of the fatigue from the entire day. Around 2 a.m, I woke up to a weird sound. It was a low rumble. I guessed it was coming from outside, possibly a dog or maybe distant thunder. But the more I paid attention to it, the closer it sounded. At one point, I realized it was coming from within the apartment. This low, deep growl changed quickly into a long, loud screech. It sounded like the scary BGM of movies. I sat up in bed immediately. The heart was racing, and palms were sweaty. The growl continued, and it was coming from the living room. I got out of bed slowly and opened my door just enough to see what's going on. What I saw made my stomach turn. Ryan was down on his knees, crouched in the living room corner. He had on a full velociraptor mask, like the ones you can find in Halloween shops. I heard the same growling sound and understood it was Ryan who was making it. His hands were clenched like claws, and he was moving from side to side like he was stalking his prey. I quietly closed and locked my door. I thought it would be safer if Ryan didn't know I saw him, but I thought wrong. Within the next few seconds, soft knocks started appearing on my door, followed by creepy whispers. "I know you're awake. I heard you move." I stood next to the door, terrified for my life. Ryan spoke again, and this time louder. "I need to talk to you. You're flawless. Just what I was searching for. The missing component of my film is you." He sounded too composed, like he had just switched back to his human form. I asked, attempting to remain calm.
What film?
"My version of Jurassic Park. I'm making it again. Better, though. More realistic. And the lead is you. I picked you for that reason. You're here for that reason." My blood froze.
I never consented to this, Ryan. I have no desire to appear in any film.
"You're not getting it. The script was written by me. I've practiced my lines. The raptor requires a target to pursue, someone to yell at. I know your screams will be perfect for my movie." I moved away from the door.
I'm going to call the cops if you don't leave now.
Silence prevailed for a few seconds. Then I heard footsteps going away. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my bed, clutching my phone closely. I jumped at every sound. I couldn't stop thinking about the mask, the swaying gestures, the growls, and mostly how much Ryan wanted to hear my screams. The next thing I remember is that I grabbed my suitcase, packed everything I could put inside, and snuck out the door as soon as the first rays of sunlight hit my window. Ryan's door was closed. I did not bother to tell him that I wasn't spending a second more with him. I never returned. For days, he called me from different numbers. He mumbled phrases from his script into voicemail. "The park isn't complete without you. Please come back." I did not respond. I changed my phone number and relocated to a different block. This continued for a month until one day he stopped calling. I was happy that he's gone from my life, but till today, when the lights are turned out and the room is calm, I occasionally see Ryan in the corner wearing that raptor mask, his eyes gleaming yellow in the dark. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying night of my life, beginning as a typical Netflix and chill date. I'm 25 and I've been seeing this girl Ava for a few weeks. She's the kind of girl who's smart, funny, and beautiful. I fell for her instantly. So one Friday night, I invited her to come over for a movie date and a cozy dinner at my place. As someone living alone, I needed to prepare my house to welcome a guest, especially since it was a woman. I cleaned the place, picked out a horror flick, and got a decent bottle of wine. It was our first time really hanging out without distractions, and all I expected was some privacy. Everything was perfect. Dim lights, a movie playing while we sipped the wine sitting on the couch, full-on romantic vibes. We were laughing, kissing each other from time to time, and about halfway through the movie, I heard a creak from the bathroom door. It sounded like someone shut it very slowly. I paused the movie. "You hear that?" I asked. Ava looked at me confused.
Was that the bathroom?
I brushed it off. Old apartment. Doors swell when it rains. I tried to laugh it away. We got back into the movie. In the next 5 minutes, my hand was on her shoulder, and we were closer than ever. I looked into her eyes, and she blushed looking at mine. Before I knew it, we had started making out. For probably 5 magical minutes, all was going well, but then suddenly, a high-pitched scream tore through the apartment. Both of us jumped in horror, not knowing what just happened. The sounds of glass shattering in the bedroom made me believe it wasn't just me and Ava at my apartment. We have a third uninvited guest with us. We froze. Ava clutched my arm, eyes wide.
What the hell was that?
She whispered. I got up and ran toward the bedroom, half expecting to find my mirror had just fallen or something. Instead, standing barefoot in the middle of the bedroom, was Marissa. Marissa was my ex-girlfriend with whom I experienced the most devastating breakup of my life. Her hair was all messed up like she hadn't brushed it in weeks. She was standing barefoot, holding my bottle of cologne in one hand and Ava's hoodie in the other. There was broken glass everywhere. Her hands had little cuts on them, but she didn't seem to notice. She looked at me with this completely unhinged expression.
She doesn't know you like I do!
Marissa, what the hell are you doing here? She started pacing slowly, sniffing the hoodie, muttering Ava's name under her breath. That's when Ava came to the doorway, and Marissa tried to attack. I managed to grab her mid-lunge by the waist and wrestle her back into the room. She was kicking, screaming, and spitting at me, her face twisted in rage, repeating Ava's name over and over like a curse. I screamed for Ava to run. She bolted to the kitchen and grabbed her phone. Meanwhile, I shoved Marissa onto the bed, heart racing. "Marissa, stop this madness!" She kept clawing at me, wailing and laughing. I pushed her onto the floor and locked her in my bedroom. Ava and I stood outside the bedroom, totally shocked by this quick change of atmosphere. Suddenly, the room felt silent.
Did she?
But before Ava could finish her sentence, a soft tapping took place on the bedroom door. Marissa laughed for a while and sobbed like a 4-year-old, and then laughed again. It was a full psychotic episode, straight out of a horror movie. I couldn't take any more risks because I knew something had snapped in her. We called the cops. It took about 10 minutes for them to arrive. Ava was shaking. I had blood on my shirt from when Marissa had scratched my neck. The officers unlocked the bedroom door, slowly opened it, and found her curled on the bed like a child. She didn't resist when the cops handcuffed her. Rather, she turned her glance towards me and said in a calm voice,
I just wanted to talk to you. How could you let her wear my hoodie?
But when they tried to escort her out, she refused to stand. She began yelling, asserting her rightful place, accusing me of deceiving the other girl, and continued claiming that she understood me better than anyone. It took both officers to get her out of my apartment. Ava and I watched from the living room window as they walked her to the cop car. She had stopped screaming by then. I found out later that Marissa snuck in using my spare key that I kept under the plant outside my door. She let herself in, waited in the bathroom until we got there, and then slipped into my room during the movie. She was watching us the whole time. She'd been placed under psychological care now. I never pressed charges, but I changed the locks the next day. As for Ava, she's still around. Stronger than me, honestly. But she said she'll never forget that night, and neither will I. So next time you Netflix and chill, maybe double check your locks. The semester was coming to a close, which for any college student meant one thing only: all-nighters. My name is Ryan, and I was in my sophomore year when this incident happened. I had a massive video editing project due, the kind that made up about half of my final grade. The deadline was 8 a.m., and I was staring at a long night of clicking, rendering, and trying not to fall asleep at my desk. Around midnight, I knew I needed fuel. I raided my dorm room's small pantry, which was mostly just a collection of instant noodles and cheap snacks. My hand landed on a can of cheddar cheese Pringles I'd bought a few days earlier. It was the perfect mindless snack for a long night of work. I popped the seal, set the can down next to my laptop, and got to work, my focus entirely on the timeline of my screen. For the next few hours, my life was a cycle. Watch a clip, trim it, add an effect, and reach into the can for a chip. I wasn't even thinking about it. My hand would just dart out, grab a curved, crispy potato wafer, and bring it to my mouth. The project was slowly coming together, and the can of Pringles was gradually emptying. I don't recall the exact timing, but I guess it was past 2 a.m. I had to reach to the bottom to get my chips, so I knew I'm about to get done with it at any moment. I was focused on a particularly tricky audio sync, and my hand went into the can on autopilot. I expected to feel the familiar brittle edges of the last few chips. Instead, my fingers brushed against something else. It was soft and slightly rubbery. My first thought was that it was just a clump of seasoning or maybe a chip that had gotten soggy for some reason. I was feeling annoyed but didn't take my eyes off the screen. I pinched the soft object between my thumb and index finger just to get a better grip on it. I just wanted to pull it out and toss it into the trash, but it felt strangely dense. I thought it was just a big broken piece wedged between the last two chips in the can. I pulled it out without much fuss. For a second, I didn't bother to look. I was about to drop it into the trash can, which was right beside my desk, but suddenly, in a flicker of movement, I looked down at what I was holding, and my heart stopped. It wasn't a chip fragment. It wasn't a clump of seasoning. It was a finger, a human index finger. It had turned pale and wrinkled from the salt and seasoning. The nail on it was sickly yellow-brown. The bottom of it had ripped flesh and splintered bone. A gut-wrenching smell of rotten flesh immediately clouded the room. I started to gag and dropped it on my desk, screaming like a 6-year-old.
Oh, ew, 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 oh.
I shot back in my chair, watching the severed finger lying on my desk, curled between a pen and a stray paperclip. I was on the verge of vomiting all over my carpet. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly unlock my phone. When I managed to calm down, I dialed 911. The police arrived a short time later. I think they were skeptical at first, probably thinking it was some kind of prank. but when they saw the finger, their expressions changed. They never thought they'd find a rotten human finger inside a Pringles can. They took my statement, collected the can and its horrifying contents, and left. I couldn't work on my project anymore after that. I just sat there, staring at the space on my desk where the finger had been until the sun came up. About a week later, a detective called me. He told me they had found out what had happened. A worker at the Pringles factory had lost his finger in a piece of machinery. They had run his DNA and it was a match. The detective said the factory owner knew about the accident, but he didn't want to stop the production. I used to work overnight shifts at Costco. You punch in after the store closes and spend the next 8 hours immersed in forklifts, pallets, and an overwhelming silence. Most nights were uneventful. We spent our nights restocking shelves, enjoying our music and making jokes to keep ourselves awake. But there's one night I'll never forget. It was around 2:30 in the morning. I was assigned to restock near Dock 3, the far end of the warehouse where the emergency exits and loading bays are. It's always a little colder and quieter back there, like even sound avoids that corner. I had my headphones in, but low enough to hear if someone called out. I was casually checking the delivery receipts of new stock when I noticed the corridor leading to the emergency door. The corridor was in darkness, but the door was cracked open, letting the yellow gleam of the streetlight outside peek in. Now, these doors are always supposed to stay shut. Not only are they alarmed, but it's a major security risk to have them unlocked or ajar. We had previously received a warning about this issue, so I assumed someone just forgot to pull it shut all the way. Maybe one of the truck drivers, or even a coworker who went for a smoke. I started walking over, figuring I'd close it and let security know. But when I got within about 15 feet, I stopped. There was someone standing in the end corner of the corridor. He was trying his best to blend in the dark. I couldn't see him clearly, but I could make out a shape. It was a man with messed up hair, and he was watching me. "Who's there? I can see you!" He didn't say a word and didn't move. He just stood there like he was waiting for something. At first, I thought it might be a homeless guy or a worker locked out, but something about the way he stood, completely still, like a statue, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I reached down slowly to grab my radio from my belt. The second my hand touched it, the man bolted. He didn't say a word. He just turned and sprinted into another corridor leading to the left. He was gone before I could even speak into the mic. I grabbed a flashlight and checked the corridors, only to find nothing but void. My mind wanted to believe he was gone, but my gut feeling spoke otherwise. I got back to restocking the aisles. From time to time, I kept glancing at the long, empty corridors. 15 minutes went by, and I had just started believing that the man's gone, when I felt something wet on the back of my neck. It seemed like drops of water, but the ceilings of Costco are well built. It's impossible to have any leakage, so where did the water come from? My eyes kept searching the high ceilings, and all of a sudden, I felt the aisle in front of me shudder. Am I getting sick, or is this an earthquake? I was just hoping to check the other side when I saw a head rising above the top shelf. The man was looking at me from the top of the shelf. He had climbed up and was watching me like some deranged peeping Tom. Guess what? The water drops were his drool. That brief encounter we had, I will never forget his eyes. They were staring me down like hungry wolves. I screamed at the man and called the security immediately. The aisle trembled once again as he climbed down and ran for the emergency exit. Security came down with flashlights. A few of the other night staff helped check the area, but we didn't find anything. No one saw where he went. Everyone tried to brush it off, thinking it was some addict looking for shelter. The next afternoon, I got called in early for my shift. The security manager wanted to show me something. He brought me into the back office where the camera feeds are stored and pulled up footage from the night before. He didn't say anything, just let it play. I watched myself on the screen, stacking inventory and organizing pallets. Everything looked normal. Then, way in the background, barely visible unless you were looking for it, was the emergency door, and someone was already there. A man had been standing in the shadows for over an hour. He would occasionally lean forward and slowly, very slowly, push the door open, inch by inch. Then he'd pull it back, like he was testing something, like he was trying to see how close he could get without being noticed. The whole time, his face was hidden in the dark, but his posture, hunched slightly, head tilted, looked off, almost inhuman. Whoever that man was, he knew where the cameras were. He knew when to move. And worst of all, he wasn't just watching. He was waiting. I transferred to another shift a month later. I still worked nights, but never in a building that big or that empty. Now, every time I pass an emergency door, I check it twice. Hi, I'm Thomas, recently turned 15. I just got back from a family trip to Hawaii. Sounds wonderful, right? But most of it was just my parents relaxing at the resort and drinking wine like their lives depended on it. We had been there for 3 nights, and I was so bored. While Mom and Dad worked on their second or third bottle, I sat on a lounge chair and poked at a plate of pineapple slices. The sky was changing colors with the dying sun, and the private beach below looked like a picture. The calm waves and the afternoon light made me to explore for a little while. I told my parents that I was going to go scuba diving, which was the main reason I agreed to come on this trip. They nodded without thinking, raising their glasses as if that was a sign of good luck. I picked up my stuff and jogged down the path to the beach. The sunlight made the waves look golden. The beach was completely empty. I put on my mask, flippers, and oxygen tank and waded into the warm water. The world changed below. It was quiet and still. Schools of tiny fish moved past me like dancers in sync, and coral reefs reached up to the surface like castles in the water. It was the first time since I got there that I felt calm, like I wasn't just the extra kid on my parents' wine tasting trip. After a while, I floated back to the top and took off my gear. I wanted to relax on the warm sand for a few minutes before going back. I lay down on the sand and took a deep breath. Just when I had started thinking life can be beautiful, I saw someone on the beach. A man was walking towards me. He was fat, bald in the middle, with stringy gray hairs hanging onto the scalp. He wore a bright red Hawaiian shirt, unbuttoned at the top, revealing his hairy chest. His flip-flops gave him a little difficulty walking on the sand, but he managed somehow. He looked at me and waved. Not in the, hey, another beachgoer way. More like, I see you way. I ignored him, but he sat down right next to me, giving me a smile like we were old buddies.
You enjoy water sports, huh?
Yeah, I said quietly, turning a little away.
I used to swim like that when I was your age.
His voice was rough and wet, like something bubbling up from deep inside his throat. I nodded in a polite way. He might leave if I didn't say much, I thought. He didn't.
Are you here with your family? This big hotel must cost a lot of money. You're lucky.
His smile never reached his eyes. They kept looking at me with hidden intentions. Listening to him, I realized he isn't staying at the resort, and that beach is private, as far as I knew. But still, I would rather not be rude, so I decided to leave. I should probably go back. He suddenly took hold of my wrist. His sweaty palm made my skin crawl.
Oh, leaving already? I was just getting to know you.
Yeah, well, I'm not interested in knowing you, so leave my hand. That's when his grip got tighter.
Why are you being rude? I'm just trying to be your friend.
Let go of me! I yelled and started pulling my arm. His fingers dug in deeper, squeezing like a vice.
You kids these days, no manners, not respect.
He leaned in closer, still smiling, and his breath was warm and sour on my cheek.
Come on, sit with me for a while.
I finally freaked out. My heart raced. There was no one around. The building of the resort seemed far away, and he was overpowering me in strength. So I did the only thing I could think of. I bent down, grabbed a handful of sand, and threw it into his face. He screamed while rubbing his eyes desperately. His grip loosened up just enough for me to get away. I sprinted without wasting a single second more. I ran up the stairs, through the palm trees, past the pool, and into the resort lobby. When I saw my parents at the bar, I broke down crying. I was traumatized. My parents immediately called the manager and reported this person. The resort security conducted a thorough search on the beach, but the man had vanished. Then, they checked the guest list, the security cameras, and even the public areas nearby. But no sign of that creep. No one who fits that description has stayed at the resort or even gone through the gates. No one knows how he got in. That night, I didn't sleep very well. I saw his smile every time I shut my eyes. My parents booked us an early flight home the next day. I'm just glad I relied on my instincts before it was too late. So, to the creepy, over-friendly guy, I hope you burn in hell. Every 4th of July I get goosebumps. It's all because of the memory of 2017. I was 16 back then and visited my uncle in rural Indiana. He owns this big farmhouse in the country. It has fields, old trees, and a crooked white fence, just like a classic American postcard. I had been there a few times before, but this time was different. My aunt, uncle, and their 2 kids took care of me over the weekend because my parents were away. It was a laid-back 4th of July with hot dogs, music, and fireworks. The town doesn't put on big shows, so we lit our own things in the backyard. It was just after the sun went down. I was keeping an eye on my cousins while they lit firecrackers. I got up to get a soda from the cooler when my eyes went to the edge of the tree line on the other side of the field. A little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, was standing there with a sparkler in her hand. Her dress looked old, like it was made in the 60s, and her socks were stained with mud and dirt. She wasn't wearing any shoes, which felt very odd to me. One more weird thing was the sparkler in her hand. It wasn't blinking like a normal one. It was glowing all the time. The brightness of its sparks felt too bright. I assumed she was a neighbor's child, either lost or eager to join us, so I made my way to the tree line. When I was close enough for her to hear me, I waved at her. She waved back with her hand, saying,
Come light one with me.
"Well, you can join us. My cousin has more firecrackers." She grinned at me, and suddenly approaching her felt like a rookie mistake. I've seen annoying kids who make people regret having them, but she scared me. Something in her stretchy smile and expressionless eyes told me I shouldn't be talking to her, but it was too late already. Suddenly, she turned around and ran into the woods. I thought of going after her, but then I noticed the spot where she was standing. The ground beneath her feet had a dark patch of burnt grass. The sparkler's light continued to shine in my eyes even after she left. I tried to forget about it that night. We went to bed at around midnight after watching a movie. I slept in the guest room upstairs. I left the window open a little bit so the cool breeze could calm down my nerves. I woke up at about 3 a.m., seeing lights under the crack of my door. Did someone keep the corridor light on? But no, I was wrong. I opened the door and found a sparkler on the wooden floor. It was just sitting up. Whoever brought it here made sure to stick it between the floorboards so it could burn perfectly. There were no sparks or smoke, just this steady white-hot flame like before. I watched it, feeling it was all just a dream, when somebody giggled from the other end of the corridor. It sounded like a little girl's. My eyes kept staring at the dark end of the corridor. A few seconds passed, and then a minute passed, before I suddenly heard running footsteps approaching me. I couldn't see anything. I only heard the stomping of feet getting louder and closer with each passing second. I rushed back in and locked the door, panting like a dog. Cold sweat covered my palms as I couldn't figure out what was happening with me. Suddenly, I heard the same giggle in the corner of my room. I looked, and there she was, standing in the darkness, smiling at me. It was the same girl from the tree line, and her eyes were glowing. She slowly peeked her head from the darkness, and I saw her face that numbed my veins. Her mouth was on fire. It looked as if it had melted shut in some places and cracked open in others. Her lips were black and full of blisters. Her hands were even worse. They were thin and bony, and the skin was burned all the way down to the bone. She had a sparkler stuck to her fingers, which was burning her skin.
Happy 4th of July!
She screamed in a demonic voice. I was horrified. I couldn't yell. I just passed out completely. In the morning, when I woke up, I found myself lying on the cold floor, covered in sweat. I ran down the stairs and told my uncle and aunt everything. Their faces drained of color as they heard the words coming out of my mouth. My uncle sat down slowly and started crying. My aunt sat me down with teary eyes and told me the most tragic story ever. The girl I saw was my dad's cousin. Her name was Ellie. When she was 8, she died in a fire during a 4th of July party. She was alone in the barn lighting sparklers when one of them caught her dress. People say she didn't scream. She walked into the field, on fire and smiling, as if she didn't even feel it. They showed me a picture from an old album. It was her. After her funeral, my grandparents kept the shoes she was wearing at the time. The shoes were half melted with many burns. I realized why Ellie was standing in the field wearing socks. I don't understand why she let me see her. Perhaps it was because I was the only one unfamiliar with her story. She might have wanted someone to remember her. I told my cousins about her too, so that they don't get to see Ellie, like I did. The night had started like any other. Cassie's penthouse was dripping with luxury, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing a glittering Los Angeles' skyline. Soft music, laughter, and the clinking of champagne glasses filled the air. I stood near the bar, sipping my drink, and watching the city lights twinkle. This was the life I thought I wanted, a designer in Sean Diddy Combs' world. But even in moments of triumph, I walked around with a quiet unease. Diddy's charm could turn on a dime, his smiles masking something darker. I had always tried to stay in his good graces, but that night, I could feel his eyes on me. "Vanna!" His booming voice cut through the room. I turned to look at him and he was grinning. There was something about the expression that made my skin crawl. He beckoned me over, his hand gripping a glass of liquor. "Come here," he said. His tone was sharp, almost accusing as I approached. "Who you been talking to?" he asked, leaning close.
What?
I blinked, confused. "You think I don't know?" His grin was gone now, replaced by something cold. "Don't lie to me!" he snapped, his voice cutting through the hum of the party. People nearby glanced our way, then quickly turned away. My stomach tightened.
I haven't said anything, I swear.
He grabbed my wrist, his grip iron strong. "Come with me," he hissed, dragging me toward the sliding glass doors. The cold night air sliced through my dress as we stepped onto the balcony. The wind was sharp, carrying the distant hum of traffic from 17 stories below. "You think you can cross me?" he growled, his voice low and venomous.
What do you mean?
I stammered, my heart pounding. "You've been consorting with my competition," he snarled.
I haven't, I swear.
He didn't listen. His hands shot out, grasping my arms. Before I could respond, he pushed me backward. The cold metal railing hit me, biting into my back. I instantly understood the grave danger I was in. "Maybe I should teach you a lesson," he said, his voice eerily calm now, like a snake coiling before the strike.
No!
I screamed, but the words were ripped from my throat as he grabbed me by the arms and lifted me up. Suddenly, there was nothing beneath me. The world tilted violently, and I was dangling over the edge. The air was cold and biting, rushing past my legs as they fluttered uselessly. My hands clawed at my arms, my nails digging into his skin, but his grip was tightening. I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred with tears, the city below me a swirling vortex of lights and death. My mind raced, filled with images of the fall, the rush of air, the sickening thud of my body hitting the pavement. The blood. "Admit it!" he roared, shaking me like a doll. The motion made me scream, my body jerking uncontrollably.
I didn't do anything!
I sobbed, my voice ragged, but the words barely registered. His face twisted into something monstrous, a mask of rage and power. For a moment, I thought I saw him glance down as if he were calculating the distance to the ground. Was he gonna let go? I felt myself slipping, the cold steel of the railing pressing into my ribs as his grip shifted. My legs kicked wildly, my nails digging deeper into his arms.
Please don't.
I screamed, my voice raw and desperate. The wind roared, drowning out everything else. All I could hear was my own heartbeat, hammering in my ears like a countdown to the inevitable. He jerked me back over the edge. I collapsed onto the cold tiles of the balcony, my body trembling uncontrollably. My chest pumped as I gasped for air, my heart still racing like it was trying to escape my rib cage. But he wasn't done. "Get up!" he barked, grabbing me by the shoulders and dragging me to my feet. His fingers dug into my skin, leaving bruises that would linger for days. He shoved me backward into a patio chair, the impact jarring my already fragile body. My head snapped back, sudden blackout in my vision. "You think you can walk away from me?" he hissed. Leaning down into his face was inches from mine. "You're nothing without me. Nothing!" I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The terror coursing through me had frozen my body. After what felt like an eternity, he stormed back inside, slamming the door behind him. I sat there for what felt like hours, feeling the cold seep into my skin. My mind rewound the moment I was dangling off that edge, my life in his hands. I came out of that apartment, my legs shaking, unable to walk, but it was nothing compared to what my arms looked like now, thumping in their bruised spots, whereas the scars ran deep into my emotional core. He could have killed me. This was not the first time Diddy's anger had boiled over, but I swear it would be the last time I stayed silent. I survived that night. Now, the world needs to know the truth. Sean Diddy Combs is facing a lawsuit from fashion designer Brianna Bana Bongolan, who alleges that in 2016 he assaulted her by groping her and attempting to dangle her off a 17th floor balcony at Cassie Ventura's apartment. Bana claims she feared for her life during the incident, which she says was part of an ongoing intimidation and abuse while working professionally with Combs. She's seeking $10 million in damages for emotional distress and other allegations, including sexual battery and false imprisonment. Combs, who denies the claims, is also facing other legal challenges related to abuse and misconduct. The night felt ordinary, like any other in our quiet Salt Lake City neighborhood. Dinner had been a blur of laughter and clinking silverware. Afterward, I spent hours in my room, scribbling in my journal and humming a song that had been stuck in my head all week. Finally, I curled up in bed, in cool sheets, and folded me into a deep, dreamless sleep. I was sleeping in my bed when I heard the sound, quiet, like a creak in the floorboards. My mind stirred, but I didn't open my eyes. It wasn't until I felt the cold steel of a knife against my neck. "Don't make a sound," a voice of a man whispered, low and threatening. I froze, my body paralyzed by fear. His hand was rough as he pulled me out of bed, his grip firm as he led me through the dark hallways of my house. My family was just a few feet away, yet I couldn't scream. He'd kill them. He said he would. The night was cold as he took me out into the woods where I met his wife as well. The man, Brian, went on about being a prophet and how I was the chosen one. He was chatting with himself like mad. Meanwhile, Wanda kept chuckling at me, matching his madness.
This is your life now,
she said, as they chained me to a tree. I was sitting on the cold ground with the chain constricting my ankle tight. I tried to break the chains, but ended uprooting 2 of my fingernails. I screamed in pain as blood sprinkled on my cloth. Wanda's laughter got louder, seeing me struggle like a trapped mouse. They did a weird ritual that night. They mad couple dance around a fire pit. Wanda pulled hair off my skull, tearing a patch of my scalp. I cried and cried, but my tears were nothing to them. Days blurred into nights. Brian and Wanda fed me scraps of food, just enough to keep me alive. Brian would talk endlessly about his delusions, calling me his wife, and insisting that it was God's plan. Wanda watched me constantly, her gaze as sharp as a knife. One day, Brian declared that we had to move. He dressed me in a dirty robe and veil that covered my face. "No one will recognize you now," he said, his voice full of smugness. We walked down suburban streets with Brian, preaching to strangers about his strange beliefs. I was right there, but hidden under the veil. I wanted to scream for help, to tear off the mask and beg somebody to notice me, but Brian's voice echoed in my mind. "If you try to escape, I'll kill your family." Then, one night, I summed up my broken courage. I worked for hours on the chain around my ankle, my fingers raw, my heart pounding at every creak of the links. I finally got it loose, stood up and ran, my feet slipping on uneven ground. A branch snapped beneath me, and that was all it took. Brian was on me in seconds, dragging me back with a snarl. "You'll never leave us!" he screamed. Months passed. I stopped keeping track of time. Winter came and went, and they still had me captive. But I began to see cracks in their control. Wanda was growing paranoid, snapping at Brian and crying more often. Brian seemed distracted, wandering off for longer periods. Then, morning again, Brian declared, "We gotta go to the city." He dressed me in the same dirty robe and veil, and dragged me along as he preached to anyone who could hear him. We were in Sandy, Utah, when a police car slowed as it passed us. My heart pounded as the officers stepped out, their eyes scanning the three of us. Brian tried to wave them off, his voice calm but his body tense. One of the officers looked directly at me. "What's your name?" he asked. I hesitated. Could I trust him? What if Brian was right? What if he hurt my family? But then I thought of my mom, my dad, my siblings. They were out there waiting for me. I pulled the veil back, my voice shaking. I spoke.
I am Elizabeth. I want to go home. Please help me.
"Stand back, you're under arrest!" The officers moved fast, pulling me away from Brian and Wanda, and sitting in the back of the patrol car, tears streaming down my face, relief washed over me. In June 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was abducted from her bedroom at knife point by Brian David Mitchell and his accomplice Wanda Barzee. Mitchell, a self-proclaimed prophet, held Elizabeth captive for 9 months, subjecting her to abuse and manipulation. She was moved frequently to evade detection. Elizabeth was rescued in March 2003 after being spotted in public with her captors. Her survival and recovery inspired widespread media attention, advocacy for missing children, and reforms in child safety legislation. Mitchell received a life sentence, while his wife Wanda Barzee served 15 years in prison. I didn't think much when Shane invited me over that night. It was supposed to be a regular sleepover, a chance to escape homework and siblings. Her family was welcoming, as always. Her mom cooked dinner, her dad joked about school, and her sisters teased us about boys. The house felt warm and alive, but Shane seemed off. She kept glancing at her phone during dinner, her fingers trembling slightly.
Sean's coming.
She finally whispered after we went upstairs. Her words hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. I'd met her brother once or twice, and something about him always felt wrong. His presence was suffocating, like he brought his storm cloud with him.
Why?
I asked.
He wants money. Dad's going to say no.
She didn't have to say the rest. I didn't push her, but I remembered the rumors about him. People in town said Sean wasn't right. He had a temper, a way of looking at you like he was planning something you wouldn't like. It was after midnight when his car pulled into the driveway. Shane's body tensed.
Why is he here so late?
I asked.
He wants money. He always does. it's never enough.
We heard the front door slam, then Sean's voice, loud, angry, and unsettling. "I told you I need it!" he yelled. Michael's voice replied, calm but firm. "Not this time, Sean. You think you can cut me off?" Sean roared. "I'm part of this family!" Shane stood up, her hands shaking.
I need to see what's happening. Don't.
I whispered, grabbing her arm, but she pulled away. From the hallway, I peeked out and saw her at the top of the stairs. Her parents stood below, blocking Sean's path. The rifle appeared abruptly, too quickly to process. The first shot echoed through the house, and Michael crumpled, blood pooling around him.
Mike!
Sandra screamed, rushing to him.
Please, Sean, don't!
She begged, her voice breaking. The second shot hit her in the chest, throwing her back against the stairs. She tumbled, her body landing awkwardly at the bottom.
Mom!
Shane screamed. Sean's head snapped up, his face twisted with rage.
Run!
I hissed, backing into her room and diving under the bed. Heavy boots stomped up the stairs. "Where are you, Shane?" Sean called out, his voice sing-song. I pressed myself against the wall, and my breath caught in my throat. Through the gap under the bed, I could see his boots, blood dripping from the soles, pacing the hallway. "You think you're better than me?" he growled. "I'm the one who should be in charge. Me!" A scream erupted from downstairs. "Sheena!"
Stay away!
she shrieked. Her voice was cut short by another gunshot. The footsteps returned. The door to Shane's room creaked open. His boots stepped inside, leaving crimson stains on the carpet. "Where's my little sis, Shane?" he called out. I peeked through the crack and saw her. She was in the corner, crouched in the closet, the glow of her phone lighting her face.
Help us!
She sobbed into the phone.
Please!
The closet door flew open. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sean barked, grabbing the phone and slamming it right beside her face. "Calling the cops, eh?" he sneered.
Sean, stop! Please, you don't have to do this!
Shane begged, tears streaming down her face. "Is that so?" His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "You don't tell me what to do!" He grabbed her by the hair, dragging her out of the closet. Shane clawed at his hand, kicking and screaming.
Please, Sean! I'm your sister! We're your family!
He froze, tilting his head. Then he laughed, a low guttural sound that sent chills through me. "Family!" he spat, raising his bloody boot. "Then taste the blood of the family!" He stomped his boot into her face, forcing her head back. Shane gagged, choking as blood spilled from her mouth. "Shut up!" he roared, his voice echoing off the walls. He pressed harder, slamming her head into the floor, her cries muffled by the weight of his boot. I clenched my fists, tears streaming down my face, trying to muffle my own sobs. Finally, he stepped back and raised the rifle, aiming at her head.
No, please!
She screamed. The shot rang out, and blood splattered across the wall. Shane's body slumped lifelessly to the floor, her head at an unnatural angle. Sean crouched over her, tilting his head, as if admiring his artwork. "You should have stayed quiet." I stayed frozen, unable to move, the bloodied floor etched into my mind. When the paramedics pulled me out from under the bed hours later, I couldn't speak. I couldn't even cry. I told no one who I was. The evidence was enough to convict him, but every night I see her face, hear her voice, and feel the weight of my terror, and I'll never stop hearing Sean's laughter, cold and endless. The Sean Bentler murder case occurred in 2006 in Bonaparte, Iowa, when 22-year-old Sean Bentler killed his parents, Michael and Sandra, and his 3 younger sisters, aged 17, 14, and 12. Bentler shot his family with a rifle in an attempt to inherit the family's wealth and take control of their successful grain business. The crime was uncovered when one of the sisters called 911 during the attack, identifying Sean as the killer. He was arrested shortly after and convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder. Bentler was sentenced to life in prison without parole, leaving a community devastated. Life in our little Michigan town was ordinary, boring even. School, video games, and the occasional grounding from Mom. The house wasn't perfect, but Grandma made it feel like home. And then she was gone.
She left town.
Mom said one night at dinner, barely looking at me. She sat at the head of the table, cutting her steak into small, deliberate pieces. "What do you mean?" I asked.
She's visiting a friend.
Mom replied flatly, shoving a forkful of steak into her mouth.
She'll be back when she's ready.
The way she chewed, slow and mechanical, made my stomach turn. Grandma hated leaving home. Something wasn't right. The first week without Grandma felt strange. Mom started acting weird. One minute, she'd hum cheerfully while scrubbing the counters. The next, she'd slam drawers so hard they'd rattle. She started locking the garage. "Why?" I asked one afternoon.
Raccoons.
She said, her tone clipped. I'd never seen a raccoon near our house, but I didn't argue. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth in the hallway. I cracked my door open just enough to see her shadow. She was standing in front of the garage door, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, her hand gripping the doorknob so tightly her knuckles were white. "Mom?" I whispered. Her head snapped towards me, her eyes wide and bloodshot, a grin spreading across her face.
Go back to bed.
She said softly, almost a whisper. Then she turned and shuffled toward her bedroom, dragging her feet like she wasn't entirely awake. I didn't sleep that night. A week later, a thick, putrid smell hung on the air. "Mom, what is that?" I asked, covering my nose with my hoodie sleeve.
Plumbing issue.
She said, her voice hollow.
I'll fix it.
She didn't fix it. The smell got worse, seeping into every corner of the house. Mom didn't seem to notice. She started spending hours in the garage, covered in sweat, her hair plastered to her face. Then, there was the night I found her in the kitchen holding a butcher knife. The light from the fridge cast her face in harsh shadows, making her look gaunt, almost skeletal. Her lips moved silently if she were talking to someone who wasn't there. "Mom?" I said, my voice barely audible. She turned her head slowly, her eyes gleaming in the dim light.
Why are you up?
She asked, her voice low and almost guttural. I was thirsty. She stared at me for a long time, then smiled. Her teeth were yellowed and her lips cracked.
Go to bed,
she said. I didn't argue. The night I opened the garage, I thought I was going to die. Mom had gone out and the smell was unbearable. I grabbed the spare key she thought I didn't know about and unlocked the door. The second it opened, the stench hit me like a wave. My eyes watered as I gagged, pulling my shirt over my nose. The light flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows over the cluttered space. Tools hung on the walls, their edges glinting like teeth. Boxes were stacked in the corners, but my eyes were drawn to the tarp. It was crumpled in the far corner, soaked in something dark that had spread across the concrete floor. My hands shook as I pulled it back. Underneath was Grandma. Her lifeless eyes stared back at me with her wrinkly mouth wide open, her body covered in terrible bruises and limbs crumpled at unusual angles like an old doll. Flies buzzed around her decaying flesh. My stomach churned and I stumbled back, knocking over a box of tools. And then I heard it, the sound of tires on the driveway. I barely had time to cover the body before sprinting upstairs. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my phone.
911, what's your emergency?
Please, I whispered. You have to come. My mom, she killed my grandma. Her body's in the garage. Please, hurry. I hung up just as I heard the front door creak open.
John!
Mom called out, her voice sing-song. I pressed my back against my bedroom door. trying to stay silent. Her footsteps grew louder and heavier, stopping just outside my room. The doorknob rattled.
John?
She said again, her voice muffled through the door.
What are you doing in there?
My heart felt like it would explode. Nothing, I stammered. The knob stopped moving, and her footsteps retreated. The sirens came 20 minutes later. Mom's screams were animalistic as the cops dragged her out of the garage. Her hair was wild. Her face was streaked with tears and sweat.
You did this?
She shrieked, her voice cracking.
You called the cops? You turned on your own mother!
Her eyes locked on mine, filled with a hatred that made my blood run cold. How could you kill your own mother? I yelled, my voice shaking. I'd rather have a grandma than a maniac mother. In January 2020, 50-year-old Carol Ray from Roseville, Michigan was charged with first-degree murder, felony firearm, and larceny over $20,000 for allegedly killing her 69-year-old mother, Patricia Bennett. Authorities discovered Bennett's decomposing body in a plastic storage bin in the garage during a welfare check. Ray reportedly used her mother's cell phone to send messages to family members, posing as Bennett to avoid suspicion. She also allegedly accessed her mother's bank accounts during this period. It was another hot, dry day in Elephant Butte, New Mexico. The sun beat down on the cracked pavement as I walked, thinking about how I'd get by tomorrow. Then I saw him, a clean-cut man in a uniform, flashing a badge. "You're under arrest," he declared firmly, calmly. I froze, unable to comprehend anything, until he clamped his grip onto my wrist like a vice. Before I could process what was happening, there was this woman beside him, smirking, and they dragged me into his truck.
Don't fight. It'll make it worse,
the woman said. I could scream for help, but the car was moving too fast. The landscape blurred into an endless desert until we stopped outside a trailer. I'll never forget it. A weathered, unassuming box in the middle of nowhere. My stomach churned as they shoved me through the door. Inside, it came, the stench of blood and sweat, and metallic. The moment my gaze was directed to the room, my legs lost their grip. Every surface was covered in instruments of torture, chains, whips, saws, and devices I couldn't even name. The walls were plastered with photos of women, some bound, some screaming, all broken. And in the center was the chair. It wasn't a chair for sitting. It was a throne for experiment. "Welcome, doll. I'm David," the man said, his voice sickeningly polite. "And she's Cindy," pointing to the girl. He smiled, a predator sizing up his prey. "You're gonna make a fine addition to my collection." Before I could scream, Cindy shoved me onto the chair, the leather straps biting into my arms and legs. David turned on a tape recorder, and his voice, detached, emotionless, filled the room. "If you're hearing this, you're mine now." The recording started. "You'll experience pain like you've never imagined. No one will hear your screams. You're here until I decide to throw away my toy." I struggled against the restraints, but they were too tight. David chuckled, picking up a scalpel from the table. He pressed the blade against my skin, tracing a line down my arm, then across my stomach. The cuts were shallow at first, just enough to sting, but as my screams grew louder, his smile widened. "Let's brand you properly, eh?" he said, reaching out to grab a glowing branding iron. I thrashed against the chair, raw and bloody at the wrists, but there was nothing to be done. He pressed the iron against my thigh. The searing pain was indescribable, a white-hot explosion that stole my breath, but his wicked grin widened. "What a beautiful canvas. Love it. I love it. You're my 24th, he said, carving 24 into my flesh with a burning blade. The smell of burning skin filled the air, mixing with my screams. But he wasn't finished.
Time for a makeover.
Cindy sneered,
Should I just pull it off her head, David?
grabbing my hair. She started pulling as I felt my skin tearing almost. I blacked out from the pain, and when I regained consciousness, blood was dripping in from my eyebrows as I saw my scalp burning. Then David took a knife, slashing shallow cuts into my exposed scalp. It was a bloodbath. And he continued with all of these for hours or days. I don't even remember anymore. He pressed his cattle prod across my thigh and stomach. There came jolts of electricity that made my muscles jerk uncontrollably. The clamps he applied would twist and pull on the skin until it would tear. Every scream just fueled his sick delight. He'd often force me to sit there while he tortured others. Women would be wheeled in, pale-faced and crying. He would strap them onto his devices, pushing their bodies into unnatural angles, literally breaking them. Their screams would mix with mine in the room, forming a chorus of agony. But the psychological torture was worse. He stood holding up a mirror, forcing me to look at myself, bloodied, bruised, and broken, almost unrecognizable. "You're nothing now," he whispered. "Just another plaything." I wanted to die. I prayed for it, but part of me refused to give in. I waited, biding my time, hoping for a mistake. Cindy made it. One day, she left the keys to my chains within reach. My hands trembled as I reached for them, the cold metal slippery with sweat. It felt like an eternity before the lock clicked open. I ran. My legs screamed with each step, the wounds opening on my body, and yet I did not even slow. I burst through the trailer into the desert, the sun blinding me. Cindy's calls followed me, and David's angry voice led the air. I reached a nearby house, banging on the door until it opened. The look on the homeowner's face told me everything. They knew something unspeakable had happened to me. The police came, their sirens slicing through the quiet desert night. David and Cindy were arrested, and their reign of terror was finally over. But even as they were taken away, I couldn't shake the horrors I'd endured. I managed to escape, but the toy box will never leave me. In the dark, sometimes I still hear his voice, cold and mocking, and I see the faces of the women who didn't make it out, their silent screams etched into my mind forever. The toy box killer, David Parker Ray, was a sadistic criminal who abducted, tortured, and sexually assaulted women in a soundproof trailer he called his toy box in New Mexico during the 1980s and 90s. Equipped with horrific devices and tools, the trailer was designed for prolonged torture. Ray allegedly killed several victims, though no bodies were definitively linked to him. His crimes came to light in 1999 when a woman escaped and alerted authorities. Ray was convicted of kidnapping and torture, but died of a heart attack in 2002 while serving a 224-year prison sentence. His accomplices faced lesser charges. Thursday at Medisure Insurance. Same old phones ringing, the same clatter of keyboards, and the usual groans about who'd finished their coffee first before the vending machine broke again. I was at my desk on the 30th floor, scrolling through emails, counting the hours till lunch. Nothing ever happened here. Then he walked in. He didn't look like trouble at first, just some middle-aged guy with tired eyes, dressed in a suit that didn't quite fit him. But it was the bag that caught my eye. This huge black duffel bag slung over his shoulder looked way too heavy for just papers. He went straight to the front desk where Clara, our receptionist, greeted him with her usual overly chipper smile.
Good morning. How can I help you today?
He slammed a folder down on the desk. "I need someone to look at my claim," he said, voice flat. Clara frowned as she opened the folder.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. This is something the claims department handles. But you'll need an appointment.
His tone changed so fast it made my stomach flip. "An appointment? I've been waiting for months. My wife is dying, and you people can't even..." He cut himself off, slamming his fist on the desk so hard the papers jumped. The whole floor went quiet. Clara, bless her, tried to keep her calm.
I understand, sir, but...
"You don't understand anything!" he yelled, and that's when I saw it. His hand moved to the bag, unzipping it slowly. My chest tightened. My gut screamed. This is bad. Really, really bad. He pulled out a shotgun. "Everyone back!" he shouted, his voice so loud it made my ears ring. Clara let out this blood-curdling scream and ran, her heels clicking against the floor. People ducked under desks or bolted for the exits, but I just froze. My hands gripped the edge of my desk so hard, my knuckles went white. The man, Carter, I heard someone whisper, climbed onto Clara's desk, the shotgun swinging back and forth like a pendulum. His face was red, veins bulging in his neck. "You think you can ignore me? Push me around? Not anymore!" He fired into the ceiling. Boom! Dust and chunks of plaster rained down, covering everything in this gritty white powder. The whole office went into shock. No one moved. No one even breathed. "Where's your boss?" Carter barked. "Get him out here, now!" The silence was deafening. No one dared answer. His eyes darted around, landing on this young intern sitting near the back. She couldn't have been more than 22, fresh out of college. He grabbed her by the arm, yanking her out of the chair. "Sit!" he snarled, shoving her into the middle of the room. She was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. "Nobody moves or she's dead!" I could barely hear anything over the blood pounding in my ears. I wanted to crawl to my phone and call for help, but it was on the desk, right out in the open. If he saw me move, I'd be next. Minutes dragged like hours. Carter was pacing now, waving the gun around, ranting about how the system is broken and insurance companies decide who lives and who dies. His voice cracked when he said, "My wife begged me to fight for her, and this is the only way you people listen!" The sirens came next. The sound was muffled at first, but when the lights outside started flashing red and blue, it hit me. The cops were here. A voice came over the intercom, calm and steady. "Mr. Carter, this is Detective Ellis with the NYPD. We want to help you. Let's talk." Carter laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "Talk? You want to talk now? Where were you when I needed your help? When my wife needed help? Where were you then?" He yanked the intern to her feet again, pointing the gun at her head. Her knees buckled and she let out a sob that made my heart shatter. "You don't think I know how this ends?" Carter growled. "You'll call me crazy, a terrorist, but I'm not the bad guy here. You, the ones with riches and power, get to decide who gets to live and fucking die!" His shoulders slumped. For a second, I thought he might give up. His grip on the shotgun loosened, and his head dropped. That's when I saw it, the red laser dot on his chest. The shot rang out, louder than anything I'd ever heard. Carter staggered back, his eyes wide in shock as blood blossomed across his shirt. The shotgun fell to the floor with a heavy thud. He collapsed a second later, crumpling like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The intern screamed, and officers stormed the room, pulling her to safety. The SWAT team swarmed in, guns drawn, shouting commands that I couldn't even process. I stayed under my desk, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. My whole body was trembling, even after they carried Carter's body out on a stretcher, his face pale and lifeless. I couldn't make myself get up. Some nights I wake up in cold sweat, the echo of that gunshot ringing in my ears, and Carter's voice whispering over and over, "You think you're safe?" The protagonist of the story is a fictional character based on 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, an Ivy League graduate. He's accused of fatally shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan on December 4th, 2024. Allegedly motivated by anger toward the healthcare industry, Mangione was arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, 5 days later, found with a 3D printed gun, silencer, and a manifesto criticizing the U.S. healthcare system. He faces multiple state and federal charges, including murder as an act of terrorism, and has pleaded not guilty. The case has sparked debates over the idolization of alleged criminals and the potential influence of public opinion on legal proceedings. I was never someone who enjoyed parties. Being an introverted and socially awkward guy has always been a problem around this time of year. Parties were winding down and the streets were mostly empty. Our house was no different. Maddie and Kaylee had gone out earlier and returned sometime after 1:30 a.m., their laughter echoing faintly through the walls. Xana and Ethan came back shortly after, their voices mixing with the sound of the TV upstairs. I stayed downstairs, tucked away in my small room, scrolling through my phone and trying to ignore the world above me. By 2 a.m., the house fell silent. It wasn't unusual. We all had our own routines. I thought I'd drift off to sleep, but then a noise broke the quiet. A muffled thud, followed by another. I froze, my ears straining. It didn't sound like someone stumbling or dropping something. It was heavier, deliberate. My mouth went dry. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself. Still, my chest tightened as I got up to check. I told myself I was just thirsty. As I opened my door, the air felt strange, heavy and cold, like the house was holding its breath. I crept into the kitchen, my bare feet barely making a sound on the hardwood floor. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was Ethan. The build was similar, broad shoulders, average height. But then I noticed the mask, black, smooth, and featureless. My breath hitched. He moved slowly, purposefully, a long knife glinting in his hand. The faint moonlight from the window caught the blade, making it shimmer like a predator's tooth. I ducked behind the kitchen counter, my heart pounding so loud I was sure he'd hear it. I peeked over the edge just as he slipped into Maddie's room. The door clicked shut behind him. I waited, my muscles stiff with fear. The silence stretched on, unbearable. Then came the faintest sound, a muffled gasp, and then nothing. My stomach churned as he reappeared, the knife dripping dark streaks onto the floor. He didn't hesitate, moving to Kaylee's room next. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to move. All I could do was watch. He emerged again, his movements calm and methodical, as if he'd done this 1,000 times. The knife was slick with blood now, droplets trailing behind him like breadcrumbs. My chest felt like it would cave in as he turned toward Xana and Ethan's room. I crawled toward the stairs, desperate for somewhere to hide. My hands shook as I ducked behind a tall vase, pressing myself against the wall, praying he wouldn't notice me. Through the crack in the door, I saw him push into their room. Xana's voice broke the stillness.
What are you doing?
She asked, her voice trembling. Ethan stirred, his groggy voice barely audible. The man didn't answer. He lunged. The knife plunged into Ethan's chest with a sickening crunch. Xana screamed, but it didn't last long. The sound of her terror turned into choking gasps as blood sprayed the walls. I clamped my hand over my mouth, tears streaming down my face as I tried to stay silent. My whole body trembled as I prayed he wouldn't hear me. Then he paused. For a moment, it felt like time stopped. His head turned slightly, his cold, empty eyes scanning the hallway. My heart pounded so hard that I thought it would explode. He took a step toward the vase. I held my breath, my chest burning, my vision blurring. But then, as if deciding I wasn't worth his time, he turned and walked away. The sound of his footsteps faded into the night. I stayed frozen, curled up behind the vase, until the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows. My body ached, my throat was raw, and my mind felt shattered. When I finally stumbled into the living room, it felt like stepping into a nightmare. The house was crawling with cops, the air thick with the stench of copper and bleach. Crime scene tape crisscrossed the halls. An officer noticed me and asked who I was. I stammered something, barely coherent. They guided me outside, treating me like some lost child. I sat on the curb, staring blankly as the chaos unfolded around me. I overheard snippets of conversations. No fingerprints, no signs of forced entry. 4 lives were gone in an instant, and no one knew why. Weeks passed, and the whole campus felt like it was suffocating under the weight of fear. The media swarmed like vultures, spinning theories and pointing fingers. Then, in December, they arrested Brian Kohberger, a criminology PhD student. The irony made me want to vomit. His car had been spotted near the house that night. His DNA matched the knife sheath left behind, but none of that erased the terror that haunted me. Even now, I can't close my eyes without seeing those cold, empty eyes staring at me. The Idaho killing case revolves around the tragic deaths of 4 University of Idaho students: Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, who were brutally stabbed in their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho, on November 13, 2022. The shocking crime left the small college town on edge. After weeks of investigation, police arrested Brian Kohberger, a criminology PhD student at Washington State University, in December 2022. DNA evidence, surveillance footage, and cell phone data tied Kohberger to the crime. The case, still unfolding as of 2025, has drawn national attention for its disturbing nature and the ongoing legal proceedings. I was so ecstatic to join Justin Bieber's PR team. At just 15 years old, Justin was already breaking records at every turn. People were crazy about him, and we did everything we could to keep his image squeaky clean. The first time I met P. Diddy, I knew he was trouble. He had this larger-than-life presence, always surrounded by bodyguards, women, and people who looked like they owed him something. When Justin got invited to one of Diddy's parties, everyone thought it was a good move for his career. Diddy was a legend, and hanging with him would make Justin look more mature and more connected. Nobody saw the red flags. That party, it wasn't what I thought it'd be. Walking in, I felt it was all wrong. Music blared, lights were dim, and everything reeked of booze and weed. People were doing lines off glass tables, women fainted on couches, and guys laughed too hard in rooms behind locked doors. It wasn't just wild, it was sinister. Justin was way out of his depth. I could see it in his eyes. He was nervous, trying to act like he belonged, but he didn't. Then Diddy appeared, grinning like a wolf. "There's my guy," he said, throwing an arm around Justin. He pulled him away from the group, further into the house. I tried to follow, but one of Diddy's men stepped in my way, smirking. "He's good," the guy said. The whole night felt like it was spiraling out of control. I saw Diddy take Justin into a room and shut the door behind them. When Justin came out, he looked pale, like he'd seen something he couldn't process. "You okay?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Justin nodded, avoiding eye contact. His hands were shaking. "Yeah, just tired," he muttered. A few weeks later, the infamous 48 hours happened. Diddy said he wanted to show Justin what it was like to live big. No one could stop it. Diddy was too powerful, and Justin was too starstruck to say no. For 2 days, Justin vanished. No calls, no updates, nothing. When he came back, he wasn't the same. His face was pale, and his energy drained. I tried joking with him, but he barely reacted. "What happened?" I asked when we were alone. He looked at me, his voice low. "It's just a lot," he said. "He doesn't stop." That's when the text began. Diddy would text Justin at odd hours, saying things like, "Come over tonight, we gotta talk," or "You owe me, kid." At first, Justin laughed it off, but it wore him down fast. One night, he just sat there, staring at his phone without blinking. "What is it?" I asked. Justin showed me the message. "You can't ghost me. Don't forget what I've done for you." After that, the parties became worse, pure nightmares. I saw women and men barely conscious, being carried upstairs, men disappearing into locked rooms with people who looked terrified. Drugs were everywhere, on trays, in people's hands, on mirrors in the bathrooms. Even people were slitting their skin with knives to rub drugs. Diddy dragged Justin into the worst of it, isolating him from everyone else. Once I found Justin sitting stiffly on a couch while Diddy sat too close, whispering into his ear. Justin looked like he wanted to run, but he couldn't. "Hey, Justin, we need you out front," I said, trying to give him an excuse to leave. Diddy shot me a look that dropped my stomach. "We're just talking," he said, his voice calm but cold. Justin bolted the second he could, and I followed. Outside, he finally cracked. "I can't do this anymore," he said, pacing back and forth. His hands were trembling, his voice raw. He keeps trying to get me alone. He doesn't leave me alone." "Then I'm gonna stop this," I told him. "You don't get it," he snapped. "He's Diddy. If I piss him off, what do you think happens to me, to my career?" Justin started making excuses to avoid Diddy, but the texts didn't stop. They got worse. "You don't ignore me. You know where to come." Sometimes Justin wouldn't even sleep, sitting in his room staring at his phone like it might explode. The breaking point came at another of Diddy's parties. I stayed close, watching every move. At one point, Diddy grabbed Justin by the arm and dragged him into one of those locked rooms. I stood outside, heart racing, but I couldn't get in. When Justin finally came out, he looked shattered, his face pale, his t-shirt wrinkled, and his eyes red like he'd been crying. "We need to go," he said, his voice shaky. I didn't ask questions. I just got him out of there. Years later, when allegations about Diddy began surfacing, I wasn't shocked. It felt like the world was finally catching up with what we all knew. Justin never spoke about it publicly, but I know it still haunts him. You can see it in the way he flinches at certain names or avoids talking about that time in his life. P. Diddy's recollection of spending 48 hours with a young Justin Bieber remains a significant anecdote in their history. Describing it as a moment of bonding and mentorship, Diddy reflected on seeing Bieber's talent and potential early on. The intense 2-day experience symbolized the passing of wisdom, dreams, and ambition between the generation of artists. While the recent allegations against Diddy cast a shadow over his legacy, this story serves as a reminder of the complex dynamics within the entertainment industry. As Bieber continues to focus on his own journey, the lessons from that time remain a part of his story. The winter was colder than any I could remember. Snow blanketed the streets, and the air in our house felt like it carried more than just winter's chill. My sister Karen and I used to sit in the attic late at night, whispering about Mom. Losing her left a hole that never healed, and one night we thought we'd try something different. A seance. We lit candles, whispered her name. Karen swore she heard something, a faint shuffle, like footsteps in the walls. I laughed it off. "It's just rats," I said. We didn't think anything would happen, and at first, nothing did. But then we started hearing the whispers. At first, they were faint, like the wind slipping through the cracks in the house, but they grew louder, persistent. Sometimes they sounded like a voice, low, guttural, as though someone was struggling to form words. Karen and I told Dad, but he just laughed. "It's an old house," he said. "Creaky walls, rats in the pipes, nothing to worry about." But the noises didn't stop. One morning, I woke up to find my room trashed. Clothes were scattered across the floor, my desk drawers pulled out, and their contents dumped. At first, I thought Karen was playing a joke, until she showed me her room. The same chaos, but there was something worse. A message was written on my mirror in what looked like red lipstick. "I see you." Karen found one too. "Do you miss me?" We screamed for Dad, who scowled and accused us of trying to scare each other. But Karen and I knew better. Something or someone was in the house with us. It escalated quickly. One night, I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing so close it felt like someone was standing over me. My body froze, too terrified to move. I finally gathered the courage to flick on the light, but my room was empty. Karen wasn't so lucky. She woke up screaming, claiming she'd seen a pale face peering at her through the crack in her closet door. Dad stormed into her room, but when he opened the closet, there was nothing there. Karen was hysterical, swearing she wasn't imagining things. And then there were the other things. Our food started going missing. Whole loaves of bread, jars of peanut butter, milk cartons. Once, Karen found her favorite sweater, torn and crumpled, stuffed behind the couch. The toilet flushed on its own. Lights flickered. The whispers became words, chilling and deliberate. Come find me. One evening, I stayed up late, reading in the living room. The house was quiet, and for a moment, I felt safe. Then, I heard it, a faint scraping sound, like fingernails dragging along the wall behind me. I whipped around, but nobody was there. My heart pounded as the sound grew louder, moving closer. That's when I saw it, a pair of eyes staring at me through a tiny hole in the wall. I screamed, and Dad came running. He insisted I must have imagined it, but I knew what I saw. Someone was watching us. We tried to ignore it, but the terror only grew. One night, we found all the kitchen knives laid out on the counter, their blades glinting in the moonlight. Another time, Karen discovered a small pile of hair, her hair, tucked into her pillowcase. The worst was when I found a Polaroid photo under my bed. It was a picture of me taken while I was sleeping. Dad finally believed us after that. He searched the house from top to bottom, opening every closet and checking under every piece of furniture. When he reached Karen's wardrobe, he hesitated, his hand trembling as he grasped the handle. When he opened it, we saw him. A boy crouched inside, his face painted ghostly white. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and his grin was twisted into something inhuman. He held a rusted wrench in one hand and a hatchet in the other. Don't scream, he said softly. His voice was calm, almost kind, but it made my blood run cold. He ordered us into Karen's bedroom, locking the door behind us. We could hear him moving through the house, his footsteps unnervingly light for someone carrying weapons. The minutes stretched into hours before Karen and I darted to climb out the window and run to our neighbor's house. The police arrived quickly, but when they searched the house, they found nothing. No boy, no weapon. It was like he'd vanished. 2 nights later, Dad saw him again. He was staring out of Karen's bedroom window, his face pale, illuminated by the moonlight. This time, Dad called the police immediately. When they arrived, they tore the house apart, finally discovering a tiny crawl space hidden behind the bathroom wall. Inside was the boy, Daniel, wearing one of our mom's clothes, which he probably stole in the middle of the night. He'd been living there for weeks, maybe months. The crawl space was filled with food wrappers, empty cans, and small, disturbing items, locks of our hair, trinkets he'd stolen, and dozens of Polaroid photos of us. And then there were the holes, dozens of them, drilled into the walls, just big enough for him to watch us. He'd been there the entire time, watching us sleep, eat, live. But still, sometimes, late at night, when the world is silent, I hear it again. The whispers. Come find me. The Daniel LaPlante case is a chilling story of a Massachusetts teenager who, in 1986, hid inside the walls of a family's home for weeks. After posing as a friendly suitor to one of the family's daughters, Daniel began tormenting them by making strange noises, moving items, and leaving unsettling messages. The family eventually discovered him living in a crawlspace behind their walls, wearing their late mother's clothes. This terrifying invasion highlighted his disturbing behavior, which escalated to a horrific triple murder of another family later. LaPlante is now serving multiple life sentences in prison. I used to think the world was a safe place. My home was safe, the school was safe, everything had its rhythm, predictable and normal. That illusion shattered the day Miss Zamora entered my life. At first, I didn't think much of her. She was young, confident, and carried herself like she was above it all. The boys in class whispered about how hot she was. Even some of the girls seemed drawn to her charm. But there was something about her, something just beneath the surface that didn't sit right. Her smile was too perfect, too sharp, like a blade disguised as a compliment. I couldn't have known then how much darkness she carried. The first time it happened, it felt small, like a pebble thrown into the calm waters of my life.
Ethan.
She said during class, her voice carrying that sing-song tone that made everyone sit up a little straighter.
Are you even trying? How hard is it to spell opportunity?
The class laughed and my cheeks burned. It wasn't the first time a teacher had called me out, but this felt different. Her eyes stayed on me a little too long, and her lips curved into that razor-sharp smile. I told myself I was imagining things. It didn't stop there. The next week, she made me stay after class.
Ethan, you need extra help.
She said, her tone smooth, almost kind. I stood by my desk, fidgeting as she walked around me. The classroom was empty, the echoes of students' chatter fading down the hallway.
You're bright,
She said, her voice dropping.
but you don't apply yourself. Maybe you need someone to push you.
The way she said it sent a shiver through me. Her perfume hung heavy in the air, sweet but suffocating. I nodded quickly, eager to escape. The next time she kept me after school, she locked the door. That's when the walls of my life began to close in.
Do you know why I keep you back, Ethan?
She asked, sitting on the edge of her desk, legs crossed.
Because I see potential in you. And I don't want anyone else to ruin it.
She leaned forward, her voice softening.
This is just between us, okay? You wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand.
I wanted to run, to tell someone, but the way she looked at me, it froze me in place. Her eyes weren't just looking at me, they were looking through me, peeling me apart like she was searching for something to use. The threats started soon after. One afternoon, when I tried to leave, she blocked the door.
Ethan.
She said, her tone as sweet as sugar but laced with something venomous.
You don't want to disappoint me, do you? Or hurt your family?
My blood ran cold. What do you mean? I stammered. She smiled, tilting her head like she was talking to a small child.
It would be such a shame if your parents got a phone call about bad behaviors. Or if your little sister got hurt on her way home from school.
Her eyes narrowed.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. The text began a week later. At first, they seemed innocent enough, questions about homework and reminders about assignments, but they quickly changed.
You look good in class today, Ethan. I think we have a connection, don't you?
The messages made my stomach churn. She sent them throughout the school's chat app, so I couldn't block her. Then the photos started. At first, it was just her smiling, but soon they became something worse. Her blouse unbuttoned, her lips pursed. I deleted them as fast as I could, but the images stayed burned in my mind. I began avoiding her, but she always found me. In class, her hand would brush against my shoulder, lingering just long enough to make my skin crawl. She'd lean in close when no one was looking, her breath hot against my ear.
You're mine, Ethan.
She whispered once.
Don't forget that.
I stopped sleeping. Every creak in the house sounded like her. Every shadow felt like she was there, watching. I couldn't eat. I couldn't think. My friends noticed, but what could I say? She was a teacher, an adult. Who would believe me? I couldn't take it anymore. One night, I showed the message to my dad. He sat in silence, his hands gripping the phone so hard that I thought he might crush it. His face turned white, then red, then something I'd never seen before. Pure, seething rage. "She'll never hurt you again," he said, his voice shaking. The next day, he reported her to the school and the police. Everything happened in a blur after that. Detectives asked me questions I could barely answer. Reporters started showing up at our house. Miss Zamora got arrested, and I finally got my life back. In 2018, Brittany Zamora, a 27-year-old teacher in Goodyear, Arizona, was arrested for sexually abusing her 13-year-old student. She groomed the boy through text messages and engaged in sexual acts with him multiple times, including in her car and classroom. The abuse was discovered when the victim's parents found explicit messages on his phone using a monitoring app. Police also revealed that Zamora manipulated other students to keep her secret. She pleaded guilty to multiple charges of sexual conduct with a minor and was sentenced for 20 years. The summer of 2002 was a time of freedom and lightheartedness for me. School was out, and at 15, I was enjoying the lazy rhythm of South Carolina life. On that particular June afternoon, I was at my best friend's house, helping her with some chores. The air was warm, carrying the scent of freshly cut grass, and laughter came easily between us as we filled watering cans and chatted about the plans we'd made for the weekend. Life felt normal, safe. Then, the car pulled up. It wasn't anything unusual at first, an old sedan rolling to a stop nearby. I didn't pay much attention until the driver got out and started walking toward me. He was nondescript, just an average guy, maybe in his 30s or 40s, with short hair and a calm demeanor. In his hands, he held some brochures, the kind you'd hand out to neighbors or leave in mailboxes.
Hey,
he said, smiling.
Mind if I give you one of these? They're just for a local thing I'm working on.
I was polite, nodding and taking the brochure without really looking at it. He made small talk, nothing strange, just asking if we lived here and if we liked the area. His tone was casual, friendly even. And then, without warning, he pulled out a gun.
Get in,
he ordered, pointing to a large storage bin in the back seat of his car. His voice dropped, ice cold. My heart raced, but my legs moved. I climbed into the bin, and he slammed the lid shut. He took me to an apartment complex. It looked so ordinary, just rows of brick buildings. But dread gripped my chest. No one saw us as he shoved me inside. The apartment smelled like bleach and stale air. He led me to the bedroom, where the blinds were drawn so tight no light could sleep in. His eyes had changed now, colder, calculating. He locked the door, and the nightmare began.
Let's make this memorable,
he said, pulling out a small, sharp knife from his pocket. I froze, unable to breathe as he approached. He forced me to kneel on the floor, his hand gripping my arm so tightly it felt like my bones might snap.
I want you to remember me forever,
he muttered. The blade pressed against my skin, and he began to carve. At first, it was shallow, just enough to sting. But as he dragged the knife deeper, the searing pain became unbearable. Tears streamed down my face as he worked, carving the letters of his name into my forearm like it was nothing more than a piece of paper. Blood dripped onto the floor, pooling between us.
See,
he said, stepping back to admire his handiwork.
Now you're mine, forever.
The pain blurred my vision, but I refused to cry out. I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Hours passed. He slapped me when I didn't respond fast enough and shoved me against the wall when I tried to resist. At one point, he dragged me into the bathroom. My wrists were bound with duct tape, and he turned the shower on ice cold, shoving me under the spray. The water hit like needles, stealing my breath and leaving me shaking violently.
Cleans you up,
he muttered.
Gotta keep things neat.
Back in the bedroom, he tied me to the bed, cuffing my hands to the frame and securing my ankle to the post. My arm throbbed where he'd carved his name, the cut still raw and bleeding.
Take this,
he said, forcing a pill into my mouth.
You'll sleep.
When he finally fell asleep beside me, snoring softly, I forced myself to move. My head swam from the drugs, but I couldn't give in to the fog. Slowly, I pulled my hands toward my mouth, twisting my wrists just enough to bring the cuff clasp to my teeth. The metal was cold, the screw impossibly small, but I worked at it, bit by bit. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then the clasp gave way. My hands were still cuffed, but I could move them freely. Carefully, I untied the rope from my ankle. My movements were slow and deliberate, every tiny sound amplified in the silent room. When I finally stood, my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might wake him. I turned toward the door, but stopped when I saw the closet. Its accordion-style doors were open just enough to catch my attention. I shouldn't have looked. Inside, Piles of dresses were heaped together. They weren't ordinary clothes. Bloodstains streaked the fabric, dark and dried, some barely visible and others glaring under the dim light. My breath caught in my throat and panic clawed at me. These dresses didn't belong to me. They belonged to others, other girls. I didn't wait a second more and ran straight to the main road. Once outside, the cool night air hit me and I broke into a run. A car approached and I flung myself in front of it, waving my arms wildly. The driver slammed on the brakes.
Help me.
I gasped.
I have been kidnapped. Take me to the cops.
On June 24, 2002, Richard Evonitz abducted 15-year-old Kara Robinson from a friend's yard in Greenville, South Carolina. He got out of his car and approached her, pretending to offer her some pamphlets. After she said her friend's parents were not home, Evonitz held a gun to her neck and then forced her into a plastic bin. He took her to his apartment where he tortured her for 18 hours. Brave Kara Robinson managed to free herself and then escape while Evonitz was asleep. She went outside and found two men in a car and they took her to the sheriff's office. Later that day, Evonitz was surrounded by police, where he passed away after realizing he has been caught. It started with a flyer.
Looking for fresh faces. High-paying modeling gigs. No experience needed.
I was 19, drowning in bills and desperation. My mom was sick, the debt collectors relentless, and I saw no way out of our suffocating life. That ad felt like salvation. The interview was held in a 5-star Manhattan hotel. I almost backed out when I saw the marble floors and gold chandeliers, but Jeffrey Epstein greeted me like an old friend, his polished smile warm and inviting. "You've got the look," he said, his eyes scanning me. Innocent. Perfect. His assistant, Ghislaine Maxwell, stood beside him, her smile sharp.
This is your big break.
She said,
How would you feel about a weekend networking trip? Designers, photographers, influencers, all in one place. This will change your life.
I believed them. The private jet was surreal. The seats were white leather, the staff attentive, and other girls my age were laughing and taking selfies. Their laughter seemed too loud, too forced, like they were convincing themselves this wasn't a mistake. When we landed, the island was breathtaking. Turquoise waters, lush greenery, and a sprawling mansion that looked like something out of a billionaire's fantasy. But as the sun set, the paradise began to rot. That night, there was a party. The music was deafening, the lights dazzling, and the alcohol flowed endlessly. The older men prowling through the crowd felt like wolves among lambs. One man's hand brushed my shoulder, his fingers lingering too long.
She's new.
Ghislaine said, pulling me aside. Her tone was clipped.
Stick with me, and I'll make sure you're introduced to the right people.
From the corner of the room, I saw a girl slumped on a couch. Her dress was torn at the strap, her makeup smeared, and her head lolled to the side like she was barely conscious. Two men carried her away.
She's had too much fun,
Ghislaine said, laughing lightly. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I woke up with no memory of how I got to my room. My body ached in ways I couldn't explain. I looked down and realized I wasn't wearing my clothes, just an oversized shirt I didn't recognize. The mirror revealed bruises on my thighs and scratches down my arms. My lipstick was smeared across my face, my hair tangled like I'd been in a fight. Breakfast was worse. One girl sat slumped over her plate, barely able to hold her head up. Another had bruises on her neck, her eyes swollen from crying.
They're just tired. This is normal. Don't overthink it.
Normal? The days turned into a blur of horror. Every night was the same. Drugs, alcohol, and men who saw us nothing more than toys. They forced drinks into our hands and pills into our mouths.
It's just to help you relax.
Ghislaine would say, her tone sharp whenever I hesitated. One night, I saw a girl being dragged down the hall, her dress torn, lips bleeding profusely, her legs dragging uselessly. She weakly clawed at the arms of the man pulling her.
Please.
She whispered, barely audible.
Please, no.
Her doors slammed shut, silencing her cries. I stopped eating. My stomach churned constantly, and every shadow felt like it was alive. At night, the muffled screams of other girls filled the hallways. Doors slammed, heavy footsteps thudded on the floors, and I pressed my hands over my ears, praying it wouldn't be me next. Then, Jeffrey came to my room. He sat on the edge of my bed, his voice calm, almost gentle. "You need to stop fighting this," he said, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Do you know how many girls would kill for this opportunity? Just play along, and I'll take care of you. Cross me, and you'll regret it." His hand lingered on my cheek, and I wanted to vomit. I tried to escape. At dawn, while the guards switched shifts, I slipped out of my room. The jungle was alive with eerie sounds as I ran, branches clawing at my skin. My feet bled from sharp rocks, but I didn't care. The dock was within sight when I heard voices behind me. "She's here!" I dove into the underbrush, holding my breath as flashlights sliced through the darkness. Ghislaine's voice rang out, sharp and furious.
Find her. She doesn't leave this island.
They dragged me back. Ghislaine slapped me hard, splitting my lip.
You're ruining everything.
She hissed, her nails digging into my arm. That night, they drugged me again. I woke up in a haze, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. I could hear muffled sobs from the other girls, but I couldn't move. When the FBI raided the island, I thought it was another trick. But then an agent wrapped me in a blanket and whispered, "You're safe now." Safe. Even now, I wake up drenched in sweat, the screams of the girls still echoing in my head. Jeffrey is dead, but his shadow lingers, a reminder of how easily predators hide behind wealth and power. If you're reading this, remember, monsters like him don't lurk in the shadows. They smile, wear suits, and promise you the world. Jeffrey Epstein, a wealthy financier, used his influence and wealth to exploit young women, often targeting aspiring models. He, along with associates like Ghislaine Maxwell, lured victims with a false promise of modeling opportunities, mentorship, or connections to elite circles. Under the guise of professionalism, he manipulated and trafficked these women, subjugating them to abuse at his properties, including in New York, Florida, and his private island. Many victims were young and vulnerable, coerced through intimidation or deceit. Epstein's 2019 arrest shed light on his predatory network, but his controversial death and custody left many questions about his enablers unanswered. Landing an internship at Murdaugh & Sons, one of South Carolina's most prestigious law firms, was a dream come true for me. Alex Murdaugh, the towering figure at its helm, was the epitome of charisma. He had a way of locking eyes with you, his wide grin radiating confidence, making you feel like the most important person in the room. To the world, Alex was a pillar of the community. To me, he was a mentor, a legend. June 7th, 2021 began like any other sultry evening in South Carolina. The air was thick, humming with cicadas, and the faint scent of magnolia blossoms wafted through the windows of the Murdaugh estate. That night, Alex left the office abruptly. He'd been distracted all day, pacing the length of his office, his brow furrowed. "Family stuff," he murmured, before vanishing into the humid dusk. Hours later, the news broke like a lightning strike in the quiet night. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, his wife and youngest son, were dead, murdered. The details were grotesque, the kind that made your blood run cold. Paul had been shot twice at close range with a shotgun. His chest was shredded and his face... God, his face. The blast had left it mangled, barely recognizable. Maggie's body was found several yards away, sprawled on the grass near the dog kennels. She had been shot multiple times with a rifle, her back ripped open by the bullets as she tried to flee. Blood pooled beneath her, glinting black under the floodlights of the estate. When Alex came to the office the next morning, he looked like a man crushed by grief. His suit hung loosely on his frame, and his hair disheveled. He clutched a framed photo of his family, his hands trembling as tears streamed down his face. "They're gone," he whispered, his voice raw and broken. It was impossible not to feel pity for him. How could someone so powerful, so revered, endure such loss? But even as I watched him, something felt off. His sobs seemed too calculated, his gaze darting around the room like he was gauging our reactions. The days that followed were a slow descent into darkness. Whispers began swirling around the office. Questions about Alex's whereabouts the night of the murders. Rumors of financial troubles. Late one evening, while organizing case files, I stumbled upon a ledger hidden in a stack of old documents. My stomach dropped as I scanned the pages. Numbers don't lie. Alex had been embezzling money. Millions. My heart raced as I pieced it together. Client settlements had vanished into thin air, funneling into accounts that led nowhere. Then came the night I overheard him on the phone. I was working late when his voice, sharp and low, filtered through the thin office walls. "It's falling apart," he hissed. "They're closing in. We need to act fast." His tone was cold, devoid of warmth he used to charm everyone around him. It was then that I knew Alex Murdaugh wasn't just a grieving father and husband. He was hiding something terrible. When the trial began in early 2023, the world saw the true face of Alex Murdaugh. The prosecution unraveled his carefully constructed image, exposing him as a man drowning in debt, desperate to cover his tracks, and the ultimate horror, to protect his empire, he had murdered his own wife and son. The courtroom was a battlefield of evidence and emotion. Ballistic reports revealed that the weapon used in the murders were owned by the Murdaugh family. Phone records showed Alex's voice on a video recorded by Paul minutes before the killings, contradicting his claims that he wasn't at the estate that night. The narrative painted by the prosecution was chilling. That night, Paul confronted Alex about the missing money. The argument escalated into fury. In a blind panic, Alex grabbed a shotgun. The first blast ripped through Paul's chest, knocking him backward. The second obliterated his head, the spray of blood and bones splattering the kennels. Maggie, hearing the shots, ran toward the chaos. Her footsteps left faint imprints in the damp grass, a trail that led to her execution. She barely had time to scream before Alex turned the rifle on her. The first shot tore through her back. She stumbled, gasping, trying to crawl away, but the next shot silenced her forever. I sat in the gallery, frozen, as the crime scene photos flashed on the screen. The bodies, the blood-soaked grass, the shell casings. It was like staring into a nightmare. When Alex took the stand, he cried, his voice trembling as he professed his innocence. "I loved my family," he said, tears streaming down his face. But his tears felt hollow, his words rehearsed. The Murdaugh murder case revolves around Alex Murdaugh, a prominent South Carolina attorney accused of orchestrating the deaths of his wife Maggie and son Paul in June 2021 at the family's estate. Paul had been facing charges for a fatal 2019 boating accident. Initially denying involvement, Alex later faced charges of murder in July 2022. Investigations revealed a web of financial crimes, drug addiction, and insurance fraud schemes tied to Murdaugh. In March 2023, he was convicted of the murders and sentenced to life without parole. The case exposed deep corruption and privilege with South Carolina's legal elite. The fire devoured everything that night. I screamed for Delamar as smoke choked me, clawing at the flames to reach her crib. The heat was unbearable, but my desperation was stronger. My baby was in there. I had to save her. But when the firemen pulled me back, I knew it was over. Later, they told me no remains were found, just ashes and ruins. They said the fire had taken everything. But deep inside, I felt something wasn't right. They called it grief. They said I needed to let go, but a mother knows. Even as I stood over her empty grave, I felt her heartbeat somewhere out there, faint but alive. For 6 years, I carried that pain in silence. Night after night, I woke up gasping, hearing her cries in my dreams. People told me I was crazy, that I was holding on to nothing, but they didn't hear the whispers in my heart. Then came the party. I didn't want to go. Crowds made my chest tighten, but my cousin insisted.
It'll be good for you,
She said. The house was alive with music, laughter, and children running around. I stayed in the corner, trying to disappear. That's when I saw her. She stood by the balloons, her curls bouncing with each step. She laughed, a sound so familiar it stopped my breath. My vision blurred as I focused on her face, those dimples, her dimples.
No.
I whispered, clutching the table for support. My hands shook, my pulse thundered in my ears. It couldn't be. I moved closer, pretending to fix my drink, but my eyes never left her. She tilted her head and smiled at another child. That tilt, so uniquely hers. My mind screamed, "It's here." But how? I couldn't just grab her. People would think I'd lost my mind. She was with a woman, Carolyn Correa. The name sent a chill through me. Carolyn had visited my house once before the fire. She was introducing the girl as her daughter, Alaya. My stomach twisted as I pieced it together. I had to be sure. I approached them slowly, forcing a smile.
Hi, sweetheart.
I told the girl, kneeling down. She looked up at me with wide eyes, innocent and curious. My hands trembled as I reached out.
Your bow's loose,
I said, pretending to fix it. In one quick motion, I tugged a strand of hair and tucked it into my pocket. I walked away on unsteady legs, my heart pounding like a drum. The wait for the DNA results was unbearable. Each second felt like an eternity. I barely ate and barely slept. What if I was wrong? But when the call came, the detective's voice shattered my doubts. "It's a match. She's your daughter." My knees gave out, tears streaming down my face. Delamar was alive. But the truth was a horror I wasn't prepared for. Carolyn had stole her that night. She'd taken Delamar from her crib, set the fire to erase her tracks, and raised her as her own for 6 years. I sat across from Carolyn in court, my hands shaking with rage. She showed no remorse, no regret. Her voice was cold, almost smug, as she made her final claim. Pedro, my ex, had given her Delamar willingly. My heart stopped. Pedro? The man who'd held me as I cried? The father who mourned with me? Could he have betrayed me? The police found no evidence to support her accusation, and Pedro was never charged. But her words lingered, poisoning every memory I had of him. The day I was reunited with Delamar should have been the happiest of my life, but she didn't recognize me. She clung to Carolyn, crying for the woman who had stolen her from me. I sang to her and told her stories of the life she once had. Slowly, she began to trust me, her tiny hand reaching for mine, but the scars ran deep, for both of us. Even now, years later, I wake up at night, drenched in sweat. I hear the crackle of flames, the sound of Carolyn's voice, and the hollow laughter of the party where I found my daughter. This isn't just a story of loss. It's a story of survival, of fire and lies, of a mother's love that never dies. They told me my daughter was dead, but I always knew. A mother always does. Luzaida Cuevas was told her newborn died in a fire. 6 years later, at a party, she spots a girl with familiar dimples and takes a lock of hair. DNA tests confirm it is her daughter, Delamar. The kidnapper, Carolyn Correa, a cousin by marriage of Delamar's father, Pedro Vera, had abducted the baby and set the fire to cover her tracks. Correa then raised the girl as her own, naming her Alaya Hernandez. Another shocking twist came when Correa claimed Pedro had given her the child, an accusation he always had denied and was never charged for. I was playing outside when he waved me over. "Hey, Emily, want to see something cool?" I didn't hesitate. I'd seen him around, always by himself, my 7-year-old neighbor, Nathaniel. So I skipped across the yard and followed him up to his front door. He was standing there with a smile, picking at his scabs until they bled, then proceeded to suck on the blood from the wound. Yeah, kids can be weird, but I was only 5-year-old to pick up on the signs. "I got a Ouija board for my birthday," he said, his voice calm, almost too calm. "It tells the future. Want to try it?" I didn't know what a Ouija board was, but the idea of seeing the future sounded exciting. He led me to the basement, the stairs creaking under our weight. The air got colder with each step. My small feet felt heavy as if the house didn't want me there. When we reached the basement, he flicked on the light. It flicked, barely lighting up the room. I didn't like it. I wanted to go home. "Just wait," he said, pushing me farther into the dark room. "It'll be fun." But it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun at all. The moment I turned around, I felt his hands on my throat. Cold fingers gripped my neck and I couldn't breathe. My heart raced, panic flooding my body. I kicked and scratched, trying to pull his hands off, but he was so much stronger than me. His breath was hot on my ear as he whispered, "I'm gonna make you disappear." His fingernails dug into my skin, squeezing tighter. The blood from his scabs felt slimy and sticky on my skin. He started running his hands roughly all over my body, pulling my dress and digging and scratching with his nails on my arms. The darkness around me seemed to grow deeper. My world was spinning, my head dizzy, as I gasped for air that wasn't there. Then, just as my vision started to fade, I heard something soft, a scream of a woman.
"Nathan, stop! You're hurting her!"
It was Nathaniel's mother. She came crashing through the door, her face a blur of panic. She pulled me away from him with a strength I didn't know she had. The pressure on my throat lifted, but my body was shaking, my chest heaving for breath. I could barely see, barely understand what had just happened. I ran out of that house. I didn't know what I had just escaped, but one thing was clear. Nathaniel wasn't just a weird kid. He was growing up to be something far sinister. I never told anyone, not my parents, not the police. I couldn't. I didn't understand what was happening, what he had done to me. But as I grew older, the memories came back, sharper, darker. Time went by and I was in my teens when I overheard my mom talking on the phone. The words,
Nathaniel Barjona.
hit me like a slap in the face.
He's been arrested for kidnapping, and worse.
She said.
They found body parts in his freezer.
My stomach twisted. I remembered that night, his cold fingers, the dark basement, the eerie smile. It all clicked. But that wasn't the worst part. As I dug deeper, I uncovered more horrifying details. He had been serving meat at his cookouts, deer burgers, venison spaghetti, meat pies, but the neighbors didn't know where it came from. They thought it was from animals he'd hunted. They were wrong. What they didn't know was that Nathaniel Barjona had been using his cookouts to feed the bodies of children he had murdered. He would butcher them, sometimes while they were still alive, and serve their flesh disguised as venison. He would cut their limbs off, the fresh blood dripping onto the floor as he prepared his special meals. Some of the neighbors complained about the odd taste, but he always brushed it off with a chuckle, saying it was just a wild game. The authorities had found remains in his freezer. The head of one child, a little boy, had been preserved in a jar. His hands had been skinned and left in the sink. The worst part? Nathaniel had a collection of photographs, pictures of children he'd taken before he killed them, hanging in the basement, a twisted trophy wall. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't stop thinking about the kids he'd murdered. I'd been so close to being one of them. The thought of him preparing that meal, using pieces of their bodies, made my stomach turn. And then it hit me. I was almost his next victim. The truth was worse than I ever imagined. Nathaniel Barjona had tried to kill me, but I survived. Parents should keep close eye on their children from a very young age. According to the FBI serial killing profile, almost 70% of serial killers show early signs of disturbed behavior from a very young age. To this day, when I close my eyes, I see his face, those cold eyes, the twisted grin, and I hear his voice whispering in the dark, "You're next." Nathaniel Bar Jonah was a convicted American child predator and cannibal. He was linked to the 1996 disappearance of 10-year-old Zachary Ramsey, though charges were dropped due to insufficient evidence. Bar Jonah had a long history of evading harsher sentences, often due to legal loopholes or psychiatric evaluations. In Bar Jonah's apartment, detectives also found a number of recipes using children's body parts with titles such as Little Boy Pot Pie, French Fried Kid, and phrases such as lunch is served on the patio with roasted child and barbecue be some young guy. In the decoded journals, Bar Jonah also referenced serving these recipes to neighbors. During a search at one of Bar Jonah's previous residences in Great Falls, authorities dug up portions of the garage and sifted through nearly 2 tons of dirt, in which they found 21 fragments of human bones. Although it was eventually determined that the bones were those of an unidentified African-American child, a boy believed to be between the ages of 8 and 13. He was later sentenced to 130 years in prison, without the possibility of parole, where he died due to health issues. The night at Lake Bodom started like any other adventure. The lake shimmered like black glass under the moonlight. The stars twinkled above us. We were just 4 teenagers. Me, Nils, my best friend Seppo, my girlfriend Mila, and Tuliki, the youngest of the group. We pitched our tent near the water, laughing and teasing as Seppo struggled with the stakes. Tuliki giggled as Mila pretended to help, but only made things worse. The air smelled of pine and smoke as the fire crackled nearby. Everything felt perfect, too perfect. But the woods were too quiet. Even though something felt wrong, the lake was holding its breath. It started with little things we shouldn't notice but did. I'd packed my flashlight, I was sure of it, but when I went to grab it, it was gone. Later, I found it standing upright in the dirt, the lens cracked. It wasn't where I'd left it. My stomach twisted, but I said nothing. Tuliki pointed out how silent the forest was. No birds, no wind, just stillness.
It feels off,
she said, looking around nervously. Seppo laughed it off, but I saw him glance over his shoulder more than once. By the time we crawled into the tent, the unease had settled over us like a heavy blanket. The space was cramped, our bodies pressed together, and we tried to laugh off the tension. Somehow, we felt asleep. I don't recall the time, but I woke up hearing footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching leaves just outside. At first, I froze, straining to listen. Maybe it was an animal, but the steps didn't wander off. They circled the tent, heavy and purposeful.
What the hell is that?
Tuliki whispered, her voice shaking. Then, the sound of metal scraping against stone cut through the silence. A sharp, grating sound that made my blood run cold. "Who's out there?" Seppo shouted, his voice cracking. There was no answer. Suddenly, the tent collapsed inward. Something slammed against it with incredible force, pinning us down. Tuliki screamed, the sound piercing the air, but it was cut short by a ripping sound. A knife tore through the nylon, slashing downward. The first strike hit Tuliki in the side, the blade plunging deep. Blood sprayed across the tent, splattering my face and clothes. She screamed again, clutching at her stomach, but the knife came down again, this time into her chest. The sound was wet and sickening, her scream gurgling as blood filled her lungs. Seppo roared, throwing himself at the attacker, but the figure was faster. The knife swung, slicing into his shoulder. The sound of the blade hitting bone was loud, like a crack of dry wood. Blood poured from the gash, soaking the ground beneath him. "Run!" Seppo shouted, his voice hoarse, but the killer didn't stop. The blade swung again, catching him across the throat. The cut was deep, severing flesh and arteries. Blood sprayed in an arc, splattering the tent walls as Seppo collapsed. His hands clawed at his neck, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. Mila screamed, clutching my arm.
Hills, do something!
I froze. The shadow of a man was moving outside our tent like he was on some rampage for killing. Suddenly, the blow came toward her, the blade dripping with blood. She tried to crawl away, but a hand pierced through the torn wall of our tent and grabbed her hair, yanking her back. The knife plunged into her stomach with a force that made her body jolt. Blood gushed out, soaking her shirt and pooling around her.
Please!
She gasped, her eyes wide with terror, fixated at mine. But the killer didn't stop. The blade rose and fell, each strike driving deeper. Her blood splattered my hands, warm and sticky, as I sat frozen, paralyzed by fear. The killer kept stabbing again and again, her lifeless body hanging by her hair in the killer's hand like a mere doll, her lifeless widened eye popping out of her socket and landed on my lap. That's when it hit me. I'm next. I don't know how I escaped. One moment I was in the tent, surrounded by blood and screams, and the next I was running through the woods like a lunatic, screaming and crying after witnessing the ultimate horror. I tripped and fell, my hands hitting the dirt road. The taste of blood and dirt filled my mouth, my vision blurred by tears. When I finally stumbled onto the road, I collapsed. A car screeched to a halt, the driver rushing towards me. His voice sounded distant, like I was underwater. The hospital was a blur. The police came asking question after question, but I couldn't give them answers. I told them about the footsteps, the blade, the cairns. They searched the area, but found nothing. On Saturday, June 1960, 4 Finnish teenagers had decided to camp along the shore of Lake Bodom in Finland. Malia Ermeli Björklund and Anja Tuluki-Maki were both aged 15 at the time, accompanying them with their boyfriends, Seppo and Tero Boisman and Nils Wilhelm Gustafsson, both aged 18. Sometime between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., Maki, Björklund, and Boisman were all stabbed and bludgeoned to death by an unknown assailant. Gustafsson, the only survivor of the massacre, had fractured facial bones that appeared to confirm his story of being a victim. He stated afterwards that he had seen a glimpse of an attacker clothed in black with bright red eyes coming for them. The killer had not injured the victims from inside the tent, but instead had attacked the occupants from outside with a knife and an unidentified blunt instrument, possibly a rock, through the sides of the tent. The case is one of the most notorious crimes in modern Finnish history. 1968 was supposed to be my new beginning. My family was moving to New York, and that night on the Sunset Strip was my send-off, a chance to soak in the city one last time. The neon lights flickered, music thumped in the distance, and the world felt electric. And then I saw him. He was standing by the entrance of the club, his eyes dark, scanning the crowd. He looked normal, maybe even handsome, but something about the way he lingered made my stomach churn. His name was Rodney Alcala, and he had a reputation for being smooth, maybe too smooth. "Hey," he said later, flashing a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You guys should come to my place. Let's keep the party going." I didn't trust him, but my friends laughed it off. "It's just Rodney," one of them said. "He's harmless." That's how I ended up in the backseat of his car. I sat stiffly, my unease growing with every mile we put between us and the strip. The streets grew darker and quieter until we pulled up to a rundown house. Inside, the air was heavy and smelled faintly of mildew. Rodney handed around a joint, and my friends accepted without hesitation. I, on the other hand, couldn't relax. Rodney's gaze kept darting to me, his smile fading into something colder, hungrier. I should have left. I should have listened to my instincts. "Come with me," Rodney said, suddenly grabbing my arm.
What?
I asked, my voice trembling. "Come on," he said, his tone now sharp, his grip unrelenting. He yanked me down the hall, shoving open a door and pulling me into a dimly lit bedroom.
Let me go!
I screamed, trying to pull free. Shut up! He snapped, slamming the door behind us. He took off his belt, wrapping it around his fist. You think you can just leave? He hissed, his voice low and venomous. My heart pounded.
Please,
Before I could finish, his fist connected with my face. Pain exploded between my eyes as my head hit the wall. I crumpled to the floor, dazed but still conscious. Rodney knelt over me, his breath hot and sour. You're not going anywhere, he whispered, his voice almost amused. He pulled out a knife, the blade catching the dim light. My breath caught as he cut the tie of my blouse, the fabric fading away to reveal a thin red line across my chest. I thought for sure he did cut my throat. All I thought inside my head was,
did he really cut me? Will I die?
You're gonna die here, he said, casually, like he was discussing the weather. No one will ever find you. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled against him, but he shoved his belt into my mouth, gagging me. I gagged and thrashed, but he tied my wrists with a necktie, his motions quick and practiced. Stop moving! He growled, punching me in the stomach. The air rushed from my lungs, and I collapsed, gasping. Rodney was out of control now, his face red and twisted with rage. This is your fault, he spat, cutting away the rest of my clothes. You shouldn't have gotten in the car. I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but I couldn't. My vision blurred, my chest heaved, and I felt myself slipping away. After some point, I wanted it to end. I didn't want to live. I wanted to die. Then, suddenly, there was a loud pounding on the door. Rodney! Someone shouted. Open the door! It was my friends. Rodney froze, his head snapping toward the noise. His hands tightened on the knife, and for a terrified moment, I thought he was going to finish it anyway. The pounding grew louder. Mike, break the window! The glass shattered, and Mike burst into the room, his eyes wide with horror. He froze for a moment, staring at Rodney, who stood over me, blood staining his shirt. Rodney stepped back, his expression blank. Take her, he said, his voice eerily calm. Mike didn't hesitate. He grabbed me and pulled me through the broken window. My legs were weak, my body trembling, but I clung to him as we stumbled into the night. Outside, the air felt cold and sharp, like I could finally breathe again. A car screeched to a halt nearby, and the couple inside helped us escape. Rodney didn't follow. Mike took me to his apartment, where his neighbor, a nurse, patched me up. I sat there in shock, my mind replaying the night like a broken record. For years, I carried the guilt with me. A friend later sent me a newspaper clipping about Rodney's attempted murder of another girl, Tally Shapiro. That's when I realized the magnitude of what had happened and what could have happened if Mike hadn't broken that window. I survived, but I wasn't whole. Rodney Alcala had taken something from me that night, something I would never fully get back. Rodney Alcala, known as the dating game killer, was a convicted serial killer and rapist who preyed on young women and girls in the 1970s. Among his countless victims, Morgan Rowan's name does not appear in the historical record or publicized cases tied to Alcala. Alcala, a photographer, used his charm and photography offers to lure victims, often exploiting their dreams of modeling. He was later convicted of multiple murders, including those of Robin Samso and others, and linked to additional unsolved cases through DNA. Alcala's chilling crimes highlighted the dangers of manipulation, ultimately leading to his death sentence and imprisonment. I woke up to the rotten smell. That smell, it clung to everything. My skin, my clothes, even my hair. It was like the house was alive, breathing misery into every corner. My stomach growled, but I knew better than to ask for food. Asking meant punishment. I sat up in bed, or what you'd call a bed. It was more like a filthy mattress with springs poking through. Around me, my brothers and sisters were motionless, some still chained to their bed frames. Mom stormed into the room, cigarette in hand.
Get up.
She snapped, her voice like a slap. She walked over and grabbed me by the arm, her nails dug into my skin as she dragged me to the bathroom.
Look at you.
She spat, shoving me toward the mirror. My reflection stared back, hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, bruises painting my body like some sick artwork.
You think you're better than me?
She grinned, a cruel twist of her lips.
Let's fix that.
The cigarette burned as she pressed it into my shoulder. I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Crying out only made her angrier.
You're nothing, Jordan.
She whispered, before walking out, leaving me trembling in the cold bathroom. I stepped into the shower, letting the icy water hit my skin. The cigarette burn stung, but the water helped numb it. I closed my eyes and let out a shaky breath. One day, I'll get out of here. One day. Then I heard it, a low chuckle. My eyes shot open, and I turned to see him, Dad, leaning in the doorway, his eyes dark, lips twisted in a grin that made my stomach churn. "You're growing up," he said, voice dripping with something that made my skin crawl.
Get out!
I screamed, my voice echoing off the bathroom walls. He didn't move. That grin just grew wider. I grabbed the door and slammed it shut, hearing the sickening crunch of his nose breaking on the other side. His screams followed, then a string of curses. My heart raced. I'd done it now. Footsteps thundered down the hall. Mom. The door burst open, splinters flying everywhere. They dragged me out by my hair, their hands rough and unrelenting. My screams didn't matter. Nothing did.
You think you're smart?
Mom snarled, slapping me so hard my ears rang. Dad laughed, holding a cloth to his bleeding nose. Together, they beat me until I couldn't move. Then they threw me into the attic, slamming the door shut behind them. The attic was worse than usual that night. The stench of urine made it impossible to breathe deeply. The darkness wasn't empty. It was alive, filled with my siblings' muffled cries and the sound of my own labored breathing. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. I can't live like this anymore, I thought, staring at the bobby pin I'd hidden in my sleeve days ago. The lock on the attic door wasn't impossible to pick. I'd watched Dad enough times to know. I crawled down the stairs, every creak of the old wood echoing in the silent house. The living room was a maze of filth, old plates with maggots, piles of unwashed clothes, and the faint hum of Dad's CPAP machine in the next room. I reached my 13-year-old sister's room. Her eyes widened as I shook her awake.
We're leaving,
I whispered. She nodded, her face pale but determined. Together, we crept to the front door, avoiding the spots on the floor we knew would squeak. When we reached the porch, she froze.
I can't.
She whispered, tears streaming down her face.
If they catch me...
Her voice cracked.
You go. You have to go. No.
I begged, grabbing her arm, but she pulled away, stepping back into the darkness of the house. I turned and ran. The street was silent, the world outside feeling like a dream. My bare feet slapped against the pavement as I raced down the street, adrenaline numbing the sharp stones cutting into my skin. Every shadow felt like a monster, every gust of wind a whisper telling me to turn back. When I saw the flashing red and blue lights of the police car, I collapsed to my knees, sobbing. A cop stepped out, his face a mix of confusion and concern.
Please, help us.
The next hour was chaos. Half an hour later, sirens blared outside the house. I stood at the edge of the street, watching as the cops stormed in. The screams of my parents pierced the air.
What are you doing? You can't do this!
As I watched my parents being dragged away in handcuffs, a strange calm settled over me. The Turpin House of Horrors case came to light in 2018 when 17-year-old Jordan Turpin escaped her Paris, California home and called 911, exposing years of abuse by her parents, David and Louise Turpin. Authorities discovered 13 siblings, aged 2 to 29, malnourished and living in squalor, some shackled to their beds. The children endured severe neglect, starvation, and isolation, deprived of education and medical care. The parents were arrested and later sentenced to life in prison for torture, false imprisonment, and child abuse. The case shocked the world, highlighting failures in oversight and the resilience of the children who survived. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to visit Disneyland alone. My little sister Emily always wanted to go there, but that day never came. A drunk driver took her life last December. She was only 9. I still remember the phone call, the sirens, the sterile smell of the hospital room. I didn't cry at first. I just stopped feeling altogether. But when I found her old bucket list written on the back of her school notebook, I saw "Go to Disneyland" scribbled right at the top, so I decided I'd go for her. It was a sunny afternoon when I arrived, and everything looked exactly like how she'd imagined it. Music playing, kids laughing, balloons bobbing against the sky. I wandered aimlessly. Every smile I saw reminded me of what I'd lost. I sat near the fountain outside Fantasyland, eating a churro, murmuring to the wind, "It's all for you, Emily." I was drowning in my despair when noticed a man standing near the carousel. He was this tall, lanky dude with stringy hair. He was pretending to check his phone, but he wasn't looking at the screen. His eyes were locked on a little girl. She couldn't have been older than 8. She skipped around, laughing, while her parents pushed a stroller a few feet away. The man started following them, slowly, deliberately blending into the crowd. Every time the girl turned, he looked away, pretending to take photos or adjust his hat. A chill crawled up my spine. I told myself not to jump to conclusions. People look weird all the time. Maybe he was just waiting for someone. A few minutes later, I looked back again, and this time, I saw the man talking to the girl holding out a popsicle. I was too far to hear what he said, but I could tell from the way the girl was interested in whatever he said to her. Her parents were distracted, trying to calm the baby. It's none of my business, I told myself. There are cameras, security, people everywhere. But then, I watched him quickly grant her wrist and started walking away. Once the girl realized the man was taking her away from her parents, she started crying, but the music and chaos suppressed her voice. Her cries just dissolved into the noise. He started dragging her toward the side path behind the Dumbo ride. I was sure now that the man had bad intentions. Before disappearing behind the ride, I saw the little girl's face, her eyes wide, tears streaming, her small hand reaching out as she shouted for help. And in that split second, I saw Emily. The same desperate eyes she must have had the time of the accident, calling for someone who never came in time. Something inside me snapped. I got up and ran, faster than I ever had in my life. My heart pounded like a drum in my ears. I didn't even think, just shoved past people, knocking into them. When I reached the corner, I saw the man again, pinning the little girl against a wall. His belt was half undone. His face had changed from calm to something ominous. For a moment, I froze. Every cell in my body screamed in rage. Then, the girl whimpered,
"Please don't hurt me."
And all I saw was Emily again, sitting on her bed, asking me to promise she'd be safe when she grew up. I couldn't stand still anymore. I lunged on the freak. The man turned, surprised, just as I slammed into him. We both hit the ground hard. I don't remember what I said, just the sound of fists, the taste of blood in my mouth. I punched him until my knuckles bruised. He tried to fight back, but rage and grief had made me stronger than I'd ever been. I screamed at him, words that didn't even make sense. All I knew was that this monster wasn't going to hurt her. Not today. Not ever. By the time security arrived, he was lying half-conscious, gasping, his face unrecognizable. The guards pulled me off him, shouting questions I couldn't process. The little girl ran to one of them, sobbing. I was shaking, covered in sweat and dust, My hands were trembling so hard I had to press them against my knees to keep them still. Later, when everything calmed down, one of the guards led the girl towards me. She had band-aids on her knees, and her pink backpack was ripped. She looked up at me with these big, grateful eyes, the same color as Emily's. Then, she reached out and grabbed my hand.
Thank you.
She whispered. I didn't even know what to say. I just knelt down so we were eye level. You're safe now, I managed to choke out. She suddenly hugged me, tight, like she was afraid to let go. And something broke inside me. I felt warmth on my cheeks and realized I was crying. Not the quiet kind of crying, the shattered, shaking kind. Months of guilt and pain spilling out at once. I held her like she was my own sister. Like maybe, by saving her, I'd finally done what I couldn't do for Emily. When the police took the man away, one of the officers patted my shoulder. You did good, son, he said, but I barely heard him, because in the distance, through the crowd and lights, I thought I saw something. A tiny figure standing near the carousel, wearing a white dress and Minnie Mouse ears. For a second, I saw Emily. She smiled at me, and then she was gone. I don't know if it was real or just my imagination, but I felt her there, in the laughter of the kids, in the breeze that carried the scent of cotton candy. At night, as fireworks exploded over the castle, I sat on a bench. Tears fell, but they didn't hurt anyone. Somewhere beyond the lights and stars, I knew she was smiling, proud that her big brother had finally found the courage to be her hero, even if it came a little too late. And for the first time since she died, I smiled back.
I've been doing nature photography for 8 years, and I've seen my fair share of weird shit in the woods, ranging from bears that nearly got my head, coyotes that chased me for miles, and once a mountain lion that was a centimeter away from making me his lunch. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what I had escaped that day. It was pretty cold that day. I'd hiked 3 miles into the state forest before sunrise, trying to catch the light hitting the snow just right. My editor wanted pristine winter wilderness shots for some outdoors magazine spread, so here I was, voluntarily freezing my ass off. I found a good spot overlooking the small clearing and set up my tripod. The sun was starting to come, washing everything in pink and gold. I was lining up my shot when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was some animal, but when I squinted a bit, I realized it was a person. A woman, to be specific. She was crouched over something in the snow, draped in a tattered animal hide that reeked of blood and rot. Her hair hung down in these long, matted tangles with frost clinging to it, and she was barefoot. I was about to call out and ask if she needed help, but the words stuck in my throat when I saw she was crouched over a deer. The deer was dead. The poor thing's throat was torn wide, staining the snow beneath him crimson. The woman was bent over it, with her face buried in the wound, and she made these wet, sucking noises, like she was trying to drink it dry. My stomach dropped the moment she lifted her head, revealing a face smeared with blood and meat that ran down her neck. Her skin was pale as a corpse, and where her eyes should have been, there were just these glistening red hollow sockets, like something had eaten them out. I watched in horror as she reached into her dress and pulled out these little carved bones strung together on a long braid that looked like it had been ripped straight from a woman's head. She laid them out in the snow around the deer in a particular pattern, wobbling around in a way that made my skin crawl. Once done, she started chanting in a deep, guttural, rasping sound that was nowhere near human. The words sounded foreign, like ancient hymns. She dipped her fingers in the blood and started drawing symbols in the snow, spirals and lines and shapes hurt to look at. Her chanting got louder by the minute until it bounced through the trees. I should have run, gotten the hell out the second I saw her, but I realized I didn't want to get away from her.
The more she chanted, the stronger the pull became, until resisting became impossible. I took a step forward, and a twig snapped under my foot. Her head immediately turned to me. Even from 30 feet away, her eyes locked onto mine, and her mouth stretched into a grin far too wide for her face. For a heartbeat, we just stared. Then, she let out a guttural, animalistic scream that shattered whatever trance I'd been under. In 2 seconds, she was on all fours and crawling towards me like a jungle cat. I blinked, grabbed my camera, and bolted, crashing through the trees as fast as I could. Behind me, I could hear her scrambling and the sickening scrape of hands and feet on snow. Every time I risked a glance back, she was closer, moving through the snow faster than any human should be able to move. Branches whipped my face as I tore through the trees. Still, I ran blindly. Suddenly, I tripped over a hidden root and went rolling through the snow. The camera flew out of my palms, but it was the last thing on my mind. She was leaping from branch to branch now, swinging like some insane animal, landing with a sickening thud right where I had been seconds before. I kept rolling down the slope. Snow filled my mouth and eyes. My lungs burned from the cold. My head spun so bad I thought I'd never breathe again. Then, somehow, the momentum threw me onto the main trail, right as 2 hikers appeared. They were a couple, bundled in coats, walking sticks in hand. When they saw me, their eyes widened in concern.
Oh my god! Are you okay?
The woman asked, helping me to my feet. I spun around and pointed at the woods behind me. She was... Blood was running down my face from where the branches had cut me, and I was shaking like a dried leaf.
Oh, we should call someone,
the woman said, pulling out her phone. I looked back at the woods again and immediately saw a pale silhouette standing motionless between 2 pine trees, maybe 50 yards in. She was watching me with that grin still stretched across her blood-stained face. Then she turned and disappeared into the shadows. I told the hikers that I'm fine. I didn't want to make it a big deal because I was unsure of my mind. I left my camera, my tripod, my gear bag, basically everything. I walked straight to my car and drove home. I thought that was the end of it, but 2 days ago I saw a strange case in the news. The discovery of a college student's body occurred in the same area where I met the hikers down the slope. The cop had said he was on a solo camping trip. He had many bruises and disturbing biting marks on his legs and arms. It seemed like some wild animal killing, but strangely, the teeth marks on his body came out human in the autopsy report. The police suggested that a deranged person has taken shelter in those woods. Maybe that person even has taste for human meat, because authorities are clueless that what kind of a person bites off the tongue of a 19-year-old. I thought of calling the cops and sharing what I saw that day, but I'm afraid they won't believe me and will start suspecting me. What should I do? Still pissing your pants over Granny's spooky bedtime tales? June asked as we walked through the entrance gates. It was just another Thanksgiving night, and June and I were sneaking out to the Turkey Hollow Fair like we had done every year since middle school. The fair was lit up with orange and yellow lights, fake autumn leaves, and the smell of fried dough mixing with the cold November air. Shut up, I muttered, but my stomach was already tight with unease. The theme this year was honoring local legends. Every booth had some cheesy decoration about the town's history. When we passed the food stalls, June stopped and started laughing. Dude, check it out. He pointed at the next booth. There was a broken animatronic butcher drenched in fake blood. He had a cleaver hung overhead, jerking back and forth with a painted smile fixed on its face. June laughed, but I couldn't. My grandmother's voice was in my head, reciting the same story she told me every Thanksgiving since I was 8. Back in the day, there was a village butcher named Old Ben. One Thanksgiving, he slaughtered his whole family, carved them up, and cooked their flesh into the feast. People didn't realize what they had eaten until it was too late. By then, Ben had vanished into the woods, never to be found again. June grabbed a stick of turkey jerky from the booth. "Want some of old Ben's special recipe?" "You're disgusting." We wandered around for another hour, hitting the rides and wasting money on rigged carnival games. By midnight, most families had cleared out, except for the teenagers and drunk adults stumbling. "Want to check out the woods?" "What? Why?" "Come on, don't be boring. I want to see if old Ben's actually out there." The woods started about 50 yards past the last booth. The fair lights didn't reach that far. The second we crossed the tree line, it felt like stepping into a cave. "This is stupid," I grumbled, letting my phone's flashlight punch through the darkness. "Let's head back." "Just a little further," June said. All I could hear were the crickets, dry leaves, and our boots crunching on twigs. As we rounded the oak tree, a whistling crept into the ears. It was faint, off-key, and sounded like a ghost was trying to recall a forgotten lullaby. "Heard that?" I whispered. June stopped, scanning the trees. We waited for a couple of seconds, waiting for something to happen. When it didn't, we resumed walking. We'd barely taken a couple of steps when the whistling resumed, getting louder by the minute. "Dude, that's enough. Let's head back." I gulped. June agreed. We turned around and nearly shit our pants. A man was standing beside the thickest oak tree about 20 feet ahead. His face was unnaturally pale, almost gray in the moonlight. His clothes were dark and soaked with fresh blood that was dripping on the ground. His right hand clutched a butcher's knife, and on his left, he dragged a human leg, severed clean at the thigh, still slick with blood. Flesh showed where the skin had torn and mingled with the dirt, leaving a dark, wet trail behind him. The moment his eyes met ours, we screamed and bolted, never once looking over my shoulder, even though I couldn't see anything ahead. My phone was lost somewhere, and I kept crashing through branches, tripping over roots. The woods seemed endless. Trees loomed out of nowhere, brambles tearing at our clothes and skin. I could hear his quick footsteps behind. He was still whistling, getting closer. That horrible dragging sound never stopped, mixing with the whistling. "This way!" June grabbed my arm and pulled me left. We burst through a bush and found ourselves on a narrow path I didn't recognize. I glanced back, and he was right there, maybe 15 feet behind us. His face was clearer now in patches of moonlight. His skin was pulled too tight over his skull. Eyes were bulging like they would jump out of his sockets. "Run!" June screamed. My lungs were on fire, and my legs felt like they were about to give out. June was faster, pulling ahead. For a horrible second, I thought he was going to leave me. I turned back and saw the man had dropped a leg on the ground. Oh no, he was going to run now. I pushed harder than I'd ever pushed in my life. Branches whipped across my face. My ankle rolled on a root, but somehow I stayed upright. I could hear him breathing right behind me and could smell copper mixed with something rotten. "There!" June pointed ahead. We were close to the fairgrounds. As we kept running, impossibly strong fingers grabbed the back of my jacket, yanking me backward. I twisted out of the jacket, heard it rip, and threw myself forward. Adrenaline pumped in my veins as I burst out of the tree line into the fair's back lot. People were still around. Carnies broke down booths, and a few stragglers were headed to their cars. I turned around, gasping, expecting to see him emerge from the woods. But he didn't. Did you see? June was doubled over, hands on his knees, face white as paper. He almost got me. We stood there for a long while, staring at the tree line. Several carnies walked past without even glancing our way. My jacket was gone. My arms were covered in scratches. June's shirt was torn, and he had a cut above his eye bleeding down his face. "We need to call the cops," I said. "Tell him what? And we saw old Ben in the woods with a human leg?" We ended up calling the cops, but they didn't take us seriously. Said we were drunk, making up stories. Told us to stop wasting their time and go home. But we know what we saw and survived. Old Ben isn't a legend. He's out there in those woods, waiting for his next victim. The storm hit around midnight, making the McDonald's sign flicker and the windows rattle. I was working drive-thru, which meant wearing that stupid headset and pretending to be cheerful. Night shifts usually weren't that dead, but the storm had scared everyone off. I was wiping down the drink station when the headset beeped. "Welcome to McDonald's. What can I get for you?" Static crackled through the line before a male voice came through, sounding like someone was calling from a pool bottom. "Medium fries, vanilla shake." "All right, pull around to the first window." I glanced at the drive-thru camera monitor, but couldn't spot a car or a headlight. It was just the empty lot and the speaker box getting hammered by the downpour. Sir? Are you still there?" I waited about 30 seconds, then pressed the button again. "Sir, if you're having trouble with your car..." The headset beeped. "Medium fries, vanilla shake," he repeated. I checked the camera again, but still couldn't spot him. "Sarah?" I called my manager. "The drive-thru camera's acting weird. Someone keeps ordering, but I can't see him." Sarah came over and squinted at the monitor.
Probably storm interference. Go check on them.
I grabbed an umbrella and pushed through the side door. The rain soaked me immediately. Outside, the parking lot was empty, except for our 2 cars. I walked around to the drive-thru lane. Suddenly, I spotted tire marks. They looked fresh, cutting through the puddles and leading from the speaker box toward the back of the lot. But they didn't curve toward the pickup window like they should have. Instead, they went straight back, past the dumpsters, all the way to the woods behind the store. Like the car had driven straight into the darkness and vanished. I paused for a second, but couldn't help to ignore the marks. I followed them deeper into the woods. A pair of headlights flickered through the branches, barely visible through the rain and trees. There was a silver sedan wrapped around a massive tree trunk. The entire front end had crumpled like a tin can. Steam rose from what was left of the engine, and the windshield looked like a spiderweb of cracks. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight. The driver was still in his seat, slumped sideways against the door, eyes closed, wearing a business suit that was completely soaked with blood. The entire left side of his skull had caved in. Bone fragments stuck out at angles that made my stomach turn, and I could see brain matter through the matted hair and split skin. He was sitting in the pool of his own blood. His jaw hung loose, barely attached by strips of tissue. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, stumbling backward. My hand shook, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ear. Before I could call 911, the headlights flared to life, nearly blinding me as if someone inside had just flipped them to high beams. Then, a voice hissed right into my ear, so close I felt cold breath on my neck.
"You forgot my order."
I spun around, but couldn't see anyone behind me except for trees and rain and darkness. When I looked back at the car, the dead man was sitting upright, with his eyes wide open, staring straight at me through the broken windshield, while blood continued to drip from his ruined skull. It felt as if he was neither dead nor alive. I ran through the woods, panting in fear and shock. I didn't stop until I burst through the McDonald's back door and slammed it shut. I told the manager everything. Sarah made the call while I stood by the locked door, staring out into the darkness. The police showed up about 15 minutes later with paramedics and a fire truck. I led them back into the woods, though every part of me wanted to stay inside where it was bright and safe. The car was exactly where I'd left it, still wrapped around that tree, but the headlights were dim again now. The horn had stopped. The driver was slumped sideways against the door, eyes closed, exactly like I'd first found him. One of the paramedics checked for a pulse and shook his head. "He's gone. Been dead at least 4 hours, maybe longer." 4 hours? My voice came out higher than I wanted. "But I heard him. He talked to me." "Son, based on the damage and the body temperature, he probably hit that tree around 8 o'clock tonight." The cop shrugged. But the headlights came on. Electrical short from the crash, he explained, walking around the wreck. Happens sometimes. Battery still got some juice in it. Makes the lights flicker on and off randomly. I insisted I had talked to him, but they all looked at me like I'd lost my mind and went back taking photos and measurements, then finally loaded the body onto a stretcher. I watched them zip him into a black body bag, and the last thing I saw was his ruined face disappearing behind the plastic. The cop came over and told me the guy's name was Robert James, 42 years old, insurance salesman from Seattle. He'd been driving through when the storm hit, probably lost control on the wet roads and ended up in our woods. They said it happens more often than people think. Nobody had heard the crash because of the thunder. Nobody knew he was out there until I found him. I quit the next day. Told them I was going back to school, needed to focus on classes, whatever excuse came to mind that didn't make me sound crazy. But I know what I saw, what I heard. Sometimes now, late at night when it's raining hard, I hear that voice in my head. It was Thanksgiving morning when I was 12. As our family tradition had it, my dad and I had claimed our usual spot on Main Street for the parade. The marching band was warming up, tubas honked, little kids waved foam fingers. That's when I first noticed this guy standing across the street. He was maybe 30 feet away, wearing this brown jacket with the sleeves rolled up even though it was freezing. His forearms were covered in burn scars that were lined up, like someone had pressed hot coins into his skin one by one. Still, that wasn't even the worst part. It was the intensity in his eyes, and he was staring directly at me.
That weird guy over there is staring at me.
I grabbed my dad's arm. Dad looked up from his phone. What guy? I pointed across the street, but he had vanished into the crowd.
He was right there.
Dad shrugged. It's parade day, sweetie. Lots of weird people out today. I scanned the crowd again, but couldn't find him. The parade started, and I tried to focus on the dancers spinning past and the floats covered in fake turkeys, but I had this feeling like someone was watching me through a window I couldn't see. Just then, Dad's phone rang. It's work, he said, stepping away toward the quieter side of the street. I stayed put, surrounded by people, but suddenly feeling completely alone. As the music got louder, someone in a turkey costume waddled past, high-fiving kids. I was watching a little girl chase after him when someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around, and my heart stopped. He was inches away from my face, eyes locked onto mine and up close. I could see his pupils were different sizes. One was huge, swallowing almost all the color. The other was tiny, just a pinprick. I've got something for you, he whispered, leaning even closer.
I don't want it.
I answered, trying to back away. He smiled, flashing his blunt and uneven teeth. Yes, you do, he whispered. Before I could process, his hand clamped around my wrist as he yanked me backward into the crowd. His skin was ice cold, and those burn scars felt hard and raised under my fingers.
Dad!
I screamed, but a float rolled past with speakers blasting, and my voice disappeared into the drums and trumpets. I dug in, but he was stronger. He dragged me through the crowd like it was nothing. People brushed past, bumped into us, and didn't even look twice. To them, we probably looked like a dad hauling his kid out of a meltdown. Stop fighting, he snapped. You're making it worse for yourself. We hit the alley between the hardware store and the barber shop. He slammed me into the brick so hard my teeth snapped together, and I tasted blood. The parade was 50 feet away. I could see people laughing, tossing kettle corn, and snapping photos, but they couldn't see me in the dark gap between buildings. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a butterscotch candy wrapped in cellophane. Eat it, and you can see the others, he said, holding it up to my face.
Let me go!
I sobbed. His face spasmed, like something underneath his skin was trying to get out.
Eat it!
He loomed over.
They all do. That's the rule.
He grabbed my face with his free hand. His fingers dug into my cheeks until I felt them scraping against my teeth from the outside and forced my jaw open. The candy pressed against my lips, and I could taste the cellophane dissolving. I thrashed and kicked, my heel connected with his shin. He grunted but didn't let go. I bit down on his finger and tasted blood, but he actually laughed and shoved the candy deeper into my mouth. I was choking on it. The wrapper melted on my tongue, and I could taste something bitter underneath the sugar. My legs went weak, and the alley tilted sideways.
Good girl,
he whispered.
Now we can go to the room.
I tried to spit the candy out, but my mouth wouldn't work. He started dragging me deeper into the alley, toward a white van parked at the back. My legs buckled, and I went down hard, scraping my palms raw. The van's back door was open. Inside, I could see chains bolted to the floor, a dirty mattress and plastic sheeting on the walls beside a camera on a tripod, and there were many photographs taped up, covering every surface. All of them were girls my age. All of them had the same blank, hypnotized expression. He was lifting me toward the door when something slammed into him from behind. We both went down. His grip finally loosened, and I rolled away, gasping.
Get away from her!
Dad was on top of him, fist connecting with his face over and over. His blood sprayed everywhere. The man made this inhuman whining sound. I watched my dad beat the crap out of him. The man kept apologizing, saying he thought I was someone else, and coming up with a whole lot of lies, like he didn't mean any harm. People saw us come for help. One of them called the cops while the other took hold of the man so he couldn't run away. My dad hugged me, and for the first time I saw him crying. He kept saying sorry for not believing me earlier. I hugged him too, trying to process everything that happened. Police sirens cut through the parade music. The man was arrested. At the station, they tested what was left of the candy. He had crushed sleeping pills with something else, something the detective wouldn't name but that made him go pale. They found the van, 7 sets of chains, and the photographs. They found his basement too, with more chains, cameras, and walls covered in Polaroids of young girls of my age. The detective told Dad some of it. It's been years now. Dad made me see a therapist. He did everything he could, but no matter how hard he tried, I still see it in his eyes that he blames himself. He regrets not taking earlier action, so all of these could be avoided. But I know he's my hero. He saved me that day, without wasting a second more. It was a Tuesday morning right before recess when the announcement came over the intercom. At first, I didn't process what I was hearing. The principal's voice was trembling.
Lockdown! Lockdown! All staff, lock your doors and remain in your classrooms. There's a student with a firearm in room 5.
My blood turned cold. Room 5? That's my son's class. I've been teaching at Sky High for almost a year now and never thought I'd be scared for my son's safety or mine inside the school premises. Every horrible possibility rushed through my head. I imagined him in that room, confused, terrified, maybe frozen in place. I could see my 10-year-old boy, trapped with an armed student. I couldn't contain myself anymore. I cracked the door just an inch, peering down the hallway. Students' voices were muffled behind closed doors. The only other sound was my own breathing. I knew what I was about to do was against every safety rule we'd ever been taught, but he was my son. I told one student to lock up after me so they stay safe and quietly slipped into the hall. Room 5's door was at the far end. My shoes barely touched the ground as I moved, ducking low, my hand clenched around the key ring. Suddenly, I heard an angry warning coming from room 5.
I'll pull this trigger if anyone dared to move! I'm not afraid, I swear!
My chest tightened. I reached the door and peeked through the narrow glass strip. My son, Matthew, was sitting against the far wall, tears streaking his cheeks. In the center of the room stood a taller student, holding a small black handgun. His arm trembled, but his finger was too close to the trigger. I didn't think. I just unlocked the door and stepped in.
Hey, you don't have to do this.
The boy turned his head at me so fast that I almost heard a crack from his neck. His eyes widened, with red veins popping out. He pointed the gun at me.
Get out!
I looked at Matthew and tried to calm him down.
Mama's here, Maddie. Everything's gonna be all right.
Are you deaf? I told you to leave!
I kept talking to the boy, trying my best to reason with him without intimidating him. He flinched, the gun wavering between me and the group of students huddled near the back. I kept moving, slow and deliberate, until I was close enough to put myself between him and my son.
Just give me the gun, okay? I promise no harm will come to you. We all make mistakes, and that's totally fine.
He started putting the gun down, and I took that opportunity to disarm him. My hand shot out toward the gun. Before I got a full grip, he fired. The sound of the gunshot echoed around. All the children started screaming and crying. A searing pain tore through my side, hot and blinding. I gasped, collapsing halfway to my knees. I heard my son's scream rising above the chaos. With my blurred vision, I saw the boy pinned down to the ground by 2 officers. Even in that pain, I felt relieved. The next thing I felt was Matthew's little hands pressing against the wound.
Mom! No, please don't die on me! Please!
His voice cracked, each word breaking me more than the pain.
Please talk to me. I promise I'll eat all my vegetables at dinner. I'll do all my homework before playing. I need you. Mom, please don't leave me.
I wanted to reach up and hold his face, tell him I wasn't going anywhere, but my arms felt heavy.
I'm... Okay, baby. You're safe now. That's all that matters.
Tears rolled down his cheeks, splashing onto my shirt. He yelled to the officers.
Help my mom! I already lost my dad! She's the only one I have left!
His voice was trembling in a way that cut through every ounce of my strength. The paramedics arrived in a few more seconds. They lifted me onto a stretcher. My son refused to let go of my hand until someone promised he could ride with me. As they wheeled me out of the classroom, I saw the boy, the one with the gun, face down on the floor, hands cuffed, an officer's knee in his back. His face was pale, almost blank, like he didn't fully understand what had just happened. But I didn't care. My eyes went back to my son, who was walking beside the stretcher, still holding my hand like it was the only thing tethering me to life. That day, I saw my dead husband's face in my son's eyes when he said,
"You're gonna be fine. You have to be."
The hallway blurred past us, teachers holding their classes back, wide-eyed students peeking through door windows. I could feel every heartbeat in the wound, each one stealing a little more strength. We made it outside to the waiting ambulance. The last thing I remember before the doors shut was my son climbing in after me. The bullet missed anything vital, though the doctor said another inch and I wouldn't be here to write this. My son still sleeps with the light on, and sometimes he wakes up in the middle of the night just to check that I'm still breathing. People always ask why I didn't just stay in my classroom like we're told. The truth is simple. When you're a parent, there's no staying put when your child is in danger. You'd tear down walls, face a gun, and even take a bullet if it means that they get to live another day. That's what people don't understand about these lockdown drills. For parents, every alert isn't just a safety procedure. It's the start of a nightmare where your child's life hangs in the balance. And for too many families, that nightmare ends in silence. I was one of the lucky ones. My son came home that night with his mom still alive. But so many parents never get that miracle. This is what school shootings do. They don't just take lives, they shatter them forever. Leslie and I went to Disneyland for casual fun. We rode Space Mountain 3 times in a row, ate our weight in churros, and laughed until our faces hurt. It was the first time I'd seen Leslie laugh so much for so long. It felt good seeing her laugh. Our day was going great until we spotted this weird man outside Sleeping Beauty's castle. He was dressed as Judge Claude Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. The costume was perfect, down to the layered robe, the heavy hat, and even the little details embroidered on his sleeves. But what struck me most wasn't the costume, it was his creepy expressions. He continuously licked his lips. His eyes looked hollow and sunken, like he hadn't slept in weeks. And every few seconds he smiled at random girls for no reason. Leslie and I were walking past him when he spoke to her. "You should be careful. Beauty is a dangerous gift, especially when wicked men desire it." I laughed. Man, that's creepy as hell, but I have to say, solid impression. Leslie laughed too, nervously, but the guy didn't blink, just watched her for a beat too long before turning and disappearing into the crowd. I didn't think much of it then, just another hardcore Disney cosplayer. But with time passing, we kept seeing him. At first, I thought it was just coincidence. He was standing near the entrance to the Haunted Mansion when we got in line, then again at Pirates of the Caribbean a few rows back. I pointed him out jokingly. "Your biggest fan's still following us?" Leslie didn't laugh this time. She just looked over her shoulder and said,
What a creep.
And she was right. He wasn't looking around or checking his phone or doing anything normal. He was watching her. Even when we changed areas of the park, he somehow reappeared, always a few paces away. "Let's just go to another section," I said, trying to sound calm. Maybe he's just weird, not dangerous. After the Splash Mountain ride, Leslie wanted to change. Her shirt was soaked. She went into the women's restroom by the gift shop, while I waited outside scrolling through my phone, almost forgetting about the guy dressed as Judge Frollo. Suddenly, I heard Leslie scream from the washroom. It echoed, sharp enough to make people nearby look up. Seconds later, Leslie burst out of the restroom, pale, shaking, still in her soaked clothes.
He was inside. He was inside, watching me, smiling.
She screamed. I dropped my phone. What?
I saw his face in the mirror, right behind me. He said something, but I couldn't. He was smiling.
I went right in and found the guy standing in the girls' washroom with that same sick smile plastered on his face. I tackled him to the ground, punching and shouting obscenities at him. Blood splattered across his chin, but he didn't fight back. He just laughed, lying there getting the beating. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was deep and guttural, like the sound of a church organ vibrating under the earth. The more I hit him, the louder he laughed. People were screaming now, security rushing over, trying to pull me away. I remember one guard yelling at me to stop saying the man's bleeding, but the man felt no pain. He was smiling through the blood, his teeth red, his voice steady even as they dragged him outside. He looked at Leslie, not me, and said, "You can't hide your beauty, my dear, not from eyes that see through skin." And then he laughed again as they pulled him away. That sound still plays in my head, not like human laughter, but something echoing, like it came from a hollow place far deeper than his chest. They took him away. Security assured us the man would be banned from the park and handed over to the police. But even then, I noticed the confusion on their faces. Because when they checked his ID, or tried to, there was nothing. No wallet, no phone, not even a ticket. He shouldn't have been there at all. We stayed until closing, sitting on a bench near Main Street, too shaken to move. The fireworks went off, and for a second, the entire sky was glowing. Everyone around us was cheering, filming, and enjoying. But all I could hear was Leslie sobbing. She leaned her head on my shoulder, trembling.
He wasn't normal.
She whispered.
I felt it when he looked at me. Like He knew things. Like he'd done this before.
I didn't know what to say. A week later, Leslie and I were back home. We avoided talking about Disneyland. It felt cursed now, like that place had shown us something rotten hiding beneath all the smiles and fireworks. I was flipping through the channels when Leslie suddenly gasped.
Jamie, turn back!
We saw that man again. That same face. The man dressed as Judge Frollo, only this time without the costume. His mugshot filled the TV screen. Pale, tired, but unmistakably him. The news anchor's voice was calm but cold.
Authorities have identified the man arrested at Disneyland last week as Richard Hale, 43, a repeat offender known for stalking women in public spaces, such as amusement parks, restaurants, and shopping malls. Police say Hale often posed as characters or staff to blend into crowds before following victims into secluded areas.
Leslie covered her mouth, whispering,
"Oh my God."
The report went on. Detectives had searched his apartment and found hundreds of printed photographs. Women at Disneyland, shopping centers, and cafes, all taken without their knowledge. Each photo had disturbing captions written beneath in red ink.
Hale reportedly told investigators he admired Judge Claude Frollo, claiming he was misunderstood. In his own words, why should there only be fans of Disney princesses? Why not Disney villains?
The room went silent. Leslie started crying softly, and all I could do was hold her hand, staring at the TV. The reporter moved on to another story, but I couldn't stop replaying that sick laughter in my head, that guttural, inhuman sound. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't a demon. He was something worse. He was real. Getting married to the person you love is such a heartwarming feeling, and I was genuinely looking forward to it. Along with a fun wedding, my bros planned a bachelor party for me a few days before the wedding. It was supposed to be a guys' weekend. Daniel, my best man, and my fiance's older brother was the one who planned it. He rented this cabin in the mountains. The party was very homey, nothing wild or ecstatic, just booze, poker, and lots of barbecue. He said we all needed one last blowout before I surrender myself to his sister for life. It started off perfect, just the three of us, me, Daniel, and Ryan. The fireplace crackled with the sound of wood burning. Country jazz, accompanied by the sound of whiskey pouring in the glasses, set the mood right away. I was surrounded by my best friends and about to marry the love of my life. Life felt wonderful. We were enjoying ourselves for quite some time when we heard a car pull over outside. It was past midnight and no more guests were supposed to arrive. I looked at Daniel with a confused face. Daniel, too, looked at me and asked, "You invited someone else?" I shook my head. No one knows we're here. After a few seconds of silence, there was a knock on the front door. Ryan opened the door and I sprang up from the sofa in disbelief. It was Vanessa. Not even in my wildest dreams did I expect to see my ex at my bachelor party. And what shocked me more is, how did she find us?
Surprise!
She said, swaying slightly with half a bottle of wine in her hand.
Did you miss me?
Vanessa looked like she hadn't slept in days. Hair messy, lipstick smeared, dark circles around her eyes. Even her eyeballs appeared too big. I hadn't seen her in over 2 years, not since she showed up drunk at my apartment, screaming that I was the one who ruined her life. "Vanessa? What the hell are you doing here?" I asked.
I came to celebrate.
She said, brushing past Ryan.
Can't let the love of my life get married without a proper goodbye.
Daniel moved toward her. "You need to leave, now." Vanessa turned slowly and smiled at him.
Aw, big brother Daniel, always playing the hero. Tell me, do you really think he's the right guy for your sister?
I stood up. All right, that's enough. But she didn't leave. She started bringing up things no one should have known. Things I told her years ago in confidence. My first panic attack, my father's drinking. Stuff I never even told my fiancé. And every time someone told her to go, she just ignored them. When I tried to get her to leave, she started breaking glasses and kicking furniture.
I'm not leaving.
She hissed.
You all think this is some fairy tale ending? That he can just walk away from me and play house with little Miss Perfect?
Daniel stepped in front of her. If you don't want to walk out of here right now, I'm calling the cops. She stared at him for a long second. Then she whispered,
If I kill the bride's brother, the wedding never happens.
She ran to the kitchen. There was only a second of silence before we heard the drawer yank open. She grabbed the biggest kitchen knife I've ever seen. Jesus Christ, somebody stop her! Ryan screamed. Vanessa, stop! I shouted, but she didn't even look at me. She locked eyes with Daniel and charged. I don't know what came over me. I moved without thinking. I threw myself between them. We collided hard. The knife flashed between us. I grabbed her wrists and tried to wrestle it away. The events that followed occurred too quickly for me to intervene. The knife turned in her hands, and accidentally she got stabbed amidst the quarrel. She gasped just once and fell backward. The knife dug into her flesh. Her lips moved like she wanted to say something, but nothing came except blood. Ryan backed into the wall. Oh my God! Oh my God! No one spoke. No one breathed. She was gone in seconds. We all stood there, frozen, until Daniel said, You didn't mean to. You were protecting me. We can't let this situation ruin your life. I stared at him. What are you saying? Do I really need to spell it out? No one knows we're here. There's woods around us. Let's bury her. Ryan and I exchanged terrified glances, and then we agreed. We wrapped Vanessa in a bedsheet and took her out behind the cabin in the woods. It took us an hour to dig the hole deep enough. Another is to clean the blood. No one spoke. We just worked like machines. By morning, it was like she'd never existed. We drove home in silence. That was 5 days ago. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to marry Emily. I woke up in a hotel room filled with sunshine, wedding day nerves, and the scent of expensive cologne. My tux is hanging by the closet. Guests are downstairs. Everyone's smiling. No one knows what we did. Until I found the envelope. It was slipped under the door. It had no name or address. I opened it. Inside was a crumpled, torn piece of paper. A single sentence was written in shaky red smears. Don't marry her. I checked the hallway, the guest lounge, but Vanessa's nowhere. I called Daniel. He said someone's pranking me into sleep on it, but I can't. It's not the words that are keeping me awake. It's not even the handwriting. It's the stain. I know blood when I see it. I saw enough of it to soak into the cabin floor. And the handwriting? It looks like hers. I don't know what to think. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't. But that note, it felt cold in my hands. Too cold. I kept looking at it. 3 words. Don't marry her. What does it mean? That something worse is coming? Or that I'm marrying the wrong girl? Chris and I had been doing graveyard shifts long enough to establish our rhythm, but that night felt off from the start. The first time the black sedan showed up, the clock had struck 12:30. I watched it circle the lot rather slowly and disappear, leaving dust and dread behind. It returned at 1:10, and then again at 1:45, repeating the same slow loop. I tried peeping inside, but the windows were too dark. When I told Chris about it, he shrugged and said, Maybe they were lost. It is a highway, Maya. We went back to work, but I couldn't shake off the unease that something bad was about to happen. And it did, at around 2 a.m. I was scrubbing the counter when I heard car doors slam. I looked up to find 2 guys in black hoodies approaching us. Something about the way they moved made my heart clench. Before I could alert Chris, they kicked the door open.
Make a sound and it'll be your last,
one of them shouted, pulling out the weapon from under his hoodie. It was a crowbar, gripped like he'd used it before. His friend pulled out a hunting knife.
Register!
Now! He snapped, making me jump. I tried to open the register, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Chris came out of the kitchen and immediately paled. "Easy," he said, putting his hands up. "Just take whatever you want." The knife guy jumped over the counter and shoved me aside. I stumbled and landed at Chris's feet, while the robber took the cash and growled as if disappointed. $343? Where's the rest? He demanded, eyes darting all around. Tell me or I start cutting!
That's all we've got. Please, we don't.
I choked. He retorted with a smack across the face so hard it made my ear ring. Lie again and see what happens, he hissed. Chris tried to step in, but the crowbar guy wouldn't let him. The swing landed hard in his ribs, making him drop to his knees. Before he could recover, the robbers started herding us both into the back office. They kept demanding money, hurling profanities and kicks. When they still couldn't find anything, the guy with the knife snapped. But before he could reach out to me, Chris pulled me up and shoved me back into the walk-in freezer. He slammed the door before I could react.
Chris!
I threw myself against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Through the small window in the steel, I watched everything fall apart. Chris was already bleeding from the ribs, yet he positioned himself between the robbers and the freezer. He kept shouting at them to back off, to leave us alone. They didn't listen. The crowbar guy kicked him in the face, making his nose just explode. Still, he wouldn't release his grip. I don't remember ever feeling so helpless and scared before. When they finally kicked Chris hard enough in the temple, his hands went slack, and I froze. I stared in horror as the knife guy pulled free and started toward the freezer. Chris launched himself off the floor and tackled him down right in front of my window. He was on top, trying to pin the guy, blood all over his face and dripping onto the man beneath him. That's when the crowbar guy brought it down on the back of Chris's head. My best friend went limp. The knife guy shoved him off, allowed him to roll onto his back before he drove the blade into the stomach. The scream tore through the room. It was wet and broken and full of pain. The guy pulled the knife out and stabbed him again. Chris's body jerked, and he made this choking noise. The third time the blade went in, Chris didn't make any sound at all. His hand just reached up, as if he was trying to hold on to something. Blood was spreading across the floor so fast I couldn't process it. The two guys realized what they'd done and bolted in panic. Chris was lying on his back. His arms were spread out, and there were 3 holes in his torso. Blood was pumping out with every heartbeat. His mouth kept opening and closing, but only more blood came out. He was trying to breathe, but couldn't get air. He turned his head toward the freezer. His hands started moving across the floor, and it left a trail of blood as it went. He pressed his palm flat against the door, right where mine was on the other side. 6 inches of steel between us, and I couldn't reach him. I watched his lips move. I couldn't hear him through the door, but I knew what he was saying. Safe. Then, his hands started sliding down slowly. It left a long red streak on the white door. His eyes were still open, still pointed in my direction, but he wasn't seeing anything anymore. What I remember most is the cold, how it crept into my bones and stayed there, how I screamed until my voice was completely gone, how Chris's blood looked almost black under the bright lights instead of red like it should have been. I don't remember who found us or called the police, but I do remember how hard I begged the paramedics to save my friend. They tried for 18 minutes, but 3 stab wounds and massive internal bleeding weren't something they could undo. Eventually, Chris lost the fight. Police caught the punks 6 hours later at a motel 2 towns over. They still had the knife and $347 in cash. That was the price of my best friend's life. It's been 9 months, and I'm still not over it. I don't think I'll ever be. Sometimes, late at night, I feel that freezer cold again. I see Chris's hands sliding down the door, leaving that red streak behind. I still get the chills when I think about that day. It was supposed to be magical, a perfect Saturday trip to Disneyland for my daughter, Macy. She'd been talking about it for months. She was 9, and at that age, everything still feels big and possible. She'd saved her allowance to buy a pair of Minnie Mouse ears. At morning, she was wearing them proudly in the back seat, singing along to the Frozen soundtrack while I drove down the 5 toward Anaheim. It was early, maybe a little after 7. The sky was soft and gold, traffic light. I remember thinking how good it felt to give her something normal, something joyful. We were on the road for quite a while and everything was usual. Suddenly, I noticed this woman on the bend of the road ahead. At first, she just looked like a performer, someone walking to an event maybe. A woman dressed in a Minnie Mouse costume, standing by the side of the road, waving both arms like she needed help. But as we got closer, I saw her more clearly. Her costume was filthy and torn. She didn't wear a mask, instead wore this Minnie ears and had weird makeup on her face. Her smile was way too big than her face. I slowed a little. Macy pointed through the glass.
Mom, Minnie's lost.
The woman stepped closer, dragging one foot slightly, a red polka dot dress stained with mud. Her voice came out flat when I rolled down the window an inch.
Going to Disneyland?
She said.
Can you take me?
I forced a small smile.
I'm sorry. We're in a hurry. I can't.
Before I could finish, the back door yanked open. I realized what a grave mistake I made by forgetting to lock it. The woman slid in beside Macy. The smell of her sweat filled the car air. I turned to yell, but she already had a knife pressed against Macy's throat.
Drive left at the dirt road.
My hands went cold on the steering wheel. Macy started crying. She whispered,
Mommy.
And it nearly broke me.
Please don't hurt her. I said left.
There was a dirt road, maybe half a mile ahead, one I'd never noticed before. I turned onto it, tires crunching over gravel and roots. The highway disappeared behind us. We were surrounded by trees, tall and still. Macy's cry grew louder. She looked at me with these terrified eyes, and I wanted so badly to tell her everything would be okay, but I didn't know if that was true.
It's okay, baby. Mommy's right here. Keep your eyes on the road, Mommy.
The woman's hand trembled slightly as she held the knife. She was breathing heavily, almost wheezing. We drove deeper into the woods until I saw this. A rotting cottage leaning to one side, covered in vines. The woman pointed.
There. Minnie's house. You'll both love it. It's magical.
I pulled up and parked. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. She got out slowly, still gripping the knife. For a second, she turned toward the house, as if checking something. It was my only chance.
Macy, stay down!
I screamed and slammed my foot on the gas. The car lurched forward. The woman's arm hit the door as it swung open, and she stumbled backward. I didn't look. I just drove. She started hurling rocks at my car. One smashed the rear window. Macy screamed in fear, but I kept my calm. I had to. I just kept driving. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely keep the car straight. We hit the main road again, tires screeching, and I didn't stop until I saw the other cars, real people around us. I pulled over near a gas station, jumped out, and ran to the back seat. Macy was curled up, crying hysterically, with glass in her hair, but thankfully not hurt. I grabbed her and just held her. She was trembling, gasping for air between sobs.
Mommy, I don't like Minnie anymore.
That broke me. I couldn't say anything, just held her tighter. The police came about 20 minutes later. They took our statements and searched the area, but they didn't find the woman. They said maybe it was a vagrant, someone high, unstable. But when I told them about the costume, about how she seemed to know that hidden dirt road, they just looked at each other and said nothing. That night, Macy wouldn't sleep in her room. She kept saying she saw Minnie outside the window. Every sound made her flinch. I slept next to her for weeks after that. A few days later, out of morbid curiosity, I drove past that stretch of highway again, in the daylight. I wanted to see if maybe I'd imagined it, but when I reached that spot where I'd first seen her, something caught my eye. A pair of red Minnie Mouse ears lay in the dirt near the shoulder, half buried in dust. The same kind Macy had been wearing that morning. She still had hers, which meant these weren't hers. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. To this day, I don't know who that woman was or what would have happened if I didn't drive away. But sometimes, when I drive at night and see someone on the side of the road, my body freezes up. I think about that voice, that flat, emotionless voice saying, "Going to Disneyland?" Macy's older now. We still haven't gone back to Disneyland. She doesn't even want to. She says it's not magical anymore. And honestly, I get it. Because for me, that stretch of highway, that one lined with bright billboards and palm trees, will never feel like the road to Disneyland again. It feels like the road we almost died on. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away. Just us, no phones, no stress. Only snow, mountains, and silence. By the time we finally pulled up, dusk had already settled in. The cabin stood at the edge of a dense pine forest, surrounded by snow that swallowed sound. Mr. Harlow, the caretaker, was waiting on the porch. He looked like he'd been sitting there for a long time, hunched in a wooden armchair, thick coat buttoned to his throat. His face was leathery and pale, his gray hair slicked back. "Evening," he muttered. His voice had that flat, emotionless tone people get after too many winters alone. He didn't shake hands, just nodded toward the door. "Keys are inside. Heat's on. Pipes can be fussy, but you'll manage." Then he motioned for Mark to follow him inside to show how the heater worked. I lingered on the porch, breathing in the cold air and staring out at the tree line. As I was soaking in the view, I saw this young boy, maybe 10 years old, standing about 50 feet away in the snow. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring directly at the cabin, at me. His hair was messy and too long, and even from that distance, I could tell his face looked pale. I gave a small wave. After a moment, he lifted one hand and waved back. I was thinking of walking towards him when Mr. Harlow's voice exploded behind me. "Hey, you! Get lost!" I flinched. The boy turned and ran, his feet kicking up snow as he disappeared between the trees. I spun around, startled. Harlow's eyes followed the boy's path into the woods, his jaw tightening. "That kid's a thief. Comes around here to try and steal food from the basement storage. Don't let him near this place. You hear me?" His tone was sharp, almost threatening. Before I could ask anything else, he stomped down the steps and drove away in his truck. That night, the cabin felt emptier without his presence outside. The wind moaned through the cracks in the wood. Mark made soup while I unpacked. We tried to relax, but I couldn't shake the image of that boy. Thin jacket, bare hands, staring through the snow. It was around 9 p.m. when I looked out the window again, and he was back. His arms were wrapped around himself, and his lips looked blue.
Mark, he's back.
I whispered. Mark came over and squinted through the glass. Jesus, he must be freezing. Maybe we can give him some food and tell him to go home. Before we could decide, a faint, high-pitched sobbing took over the silence. Strangely, it sounded around the house, moving, circling, echoing through the walls, like a child crying softly, sometimes close, sometimes distant. We both froze. Then, as suddenly as it started, the crying stopped. Mark took the flashlight and ventured out to look for answers. After 5 minutes, I heard Mark calling out my name loudly. I bolted for the basement as his voice came from there. When I reached it, Mark was already half inside, and huddled near a stack of crates was that boy. He looked terrified. Dirt streaked his face, and his clothes were soaked from snow. In his trembling hands, he held a half-eaten loaf of bread from one of the pantry boxes. Mark lowered his voice. Hey, it's okay. We're not mad. Are you hungry?" The boy didn't answer. His eyes darted to the door, like he was expecting someone to come bursting in.
It's all right.
I said softly, stepping closer. His lip quivered. Tears filled his eyes. Then, in a trembling voice, he whispered,
Are you gonna tell Mr. Harlow I came here?
Before we could reply, he crawled forward and grabbed Mark's leg, sobbing.
Please don't tell him.
He begged, his voice cracking.
Please, if you tell, he'll never let my sister out.
I froze.
Your sister?
The boy nodded violently.
He's got her locked in a room down here. She's been there for days. He said she stole from him.
Mark and I exchanged a horrified glance. Show us, Mark said. The boy led us down a narrow hallway at the back of the basement, behind shelves and broken boxes. There was a small space in the corner. I could smell dampness, rot, and urine right away. Inside, we found this little girl, maybe 7 years old, curled on the floor in a filthy blanket. Her skin was pale and bruised, lips cracked, eyes half open. She looked too weak to even lift her head.
Oh my God!
I gasped, kneeling beside her. Her skin was ice cold.
She hasn't eaten.
The boy whispered, crying.
He brings food sometimes, but he didn't come for 2 days.
Mark dialed 911 with shaking hands. His voice broke as he tried to explain what we'd found. We wrapped the girl in coats and blankets and stayed by her until headlights finally cut through the trees. Mr. Harlow was arrested that night at his house down the valley. According to the reports, the boy and girl lived in a hut in the woods. Their ailing mother died days back, and for food they often came to Harlow. Instead of helping these poor kids, Harlow made them do all the chores of the cabin for free. He sometimes gave them food and other times made them starve. When one night they couldn't tolerate the hunger anymore, the little girl snuck in to get some bread when Harlow locked her in that basement. It puts me in a rage to think a human could be this cruel to children. We went to visit the kids in the hospital. The little girl smiled so big the moment she saw me. The boy hugged my husband and started crying. It's been only a year since we got married and we had no plans to have kids soon. But seeing these two, we could barely turn our back at them. Tomorrow, we are filing for adoption. I'm not letting this kid beg for food or love for the rest of their lives. And for people like Harlow, I hope he rots in jail. I found the old 8mm camera buried in the back corner of Murphy's Thrift, under a pile of moldy magazines. The price tag read $20. It had a film reel was tucked inside it with a piece of masking tape across it. Do not watch, it read. As an aspiring filmmaker, I couldn't resist the temptation of forbidden footage. The old guy at the register barely looked up when I bought it. Back in my apartment, I set up my small darkroom. I'd been developing films since high school, so the process was routine. Load the reel, mix the chemicals, and wait for the magic to unfold. When it was ready, I projected the footage on my bedroom wall. Initially, it was innocent stuff. Some Halloween night back in the early 90s, based on the quality and the costumes. A father was filming his 2 kids dressed as a vampire and a witch, probably 8 and 10 years old. The mother was handing out candy to trick-or-treaters at the front door. But after the last trick-or-treater left, something shifted. The kids disappeared from the frame, while the mother closed the door and locked it with 3 different deadbolts. "Are we ready?" The father hooted.
Yeah!
The children cheered.
I got the rope like you taught me, Daddy.
The boy jumped enthusiastically. As the camera followed them down into a basement, the image got grainier. I could still make out a workbench, some tools hanging on the wall, and in the corner, a woman. She was bound to a chair, gagged. Her eyes were wide with terror, and cheeks were wet with tears. "Now remember what we practiced," the father said, still filming. The camera shook slightly, like he was excited. "Mommy will hold Aunt Sarah still while you and your sister take turns, okay?" Turns? I was horrified. I wanted to turn it off, but I was frozen. The mother walked into frame, smiling like she was about to serve dinner. She placed her hands gently on the woman's shoulders, while the kids came closer, carrying something I couldn't quite make out. The woman's muffled screams grew louder as the footage became more and more chaotic. The camera shook violently. Still, I caught flashes of open wounds and blood, and the sound of the lady choking on pure terror. Then, a sound of a chainsaw rumbled, and everything cut to black. I sat frozen in my dark apartment, heart pounding, staring at the blank wall. I just watched a real snuff film. This family had tortured, maybe even killed that woman, and they filmed it like it was nothing. I was still trying to process what I'd seen when I got a call from an unknown number.
Is this Leo?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Murphy from the thrift store. Listen, that camera you bought wasn't supposed to be sold. The owner came back looking for it. Said his father's belongings got mixed up by accident.
My blood went cold. What did you tell him?
Had to give him your address and number from the receipt. He's on the way to pick it up from you.
The line went dead. I stared at my phone as panic crawled in my chest. Before I could even blink, my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole and saw a man in his early 40s of average height, with thinning hair, restlessly tapping his toes. He was the kind of guy you'd pass without noticing. But when he looked up at the door, I nearly whimpered. Those were the same eyes from the film, older now, but with the same cold intensity I'd seen in the footage. He was the little boy from that footage.
Leo?
He called through the door.
I can hear you. I'm David Hutchinson. I think you have something that belongs to my family.
My hands shook as I backed away from the door. I don't know what you're talking about.
My father's old 8mm camera from the thrift.
I already threw it away. I lied. There was a long pause.
And what about the film?
My heart stopped. He let out a low chuckle.
You watched it, didn't you?
Then, there was full-blown laughter along with unmistakable metallic scraping against the door. He was working on the lock. What do you want? I asked, already dialing 911 with shaking fingers.
The film, obviously. And to make sure you understand the importance of keeping family secrets.
The lock clicked open. David stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The call had connected. I could hear the operator's voice, but I couldn't state my emergency. My wide eyes were pinned on the filleting knife in his hand.
You know, Dad's been dying for months,
he said, looking around my apartment.
But when I told him someone has our home movies, he perked right up.
The police
won't find anything. We learned a long time ago how to clean up properly and leave before they arrive.
He took a step closer. I bolted toward the fire escape, but David was faster than he looked. He grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. The knife flashed toward my face. I ducked, throwing my entire weight into his midsection. We both crashed into my coffee table. David's head hit the corner with a sickening crack, and for a moment he was stunned. I didn't wait to see if I'd killed him. I grabbed the film reel and ran for the door, taking the stairs 3 at a time. The cops arrived 20 minutes later, having traced my number. They found David lying unconscious in his own pool of blood. The knife was still in his hand. He woke up 2 days later, but he never talked, just kept smiling whenever they questioned him. The film was enough evidence to reopen several cold cases from the 90s. He succumbed to his injury in the county lockup some months later. I didn't follow up on his case or what happened to that woman because I had enough traumas already. I don't film anything anymore. Can't even look at a camera without seeing that woman's terrified eyes. I was 17 that November, working the closing shift at the McDonald's on Granville Street in Vancouver. It was a Friday, almost 11:30, and the rain was coming down in sheets. My coworker, Arya, was mopping near the bathrooms while I wiped down the tables, both of us watching the clock. 30 more minutes and we could lock up. That's when a man walked in. At first, he looked like just another late-night customer, drenched from head to toe, maybe a bit high, I'd presume from the way he stood inside the doorway staring right at me. His clothes, a dark hoodie and faded jeans, were soaked through and clung to his frame. But what caught my attention was what he held in his hand. It was a handmade doll, maybe a foot tall, with button eyes and brown yarn hair pulled back into a messy ponytail. It had a tiny McDonald's uniform on.
Can I help you?
I managed a tight smile. My eyes kept flickering to the hideous toy. He didn't answer right away, just kept staring with these pale, watery eyes that didn't blink. Then, slowly, his lips curved into a smile that made my stomach drop. "You're even prettier in person." The way he said it sounded less like a compliment and more like confirmation of a fact he already knew. Arya looked up from her mopping.
You ordering something or what?
He ignored her completely. "I love watching you, Anna." He took a step closer, water squelching in his shoes. "You always tie your hair back the same way, always wipe the tables starting from the left. You're so simple and predictable. It's so cute." My heart stopped. He knew my name and my schedule.
Who are you?
The words came out shakier than I wanted. His smile got wilder. "I brought you something." He held up the doll, and I saw it clearly now. The yarn hair was the exact shade and length as mine. The button eyes were as hazel as mine are. Around its neck was a tiny paper name tag with Anna written in slanted handwriting. "I made her myself," he beamed. "Took me 3 months to get the details right. The freckles were the hardest part." He turned the doll's face toward me, and I saw 3 tiny brown dots stitched across its fabric nose.
Arya, get Dave.
I choked. "Arya ain't moving anywhere. Or you." He chuckled as he reached into his hoodie pocket and pulled the knife out. The blade caught the fluorescent light. My heart started pounding in my chest as I watched him press the knife against the doll's stomach. "Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this?" His voice cracked. "All those nights I stood out East Hastings, 3rd floor, corner unit. You really ought to lock that bedroom window better, baby." My legs almost gave out.
Dave?
Arya screamed, backing toward the kitchen. "I need you to understand something, Anna." The blade pressed harder against the doll's fabric stomach. "You belong to me. From the first time I saw you 6 months ago, I knew. And if I can't have you..." He looked down at the doll and plunged the knife in. The fabric split open with a wet, tearing sound. Instead of stuffing, the doll was filled with blood-soaked sponges, raw meat, and tubes of red gel. When he ripped the knife upward, it all came spilling out. Thick, dark liquid with chunks of red tissue poured onto his hands before it splattered onto the white tile. The smell of iron and rot hit me immediately. I wanted to throw up. "See?" he said, laughing, squeezing the doll until the mess inside burst out in chunks. "How easy it is!" He stabbed it again and again. Each thrust sent more red splattering across the floor and his clothes. The wet meat inside made 6 squelching noises as the knife went in and out. "This is what happens to girls who don't listen and ignore someone who loves them." I stared in horror as he grabbed the doll's head and twisted until it came off. More blood and tissue spilled, running down his arms. He held up the severed head, those button eyes still staring, and brought it close to his face. "My Anna," he whispered, smooching it. Dave burst through the kitchen door with Arya behind him. "What the..." The man spun around, knife still in one hand, the doll's head in the other, red syrup dripping everywhere. For a second, nobody moved. Then, Sirens started wailing outside, getting closer, and his face twisted.
They're gonna take me away from you,
he choked out, backing toward the door.
but they can't keep me away.
He clutched the doll's head to his chest, smearing red across his hoodie. Police came through the doors as he reached them. He didn't resist. Instead, he stayed still there in the rain. As they cuffed him, he mouthed something. I couldn't hear it over the chaos, but could read with my eyes closed.
You're mine, Anna. You're mine.
The cops revealed I was being stalked by this man for last 1 month. He secretly watched me during my shifts, maybe even followed me home at night. His name was Marcus Hendry. He was schizophrenic, off his medication, and had no family. That was 10 months ago. I moved to a different city, changed my digits, and dyed my hair blonde. I took up a simple gig at a bookstore where I never had to work nights. But some nights, I wake up at 3 a.m., convinced I hear breathing outside my window, convinced I see someone standing across the street in the shadows. The worst part is knowing he's still out there in a cell somewhere, counting down the days, still thinking and planning, because distances, walls, and bars do nothing to people like Marcus. They don't forget, and they know how to wait beyond forever. I'm a graphic designer living in Brooklyn now, but I grew up upstate near the Catskills. My dad still lives there, and I try to visit him at least once a month. The night it happened, I'd been driving back from one of those visits when my engine died on a back road I'd taken to avoid highway traffic. To make things worse, a blizzard was coming down so hard I could barely see 10 feet ahead of me. I sat there for 20 minutes, trying to get my phone's signal back as snow piled up on the windshield and the cold seeped in. The heat was gone, and my hands were going numb when I spotted this faint yellow light through the trees. I grabbed my phone for a flashlight and stepped into the storm. The wind nearly knocked me over, but I stumbled toward the light, praying it was someone who could help. Up close, I saw this old 3-story building with the huge signboard, Mercy Hills Care Facility. I knocked a little too loud on the front door. After what felt like forever, it creaked open, and a woman with dark hair peered out.
Hi, I'm Lana. My car broke down. Can I use your phone?
She looked me over slowly, then opened the door wider.
Of course. Come in. I'm Sophia, the night supervisor.
The inside was warm, but smelled like a hospital. The lights kept flickering, and somewhere down the hall, a TV hissed with static.
Phone lines are down, but you can stay until morning. Let me get you some tea.
Sophia said, leading me to a small office. I rubbed my hands together, trying to get feeling back, while Sophia disappeared and returned with tea in a chipped mug.
Drink. You must be freezing.
The tea tasted too sweet with a bitter aftertaste, but I drank it anyway.
I need to check on the residents. Don't wander around.
Her footsteps faded down the hall, and the building went quiet for a full 10 minutes before a soft thump echoed from somewhere above, followed by high-pitched, breathy giggles. I didn't want to move, but sitting still felt worse, so I stood and pushed the office door open. Outside, the hallway was narrow and dim. The walls were damp, lined with numbered doors and barred windows. The care facility felt less like a home and more like a prison. But what made my stomach twist were the leather restraints hanging from metal hooks on the ceiling. The giggling started again and felt closer this time. I shrieked as an old woman jogged past in a bathrobe, barefoot. Her thin white hair hung limp as she whispered to me.
Are you the new nurse?
Her eyes were wide and glassy.
No, I'm just waiting for the storm. Oh, the last one said that too.
Her lips curled up.
She tried to run. Sophia doesn't like that.
My stomach dropped.
What? What do you mean?
But the woman's smile just widened, and she turned around and started dancing in that empty hallway. I could sense something very weird about that place.
I decided to leave. I started walking faster, looking for another exit. I could hear the soft crying, whispers, and the slow drag of fingernails on wood from behind the closed doors. One door was cracked open. I looked inside and wished I hadn't. The bed was covered in dark stains. A tray nearby had restraints, leather straps, and electroshock equipment along with other laboratory instruments.
Curious little thing, aren't you?
Sophia's voice came from directly behind me.
I should go. The storm's getting worse. And you drank the tea.
She smiled.
You'll be too drowsy to leave soon.
I spun around and tried to get away, but she grabbed my arm with impossible strength.
You are one of us now.
One by one, doors opened up, and the residents stepped out. They moved in eerie silence, with eyes that didn't blink. My head was spinning from whatever she'd slipped into that tea. They were getting closer. I twisted my head and bit down on her hand, hard. She screamed and loosened just enough. I stumbled forward, searching for a way out. I was being herded. Still, I ran. The hallway dead-ended at a door marked treatment room. Sophia screamed from behind me.
You'll be an excellent subject, Lana.
The residents were coming at me like they were in a trance, eyes all blank, but hands stretched forward to grab me. It reminded me of The Walking Dead. That's when I saw the narrow side window, half hidden by a filing cabinet. Surprisingly, it was barless. I grabbed a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall and swung. The glass exploded.
Get her!
Sophia screamed. I threw myself, feeling glass tear into my skin. I hit the snow hard and forced myself up. I ran into the white void of the blizzard. The freezing air shocked some clarity back into my drugged system. I crashed through snowdrifts, tumbling over. Behind me, I could hear their giggles echoing. I remember headlights and the crunch of tires on ice before everything went black. I was found on the snowy sidewalk by the cops. I woke up at the hospital and told them about Mercy Hills and Sophia, but hearing my words, the cops looked at each other with confusion, like they were having a difficult time believing me. I was eventually told that the whole place and its residents had burned to the ground a year back. It was an electrical fire, and amongst the ashes was Dr. Sophia Hale, a neuroscientist who lost her license 20 years ago after conducting unauthorized brain mapping on her patients. She was also a patient there, along with others who thought of her as the night supervisor. It's difficult to believe I saw ghosts of dead people, but I can't brush off the memory of that night. The weird thing was that the cops told me the window that I broke to escape from never existed. All the windows of the building are barred, and the only way out is the main road from which I entered. So, what exactly happened with me that night? It had been a week since I broke up with Raphael, my boyfriend of 7 years, when the softball hit my face at 60 miles per hour during our company's charity game. I heard the crack before I felt the pain and saw the blood. I'd lost my nose and cheekbone. The ER doctor said I needed immediate surgery. My insurance approved Dr. Valdez, a facial reconstruction specialist with great reviews. They kept saying how lucky I was to get him on such short notice. What happened after that is still a blur. I signed consent forms I barely read, nodding along to things I didn't understand. But I do remember the anesthesiologist's calm voice telling me to count backward from 10. I made it to 3 before everything went black. I didn't wake up to the usual post-surgery ache. The pain was sharp, almost alive, like something was tearing through my skull from the inside. I tried to open my eyes to scream, but I couldn't. My body was completely paralyzed, and yet I was fully awake and could feel and hear everything. Hand me the smaller scalpel and remind me what he wanted changed.
Everything.
The assistant explained.
The nose, the cheekbones, and the jawline, even the orbital bones. He sent AI-edited versions of her face and wants her to look exactly like those images.
Panic shot through every nerve. Someone had paid to replace my face without my consent. I tried to move and scream, but my body wouldn't respond. All I felt was the burn and pressure against my skin, the wet, tearing sound and warm liquid running down my cheeks.
He's very specific. Paid extra for the additional work.
Isn't this illegal, though? She didn't consent to any of this.
Her consent form has language about necessary corrections discovered during surgery. Legally, we're covered, and he paid us.
I felt desperate and helpless as I tried to move. I focused every ounce of willpower into my right hand, but nothing happened.
How much longer?
Another 2 hours, maybe 3. We are essentially rebuilding her entire facial structure.
I couldn't endure 3 more hours of feeling them cut into my face, file down my bones, and reshape me into someone's sick fantasy, and the pain kept getting worse. I could feel them working on my cheekbone, the vibration of the saw against bone. Every nerve in my face was screaming, but I couldn't make a sound. Then, my finger twitched and my hand jerked.
Her vitals are spiking, Doctor.
Well, give her more propofol.
Cold liquid hit my IV line, but I fought against it with everything I had. And somehow, my eyes flew open. The surgical lights blinded me. Through the glare, I could see Dr. Valdez's shocked face above mine, scalpel still in hand. I had a breathing tube down my throat, so I couldn't scream, but I thrashed as hard as I could.
She's awake!
His assistant grabbed my shoulders, but adrenaline was burning through the paralysis. I ripped the breathing tube from my throat, felt it scrape all the way up as I screamed. I grabbed the instrument tray and sent it flying. Metal clattered everywhere, catching the two off guard. I rolled off the table and hit the ground hard. My face was on fire. Hot blood ran hot down my neck.
Melissa, stop! You need to calm down!
I crawled toward the door. My legs kept buckling under me, but I kept moving. Somehow, I made it to the door, opened it, and fell into the hallway. 2 nurses spotted me, covered in blood, with half of my face bandaged and the other half raw and open. They started screaming.
Call security! Call the police!
I collapsed right there. My screams brought more people running. They surrounded me, trying to understand what happened, while I thrashed and pointed back at the operating room. My gown was soaked in blood. My face was half done. One side bandaged neatly, the other side raw meat and exposed bone. I tried to talk, but my jaw wasn't working right. Security had Dr. Valdez against the wall. His assistant was crying, saying something about just following orders. Someone called 911 while another surgical team rushed me to a different OR. As they sedated me, I heard Dr. Valdez shouting that I'd signed the consent forms and that this was all legal. When I woke up hours later, a cop was waiting by my bed. My face was properly bandaged now. The pain was dulled by medication. They'd done what they could to repair the damage, but the doctor's expression told me what he didn't. The cop explained how the hospital security had seized Dr. Valdez's phone and found messages from Raphael, wire transfer confirmations, and dozens of photos of mine, edited with AI filters and apps. Unlike my real self, the AI version had a sharper jawline, higher cheekbones, and an unnaturally straight nose, the kind of face you see on Snapchat. Turns out, he had hired someone to throw the softball at my face and bribed hospital staff to make sure I got assigned to Dr. Valdez. The moment I broke up with him, he'd set everything in motion. I knew he was controlling and obsessive. It was part of the reason why I broke up with him. But I never imagined he'd be this insane. The anesthesiologist said I shouldn't have been able to wake up. The number of drugs in my system should have kept me under for hours. But somehow my body metabolized it faster, or terror overrode it.
If I'd stayed unconscious for another 2 hours, the changes would have been permanent, and I would have woken up as Raphael's AI-filtered girlfriend. Raphael got 15 years. Dr. Veldaz got 20. I spent 6 months in corrective surgeries, trying to fix the mess. My face will never look exactly like it did, but it's mine. The worst part isn't the scars or even the trauma. It's that for 2 hours, I was awake but couldn't move, while someone tried to erase my identity because being human and real was too much for him. And there are so many of them out there, alive and waiting.
I've done a lot of dumb things for our YouTube channel, but the night Leah and I explored the local elementary school, we had no idea how our lives were going to change. The school sits in the middle of nowhere. No paved roads, no power lines, just thick woods and silence. It's been abandoned since the fire in '78, when a lockdown drill turned into a nightmare. Most of the kids got out, but a few didn't. Neither did one of the teachers. Locals believed the place is haunted, hence we had to check it out. It took us an hour to hike there, following an overgrown path. The moon barely lit the clearing where the school sat, its windows shattered, brick walls charred black. The moment we stepped inside, our flashlight beams cut through clouds of dust. The air was stale and cold. I began filming. Leah explained the surroundings for our viewers. We were going inside the classrooms in the hallway. The floors were warped, and lockers melted into strange shapes. There were small handprints all over the walls, which the locals say belonged to those children, but I was sure those were just made by raccoons. You see, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, and neither is my girlfriend Leah, and that's why we try to prove to our audience by exploring haunted locations. So far, everything was going well, when suddenly Leah asked,
Did you hear that?
I chuckled, replying, We agreed not to lie to our viewers, Leah. Also, you might need to take some acting classes. She punched me in the arm and whispered,
I heard something from that room.
Leah glanced at me nervously and pushed the door open and went in. But before I could take a step in, the door slammed shut on my face.
Leah!
I yelled, shoving the door. It was like someone was holding it shut from the other side. From inside, I could hear Leah scream.
Oh my god, what's happening?
I was about to break the door down when I heard children crying inside. Drops of sweat rolled down my spine. Is this place really haunted? Leah's screams were getting louder. I slammed my shoulder against the door until it flew open. The lock gave way and I almost tripped onto the dusty floor inside the classroom. The air stank of smoke so strong it burned my throat. Leah was standing in the corner, pale and shaking. What did you see? What happened in here?
I only saw clouds of smoke and heard kids crying in pain. Oh my god, it was horrible. Let's just get out of here.
We didn't talk much after that, just kept moving, trying to shake off the feeling. That's when my flashlight beam caught something at the far end of the hall. A woman was standing there. The moonlight from the window illuminated her tangled gray hair and slouched shoulders. One side of her face was smooth and pale. The other was mutilated and scrunched. Her clothes were filthy, and she just stared at us. Leah whispered slowly, clutching my shirt.
You do see her, right?
I nodded my head. The woman suddenly backed away and disappeared into the darkness. With a shaking voice, I told Leah that it's better to get the hell out of this place. Just then, we heard a spine-chilling scream, and no doubt it was that same woman. We bolted down the hallway. The lockers started slamming shut on either side of us without anyone touching them. The cry of children again rose from the dusty, forgotten classrooms.
We shouldn't have come here. There's something very wrong with this place.
When we were almost close to the exit, that same woman came running from the adjacent hallway on our right and blocked our way. I don't know how she got there so fast before us. As I noticed her hand, I feared for our safety. She was grabbing tightly to a rusted crowbar. We froze. My heart was hammering so hard it hurt. Leah was about to cry. A woman stepped closer. A weird smile stretched across her face.
You can't lock them in again. I won't let you.
What? No, we're not here.
They were just little ones. My boy, Tommy. He was only 12. I watched him perish into the smoke. I watched him melt into the fire.
She raised her crowbar, looking at us with blank eyes.
I heard him scream. I couldn't get to him. The fire was too fast. By the time they opened the door, he was gone. All of them are gone. And you're here to trap more children. They cry every night. I won't let you do it.
I understood the truth from her words. She's a mother who lost her child, and that trauma never heals. I tried comforting her while Leah called 911. I assured her that we're not here to hurt anyone, and we want to help her. She blinked, like she wasn't sure if she believed me. Then, her face twisted, grief curdling into rage.
You're lying!
She screamed, rushing forward with the crowbar raised. Leah screamed, fearing she might hurt me, but the woman was too weak. I grabbed her arm and took the crowbar away. We waited with her until the cops came and made sure that the woman was taken for medical evaluation. Later, I looked up the fire. There really was a boy named Tommy on the list of victims. His mother's name wasn't mentioned anywhere. I guess no one ever cared what happened to her. But I know. It's saddening to think that for so long that poor woman lived in those blackened halls, convinced she was protecting the children she couldn't save. I just hope she got the help she needed. Even though we got many questions answered, still one remains a mystery to this day. Leah and I both heard the children crying, but saw no one. Did you hallucinate? Or is there really something called spirits? What do you think? After dating for 8 months, my girlfriend Ursula asked me to meet her family at Thanksgiving. The drive took 3 hours through the mountains. Throughout, Ursula kept checking her phone and biting her nails. Are you nervous? I chuckled.
What? No. I'm just meeting them after a long time, that's all.
Before I could grill her, we pulled up beside this massive Victorian house, sitting alone in the valley. Our father greeted us at the door, wearing a black suit.
Dad, this is Gary.
Ursula said. He shook my hand tight enough to hurt. Welcome. His voice was deeper than I expected. But his wife, Mrs. Hartley, was the complete opposite. She took my coat with this huge smile and couldn't stop talking. Her eyeballs were always restless. Ursula took me to meet her grandmother. The old woman sat in a high-backed chair by the fireplace, hands folded, eyes locked on nothing. Hey, Grandma, I greeted. She didn't respond and just kept staring ahead.
She has dementia and doesn't really interact anymore.
Mrs. Hartley stayed in the kitchen while Ursula gave me the tour. The house was spotless, filled with expensive decor. We stopped in front of a portrait in the hallway of an old man with sharp features. He stared down at us from the frame with the coldest eyes I'd ever seen. He was wearing a dark suit, and his smile made my skin crawl.
That's Grandpa.
Ursula said.
Cardiac arrest took him 3 years back, during the Thanksgiving dinner.
Jesus, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He was traditional. Everyone was terrified of him.
She paused, staring at the portrait.
Sometimes I think he still runs things around here.
What do you mean?
Dinner's ready.
Mrs. Hartley's voice cut through before Ursula could answer. The dining room table was filled with all kinds of foods: roasted turkey, shepherd's pie, cherry cake, mashed potatoes, and stuffed veggies. I felt a rumble in my stomach right away. I was about to sit when I noticed 6 chairs instead of 5. Ursula probably sensed my confusion and whispered,
We always keep 1 chair for Grandpa. Traditions.
Even though it was weird, I brushed it off and jumped straight onto food. Mr. Hartley carved the turkey in complete silence.
Grandma just kept smiling at nothing, and Mrs. Hartley wouldn't stop talking.
Let's say grace,
Mr. Hartley urged. Everyone joined hands and the ceremony began, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting to the empty chair, and I began to feel it wasn't empty at all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this meal, for bringing...
Suddenly, the lights cut out all at once. The windows slammed open, letting the freezing wind tear through the house.
We forgot the candles!
Mrs. Hartley shrieked, already sprinting toward the kitchen. Mr. Hartley followed. Ursula hesitated, looking at me with wide, terrified eyes.
It's fine. I'll be back,
she said, but her face looked distressed. Ursula ran after her parents, and I was left to sit there in the darkness, lit only by moonlight. That's when I realized I was still holding Grandma's hand, and she was still smiling, staring at me.
He likes you,
she whispered in a voice too steady for a dementia patient.
Grandpa likes you. He's been waiting to meet you, Gary.
I tried to pull away, but her nails dug into my skin like claws.
He's sitting right there.
She pointed at Grandpa's empty chair. The cushion was definitely compressed now, and on the white tablecloth, I could see bloody handprints that weren't there a few moments back. Suddenly, I heard breathing above me. I looked up, and my brain just stopped working. Something that looked like a human, but wasn't a human, was hanging from the ceiling. Its fingers and toes were dug in like a spider. Gray skin was stretched over bone, while eyes glowed yellow. It spoke to me in a demonic voice.
Welcome to the family, Gary.
I screamed and fell from the chair. I ripped my hand from Grandma's grip, tearing skin, and bolted. Behind me, that thing dropped from the ceiling with a wet thud that shook the floorboards. I ran straight to the front door and fumbled with the lock. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. I looked behind and saw a corpse-like figure standing on all fours just a few inches away from me. It is smiling and drooling. The moment the lock turned, I threw myself out into the freezing night. I was halfway across the gravel driveway when I heard Ursula calling me back.
Grandpa likes you, Gary. He won't hurt you. Come back.
I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the door. Suddenly, Mr. Hartley came running to my car.
You're offending him! We can't let you leave!
Yeah, I would rather not be a part of this freak show. I'm leaving. He lunged on my hood and started punching the windshield. His face was filled with anger and desperation. He was punching so hard that at one point the glass shattered from one corner. I somehow managed to start the engine, slammed it into reverse, and floored it. Ursula's father flung to the side as gravel sprayed everywhere. In the rearview mirror, I saw him and Ursula standing in the driveway, watching me leave with disappointed faces. Ursula tried reaching out many times, dropping texts and sending emails, but I blocked her number. She showed up at my apartment too, but I wouldn't open the door.
Gary, please! I need to explain.
I threatened to call the cops and press charges. She gave up, but left one long message about how sorry she was. How she just wanted me to meet him because Grandpa still runs the family. I deleted it. Until today, I spend Thanksgiving alone. I haven't been able to date anyone because I'm scared to trust. Every Thanksgiving night, I sleep with lights on because I'm terrified I will see that horrifying figure latched onto the ceiling, breathing above my head. My modeling career hit a bump when my client called me ordinary. I was desperate to change my face. That's when I found Dr. Ramirez. The clinic was 40 minutes outside Cartagena, down a road that went from asphalt to dirt. Throughout the ride, the Uber driver kept glancing at me in the rear view, like he was waiting for me to bail out. When we finally stopped in front of this squat concrete building with blacked-out windows, he shut off the engine, turned around, and muttered something like a warning in Spanish. When I entered the clinic, I was immediately surrounded by the stank of bleach. There was only one other patient.
They were wrapped in bandages head to toe, sitting so still I wasn't sure they were breathing at all. The receptionist slid a stack of Spanish consent forms across the counter, and once I scribbled my name, she led me to Dr. Ramirez. At first glance, he looked pretty off-putting. He wore this metallic headgear for God knows what reason.
Change into the gown. The anesthesiologist will be here soon,
Dr. Ramirez said in a gravel-like voice. I should have left right there, trusting my instinct, but I didn't. Once I changed into the gown and lied down on the operation table, 2 people rushed in, wearing Halloween masks, a clown and a pig. Wait, what the hell is this? I tried to sit up, but hands slammed me back down.
Relax, they're just here to help me.
Dr. Ramirez walked in with a sick smile. His eyes were glowing in joy, like he had waited for this moment for so long. The pig mask chuckled from behind. The clown clamped a hand over my mouth, while the pig mask guy searched for something. I was held on the table tight by 2 others. Dr. Ramirez was hovering over my stomach, all set to split it open. His gloved hands were moving like he was desperate to cut me open.
Hurry up! Sedate him!
Ramirez growled, irritated. But before they could inject me, my hand flew out and caught the instrument tray, sending it crashing. I grabbed the first thing I could, a scalpel, and slashed wildly at Dr. Ramirez. I'd cut his arm deep. I then kicked the only light source above my head, breaking the bulb and turning the room into darkness. Dr. Ramirez and his crazy assistants went in full chaos. I crawled on the floor in the dark using my hands to find the door, when I heard a kid crying. I darted back to the shady hallway. I could still hear chaos from that room. I spotted another room to my left and, to my shock, found this little girl, about 10 years old, crouched in the corner. She was terrified. I asked her what she was doing here. The poor kid told me she's an orphan and Dr. Ramirez picked her up from her foster parents. Not just illegal surgeries, but this clinic delved deeper into the crime world. I couldn't leave without the kid. I took her and hid her head in my chest to shield her from upcoming traumas.
Are they gone?
I don't know, sweetheart, but we're getting out, okay?
The doctor said my foster parents took money to send me here.
Her voice broke and my throat tightened. Knowing that her foster parents gave her to a monster like Ramirez for money made me even more angry. She looked up, eyes wet.
You promise you won't leave me?
I swear, I said, gripping tightly. Not until we see sunlight. I didn't have my phone, hence I couldn't call cops. The only way out was to run and escape this hellhole. I could hear them coming through the door. My eyes darted around, looking for anywhere to hide. There were a few trash cans lined up by the wall, but most were overflowing with bloody rags and tubing. I eventually spotted one that was empty. I put the kid in that one and covered her with those rags and told her to be quiet, and I got inside another one right beside her, trying my best not to make any sudden movement to let them know about my existence. I pulled the lid shut just as their footsteps came out the back door. The air inside stank of rust and bleach, and I could hear the boots crunching gravel outside.
He couldn't have gone far, and he took the kid,
Ramirez shouted. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't check the bin. The flashlight swept over the bin, throwing shaky patches of light inside. I didn't breathe or move. I kept praying until everything blurred and darkness took over. I pushed the lid open slowly and crept out, listening. The little girl was still hidden, trembling beneath the bloody rags. I called out to her and she peeked up. We waited a full minute before moving. I remembered the generator hum from earlier. It came from the back. That meant there was probably a service exit nearby. We crawled through the hallway, stepping over broken glass and smeared blood. The operating room door was cracked open. I could see Ramirez inside, screaming at his men. They all thought we were gone. We found the emergency door and ran to the highway until lights faded behind us. Eventually, a man in a pickup truck found us and took us to the police station. We informed the cops and the little girl's foster parents were arrested. They couldn't find Ramirez in his clinic. It seemed like he already knew the cops would be looking for me, so he escaped along with his men. 2 months have gone by since this incident. I'm working a normal job. I met Lucia at her new foster home last week. She's much happier and loved there. Honestly, I don't regret going to Ramirez's clinic. If I hadn't, God knows what they would have done to Lucia. I'm pretty sure Ramirez used to steal organs from patients in the name of plastic surgery and sell them illegally. Wherever he is, I hope he gets caught before he ruins more lives. When I saw that mirror at Henderson's Thrift, this antique thing with a brass frame and mad detailing, all for $15, I didn't think twice.
Now, remember, sweetie, no returns,
the store owner warned with this tight smile. I nodded and immediately hit up Lucy to help me carry it. It took us all afternoon to get it mounted right, but once we did, it totally lit up my crusty dorm room. The glass was so clean it made the otherwise shitty lighting look like a movie set. That night, I went to bed feeling smug about bagging the deal, only to be jolted awake hours later to this bone-deep cold that had me shivering like a dry leaf. The room wasn't only icy, but also eerily quiet, as if someone had sucked all the sound out, except for this faint scraping noise that seemed to echo from a distance. I strained my ear to listen intently. It felt like someone was dragging their fingernails against glass. I should have stayed in bed, should have pulled the covers over my head and waited for it to pass. But this wild, irresistible urge was eating me up. I had to check on the mirror. I slid out of bed and started walking. The scraping got louder with each step, but when I was maybe 3 feet away, it stopped altogether. I leaned in to find my reflection staring back at me. Even in a daze, I could feel that something about it was wrong. Instead of the amber of my eyes, the one staring back seemed dark, sunken, and hollow. The nose was crooked, and the skin was pale as paper. It took me a second to realize that it wasn't my eyes, nose, or face. I spun around, and she was right there, just inches away, donning a torn nightgown. Blood was staining the fabric dark, while her hair hung in greasy strings, framing this carved-in smile that was way too wide for her face. She tilted her head and grinned at me. I screamed and stumbled, squeezing my eyes shut so tight I saw stars. My heart hammered against my ribs as I waited for something, anything, to happen. Minutes passed. When I reopened my eyes, I was alone. I hurriedly grabbed my phone's flashlight and swept it around the room, trembling, but it was just me and the shadows dancing in the weak LED glow.
It's stress eating you up.
I whispered to myself. Suddenly, my door handle started rattling. It was no gentle knocking. The shaking was violent, like someone was trying to rip it off the hinges. The sound echoed through my room like gunfire.
Who's there?
I called out. No one answered.
Lucy?
I crept to the peephole, grabbing my softball bat along the way. The hallway was empty, just those flickering fluorescent lights that never worked right. The rattling stopped the second I looked. I heaved a sigh and backed away from the door, but before I could figure anything out, my closet exploded into motion. The whole thing shook like an earthquake was trapped inside. The hangers clung in a way that made my teeth ache. I yanked it open, ready to swing the bat, but there was nothing except my clothes and other knickknacks.
Get it together, Jenna.
I muttered as I climbed back into bed, pulling my covers up. I kept gaslighting myself that it was my brain cooking up, just my imagination, probably too much caffeine and stress. I had barely closed my eyes when the knocks echoed from directly underneath my mattress. Tap, tap, tap. My blood turned to ice. I lay there frozen, listening to my heartbeat thunder in my ears. Part of me knew I shouldn't look. Every horror movie ever made had taught me that much. But I couldn't just lie there anymore. I rolled to the edge and peered over. She was crouched under my bed, looking up at me with that impossible smile. Her face was gray, almost corpse-like, and her eyes were black holes that seemed to absorb the light.
Jenna, come join me.
She giggled, reaching up. My eyes zoomed in on her hands. Her fingers were severed at the knuckles. They were just bloody stumps with bones showing through. Dark blood dripped steadily onto my floor, pooling in spots that seemed to swallow the light completely.
Come with me. We'll make 'em pay.
She hissed, stretching those mutilated stumps toward my face. I bolted from that room like my ass was on fire, and I pounded on Lucy's door until she opened it.
Jenna? What happened? The mirror. There's something in the mirror.
I gasped, pushing her in and locking the door. Lucy listened as I told her whatever I'd seen. She wanted to check my room, but I wouldn't let her go back there, not until morning. I spent the night on her couch, barely sleeping. When the sun came up, Lucy announced,
We're going back to that thrift store.
The owner of Henderson's Thrift looked like he'd aged decades overnight. When Lucy slammed my receipt down and demanded he take the mirror back, his face went paper white. "Told you, no returns," he said quietly.
Bullshit!
Lucy snapped.
You know something about it you didn't tell my friend?
It took Lucy threatening to call the cops before he finally cracked. "I bought it from a police auction," he whispered, glancing around the empty store. "It was of a woman named Rebecca. She was murdered. Her body was found in front of that mirror." My stomach dropped.
Murdered? How?
Her husband was strung out, needed cash for his next fix. When she said no, he came at her with a kitchen knife, chased her through the house, and stabbed her over and over.
He paused, staring at my hands.
She tried to grab the blade, got her finger sliced clean off, but he cornered her in the bedroom eventually.
Lucy grabbed my arm, but I barely felt it. We walked out of that store, but I never went back to my dorm room. Had maintenance pack up my stuff and get rid of that mirror while I waited in the lobby like a coward. It's been months, and I'm still trying to put it behind me. I'm 13, in 8th grade, and I swear to God I will never forget that Friday afternoon. It was just another boring period before lunch. The sky outside was heavy and gray, making the classroom feel even more dull. I was doodling in the corner of my notebook when the sharp, echoing sound of the lockdown alert blared through the school's PA system. We all froze for a second, but then everyone shrugged it off, thinking it was just another drill. Our teacher, Miss Haley, told us to get under our desks, away from the windows, and be quiet. People were giggling and whispering. Some were even texting under the table. None of us were too worried, until we heard screaming. It felt like someone was screaming desperately for their life. As I listened carefully, I heard sneakers skidding on tile. Whoever was screaming was getting dragged down the hallway. A couple of kids near the door started whispering, asking each other what was going on. That's when Matt, one of the seniors in our mixed science class, slowly crawled in through the little rectangle window of the classroom, gasping, and locked it quickly. I'll never forget the way his face drained of all color. It's Mr. Kessler. He's gone mad. Mr. Kessler was our biology teacher. Everyone loved him. He was the cool teacher. He told stories, made stupid science jokes, and even let us eat in class sometimes. But who Matt described didn't sound like Mr. Kessler at all. "He's dragging Jake down the hall. He has a knife. There's blood. His lab coat's covered in it." Everyone thought he was joking, until he added the knife and blood. Miss Haley's eyes widened in shock. She immediately locked the door and told us to calm down while dialing 911. I was directly across from the window. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse. Mr. Kessler's face was pressed on the glass, and he was watching us. His eyes were wide and fixated on me. He was in some kind of trance. He slowly raised his one hand, clutching a bloody scalpel, and then pulled up Jake, who had this huge slit on his face, bleeding like hell. All the students screamed at the horrible sight. Not even in our wildest dream did we imagine seeing someone mellow and calm like Mr. Kessler behaving this violently. He dropped Jake, who hit the floor unconscious, making a thud, and then knocked at the glass. Leaning close to the window pane, he whispered, "Science class isn't over yet." I could hear his slow breathing through the crack in the door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd die. He spoke again, louder this time, cutting through the silence.
Open the door. I need some more students for a practical exam.
A few kids whimpered. Miss Haley tried to reason with him.
Look, you need to calm down, okay? The cops will be here soon. Why are you behaving like this? You're such a good person, Kessler.
Then it hit me, like a cold punch to the gut. 2 days ago, Jake, I, and Louise had been walking past the science lab. Mr. Kessler was inside cleaning jars of preserved specimens, and we mocked him, saying he was playing with dead frogs for fun. I thought it was harmless until now. I stood quiet, praying to God for sending someone for our rescue. But I swear Mr. Kessler was staring straight at me like he needed only one moment to finish me off. He raised his bloody hand again and smeared a thick streak of blood across the glass. Then, pointing at me, he screamed,
"I'll show you what a real dissection looks like."
A few students started sobbing in panic. Just when I thought we'd be safe inside the class, Mr. Kessler ran the tip of the scalpel along the glass, making this high-pitched squeal that made my teeth hurt.
"I'll start with the skin. Peel it back, nice and slow. Look at the muscles, the veins."
I squeezed my eyes shut. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't hold my phone. He stayed there for what felt like forever, pressing his forehead against the glass, breathing heavily. And then he started jiggling the doorknob. The air in the room turned electric with panic. Everyone started screaming for their lives. Miss Haley kept pleading with Kessler to stop, but he had turned into a complete maniac. My mind raced. He wasn't going to stop. The only thing between him and us was that lock. And if he got in, I don't even know what came over me. Without thinking, I started pulling my desk to shield the door. Seeing me do that, many others followed. Mr. Kessler kept kicking and screaming, but he couldn't get in. We could hear his frustrated footsteps making rounds around the classroom. And finally, we heard the sirens. Once the police got in, it was over in seconds. Through the window, I saw them restraining Mr. Kessler face down on the floor. His lab coat was soaked with blood. The scalpel was lying a few feet away. They rushed Jake, who was miraculously still breathing even after all that blood loss. The cops led Mr. Kessler out in handcuffs. He didn't fight. We all came out and stood in the hallway watching him. He turned his head just before getting inside the cop car and chuckled creepily, then shouted,
"I'll be back, because science class isn't over."
That was the last time I saw him. The school was closed for a week after that. The hall where it happened sealed off. The news said the injured kid would recover, but no one explained why Mr. Kessler snapped. Some say he had a mental breakdown. Others whispered it was revenge. For me, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't random, that he came looking for me and my friends, that maybe safeguarding the door saved all of our lives. I knew I should have trusted my gut the second I walked in, but I was 25, flat broke, and clinging to the hope of finding something decent for my friend's gallery opening, and the thrift store felt like my last shot. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered overhead, casting everything in this sickly yellow glow that made my skin look corpse pale. The store was practically empty, except for the cashier, a couple of other customers shuffling around, and this shady-looking guy. He was maybe 40, with greasy hair hanging in strings around his face and clothes that looked like he'd been wearing them for weeks.
He was standing in the middle of the woman's lingerie section. Didn't seem like he was shopping, though. I tried to ignore him as I walked past and focused on the vintage dresses instead, but I couldn't shake off the weird vibes. Every time I glanced up, he was closer. He wasn't walking toward me exactly, but somewhat drifting. When I moved to the blazer section, I caught him ducking behind a rack of coats. My hands started shaking as I pretended to examine a jacket, using the reflection in a nearby mirror to keep track of him. He was crouched down, partially hidden, but I could see his eyes, closely following every one of my movements. It would have been easiest to bolt without ever looking back, but instead, I convinced myself I was being unnecessarily paranoid and moved toward the back of the store where they kept the shoes. That's when I saw the phone. He was holding it at waist level, and the camera was angled toward me. I snapped, marching over to him.
What do you think you're doing?
He looked up at me with these watery blue eyes and shrugged. Just looking around. Nice view, don't you think? The childishness in his voice made my skin crawl.
You're recording me. I saw your phone.
Don't know what you mean. But he was beaming ear to ear, like he was enjoying the attention. His teeth were stained yellow, and there was something dark stuck between the front ones. Fortunately, the commotion had caught the cashier's attention, who appeared already leery of the weirdo. Any problem here? Pointing an accusing finger, I hissed.
He's been following me around and filming me.
The guy looked at him with disgust. Leave before I call the cops. Suddenly, that weirdo's whole face flipped. He had the audacity to look hurt, like we were being so unfair to him. His childlike expression vanished entirely, and I could see raw rage dancing in his eyes. He started backing toward the door, but his stare locked on mine. Before stepping out the exit, he loudly said,
I just wanted to see who you really are. Drop the act, you know? Security, I'm leaving, all right? I'm out.
He stormed off, muttering under his breath. I lingered in the store for a while, hoping the matter's resolved. By the time I stepped outside, the sun was low, casting long shadows between the few cars still left in the lot. I got to my car and was about to get in when I heard the faint footsteps behind me.
You can't hide forever. I'll find you. Always.
He was standing there, still wearing that awful grin. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped my keys. He looked like he was about to sprint straight at me. But without wasting a second more, I dove into my car. I slammed the door shut and started jamming the lock button over and over until my thumb went numb. The guy brought his face closer to the window. His breath fogged the glass, and I could see every detail of his feature up close. The broken capillaries in his nose, the thin scar running from his left ear to his jaw, and the way his pupils quenched into tiny black dots, scaring the hell out of me.
Pretty car for a very pretty girl. Step out.
I didn't. He looked pissed. He straightened up and walked around to the front. I watched in horror as he grabbed my windshield wipers and yanked them off, tossing them aside like twigs. The sound of metal scraping against metal made me numb. He repeatedly asked me to step out while vandalizing my car. He broke the headlights, dragged keys across my hood in long, deliberate strokes. He was humming while he did it, some tune I couldn't recognize that sounded like a lullaby played backwards. I fumbled for my phone to call 911, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The screen kept slipping from my fingers. He picked up a rock from the edge of the parking lot and held it up so I could see it. He lightly pecked at it before he hurled it at my windshield. The cracks started at the corner and spread like a spider web, distorting everything beyond the glass. But it was his laugh that really broke me. Not angry or frustrated, just delighted, like he was a kid who just figured out how to make the perfect paper airplane. He spat on my window, a thick glob that slowly slid down the glass, and then he ran away.
not fast or panicked, just trotting away like he was late for dinner. I sat in that parking lot for minutes, sobbing and shaking, before I could gather enough strength to drive home. The police took my statement, but they said without witnesses or security cameras, there wasn't much they could do. They'd keep an eye out and file a report. That was weeks ago. I haven't been back to that part of town since, but I know he's still out there. I know because sometimes, when I'm walking to my car after work, I hear that humming. And sometimes, when I check my rearview mirror, I swear I see a figure ducking behind the cars. I don't talk about this night. Not to my fiancé, not to my therapist, not even to Usher, who dragged me into that hellhole to begin with. I'm only writing it now because maybe someone else will read it and know to turn back if they ever see a red door in an alleyway glowing under a single flickering bulb. It was 3 nights before my wedding. Usher, my best friend since middle school, wouldn't shut up about one last wild night before I signed my soul away, as he put it. I wasn't in the mood. My head was spinning with vows, flower arrangements, and whether I'd remember to finalize the damn DJ. But Usher was relentless. "Just trust me, D," he said, grinning like an idiot, tossing his 12th beer can out the passenger window as I drove. "I read about this place on Reddit. It has the most beautiful girls." I sighed. I don't want to end up in some grimy strip club, dude. He smirked. "Strip clubs are for amateurs. This is something else. Think Eyes Wide Shut meets Tokyo Drift." I should have turned the car around right then. We parked in a forgotten part of the city. Empty warehouses, graffiti-covered walls, and dumpsters spilling over. Usher led me through a narrow alley, past a homeless guy muttering to himself. Then he knocked 3 times on a rust-colored steel door. A slit opened, and a man's eye peered through. Usher leaned in and whispered something I didn't catch. The door creaked open. Concrete steps led us down into a world I still don't fully understand. Red light flooded the stairwell. Bass-heavy music throbbed from below, a deep, vibrating pulse that made the walls tremble. At the bottom, a thick black curtain parted into a nightclub straight out of a dream, or a nightmare. Everything was crimson. Velvet walls, low-hanging chandeliers, smoke curling through the air. The women were already circling before we found the bar. They were stunning. Too stunning. Long legs, glossy lips, fierce eyes. But something still felt off. Their arms were too veined, and their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes. One of them brushed against me. Her voice was so squeaky. Honestly, she gave me the creeps. "You look tense, baby," she purred, fingers trailing my chest. "Let me help with that." I pulled back. "I'm good, thanks." Usher laughed, already half drunk, letting one of them press against him. "Relax, man, this is your party!" Every nerve in my body screamed run. The place didn't smell like alcohol or perfume. It smelled like sweat, bleach, and something metallic. Blood, maybe. I tried to leave. The same door we entered was gone, or disguised. The hallway led to nothing but more velvet walls and mirrors that distorted our reflections. I turned to Usher. "We need to..." But he was gone. Panic gripped me. I pushed through the crowd, the music louder now, like it was blasting inside my skull. Red strobes flashed, faces warped in the light. One of the hostesses grabbed my wrist. Her grip was so tight that it bruised.
"Don't be rude,"
she hissed. I yanked free and ran. Every turn led deeper into the club. No signs, no windows, just corridors of red lights and walls. I was thinking of calling the cops when I heard Usher scream close by. "Dylan, help!" His voice was hoarse. I sprinted toward it, crashing into walls, slipping on God knows what. I found him in a side room. It had dim lights and a couch. Usher was pinned on it by 2 women. One had a syringe in her hand. The other was laughing at him. I didn't think. I just grabbed the nearest thing, a champagne bottle, and shattered it against the wall. "Get the hell off him!" I roared. They turned, and their eyes,
cold, reptilian, locked onto mine. I swung the jagged glass, catching one across the face. The woman let out a scream in pain, and it didn't seem to be her voice. She sounded like a man. The others lunged at me. We hit the floor hard, grappling. I stabbed blindly, glass tearing flesh. I didn't know how many times I hit the other man before he stopped moving. Usher was dazed, drooling, pupils huge. "Come on, man," I begged, dragging him to his feet. We ran. No plan, just ran. I think I kicked through a wall panel, or maybe a door someone forgot to lock. We stumbled into a boiler room, then another stairwell. The music faded behind us. My lungs burned. My shirt was torn and blood-soaked. Finally, we saw a metal door and shoved it open. We spilled into the alley, gasping. Cold air never felt so good. Usher collapsed, coughing. I dropped beside him, my hands shaking. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, he looked at me, eyes wide and terrified. "Dee, what the hell was that place?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. When I got home, I told my fiancée I'd gotten mugged. She wanted to call the police. I said it wasn't worth it. I wasn't lying, not really, because what would I even tell them? "Hey, officers, I got lured into an underground club run by men disguised as women who trap drunk guys and do terrible things to them. Oh, and I stabbed one with a champagne bottle. No, I don't have an address. Who would believe me?" The next morning, Usher came over with bruises on his neck and guilt all over his face. "I'm sorry, man," he whispered. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know." I nodded. We never talk about this again. Ever. And we didn't. I got married 3 days later, smiled through the photos, kissed my wife, danced to Can't Help Falling in Love. But every now and then, when I hear bass in the distance, feel red light behind my eyelids, or pass a dark alley with a steel door, I wonder if someone else is being pulled down those steps, and whether they'll make it out. Reagan had always been the popular girl in our school, flaunting her gorgeous blonde hair and attractive smile. Everyone called her Barbie, and she wore the title like a crown. We were both co-captains of the cheer squad, which meant she saw me as a threat and tried to make my life hell whenever she could. She outperformed me at many things, but what drove her insane was my naturally clear skin and lean build, something she couldn't get without spending a ton of money. So, when she disappeared for 2 weeks over winter break, the rumors started right away. Barbie Reagan had gotten plastic surgery, and the results were going to blow everyone's minds. But when Reagan stepped into homeroom that morning, she looked like she was trying to disappear, with those massive sunglasses taking up half her face, a medical mask covering her nose and mouth, and her blonde hair swept forward. She moved all stiff and awkward, like she was sore all over. Things spiraled when one of the teachers told her to take off her glasses and mask. Reagan's whole body went rigid. She said she had a doctor's note, but when the teachers asked to show her the note, she sat confused. Reagan was fumbling in her bag when another student, Tyler, burst out laughing from the back. He made fun of her in front of the entire class. Reagan just stood there frozen. Even with those huge sunglasses on, I could tell she was freaking out. By lunch, everyone was calling her Botched Barbie. Someone had made a TikTok comparing her old cheer photos to pictures of botched plastic surgeries. Within an hour, there were dozens of them. I'm not gonna lie, part of me liked it. After all the years she spent making other girls cry, it honestly felt like karma was finally catching up to her. By the time practice rolled around, Reagan was nowhere to be seen. Coach Stevens said she'd gone home sick. I ended up staying late, trying to nail down a new routine. I finished around 5:30 when the entire school premises had gone empty. I was in the shower when I heard the locker room door slam, hard enough that the sound echoed off the tiles.
Hello?
I called out, shutting off the water, but all I could hear was water dripping and the hum of overhead lights.
I grabbed my towel and stepped out. Suddenly, I heard this familiar voice from a distance. It was Reagan.
Having fun over someone's misery, are we, Natalia?
She stepped out from behind a row of lockers, still wearing those sunglasses and that mask.
Reagan? You all made my life a joke.
My stomach dropped.
Reagan, I didn't mean...
She was shaking, her hands clenched into fists. The overhead light flickered, and I could see she was crying behind those sunglasses. I took a step forward, but stopped right there. Reagan suddenly removed her sunglasses, and I almost screamed. Her eyes were just all wrong. They were red and puffy, like a blood vessel inside her head had popped. She still had that mask on, though.
I wouldn't have had to do it if you weren't standing here, flaunting that perfect skin. The surgeon said I could have it, and that's all I wanted.
She yanked the mask down, and I was horrified. Her entire face was covered in rashes and stitch marks. In some places, her skin was coming off, revealing fresh wounds. Her nose was so wrong that I could barely tell it was Reagan. Her lips were swollen like 1,000 bees stung her. She began walking toward me with pure hatred.
Reagan, I'm sorry. Everyone's laughing at me because of you.
I didn't notice all this time Reagan was holding a scissor in her hand.
Reagan, put those down. The boys say I look like a monster now. That I should disappear. That no one will ever love me looking like this. So if I'm a monster, I might as well act like one.
She came at me fast, and I barely managed to dodge. The scissors slammed into the locker where my head had just been.
Reagan, stop!
Her scarred face twisted with rage. I grabbed my gym bag and swung it at her. It hit her in the side and made her stumble. I ran, but the locker room was too small. She was right behind me, breathing hard, the scissors clicking together.
If I can't be pretty, neither can you!
I made it to the door, but it was locked. She grabbed my hair and yanked me backward. She dragged me down, and I saw the scissors coming up, aimed at my face. I threw my arm up, and the blade went straight through my forearm. I felt it slice through my skin and muscle as the warm blood poured out fast. When the pain hit, I screamed, but I needed to get away before she killed me. I elbowed her in the eye, and she fell to the ground in pain. I didn't wait. I ran, leaving a trail of blood behind me. Coach Stevens found me in the hallway, sobbing and bleeding everywhere, and called 911. Cops showed up with the paramedics. They found Reg, and still in the locker room, sitting on the floor with those scissors in her lap, rocking back and forth, and whispering to herself about being pretty. I'm here at the hospital now, waiting for them to finish stitching up my arm. The doctor said I was lucky. Another inch and she would have hit an artery. It took 23 stitches. The cops said Reagan is being taken to a psychiatric hospital. Her lawyers will probably claim she had a psychotic break from the bullying and botched surgeries. Maybe she wasn't in her right mind, but I know it wasn't just her to blame. We too made fun of her without thinking how that would affect her. I just hope she gets the help she needs. And to those who think plastic surgery is the way to be the better version of yourself, just think it through. Because there are so many fraud surgeons who ruin lives of people in the name of making them beautiful. It was Kara's idea to rent the Airbnb for my bachelorette trip.
Rustic, private, spooky in a fun way.
She said, flipping her phone around to show me the cottage. She wasn't wrong. Whitewashed walls, creaky floorboards, surrounded by mountains. Total silence, no cell service, a fireplace and a clawfoot tub. The perfect place to pop champagne and make stupid toasts. Jess brought the booze. Leela brought the matching robes. Kara made everyone party favors with mini candles and hangover kits. I brought nothing but nerves and a full heart. They were my best friends, my girls. I'd known Leela since college, Jess since high school, and Kara was my maid of honor, my future sister-in-law. She and Nate, my fiancé, had grown up like twins.
If I could go back and stop us from lighting those candles, I would. But curiosity mixed with alcohol makes people stupid, and we were idiotic. We found the photo in the hallway upstairs, tucked behind a dusty vase on a shelf, black and white, faded. A girl, maybe 16 or 17, staring dead on at the camera, no smile. Beneath the frame, a tiny plaque read, Emily Reese, 1974 to 1991. Taken too soon, forever watching over the home she loved. Jess was the one who said it first.
We should invite her to the party.
I laughed.
Invite a ghost? Come on, Mia. It's your last night of freedom. Let's get weird.
We turned off the lights, only the fireplace and the candles showered light. Leela was already arranging chairs on the coffee table. Kara rolled her eyes but played along. Jess grabbed an empty wine glass and flipped it upside down in the middle.
Spirit board style. Everyone, put a finger on the glass.
She said. We giggled like idiots. The wine dulled everything. Fear, judgment, and sanity.
Emily?
Jess began, her voice slow and theatrical.
If you're here, come party with us.
Nothing happened at first. I giggled, saying we were being so stupid, but Jess shushed me and told everyone to concentrate. We stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes, just staring at the flickering candlelight and our heavy breathing. Jess continued saying,
Emily? We're inviting you to join us. Come, Emily.
Then suddenly, the glass moved. We all jerked our hands away.
Who pushed it?
Leela asked. No one answered. The glass kept sliding, slow and deliberate. Across the wooden table, it spelled B-R-I-D-E. We all looked at each other.
That's you.
Kara whispered to me. That's when Jess went still, completely still.
Jess?
Leela poked her shoulder. She didn't blink. Then, snap! Her head jerked sideways so hard we all flinched. When she lifted her face up, we were all horrified. There was someone else's face contracting from hers. It looked like straight out of a horror movie. Even when she spoke, it wasn't Jess's voice.
You're all liars,
she said in this demonic, heavy voice. We froze.
Okay. Jess, cut the crap.
Kara said. But Jess just started laughing. Her eyes rolled back. Her head was tilted at an impossible angle. Her voice was half whisper, half growl.
Let's play a game. Secrets. Jess, this isn't funny,
I said, but she was unbothered. Suddenly, she pointed at Leela.
You stole money from the bride's wallet last spring. Told her it fell out in the car. Liar! Liar!
Leela went pale.
What the hell? How do you...
Jess pointed again.
Kara tried on the dress when Mia was out. Oh, she twirled in it, looked in the mirror, said she wore it better.
Kara's jaw clenched.
You're drunk! Stop this madness!
Leela got up to turn on the lights when Jess, or whoever it was, screamed.
Dear bride, do you know your best friend Lyra slept with your groom the night you were away? You can ask Kara.
The room exploded. I stood up so fast I knocked over a candle. Kara snapped.
You're making this up! You know, Jess, she lies when she's drinking.
But Jess leaned forward, smiling like a possessed doll. The face in her face was trying so bad to come out, but it couldn't. She looked right into my eyes and whispered,
Remember the scar on your groom's thigh? Lyra kissed it.
Kara gasped. I couldn't breathe.
You're insane.
Leela said, but her face was white.
She's faking it.
Jess cackled, crawling backward, limbs jerking in ways they shouldn't.
She smiles at you. She
She stabs you in the back.
I snapped. I threw my wine glass.
Are these all true?
Kara didn't answer. Leela was hiding her face in her palm, but the trauma didn't end there. Jess got up, walked to the wall, and started banging her head on the hard concrete. She was laughing and hitting her head like a maniac. Blood was staining the wall, but she didn't stop. We all tried to pull her away, but she was stronger than all of us. Leela turned on the lights, and Jess fainted on the floor. We called 911. When they pulled her out, Jess's body was stiff. Kara and Leela couldn't even look at me in the eyes. We never spoke again after that. Kara flew home the next day and blocked us all. Leela tried to explain and left voicemails I never answered. I would rather not hear her say the words. I could see it in her face that night. 2 days later, I canceled the wedding. My ex-fiancé Nate begged me, swore nothing happened. He said Leela was like a sister to him, but he couldn't explain how Jess, possessed or not, knew about that scar. I left him standing in the rain with the ring in his hand. Sometimes I still see Jess. She's fine now, physically, but she won't talk about that night. She says she remembers nothing after the seance. The doctors said it was dissociative fugue, brought on by stress and alcohol. But I know better. Because of the farmhouse, it's off Airbnb now. The listing disappeared 2 days after we left.